Chapter 1. The Emergence of a Billionaire from a Convict's Escape. Congratulations to all you fortunate souls. The very fact that you are witnessing this moment suggests that you might be the next billionaire. Welcome to Season 2 of the Heavenly Eye program. Allow me to elucidate the rules of the game. In this season, you will assume the roles of escapees, with a total of 100 ordinary participants. Your objective is crystal clear. Escape at all costs, employing any means necessary to evade capture. The longer you prolong your evasion, the more generous the rewards. For the initial 5 days, the bounty is 100,000 per day. After the 5th day, it escalates to 500,000 daily. After 20 days, it reaches 1 million per day, and after 1 month, it soars to 5 million daily, accumulating up to a staggering 1 billion. Within the dimly lit confines of a prison, the air was thick with the odors of sweat and dampness. An antiquated black and white television displayed a man adorned with a clown mask, speaking in a slow and deliberate manner. On a rudimentary iron bed, Qin Hao was clad in a black and white prison uniform. With striking features and a visage as handsome as a nobleman, he observed the television in quiet introspection. Certainly, securing that 1 billion will be a formidable challenge. For our production team has enlisted 5 esteemed guests to act as the supervisors of the apprehension team. Inmates, be vigilant, for these 5 individuals are tasked with capturing you. The television screen flickered with a new image. The first is analyst Wang Lei, who possesses the uncanny ability to analyze a convict's personality, decipher their behavioral patterns, and even predict their subsequent moves. He has previously assisted law enforcement in successfully cracking 12 major criminal cases. The second is a luminary of the Red Hacker Alliance, known by the codename Little Black, a premier national hacker. His exceptional skills were pivotal in international cyber warfare, thwarting foreign hacker incursions, safeguarding assets worth hundreds of billions, and aiding in the capture of numerous international drug traffickers. The third is Zhou Jun, the serving leader of a provincial criminal investigation team. He has resolved 120 significant cases and has received multiple accolades, though confidentiality prohibits further details regarding his triumphs. The fourth is Sun Xiao, a distinguished winner of international military exercise competitions, acknowledged as the foremost individual in physical training, a title that remains unchallenged. The fifth and the sole woman on this supervisory team is Chun Yalan, the esteemed director of a provincial hospital. A formidable figure in the field of forensics, she has consistently uncovered critical evidence that has proven invaluable in police investigations. The initial team of supervisors will comprise 10 retired inspectors and 2 exceptionally talented recruits, who may originate from various elite professions. As per the principle of restoring reality with 99% accuracy, the longer you evade capture, the larger the number of team members, and the greater the potency of their weaponry. The supervisors will adhere strictly to the principle of combating all forms of malfeasance, utilizing every strategy at their disposal to apprehend you, while concurrently updating the rankings of capture speed. In essence, they will exert every ounce of effort to secure your capture. Once the game commences, both law enforcement and escapees will be subjected to a continuous live broadcast, 24 hours a day, attending to only personal matters as they arise. The surveillance apparatus consists of nearly imperceptible nanodrones, but bear in mind, neither side has access to the other's live feed. Now that the introductions have concluded, do you not feel a sense of despair? The clown on the television emitted a piercing, mocking laugh. Just a reminder, you currently find yourselves trapped within a prison constructed by our production team. You will have 1 hour to prepare. After an hour, your cells will be automatically unlocked. This hour represents your opportunity for a frenetic escape. After 2 hours, the apprehension will commence. Initial funds, $100. Furthermore, we will document every classic moment to provide to real-world law enforcement as a reference, aiding them in addressing similar cases in the future more effectively. The game begins now. Best of luck to you. The antiquated black and white television flickered off. Merely crossing over into another realm is one thing, but to find myself entangled in a program of this nature is entirely another. Qin Hao frowned as he scrutinized the unfolding scene, realizing that it was indeed time for the proceedings to commence. Although he had yet to observe the so-called nanodrones, from his recollections, Heavenly Eye was an immensely popular program, bolstered by governmental support to dispense such astronomical rewards. Its underlying purpose was to serve as a cautionary tale to the populace. Do not engage in wrongdoing. Otherwise, no matter how cunning or ruthless one may be, capture is inescapable. This warned state was reflected in the fact that following the airing of the first season, the national crime rate had diminished by 15%. Though this may appear modest, it is vital to note that this figure signifies a nationwide decline. The results were nothing short of remarkable. The announcement of this development sent tremors across the nation, invigorating the populace. Hence the swift arrival of the second season, which escalated the reward to a staggering 1 billion. However, I must confess, the leaders of the apprehension team are indeed formidable. Crime scene experts, elite hackers, analysts, and the strongest in physical prowess, alongside a renowned forensic scientist. They seem capable of accomplishing anything. Reflecting on the introductions regarding the supervisors, Qin Hao found himself both amused and exasperated, for their abilities appeared almost absurdly extensive. Nevertheless, he comprehended the implication of the 99% reality restoration it indicated that while the weapons employed by the apprehension teams would be realistic in appearance, they would not genuinely harm anyone, possessing only a marginal effect. Everything else, however, would remain very authentic. Were they to pursue an escaped convict in reality, even more formidable individuals would undoubtedly emerge. Shaking his head, Qin Hao began to survey his surroundings. This was indeed a prison established by a production team. Through the iron bar's gaps, he could see various cells, each holding an actor portraying a convict. Ha ha ha, I can scarcely believe I have been selected. 1 billion, I am coming for you. We are all participants in this escape role play. If the apprehension team can form alliances, mayhap we too can band together? As the game commenced, the inmates could no longer contain their excitement, erupting in boisterous exclamations. Qin Hao reached into his pocket and indeed found $100 within. Goodness, the production team is rather ruthless. However, if I manage to be prudent and scrimp, I should be able to sustain myself on this 100 for 10 days, or perhaps even 2 weeks. Securing $100 was commendable. What more could a fugitive expect? It was perhaps unrealistic to hope for additional funds. Ding! Target identified. The legendary Escapee System has been activated. Ding! A beginner's gift pack has been automatically opened. Congratulations! The host has acquired a body enhancement potion, which will be used automatically. Congratulations! The host has obtained an initial emotion value of 1,000. This can be utilized in the system's marketplace. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Qin Hao's mind. A system? Is this truly a gift of the crossover? Qin Hao felt a mix of surprise and acceptance, as such phenomena were not entirely unacceptable to a young man like him. Upon using the body enhancement potion, he discovered that his physical strength and muscular potency had significantly increased. His back no longer ached, and his legs were free of fatigue. The effects were remarkable. Open the system marketplace. Before his eyes, a unique interface materialized that only he could perceive, filled with an array of offerings. Skills in reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, hacking techniques, marksmanship, combat awareness, acting, and more awaited him. The marketplace currency emotion value was derived from the myriad emotions of the masses. Anger, shock, astonishment, excitement, and so forth. Qin Hao pondered his current predicament. Exchange for intermediate lockpicking skill. Ding! Intermediate lockpicking skill, 1,000 points. Do you wish to exchange? Yes. The moment he consented, he felt a rush of foreign memories flood his mind, swiftly assimilating them as if he had possessed the skill since childhood. Upon gazing at the lock on the cell door, which was as thick as an adult's finger, a smile tugged at Qin Hao's lips. Was it not simply a matter of having the means to manipulate it? Meanwhile, in the program's control room, dear viewers, the show has officially commenced. Let us introduce the profiles of the escapees. Host Jean Ping and Jean Mei smiled as they surveyed the vast screen before them, which displayed small windows for the 100 escapees, while the viewers' comments surged forth in a torrent. Chen Gang, male, 26 years old. Qin Hao, male, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Jean Mei gently spoke, her red lips barely parting as she introduced the participants. Yet before she could finish her sentence, the comments exploded with fervor. Goodness, quickly look, what is that man doing? Jean Ping and Jean Mei exchanged startled glances, immediately diverting their attention back to the big screen, their expressions filled with disbelief. In the myriad of small windows, all the escapees were fervently devising strategies and escape routes, but one individual's actions appeared distinctly peculiar. He ignored all others, neglecting to assess the lock, and instead stood up, striding directly toward the decrepit television. Grasping the set, he hurled it with force toward the floor. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the television shattered into countless pieces. Gasp! Jean Ping and Jean Mei exchanged wide-eyed looks, taking a sharp breath. Could it be that their production team had inadvertently cast a lunatic? Such details had not been mentioned in the introduction. Chapter 2. Qin Hao's Provocation. Come and catch me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 emotional points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 emotional points. Within the confines of the prison, the system's notifications echoed rapidly in Qin Hao's mind. So it has indeed begun? Unbeknownst to him, his personal live stream had gone viral, with viewers increasing exponentially, as evidenced by the emotional points accumulating to over 600,000 in mere moments. System, open my personal interface. As Qin Hao rummaged through the shattered remains of a television, he thought to himself. Host. Qin Hao. Physical attributes, 80. For an ordinary person, the score is around 60. Most individuals exist in a sub-healthy state, often failing to reach 60. Skills, intermediate lockpicking. Emotional points, 400. Ordinary people's physical scores hover around 60. Qin Hao gazed at his personal interface, slightly astonished, realizing that due to the novice gift package, he had effortlessly surpassed the physical capabilities of an average person. Not bad, not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, when suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye as he unearthed an object from the television. What do you think Qin Hao means by this? Who knows? I feel this person must be mentally unstable. Then why are you still watching? Hee hee, I just enjoy the thrill of insanity. An imperceptible nano-drone meticulously documented every one of Qin Hao's actions, while the live stream was inundated with a flurry of comments. All viewers expressed their bewilderment at Qin Hao's bizarre behavior. Then they witnessed him produce a silver object, an iron wire. In their bemused stares, he gently prodded the lock on his cell with the wire. Heh, who does he think he is? A locksmith? I checked Qin Hao's profile. He lacks this skill. What if the wire jams the lock? Wouldn't that be thrilling? Suddenly, realization dawned upon everyone. He intended to pick the lock, but the poor fellow clearly had no clue how. Had he truly gone mad after spending time in this prison? Crack! A sharp sound, akin to thunder, resonated in everyone's ears. Everyone? The audience stood there, stupefied, as they watched Qin Hao push open the cell door and saunter out nonchalantly. Even the inmates who were strategizing nearby were taken aback, staring blankly at Qin Hao and then at the iron wire on the lock. They were utterly dumbfounded. Was this prison setup meant for them? Did he come equipped with hacks? The prisoners reacted swiftly. Seeing Qin Hao making his way out, they called out in unison. Brother, save me. Don't go, brother. There are many of us. If you leave first, the guards will surely scrutinize you. Qin Hao paused. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with them, as it bore no benefit. Yet the last statement held merit. If he ventured out alone, he would be a conspicuous target for the program's guards, however. What can you offer me in return? Qin Hao halted, smilingly inquired. With an hour to prepare and an hour to escape, and only 10 minutes having elapsed, he was indeed their sole chance for an early escape. Upon hearing this, all the prisoners fell silent. Brother, is it really necessary to be like this? It's just a show. Indeed, helping us is helping yourself. This is too heartless. After a moment of silence, someone with flickering eyes indignantly remarked, So, should I just leave? Qin Hao nodded in faux realization and lifted his leg to depart. Just a show, you say? Who among you wouldn't desire a billion? Not to mention, even surviving a few days outside could yield tens of thousands, and if it extended beyond 5 days, every additional day would translate to substantial wealth. Under such circumstances, was it merely a show? I sense this situation is far from simple. I share that sentiment. Qin Hao does not appear to be an ordinary individual. Do you think Qin Hao will actually pick the lock for them? The viewers in the live stream engaged in fervent discussions, their curiosity about Qin Hao piqued. Despite the absence of lockpicking skills listed in his profile, he seemed to possess the ability. How absurd. Qin Hao paid no heed to their reactions, whistling with his hands in his pockets. Brother, wait. What do you want? As Qin Hao approached the end of the cell block, someone could no longer contain themselves. Who wouldn't want to escape early? The sooner one left, the farther they could run, significantly reducing the likelihood of capture. Quite simple. The standard city lockpicking fee is 100 per person. Is that unreasonable? Qin Hao replied with a smile. Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Qin Hao, their minds buzzing. Unreasonable? How could you dare to ask such a thing? Each person's initial funds amounted to only 100. If they gave it to you, how would they survive outside? Damn it, I knew it. My brother Hao is anything but ordinary. What brother Hao? Who are you calling that? He is my real brother. While others are diligently plotting their escape, my brother Hao is already scheming to rob his fellow inmates. When I think of the pitiful escapees from the previous episode, hiding under bridges and scavenging for instant noodles, and then look at my brother Hao, the contrast is stark. Director, this isn't how I planned it. You've disrupted my rhythm. The live stream erupted. All viewers were in a frenzy, with the online count surging past 100,000. The barrage of comments would overwhelm anyone with a phobia of dense crowds. Such a maneuver was unprecedented. It left both the netizens and fellow inmates in awe of the new gameplay. You all can disagree, but I'm leaving. Qin Hao observed the once again silent inmates, shaking his head in exasperation. He had no desire to waste more time. Wait, we'll pay. Thus, Qin Hao cheerfully approached each cell to collect his fees. All wore glum expressions, feeling that allowing this kid to participate in the show was akin to cheating. 10,000 is decent. Qin Hao counted, thoroughly pleased. Armed with the iron wire, he navigated swiftly through the prison, transforming into a lockpicking deity, averaging 1 lock every 2 seconds. A series of crack sounds echoed throughout the prison. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 emotional points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 emotional points. Ding! In his mind, the system's voice continued unabated. Brother, isn't that a bit excessive for one person? How about sharing some with us? The escaping inmates collectively turned their gazes toward Qin Hao, their eyes glinting. With no money, no identification, and no cell phones, even if they managed to escape, they would find themselves utterly stranded. Thus, thoughts of schemes against Qin Hao began to form. Shall we try? All together? Qin Hao chuckled and continued. Surely, no one is foolish enough to think I would let you out without considering that you might attempt to rob me? Instantly, the prisoners fell silent, their expressions shifting. Qin Hao turned, hands in pockets, whistling as he casually left them behind. What truly astonished the viewers was that not a single one of the 99 prisoners dared to make a move. I've never seen someone so audacious. Neither have I. Do you think my brother Hao truly has the ability to handle 99 people? I feel it's mere bluster, yet he succeeded. At least if it were me, I wouldn't dare. Pushing open the cell door, a gentle breeze wafted in, and the golden sunlight bathed him warmly. Qin Hao cast a slight smile toward the distant camera, resembling an elegant gentleman, evoking a sense of serenity and charm. My brother Hao is not only powerful and cunning, but also incredibly handsome. With such looks, he must be gentle too. That smile is too tender. I can't take it. Many female viewers became infatuated upon seeing Qin Hao illuminated by golden sunlight. To amass significant emotional points, one must not merely be obedient, but rather stir up chaos. Create madness. Qin Hao silently calculated in his mind. How could he quickly acquire emotional points? Gazing at the surveillance, an idea sparked in his mind. Under the astonished eyes of the audience, he inscribed 3 bold characters in the dirt with a stone: "Come and catch me." These mere 3 characters brimmed with provocation and disdain toward the production team and the guards. Viewers. Come. Who just said my brother Hao is gentle? Step forward and witness whether I strike you down. Chapter 3. The audit team's fury. He approaches us. The television station, the program audit team. Greetings, everyone. I never expected to be invited this season. Although I am not a professional auditor, I possess a certain level of understanding in this field, and I shall strive to bring all offenders to justice. Sun Xiao, with his crew cut and upright posture, though not particularly handsome, exuded a clean and sharp demeanor. Welcome. Our esteemed leader is far too modest. You are the top of the army's physical fitness. Even without apprehension experience, who can rival such physical prowess? The audience erupted in laughter at Sun Xiao's words. If we're talking about weakness, I am the truly feeble one, all right? Chen Yalan, with her long hair cascading down her shoulders and adorned in golden-rimmed glasses, smiled gently. As the sole woman in the audit team and a forensic expert, she indeed found herself at a disadvantage. Ladies and gentlemen, as per the program's arrangement, we are divided into 5 teams, each responsible for capturing 20 offenders. Of course, we shall also compete in speed. I will not go easy on you. Captain Zhou Jun of the Criminal Investigation Team said with a cheerful demeanor. Please, show mercy, esteemed leader. The others hastily clasped their hands in respect, their expressions relaxed, clearly underestimating the escaped convicts. In the previous episode, Zhou Jun had achieved first place, apprehending all 20 offenders within a mere 2 days. The longest any criminal had evaded capture was merely 4 days. They've emerged. At that moment, the masked hacker, Xiao He, suddenly spoke up. The 4 team leaders looked on in astonishment. What had emerged? As everyone glanced upward, they beheld the surveillance footage from outside the prison. How is this possible? Hasn't it only been 20 minutes since the start? When the crowd finally comprehended the visuals, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Wasn't there supposed to be an hour of preparation time followed by an hour of escape time? How could this individual have emerged ahead of schedule? Under their scrutiny, the young man flashed a slight smile at the camera. I must say, this young man is rather handsome. Chun Yalan remarked with a smile, but her expression quickly froze. The young man approached the camera and slowly inscribed a line on the ground. Come catch me. Silence. As everyone read those 3 words, they were momentarily dumbfounded. They had never encountered such an audacious criminal. The live chat exploded with comments. Goodness, who is this? How utterly arrogant. I specifically came over from Hao Ji's livestream to see your reactions. This is room 1. I'm Hao Ge. You haven't seen anyone more arrogant yet. Neither the criminals nor the audit team could see the comments. Preposterous. Zhou Jun, as the captain of the Criminal Investigation Team, instantly immersed himself in his role, his face flushing crimson as if he had been personally insulted. It was indeed an affront. As a captain of the Criminal Investigation Team, how could he allow a criminal to provoke him? This was unforgivable. How dare this young man? The team leaders wore expressions of disbelief. In the previous episode, every criminal had regarded them like a mouse before a cat, wishing to render themselves invisible. Yet this individual was doing the opposite, provoking the heads of the audit team? Did he not comprehend the consequences of such actions? Name, Qin Hao, currently listed in the Xiao He's fingers danced across the keyboard, and in an instant, Qin Hao's information appeared. This is the capture list of Captain Sun Xiao. Everyone, since we have a provocateur among us, I shall take it upon myself to apprehend him. Upon learning that he was on his list, Sun Xiao grinned widely. You're quite lucky to encounter such an interesting character. We must teach him a lesson, so he understands the consequences of provoking us. The team leaders were incensed. It was akin to a son challenging his father, and they could hardly contain themselves. Meanwhile, no one noticed the analyst Wang Lei, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the surveillance, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Bang! The audit team's door swung open, and Director Li Haoran entered with an expression of resignation. Everyone, we've encountered an unexpected turn of events. Initially, our crew had arranged for an hour of preparation, followed by an hour of escape time, and then the audit team would spring into action after 2 hours. However, an unforeseen circumstance has arisen. Li Haoran pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Qin Hao possesses lock-picking skills, which I never anticipated. Most importantly, he has released the other offenders." Truth be told, witnessing Qin Hao effortlessly robbing the other criminals had left everyone dumbfounded. It was entirely beyond the scope of his script. Even more bewildering was the fact that Qin Hao had set all the prisoners free. However, reality is fraught with surprises. The 2-hour duration in prison constitutes their safe period, and you cannot proceed. Li Haoran continued, yet, adhering to a 99% realistic portrayal, his voluntary release of all criminals amounts to a blatant disregard for the law. It is a crime. Captain Sun Shao, from this point forward, you must pay special attention to Qin Hao. No problem. This is truly exhilarating. Sun Shao's face lit up with excitement. Apprehending such a provocateur would be more thrilling. It's over. I feel like Hao Gu 1T survived today. Alas, one can only blame Hao Gu for being so arrogant. How could he be so brazen with just a lock-picking skill? If he isn't caught, then who will be? Upon hearing the conversation, the audience began to mourn for Qin Hao. No one believed Qin Hao could endure, especially considering the initial audit team comprised as many as 10 members, not to mention 2 elite officers. At this moment, Qin Hao remained oblivious to the immense shock and turmoil his actions had wrought upon the program and audit teams. Instead, he quietly sat at the prison entrance. However, the incessant system notifications ringing in his mind allowed Qin Hao to surmise something. The other offenders had gradually emerged, casting him strange glances before hastily departing. Though they seethed with anger, they were powerless to act. "Aren't you leaving?" one person could not resist asking. Qin Hao shook his head, his gaze directed towards the horizon. "Leave? Why should he? Is it the expectation that an escaped convict must flee? Who established such a rule?" System. Check personal information. Host. Qin Hao. Comprehensive physical quality. 80. Skill. Intermediate lockpicking. Emotional value. 7003. What a lucrative turn of events. Qin Hao marveled at the 7003 emotional value, feeling a surge of excitement. Even if he drew the attention of the audit team, it was worth it. Subsequently, he opened the system store and began to search. Soon, his gaze fixated on a particular skill. Intermediate combat awareness. Possesses a formidable sense of combat, reflexes, and predictive abilities, allowing for the effortless application of every move and perfect control of power. Emotional value. 5,000. His peculiar actions prompted the live stream audience to speculate fervently. Time ticked away, and the criminals had all fled. The 2-hour safe period was drawing to a close. Meanwhile, on the road leading to the prison, a police car bore 4 officers clad in uniforms from the program audit team. "Captain, we are almost there. Should we proceed with the capture directly?" Tang Lan, behind the wheel, spoke seriously into the radio. "Upon sighting him, we will apprehend him. I am curious to see just how capable this brat is, to provoke our audit team yet remain waiting in place." The voice of Sun Shao, filled with intrigue, resonated through the radio. "Understood, Captain. Rest assured, we will bring him to justice." The police car gradually entered the prison street, coming to a halt directly in front of the prison entrance, where a young man clad in prison garb stood. Tang Lan glanced at the photo on his phone, his gaze sharpening. "Target confirmed? Captain, I see him. He is standing at the prison entrance, seemingly waiting for something. Wait, hold on. He is standing up. He is approaching us." Tang Lan's startled voice echoed through the radio. Chapter 4. Assaulting the Police. The hidden rules of the show. Here it comes, here it comes. The show is about to begin. I bet a pack of spicy strips that Brother Hao must have his own plan. A plan? Nonsense. Usually, capturing ordinary criminals involves 2 inspectors, but with Qin Hao, it escalates to 4. He's doomed. As the police cars arrived at the prison gates, the live chat erupted with excitement. All viewers, including the inspection team leader, were filled with curiosity about what this audacious individual intended to do. At last, they've arrived. Qin Hao smiled upon seeing the police cars. The appearance of 4 vehicles was beyond his expectations. He then proceeded toward them. Such arrogance. You, a mere criminal, dare to act so brazenly. Unable to contain themselves any longer, Tang Lan and his companions got out of their vehicle. As inspectors, they were equipped with basic weaponry, electric batons. With such equipment in numbers, how could they possibly lose? They're here? Qin Hao waved his hand with a smile, as if casually asking if they had eaten. The audience was bewildered. Even Tang Lan and his companions were left in a state of confusion, questioning his sanity. Wait, they need to get away. Meanwhile, in the program's police station, analyst Wang Lei's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly exclaimed, "No one could fathom the turmoil within him." As an analyst, He had remained silent, meticulously assessing Qin Hao's character. His analysis revealed that Qin Hao was self-assured and composed, as if he had everything under control. The conclusion sent shivers down his spine. Qin Hao was confident enough to confront 4 inspectors. He intended to assault the police. The 4 leaders were momentarily stunned, mouths agape, ready to speak, when the footage from the inspection recorder sent chills down their spines, freezing them in place. The screen displayed Qin Hao, who had been smiling, suddenly accelerating toward the 4 inspectors. His speed was astounding. Even seasoned retired inspectors found themselves caught off guard. Bang! Tang Lan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed to the ground. Seizing the electric baton from his opponent's hand, Qin Hao swiftly swept it across, leaving the 3 inspectors, who had just begun to react, feeling the baton glide past them. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly in the blink of an eye. This is an electric baton. Had I activated it just now, you would all be lying down. Qin Hao, facing the dazed trio, playfully waved the baton, offering a cheerful explanation. Only then did the 3 inspectors register the gravity of the situation, gazing at Qin Hao in horror, their minds momentarily blank. Assaulting the police. Why should such an act, which could manifest in reality, be absent from the show? However, in reality, assaults on police officers tended to be brutal and merciless, and since this was merely a program, Qin Hao had only intended to make a point, refraining from inflicting any serious harm. Come, now you should all lie on the ground. Qin Hao, with a beaming smile, invited the 3 to recline, then turned to Tang Lan. My apologies, brother. I hope I didn't hurt you too much. Tang Lan lay on the ground, his face pale, a wave of humiliation and frustration washing over him. As a retired inspector, how could he be taken down by Qin Hao in one swift move? If this were reality, he couldn't even bear to imagine the consequences. He might well be dead by now. No worries, but I do wonder, why me? Tang Lan rubbed his abdomen, sensing that Qin Hao had not exerted too much force. To catch a thief, one must first capture the ringleader. After all, you were the most conspicuous. Qin Hao shook his head and continued, now, hand over your inner garments and your money and phones. Also, you're essentially a dead man now, so what more is there to question? Look at your teammates. They seem quite at peace lying there. Too conspicuous? Tang Lan let out a bitter chuckle. Was he the only one being ostentatious? The program had only just begun, yet look at the chaos he had already caused. Nevertheless, he began to grasp Qin Hao's intentions. Clothing, money, phones. Glancing at his 3 teammates, he found them dutifully lying on the ground, eyes wide open in a feigned death-like state. In the live stream, viewers were left in a stupor. To be honest, during the previous season, they had witnessed numerous escapees employing all manner of tactics to evade the inspectors, such as dressing as women or disguising themselves as beggars. The creativity was boundless, with every conceivable strategy utilized. Yet, no one had ever contemplated assaulting the police, let alone confronting them head-on. Can I now say that Brother Hao is the strongest escapee without anyone objecting? I don't know if he's the strongest, but I do know he's the most outrageous. Brother Hao's methods are both clever and foolish. Wearing prison attire makes him an obvious target, easily identifiable, but didn't he consider the consequences of assaulting the police? Many viewers, fully aware that Qin Hao was committing a crime on the show, found themselves exhilarated. Mr. Qin Hao. At that moment, 2 staff members from the production team approached, bowing respectfully to Qin Hao. There was no denying it. This man was ferocious, almost inhumanly so. According to the production team's rules, whatever you acquire from them, the team will provide you with an identical replacement. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. So, I can rob some criminals? Theoretically, they are also criminals, so you could consider it internal conflict. The staff member awkwardly explained. Ah, I see. I understand now. Qin Hao nodded in realization, having grasped some of the production team's hidden rules. Can robbing or harming others still be compensated by the production team? Does that mean if I were to successfully rob a bank without taking a single penny, the production team would still pay me? It seems that no one has dared to resist until now, which is why this hidden rule has gone unnoticed. Qin Hao murmured softly, his eyes growing brighter as a bold idea began to form. The 2 staff members shuddered at his words, horrified by the implications. Robbing a bank? Had he lost his mind? However, what truly left them speechless was the realization that, given Qin Hao's audacious nature, he might actually attempt it, with no certainty of success. After all, if he dared to assault the police, what would stop him from robbing a bank? Are there more hidden rules within the production team? Certainly. After all, it's a 99% restoration. As time goes on, the inspection team leader can continue to expand their ranks and equipment. Why shouldn't the criminals be allowed to commit crimes? Indeed, they are escapees. If they lack resources or allies, how far could they truly run? It's just that previously, no one had the courage or capability to resist, which is why the rules remained undiscovered. The viewers, witnessing all of this unfold, were electrified. Especially as they listened to Qin Hao's words, a thrill ran down their spines. Robbing a bank? What an audacious notion. For such an act, in reality, exists primarily in cinematic narratives, particularly in a nation like Huaxia, where it is exceedingly rare. It wasn't that no one had considered it. Rather, the difficulty level was too high. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained 200 emotional points. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained 300 emotional points. Ding, the system in his mind continued to chime. Yet Qin Hao paid it no heed as he donned the brand new clothing and equipped the phone he had received. You 4. Is your entire worth only 800? Qin Hao counted the money, casting a disdainful glance at the 4 inspectors sprawled on the ground. I've never seen such poverty. Tanglon, thank you, that was quite offensive. While the harm was minimal, the insult was profoundly impactful. Chapter 5. Do not underestimate any criminal. Bang! A resounding noise echoed within the precinct. Sun Zhao's eyes widened in fury, his face a deep shade of iron, as he fixated on the surveillance footage of Qin Hao, who was gradually receding from view. That silhouette appeared nonchalant, as if leisurely strolling through a marketplace. Yet, upon glancing at the ground, he was confronted with a harrowing sight. A police vehicle with all doors ajar, and 4 officers lying on the ground, perfectly aligned. A disgrace. Though this was merely a show, he was a soldier at heart, and now, he bore the mantle of a team leader tasked with combating all forms of evil. To witness a criminal incapacitate his subordinates and roam free was an unbearable sight. His heart throbbed violently. If this were reality, did it imply that his erroneous command had led to the demise of 4 of his team members? They wouldn't merely be lying on the ground. They could very well be dead. How would he face the organization, or the families of his fallen comrades? In a daze, he was transported back to a battlefield ravaged by war, where comrades fell before his eyes, and he was powerless to intervene. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, and his fists clenched tightly. The other 4 team leaders remained eerily silent, for, truth be told, they had never fathomed that anyone would dare assault an officer, let alone that Qin Hao possessed such formidable prowess. In a single encounter, he had felled 4 retired inspectors. Report, team leader. We have successfully apprehended a suspect. Amidst the silence, the voice of a subordinate crackled through the radio. Huff. Sun Zhao exhaled a long breath. Bring him back. The moment he spoke, everyone jumped, as his voice emerged hoarse and dry, utterly unlike that of a youthful individual. I can empathize with your feelings. Captain Zhou Jun of the Criminal Investigation Team remarked, his expression complex as he patted Sun Zhao on the shoulder. This is merely a program, yet I have witnessed the rampant nature of drug traffickers. On one occasion, due to a leak of information, our team suffered the loss of over 20 inspectors. At this juncture, Zhou Jun's face flushed crimson. I watched as they perished, only a wall separating us, yet I was powerless to act. Can you comprehend such anguish? Alas, Team Leader Sun is in a dire predicament. Look at the other leaders. Within merely an hour, the least of them has apprehended at least 2. One can only say that Brother Hao is exceptionally skilled. The most unfortunate is still Captain Zhou Jun. This may be a show, but Zhou Jun faced this in reality. Many viewers offered a moment of silence for Zhou Jun's recounting, in this world, where tranquility appears to reign, it is merely a fade, sustained by the burdens borne by others. Although Brother Hao is remarkably handsome, I stand in support of his apprehension. Indeed, let us capture Brother Hao. After a brief silence, a deluge of comments flooded the screen, though Zhou Jun and the others were oblivious. Otherwise, they might have been deeply moved. Bang! Director Li Chaoran entered the room with a grave expression, surveying the assembled leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, when this program was conceived, we anticipated various possibilities, such as whether anyone might commit a crime, considering they portray escapees, which is entirely plausible. Upon hearing Li Chaoran's words, the leaders turned in unison. Regardless of what the criminals do in the show, any actions that pose a threat to society and the authorities will be recorded and forwarded to the Rail Inspection Bureau. This will greatly aid actual investigations, minimizing unnecessary casualties, and serve to educate the public on how to guard against wrongdoers. Li Chaoran continued, criminal Qin Hao, by provoking the team leader, incited a misguided judgment fueled by disdain for the criminal's capabilities. Had this been reality, those 4 inspectors might very well be dead. Sun Zhao immediately felt his face flush with shame as he bowed his head. I believe that at the outset, none of you esteemed leaders regarded Qin Hao as a formidable criminal, viewing him instead as a mere novice, an ordinary individual, while you stand as paragons in your respective fields, thus underestimating your adversary. This falls squarely on Sun Zhao's shoulders, as well as yours, the 5 leaders. Li Chaoran's expression turned serious as he faced the large screen, asserting, what I must emphasize is the importance of not underestimating any criminal, regardless of how innocuous they may appear. With that, he turned and exited. This matter, I will report directly to the police bureau, ensuring they take appropriate action. Shock. Unbelievable. The audience had not anticipated such hidden rules within the program. Yet, it must be said, Based on Qin Hao's displayed capabilities, he truly warranted a warning for everyone. With his handsome visage, he could easily beguile many. Who would suspect that such an attractive individual could commit an act as brazen as assaulting an officer, something even other criminals would scarcely dare to contemplate? If this were the real world, did it not signify the collapse of 4 families' pillars? Who were their husbands, fathers, sons? As these thoughts pervaded their minds, viewers found their eyes brimming with tears, realizing, at that moment, the true significance of the program. I greatly admire Brother Hao, but now, I must declare, apprehend him. Indeed, capture Brother Hao. I am immensely grateful for all that Brother Hao has done. He has provided us with a vivid lesson, profoundly illustrating what it means to be a well-dressed beast. Within the inspection team's office, silence reigned. Deploy the elite inspectors. After a prolonged silence, Sun Shao rubbed his reddened eyes and spoke in a low voice. Deploy the elite inspectors now? Upon hearing this, Chun Yalan expressed her astonishment. The elite inspectors hailed from various societal spheres. They might be stock market magnates, business tycoons, or sports icons. Whenever the team leader required assistance, they could be invited onto the show. However, at the initial stage, each leader could only summon 2 elite personnel, and once chosen, the selection was irrevocable. The importance of these 2 selections could not be overstated. A misstep could hinder the apprehension efforts, adversely affecting their ranking. Everyone present valued their reputation. Who would willingly allow themselves to fall behind? Do I have any other options left? Sun Shao chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Clearly, Qin Hao possesses extraordinary combat capabilities. As a military veteran, I can discern that with his prowess, 5 or 6 inspectors would likely prove inadequate. Continuing to deploy ordinary inspectors would only result in needless casualties. Sun Zhao's bloodshot eyes widened slightly, a smile creeping onto his face, his gaze glinting with determination. However, this time, I am certain he will not escape. Meanwhile, Qin Hao remained blissfully unaware that his actions had inadvertently provided substantial assistance to the Real Inspection Bureau, his mind preoccupied with the incessant notifications of the system. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was now noon. He promptly settled at a barbecue stall. Boss, 50 skewers of lamb, 2 large kidneys, and bring on the chicken wings and duck necks. Chapter 6. If you have a conscience, just give me $5. Yin Jun was a somewhat handsome young man. Initially, during the first season of the Tianyan program, he dismissed it as merely a sensationalist spectacle and paid it no heed. However, upon realizing that it was an exceedingly authentic show with a staggering prize pool of 100 billion, he found himself consumed by regret. 100 billion. If he could endure until the end, he would emerge as a billionaire. Thus, when the sign-ups for the second season commenced, he enrolled without a moment's hesitation. The waiting period at home was excruciating. To his astonishment, he was selected. Yet, that joy was soon dampened. For he encountered a beast, a despicable creature named Qin Hao. At this moment, Yin Jun wandered the streets, evading the relentless pursuit of the show's inspectors, his attire tattered, hair disheveled, and emanating an unusual odor. This was all by design. To achieve the desired effect, he had even rolled around in a garbage heap. Well, it must be said, Yin Jun is quite formidable, primarily because he is so ruthless with himself. Indeed, this kind of person is destined to soar, provided he doesn't cross paths with Brother Hao. Wait, look at his route. In the live broadcast room, there were still 100,000 viewers. It was impossible for everyone to be captivated by Qin Hao. After all, there are varied tastes. Of course, the sheer number of viewers contributed to such a division. Gulpy. Suddenly, Yin Jun caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, and his stomach growled in response. It was the scent of barbecued meat. After a whole morning of exertion without a drop of water, merely being able to stand was already a feat. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the barbecue stall, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the grilled delicacies. Sizzle. Fat dripped onto the charcoal, producing a crackling sound, and at that moment, Yin Jun felt even hungrier, as if engulfed by flames. However, as he cast an envious glance at the patrons of the barbecue stall, he suddenly hesitated. His weary, envious eyes widened in disbelief. That familiar figure, though he had only encountered him for less than half an hour, was someone he would never forget, even if he turned to ashes. Qin Hao. Yin Jun gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, his body trembling. He surveyed his own miserable state, penniless, unable to afford even a sip of water, let alone a meal, while this scoundrel was here indulging in barbecue. Each skewer of meat represented a portion of his hard-earned money. The mere thought of it caused a searing pain in his heart. Oh, how tragic. Without comparison, there can be no harm. Look at Brother Hao, then at him. It's simply pitiable. Brother, if it gets any worse, you should find a job quickly. Otherwise, I fear you may starve to death. The audience erupted with excitement upon witnessing the encounter between Yin Jun and Qin Hao. Without comparison, there could be no harm. Qin Hao was resplendent in his attire, feasting on barbecue, while the other was ragged, exuding an unpleasant odor, both hungry and thirsty. Both were contestants, both escaped convicts, Why was one so remarkably superior? Qin Hao paused, turning his head, raising an eyebrow. Despite the brief encounter, his enhanced memory allowed him to recall this individual quite vividly. Ah, isn't this my fellow inmate? Upon hearing this, the barbecue stall owner trembled slightly. Pfft. Ha ha ha, oh my, you scared the owner. The owner looks robust but is surprisingly timid. The audience was taken aback by Qin Hao's unexpected remark. Yin Jun, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and approached swiftly. Qin Hao, you beast. You robbed us and now you dare to feast on barbecue? Does your conscience not ache? Yin Jun bellowed, his gaze fixated on the grilled meat. Care for a bite? Qin Hao smiled lightly, nonchalantly. Is that possible? At this, Yin Jun swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment. Just as everyone expected him to accept, contrary to anticipation, Yin Jun shook his head. Forget it, if I wish to continue participating, I cannot indulge. Otherwise, I will be unable to adapt to the life that lies ahead. Pausing for a moment, he continued, if you have a conscience, I don't need much, just give me $5. Really, I only need enough to buy a bun and a bottle of water. Hiss. Qin Hao inhaled sharply, certain that if it were any other inmate, 90% would have accepted his invitation. But this fellow, impressive, quite ruthless. Just for this statement, I'll give you $10. Qin Hao gave a thumbs up and placed $10 on the table. Yin Jun's lips twitched as he gazed at Qin Hao's generosity, remaining silent for a moment before picking up the $10. Thank you. He bowed and turned to leave. Qin Hao squinted, observing the other's retreating figure, deep in thought. This guy is indeed a tough character, adaptable and resourceful. Real person of substance. He had a premonition that, had it not been for his own unexpected appearance, Yin Jun would undoubtedly have ranked among the top contenders. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone, even with my system. Qin Hao mused silently, returning his focus to the barbecue. What do you think? Has Yin Jun lost his mind? Brother Hao just robbed him of $100, and now he is grateful for 10? I'm more curious as to why he declined Brother Hao's invitation for a barbecue. That's quite normal. Consider the life Yin Jun is about to face. No money, no ID to secure employment, essentially destitute. After indulging in this barbecue, will he have the willpower to persevere? As for Brother Hao robbing him of $100, was that really a robbery? That was mutual consent. Brother Hao wasn't forcing him. After all, who compelled him to part with his money? Otherwise, he could have simply waited until the time was up. In the live broadcast room, the audience was abuzz with discussion. Indeed, in Yin Jun's heart, though he was furious, he had not lost his rationality. He could have easily refused Qin Hao's opening, waiting a full hour to emerge. It could be said that their interactions were mutually agreeable, and Qin Hao's $10 were merely an act of assistance. Even if Qin Hao hadn't given it, no one could fault him. After all, they were both escapees. Why should anyone help him? Meanwhile, on the other side, the program's inspection team. Brother, are you ready? Sun Xiao held a walkie-talkie, her eyes glued to the surveillance feed. Not far from the monitor, there was the scene of Qin Hao enjoying barbecue, even handing over $10 to Yin Jun, clearly visible. More importantly, Qin Hao's demeanor, arrogant, an escaped convict, not even attempting to flee, brazenly indulging in barbecue. He must be certain the inspection team cannot catch him. Chun Yalan remarked with a smile. The team leaders nodded in agreement, realizing that Qin Hao was indeed acting with impunity. I'm here. Just then, a calm, authoritative voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. It's he this moment. Sun Xiao beamed, a frenzied glint in her eyes beginning to unfold. Let us act. Apprehend him immediately. Qin Hao, this time. I'll see how you escape. Chapter 7. Sun Zhao Sr., the captain of the Tiger Brigade. Captain, I've arrived. On a bustling street, a robust man, exuding an air of confidence, clutched a walkie-talkie, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings. Good. Have you spotted Qin Hao? In the inspection bureau, Sun Zhao's heart soared upon hearing the man's words. I see him. The man briefly glanced at Qin Hao, who was seated at a barbecue stall not far away, but his gaze quickly shifted elsewhere. Senior brother, I rely on you to capture him. Sun Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, his tone fierce. Not a problem. The man replied with a confident smile, activating his personal live broadcast room. Regardless of whether one was an escaped convict or a member of the inspection team, each individual had their own personal live stream upon taking action. Particularly, the inspection team and the production crew drew significant viewer attention, their numbers nearing 10 million. Real, not mere virtual figures. Senior brother? Zhou Jun instinctively turned to look at Sun Xiao upon hearing the title. The other three group leaders also wore expressions of bewilderment. They were acutely aware of Sun Zhao's formidable background. He was a heavyweight among the new recruits in the military, the top performer in physical training, and the leader of the military exercise team. So, who could his senior brother possibly be? Good heavens, I have a bold guess. Do you think Captain Sun Zhao's senior brother could be a special forces operative? That's possible. My scalp is tingling with excitement. This is thrilling. Come on, even if my brother Hao is impressive, Could he possibly contend against a special forces soldier? The viewers in the live stream were not foolish. They too could piece together the clues. Sun Xiao chose not to conceal any longer, a slight smile gracing his lips. I've stated before, he must be captured this time, and no one can stand in the way. Sun Xiao's words brimmed with unwavering confidence. A chill ran through everyone present. It seemed that Sun Xiao's senior brother was far more than a mere senior. Wang Wei, captain of the Tiger Brigade, 2nd Special Forces Division. Each member is the top choice from various military factions. Sun Xiao's eyes shimmered with admiration as he continued. Once, Captain Wang single-handedly annihilated an entire drug den, leading numerous cross-border operations. It can be said that they only intervene when the criminal investigation team cannot resolve a case. Wow! Everyone inhaled sharply. Even the less informed viewers felt a shiver run down their spines. What manner of terrifying presence was this? Yet, such a person was now set to personally apprehend Qin Hao. On the other side, Qin Hao remained blissfully unaware that he was being targeted by a descending tiger. After finishing his barbecue and washing his hands, he prepared to settle the bill. Hey brother, let us forget about the payment. Consider it my treat. The owner rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat uneasy. Taken aback, Qin Hao pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. If he could avoid paying, all the better, especially since the offer was initiated by the owner. Haha, this owner's reaction is too genuine. Well, it's understandable. If it were me, I'd probably be frightened too. Just look at Brother Hao's earlier conversation with Yin Jun. It was quite intimidating. The audience in Qin Hao's livestream erupted in laughter at the sight of the owner's awkward demeanor. Turning to leave, Qin Hao remarked into the air, production team, remember to settle the bill. I'm an escaped convict, so not paying is expected, but you guys must not overlook it. In the director's studio, Director Li Chaoran was left speechless. He was utterly dumbfounded. Was this how they played the game? As Qin Hao had stated, his refusal to pay was inconsequential since he was the escaped convict in the show, but the production team had to pay. Go settle the bill. Li Chaoran gritted his teeth as he commanded over the walkie-talkie. The viewers were in stitches. It was simply too entertaining. Brother Hao had enjoyed a barbecue, refused to pay, and did so with such audacity. What vexed Li Chaoran the most was that the owner had voluntarily requested to waive the payment, and it wasn't even Qin Hao's intimidation. This didn't even qualify as a crime. It was infuriating. Qin Hao casually showcased some skills. Although they were minor feats, the system continued to provide a steady stream of notifications. Especially following his interaction with Yin Jun, his emotional value surged once again. System. Open the system mall. Qin Hao's gaze fixed intently on the emotional value. 5,000 emotional points? He frowned, feeling the growth was somewhat lacking, especially considering it included the previous surplus. Shock, surprise, anger, exhilaration, and other emotions. Joy and happiness are not among them. The majority are negative emotions. Qin Hao reflected on the system's description of emotional value, deep in thought. Previously, his 2 actions had exceeded 10,000 emotional points, indicating that the system's emotional value was primarily derived from shock, anger, and surprise. As long as I find the right direction, it will be smooth sailing. Qin Hao smiled, but at that moment, he suddenly sensed a chill creeping up from behind. This was the instinct of a fighter, alerting him that something was amiss. Qin Hao abruptly turned his head but saw no one, his brow furrowed. He was certain this was no mere illusion. He quickened his pace and immediately accessed the system interface. In the crowd, at a corner, Wang Wei observed Qin Hao's departing figure, a slight smile gracing his lips. Did you notice? His vigilance is commendable, but unfortunately, he still falls short. As a special forces soldier, his skills in combat, reconnaissance, or counter-reconnaissance were exceptionally formidable. Dear viewers, what do you think? Should I directly apprehend him, or play with him for a while? Wang Wei gazed at the sky, fully aware that he would receive no answers. It was merely for the sake of entertainment. Unbeknownst to him, the live stream audience's responses were overwhelmingly unanimous. They wished for him to toy with Qin Hao. Senior brother, make the capture swiftly. Only this Qin Hao poses a challenge. Once he is caught, the others will be trivial. Sun Zhao's urging came through the walkie-talkie. All right, Sai. I've been watching those little rascals train day in and day out in the army. It has quite dulled. I was hoping to have some fun. Wang Wei shrugged and hastened to pursue. Meanwhile, the unease within Qin Hao intensified, as if a primordial beast was fixated upon him. Whoosh! Just then, Qin Hao suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind rush from behind. Instinctively, without a moment's thought, he ducked down, narrowly avoiding a pair of calloused hands that swiped above him. Oh? Wang Wei raised an eyebrow. He had initially intended to knock Qin Hao out and take him back, but hadn't he anticipated the dodge? Indeed, you possess some skills. No wonder the entire inspection team has found you a nuisance. Chapter 8. Have you taken out insurance? Reverse operation. At this moment, Qin Hao turned around, fixing his gaze upon the individual before him, who stood at approximately 6 feet tall, with sharp eyes and an expression of keen interest on his face. It was as if he were a ravenous wolf, and he had transformed into a mere lamb in the predator's sight. Hee hee. Qin Hao smiled slightly and suddenly inquired, "Have you taken out insurance?" What? Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. "You must be from the inspection team, right? Judging by your demeanor, you appear to be an elite inspector. However, before you attempt to apprehend me, shouldn't you inquire as to my identity?" Qin Hao scrutinized Wang Wei, clicking his tongue in amusement. "Let me tell you, in a brawl, there are no rules. If bones break and muscles tear, you cannot blame me. Therefore, I personally suggest you secure some insurance before attempting to catch me." Hiss. "I swear, I must commend my brother Hao, regardless of who the opponent may be. He boldly declares his prowess. This is what it means to lose face, but not lose ground. Ha ha ha, I can't believe it. I'm dying of laughter. I acknowledge that brother Hao is formidable, but the opponent is no pushover either. He is a special forces soldier, and a top-tier one at that." Upon hearing Qin Hao's audacious remarks, the audience erupted into laughter. They conceded that Qin Hao was indeed strong, yet in comparison to a special forces soldier, no one held high hopes for him. Wang Wei chuckled in disbelief, then waved his hand dismissively. "Come now, let me see how you plan to break my bones and tear my muscles. If you can truly accomplish that, I shall concede and absolve you of any responsibility." What a joke. He was the captain of the Tiger team. Even the members of the first squad wouldn't dare claim they could break him. "All right, then watch closely." Qin Hao nodded, his expression shifting slightly, and at that moment, his entire aura became razor-sharp. Here it comes. The show is about to begin. Brother Hao versus the top special forces soldier. The audience was in a frenzy, glancing at the other escaped convicts, who were still hiding, then back at Brother Hao, who was ready to confront head-on. Even the leaders of the inspection team were intently watching through the surveillance on Wang Wei. "Don't be anxious. My senior is exceptionally skilled. Qin Hao is definitely no match for him," Sun Shao stated with an air of nonchalance. In the next instant, Qin Hao's figure surged forward with lightning speed. Wang Wei's expression changed slightly as he realized that, in terms of both momentum and speed, the opponent was not inferior to him. In fact, he was slightly surpassing him. How is this possible? With this realization, Wang Wei's heart raced, and his body tensed. His speed is astonishing, and his strength formidable. I can only wait for him to strike first and then look for an opening. Wang Wei's gaze remained fixed on Qin Hao. Whoosh! Qin Hao's speed reached its zenith, resembling a cheetah in full sprint. Closer. Closer. A bead of sweat appeared on Wang Wei's palm, his fists clenched tightly together. Yet, what puzzled him was that the opponent had entered striking range, yet still had not made a move. No attack meant no opening. With such velocity behind an assault, he found it nearly impossible to withstand. This fact was abundantly clear to Wang Wei. Whoosh! In an instant, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Qin Hao brushed past Wang Wei with astonishing speed and then vanished into the crowd. He was simply too fast. No one could react in time. Wang Wei was quick to respond, instinctively reaching out to block, but it was already too late. In the live stream, the barrage of comments vanished in an instant, leaving an eerie silence. Within the inspection team, Sun Zhao's smile froze, gradually dissipating. Chen Yalan, Xiao He, and others appeared utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the current situation. What does this mean? What is going on here? Wasn't he Brother Hao supposed to battle with Wang Wei? And this is the outcome. Do you think Brother Hao is foolish? If he cannot win in a direct confrontation, can he not run away? Everyone erupted in excitement as yet another audacious maneuver unfolded. This was utterly devoid of martial ethics. Where was the promised grand showdown? Where were the broken bones and torn muscles? Instead, he fled. Never had they encountered such brazen shamelessness. Senior. After a prolonged silence, Sun Shao finally regained his composure, calling out instinctively. Whoosh! Wang Wei exhaled deeply, gravely stating, "He is quite strong." Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of confusion. Strong? And yet he fled? How does he compare to you, senior? Sun Zhao's expression shifted, hastily inquiring. 40-60, perhaps? Oh, well that is somewhat reassuring. Sun Shao sighed in relief, considering that Qin Hao's ability to incapacitate 4 retired inspectors in an instant was indeed remarkable and within reasonable expectations. I meant I'd rate myself at 40 and him at 60. Sun Shao, the audience. Everyone appeared dazed, even astonished. Could Qin Hao truly possess such strength? Wasn't he merely an ordinary person? Is it possible that this so-called ordinary individual is even stronger than a special forces soldier? Would that not mean that our great China could unify the globe by tomorrow? Wang Wei fell silent for a moment before slowly stating, if weapons are involved, it would be a 30-70 split. At that moment, Sun Shao fell silent, as did the 4 leaders of the inspection team. An ordinary person, a common individual, could be so formidable? A special forces soldier armed with a weapon would not even guarantee 100% victory? It sounded like a tale from a fantasy. I am now seriously beginning to suspect that my brother Hao has a criminal record. Indeed. You don't think he might actually be an escaped convict, do you? It's too similar. Otherwise, how could one explain all of this? In the live stream, some viewers began to question Qin Hao's identity. Just look at what this individual has done since his appearance. Picking locks, robbing fellow inmates, provoking the inspection team, and mercilessly assaulting the program inspectors. Each and every act was beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Xiaohei, please continue to track Qin Hao's whereabouts. After a moment, Sun Xiao regained his focus and communicated through the intercom. Senior, please remain where you are. Our team will reach you in 5 minutes with weapons. I refuse to believe in this nonsense. Ahem, though it may sound cruel, I must remind you that you are currently in last place. At this moment, the previously silent analyst Wang Lei cleared his throat. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao instinctively looked up, only to see on the screen that the current leader was none other than Zhou Jun. Within a mere half a day, he had already captured 4 individuals, leading by a wide margin. Meanwhile, he had only managed to apprehend one, and that was interspersed with his entanglement with Qin Hao. Seeing this scene, Sun Zhao's expression darkened, his heart aching as if he could scarcely breathe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining emotional value. 200. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining emotional value. 300. As Qin Hao strolled through the shopping mall, he listened to the prompts from the system echoing in his mind, a faint smile gracing his lips. The inspection team is truly foolish. Why would I engage in combat with you if I can simply escape? Qin Hao couldn't help but murmur, recalling that his initial assault on the inspectors was merely to acquire clothing, a mobile phone, and some money. However, to confront that seemingly extraordinary individual would be a thankless endeavor. Should he be surrounded, the outcome would be even worse. He then lifted his gaze, surveying the shopping mall, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate. Since you are unable to handle the challenge, deploying elite inspectors on the very first day, do not blame me for taking the initiative. Chapter 9. The crisis descends. Wolves in front, tigers behind. Captain Wang Lei, have you not yet deduced the situation? The expression on Sun Xiao's face was rather grim, as his once highly confident senior brother had faltered on his very first attempt, an embarrassment of considerable magnitude. Meanwhile, Wang Lei, with pen and paper in hand, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. On the blank sheet, words boldly proclaimed. Name: Qin Hao. Personality: possessing immense self-confidence and a desire for challenges, he wields considerable strength, albeit with an excessive trust in his own abilities, leading to somewhat arrogant behavior. Yet, he is exceedingly clever. Though stronger than Wang Wei, he opts for flight when there are no apparent benefits to gain. Cunning as a fox. Motive: to release a convict for a reward of 10,000 yuan. Provoking the inspection team to acquire clothing, a mobile phone, and money. Perhaps indulging in roadside barbecues merely to satisfy hunger, or perhaps driven by a strong desire for attention. Current activity: entering the shopping mall. Motive: initially, they were unaware that Qin Hao had looted the inmates' funds during his time in the Program S prison, as it was a place devoid of surveillance. However, due to their successful apprehension of several individuals, they eventually uncovered this surprising maneuver. The audience, observing Wang Lei's notes, expressed astonishment, for the details were strikingly accurate. What could his motive for entering the shopping mall possibly be? Wang Lei pondered over the surveillance footage, perplexed. He believed he had come to know Qin Hao thoroughly, even arriving at a final judgment. Yet, the sight of Qin Hao fleeing upon encountering Wang Wei completely overturned his previous deductions. At that moment, the surveillance shifted to Wang Wei, who, wielding an electric baton, entered the mall accompanied by 4 inspection team members. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Lei, and he exclaimed, "I've got it." Everyone paused, taken aback, as Wang Lei swiftly grabbed his pen and paper, writing feverishly. A complete transformation. He aims to completely reinvent himself from start to finish. Wang Lei, his expression grave, declared, "We must prevent him. Otherwise, despite the surveillance, his capabilities may allow him to evade capture. At that point, locating him will prove exceedingly difficult, and if he genuinely wishes to hide, he may well vanish from sight. With 10,000 yuan at his disposal, he can live without a care for an extended period." Gasp! The viewers in the live stream collectively inhaled sharply, rendered speechless. So, the reason behind Brother Hao's visit to the mall was to undergo a Upon reflection, this made perfect sense, as his current attire had already compromised his anonymity. There was no need for the cameras to capture his face. Simply recognizing his, "I can assist you only to this extent. I must attend to my own apprehensions and my apologies." Wang Lei placed the paper before Sun Xiao. "It's all right, thank you." Sun Xiao nodded gratefully. Each of them was tasked with capturing 20 individuals, and speed was of the essence. It could be said that the Captain's role was to orchestrate his subordinates' efforts. The time he had spent analyzing the situation was a significant gesture of goodwill. "Senior brother, did you hear that? Qin Hao intends to reinvent himself, so you must apprehend him swiftly." Sun Xiao inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "Understood," Wang Wei replied, scanning the surroundings with his 4 subordinates. However, he soon furrowed his brow, for he had yet to catch a glimpse of Qin Hao on the first floor. After a moment's thought, he instructed his two nearby subordinates, "This mall lacks a rear exit. You two stay by the entrance to ensure Qin Hao cannot escape." Yet, the two inspection members exchanged nervous glances, swallowing hard. What if he forces his way through? While they would act decisively against other fugitives, this was Qin Hao. He was truly formidable. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei fell silent for a moment before responding, "Do not obstruct him. Just follow at a distance and inform me." He then led his two subordinates to the elevator, ascending to the upper floor. System, open personal information. As Qin Hao navigated through the mall, he mentally commanded. System, check personal information. Host, Qin Hao. Overall physical qualities, 80. Skills, intermediate lockpicking, intermediate combat awareness, intermediate sprinting. Emotional value, 13,000. Upon seeing the considerable emotional value, Qin Hao couldn't. Otherwise, he might have been unable to outrun the elite inspector, but certainly not swiftly evade him. Moreover, he discovered that, despite all being intermediate skills, their costs varied significantly. For instance, intermediate lock, Qin Hao speculated that the stronger the skill, the higher its price, while skills like lockpicking demonstrated less formidable capacity. Open the system marketplace. As he walked on the second floor, he noticed two inspectors stationed by an entrance, causing him to frown. In this day and age, with surveillance cameras everywhere, attempting to escape is indeed a troublesome endeavor. Qin Hao sighed softly, his gaze drifting to the system marketplace, where he soon found something intriguing. However, he quickly shook his head in resignation, for the item was quite extraordinary, albeit its usage prerequisites were somewhat cumbersome, ill-suited for his current situation. Disguise technique? Many might envision the disguise technique as akin to the skin masks of ancient heroes or consider it a legendary phenomenon. In truth, such techniques do exist in reality, though they are rarely encountered. Required materials: plaster, soapy water, oil-based clay, silicone. Collecting these items would be exceedingly troublesome. Qin Hao furrowed his brow. While they appeared to be commonplace items, he had a persistent tail following him, leaving him no time to linger in one place. Just then, he sensed a gaze directed toward him. It was an instinct. Without turning around, Qin Hao hastened toward the restroom, for the answer was evident. System, purchase advanced counter-surveillance technique. Ding. Consumed 8,000 emotional value. It's over. Brother Hao has been discovered. Wang Wei, armed and formidable, is now accompanied by two inspectors. At this moment, the live stream audience opened two viewing interfaces. One for Wang Wei and one for Qin Hao. "I found you. This time, let us see where you can run." Wang Wei chuckled upon catching sight of Qin Hao's retreating figure. "Don't run. Inspection team." The two inspectors beside him glared at Qin Hao, their expressions shifting, and they bellowed, charging forward. At this moment, Qin Hao faced a dire crisis. Wolves in front, tigers behind. Chapter 10. When Qin Hao thumbs up, money rains down in the mall. What? Inspection? Where is the inspection? Wow, aren't they the inspectors from the Tianyan program? Could there be fugitives here? At the sound of a loud shout from the two inspectors, every individual in the mall turned their heads in unison. Among them, several recognized the identities of Wang Wei and his companions, as the program enjoyed widespread popularity and influence. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are performing our duties. Please do not disturb us." Wang Wei's expression shifted slightly as he spoke loudly. All right. Once you're done, could you please give me an autograph? I am a huge fan of Qin Yalan." The approaching crowd paused upon hearing this, halting their advance. However, Wang Wei's gaze fell upon Qin Hao, who was already standing at the entrance of the public restroom. This left him bewildered, for such public restrooms typically have only one exit. Was this fellow not walking into his own demise? What does this mean, everyone? Is Brother Hao trying to trap himself? Indeed, is he willingly stepping into a snare? Even if Wang Wei and the others are at a distance from Brother Hao, once he enters, it would be certain doom. The audience in the live stream watched in a state of confusion. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Wei felt a chill run down his spine, as if ice coursed through his veins. He saw Qin Hao locking his gaze onto him, extending his hand and raising a thumb. Then, that thumb rotated halfway, pointing ominously towards the ground. This scene was utterly unexpected for all present. They knew Qin Hao was audacious and arrogant, but they never anticipated such brazen insolence. It was sheer contempt, blatant disdain. Just as he was about to be ensnared, he dared to provoke further. "You, Qin Hao, let me tell you, there's no escape for you. This place is already surrounded." As expected, upon witnessing the gesture, both Wang Wei and the two inspectors erupted in fury. "Humph." Qin Hao chuckled, producing a stack of cash, at least several thousand yuan, and with a flourish, tossed it into the air. Whoosh! The red bills danced gracefully in the air, a spectacle to behold. Having completed this act, Qin Hao turned and entered the restroom. He departed with a clean and decisive manner, yet the second floor of the mall erupted into chaos. Though it was merely several thousand yuan, which seemed not an excessive amount, the sight of those red bills swirling in the air rendered it impossible to discern how much there truly was. The once calm visitors were now in an uproar. Ah, money, my goodness, so much money. Quick, grab it. Don't touch my money, it's mine, shameless. Wang Wei's face darkened, his anger boiling over. He could never have imagined that Qin Hao would resort to such despicable tactics. It was a desperate ploy to escape, employing any means necessary. Captain, what should we do? Wang Wei, observing the increasingly chaotic scene, quickly spoke into his radio. Thankfully, the second floor was devoid of elderly and children, populated instead by young adults who remained relatively composed. At least, there would be no stampede, but if the situation continued unchecked, that could change. Calm the crowd, but keep a close watch on the restroom entrance, always monitoring whether Qin Hao emerges. Sun Shao gritted his teeth as he spoke. However, just as he finished, Wang Wei sighed. Qin Hao has already anticipated your every move. What? Sun Shao turned abruptly. The audience was equally puzzled, unable to comprehend the meaning. Zhou Jun chuckled softly and explained, allow me to clarify. Qin Hao is not a ruthless villain. I believe he was aware, while throwing money, that there were no children or elderly in the mall. Thus, even in the fervor of the crowd, there would likely be no casualties. Most importantly, they are all young and can maintain some restraint while collecting the money. This is due to the abundance of cash. But if you do not intervene and let this continue, a stampede could occur, even resulting in injuries, for those seized by greed may act irrationally as the money dwindles. At this point, Zhou Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. While the act of scattering money may incite a frenzy, which is indeed a crime, he is already a criminal himself. However, if your inspection team fails to manage the crowd effectively, your negligence would be far worse. The audience was left in stunned silence. They had thought that Qin Hao's act of throwing money was merely a ploy to create chaos and escape. Little did they know that there were so many layers to his strategy. This was a battle of wits between Qin Hao and the inspection team, a game of trade-offs, and once again, he emerged victorious. At this moment, on the second floor of the mall, after 10 arduous minutes of effort, Wang Wei and his team finally managed to stabilize the panicked crowd. While they felt both exhausted and relieved, Wang Wei's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of someone emerging from the restroom, hastily making their way downstairs. However, the individual moved too swiftly for him to see their face clearly. Yet, he instantly recognized the outfit and physique. It was undoubtedly Qin Hao. Qin Hao has come out, pursue him. Wang Wei could no longer afford to hesitate. Simultaneously, he grabbed his radio and shouted, Units 3 and 4, be advised. Qin Hao is heading downstairs. Be cautious. Do not confront him directly, just follow him from behind. Understood, came the replies from the two inspectors over the radio. Wang Wei's eyes were fixed intently on Qin Hao's retreating figure, not daring to relax for even a moment. He no longer considered this fellow a minor player. His schemes were, one could hardly predict the next unexpected move he might make. However, he failed to notice that as the three of them descended, another figure stepped out from the restroom. Yet, at this moment, he had already changed into a different outfit. This detail went unnoticed by anyone except the viewers in his personal live stream. Zhang Bai, 26 years old, led an unremarkable life, filled with gaming and watching movies, devoid of any notable peaks or valleys. But today, an unexpected turn of events emerged. While he was using the restroom, he found himself ensnared by someone. Indeed, you read that correctly. He was captured by a strikingly handsome young man. His clothing, worth 200 yuan, was exchanged for 3,000, all while complying with the other party's phone instructions without committing any unlawful acts. 3,000 in 10 minutes. Where could one find such a... Thus, Zhang Bai did not hesitate to agree. Refusing such an offer would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Ding ding. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon answering, he heard the young man's voice on the other end. Crouch down. Pretend to tie your shoelaces. Taken aback by this directive, Zhang Bai, though confused, complied, as he stood on a stairway-style escalator surrounded by many people. Just as he crouched down, Wang Wei and the two inspectors stepped onto the escalator at the same time. Wang Wei, positioned above, descended slowly on the escalator, his gaze sharp as a sword, scanning each individual aboard. Moments later, his brow furrowed. Where had everyone gone? Chapter 11. Do as I say, and leave the rest to fate. At this moment, Sun Shao of the inspection team, along with the team leaders beside him, wore expressions of mounting. To them, the stakes had never been higher. The front entrance of the mall was blocked, and 3 inspectors were trailing behind, while Qin Hao was caught in between. How could he possibly escape? It was utterly impossible. Unnoticed by anyone, Chen Yalan, who had remained silent until now, furrowed her brows tightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound confusion. Where is he? Where did he go? Did you see him downstairs? Standing in the elevator, Wang Wei glanced around anxiously. There was only one elevator descending, and they were merely a few seconds late. Yet, in those fleeting moments, they had lost their target. Captain, we didn't see anyone, replied the 2 inspectors at the entrance. Strange. Move crouched. Take the elevator going up. Qin Hao's voice came through on the phone. Understood. Zhang Bai nodded, remaining crouched as they reached the lower level and boarded the adjacent elevator ascending. Coincidentally, someone behind him also boarded, perfectly obscuring his figure. What the hell? This is too impressive, right? Is he blocking the line of sight? The audience watched, their scalps tingling. Everyone was stunned, never expecting such a brilliant escape method. No, it couldn't be called an escape method, for Wang Wei had never been pursuing Qin Hao. He was merely chasing a decoy. Did you see anyone? Wang Wei furrowed his brow as he stepped off the elevator, looking at the two inspectors approaching him, his voice low and serious. No. They both shook their heads in unison. He must have hidden himself using some method, but I am certain he entered the first floor. Wang Wei firmly believed in his own judgment. Surely, a living person couldn't just vanish into thin air. Split up and search. One of you stay by the door. The first floor of the mall was quite expansive. Even with 4 people searching, it would likely take Yet, this was the prime opportunity to apprehend Qin Hao. If they missed this chance, who knew when they would get another? Boss, what should I do now? Zhang Bai asked nervously from the ascending elevator. Wait. Qin Hao observed the 4 inspectors gradually separating, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. He was playing a psychological game. Dressed in an inspector's shirt, though not particularly eye-catching, it resembled a prison uniform closely enough. For this reason, he was confident that without seeing his face, the inspection team would immediately recognize his attire. However, he had long since swapped his clothes with someone else. All right, take the elevator down and walk out behind the crowd. As Qin Hao noticed the 4 inspectors had vanished, leaving only one at the entrance, he instructed. After all, who in their right mind would ride the elevator back and forth? Moments later, the elevator arrived, and Zhang Bai followed the crowd toward the main entrance. For reasons unknown, he began to feel anxious. Boss, you're not a criminal, are you? I must say, while I, Zhang Bai, may be short on cash, I cannot assist a wrongdoer. Zhang Bai couldn't help but mutter softly to his phone. He increasingly felt as though he were involved in some nefarious deed. Otherwise, why would he be going back and forth like this? Ha ha ha, Zhang Bai, you're just now catching on? Indeed, you are aiding a wrongdoer, and a heinous one at that. Zhang Bai, just step forward and make— Qin Hao chuckled softly and replied, rest assured, I am a good person. Simply follow my instructions, and leave the rest to fate. Zhang Bai, what the hell, you're a good person. However, with matters having progressed this far, hesitation would lead to failure, and there was no time to waver. For at that moment, he had already exited the elevator. Qin Hao watched as Zhang Bai drew closer to the entrance, his eyes gradually narrowing. Just as the inspector turned his gaze elsewhere, run, Qin Hao said in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bai instinctively jolted, his mind yet to process the command, but his body sprang into action. He moved swiftly, darting past the crowd, reaching the entrance in just a few strides. Then, in the astonished gaze of the program inspector, he suddenly burst forth. You? The inspector stood frozen, his speed too great for him to catch a glimpse of the face. By the time he reacted, all he could see was a rapidly fleeing silhouette. Do not look back. Just run for your life, enjoy yourself, and may we meet again by chance. After saying this, Qin Hao hung up the phone. Yet, the entire first floor erupted in chaos. Qin Hao, don't run. The program inspector suddenly realized, letting out a loud shout. The 4 inspectors searching on the first floor halted, then sprinted away. Honestly, I am seriously beginning to suspect that Brother Hao is an escape. They must not allow a real escapee to masquerade as one. The viewers in the live stream were left in shock at Qin Hao's display. Most of them were tuned into 2 live streams, so they clearly witnessed how each of Qin Hao's commands allowed Zhang Bai to remain concealed in the blind spots. Even right beneath Wang Wei's nose, he had failed to notice. One must admit, it was truly a chilling thought. If he were indeed a criminal, there was no doubt that in the fleeting moment of their elevator encounter, Wang Wei could have met his end. Enjoy your game. Qin Hao smiled as he watched the program inspectors recede into the distance, then tucked away his phone. How much is this outfit? He pulled out a fine white suit and inquired of the nearby attendant. 2003. The attendant, a young lady, looked at Qin Hao with evident admiration. She had witnessed his earlier performance firsthand. May I ask, are you with the Tianyan program team? After a moment's hesitation, the young lady inquired curiously. Yes, how did you know? Qin Hao replied, nodding in surprise, recognizing the admiration in her expression, which suggested she might just be a budding fan. Of course, unfortunately, I have to work, so I don't have time to watch. I can only catch up in the evenings. As she spoke on this topic, her excitement grew. I especially admire Sister Chun Yalan. She is so knowledgeable, mature, and beautiful. At such a young age, she is already the director of a provincial hospital, truly a representative of successful women. I wonder when I will be as outstanding as Sister Chun Yalan. The young lady chattered enthusiastically, her face lighting up gradually. Qin Hao's smile faded, and his expression darkened. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, who were observing everything unfold, found themselves in fits of laughter. Chapter 12. I knew you were not a good person. Oh, I can guarantee that based on my brother Hao's expression just now, he was undoubtedly very pleased, thinking he had encountered a fan. And yet, the jester turns out to be himself? The audience in the live stream erupted into laughter upon witnessing the gradual fading of Qin Hao's smile. So, it turns out you're a fan of Qin Yalan too. What a coincidence. I am as well. Wow, you too. Upon hearing this, the young lady's eyes lit up. Knowing that Qin Hao was part of the production team, she felt no need for defenses, especially since they both shared an admiration for Qin Yalan, which provided ample common ground. Qin Hao played the role of a charming older brother, listening attentively to the young lady's lengthy discourse without interruption. I never expected that amidst the vast sea of people, we would share the same idol. Thank you, young lady. You are truly dedicated. With a look of admiration, Qin Hao flicked his hair and gave a playful wink. Young lady, given our serendipitous connection, coupled with your exquisite beauty and my striking handsomeness, shouldn't there be a discount? Upon hearing the word, after a moment's hesitation, she replied, 20% off. No, how about 30% off? Qin Hao expressed his bewilderment. Goodness, after all that I've said, you only offer me 30% off. Do you believe I could break your bones? I am, after all, a criminal. Alas, I am simply too kind. Qin Hao sighed deeply, handing over the money before departing. He saw no need to attract the attention. Li Haoran, sitting in the director's studio, his expression darkened instantly. The staff around him sensed the ominous aura emanating from the director. Upon reflection, it was rather tragic for the director. Previously, he had watched the escapees struggle in agony, only to find himself repeatedly asked for money by brother Hao. How pitiful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a narrow alley, Zhang Bai gasped for breath, his face flushed. He felt he could run no more, yet those behind him relentlessly pursued him, especially the chilling words they shouted, sending shivers down his spine. I knew it. I damn well knew you were not a good. Zhang Bai felt like crying without tears. He realized, even in his dazed state, that he had been used by a criminal. Qin Hao, let us see where you can run this time. Behind him, Wang Wei, accompanied by several inspectors, approached with a sinister grin. They were confident that they had cornered Qin Hao in this dead end. He had nowhere to escape, however. As Wang Wei drew near, his brow furrowed slightly, an ominous premonition suddenly surfaced in his mind. Why do I feel something is amiss? With Qin Hao's stamina, could his body be trembling like this? Wang Wei murmured instinctively as he contemplated. His footsteps slowed. They had sealed off the only exit, so they were not concerned about Qin Hao escaping. Meanwhile, within the inspection team, the 5 team leaders also furrowed their brows. Something is off. No matter how foolish Qin Hao may be, he wouldn't run into a dead end. Team leader Zhou declared gravely. Moreover, even the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. This ISD Qin Hao, how could that be? They had witnessed Qin Hao emerge themselves. Hee, I can assure you, this is indeed not my brother Hao. I just came from brother Hao's live stream. He is currently preparing to find a place to rest. I must say, the inspection team is indeed formidable, but my brother Hao is even more so. The audience in the live stream, having just come from Qin Hao's broadcast, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This is indeed not Qin Hao. Analyst Wang Lei chuckled ruefully, shaking his head in resignation. What do you mean? Sun Xiao was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend. I have been keeping a close watch on him. How is it possible that this isn't Qin Hao? Yes, you have indeed been watching him, but from when did you start observing him? Chun Yalan replied with a wry smile. Was it when he left the restroom? Or from the entrance of the shopping mall? You must realize, Qin Hao vanished from our sight for a full 10 minutes, and for an ordinary escapee, that might not seem significant. Pausing for effect, she continued, however, for Qin Hao, even although this person's height and physique are somewhat similar to Qin Hao's, the skeletal structure differs. He appears far too frail. The audience in the live stream was left speechless to deduce someone's identity from their skeletal structure. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. If it were anyone else, they would likely scoff and dismiss it as nonsense. But who is Chun Yalan? She is a professional doctor with a background in forensic medicine. Having examined countless corpses, she could easily identify differences in skeletal structures. It seemed a rather standard operation. Impressive. Wang Lei immediately gave a thumbs up, filled with admiration. As an analyst, he relied on his intellect, believing Chen Yalan to be merely a decorative addition for the sake of the show. Yet, he was astonished to discover that she was genuinely skilled. In truth, it is not merely a matter of skeletal structure and physique. There is a crucial aspect that you all seem to have overlooked, which is also the most evident point, perhaps unconsciously forgotten. Wang Lei said with a slight smile. What is it? At this inquiry, curiosity sparked among the crowd. Sun Xiao glanced between Wang Lei and Chen Yalan, feeling a severe headache. During his time in the military, while intellect was necessary, it was never this mentally taxing. That was a realm where strength reigned supreme. A glint of insight flashed in Zhou Jun's eyes as he blurted out, stamina and running posture. Precisely. It seems Brother Zhou has made the connection. This imposter Qin Hao, upon emerging from the restroom, displayed a running posture entirely different from that of Qin Hao. This is something you failed to notice, but amidst the chaos, it is quite normal to overlook such details. Wang Lei nodded with a smile, continuing. Boom. The entire live stream erupted with excitement. Sun Xiao stood frozen in shock. Chapter 13. The Crushing of Intelligence, a review of the footage. Indeed. Only now do I recall that Qin Hao's running posture is immutable. Goodness, I completely overlooked that. To be honest, who could possibly notice such a detail without scrutinizing closely? The audience, who had been intently observing the inspection team, suddenly found enlightenment. Particularly during Wang Wei's pursuit of the impersonator, they had entirely missed this crucial detail. Ah, I see now. Sun Xiao exclaimed, collapsing onto a chair, his face a mask of despair. Defeated. Yet again, he faced defeat. If previous losses were attributed to strength and stamina, this time he was utterly outwitted, overwhelmed by sheer intellect. I found it. At that moment, Xiao He exhaled deeply. The crowd turned their gaze to a surveillance screen, revealing footage from the shopping mall's cameras. The footage was from mere minutes ago, showing Qin Hao standing on the second floor, smiling as he observed the bustling hall below. Then, the 5 leaders of the inspection team, along with the spectators, were struck by astonishment, for they now possessed a goddess eye view. They could clearly see the individual dressed in Qin Hao's attire brushing past Wang Wei as they ascended the escalator. Next, they witnessed Qin Hao directing that person, facilitating a seamless escape from the mall, drawing all attention towards him. Meanwhile, in the midst of this chaos, Qin Hao leisurely purchased a suit. Astonishment, shock, bewilderment, a myriad of expressions manifested on the faces of all present. Some began to question their existence. Was Qin Hao truly an ordinary person? An ordinary individual, remaining unfazed while being pursued by multiple inspectors and a special forces operative. This is an absolute domination. Many viewers, even those who had witnessed Qin Hao's maneuvers during his live stream, remained profoundly shocked. Indeed, this was domination. Sun Zhao's eyes glazed over as he stared blankly at the surveillance footage, watching Qin Hao's composed departure, questioning his very existence. Captain, that is not Qin Hao. A quaking yet furious voice emerged from the walkie-talkie, belonging to Wang Wei. The crowd quickly looked up to see that in Wang Wei's live stream, he had now apprehended Zhang Bai. I should have anticipated this. This fellow's stamina cannot be so lacking, thus it is impossible for him to be Qin Hao. I was too careless. Wang Wei's voice dripped with regret. It was evident that his face was etched with self-reproach. After being provocatively given a thumbs up by Qin Hao in the mall, he had created such a significant uproar, only to discover that the person he thought he was about to apprehend was not Qin Hao at all. They had been toyed with by Qin Hao all along. The combination of anger and helplessness was beyond anyone's comprehension. I realize now. Let us regroup. Clearly, we need to devise a new plan. Sun Xiao regained his composure, taking a deep breath, rubbing his face vigorously, and forcing a determined expression. Bang! At that moment, the door of the inspection team was flung open. The crowd turned to see Director Li Haoran entering. It appears you have also come to a realization? Li Haoran remarked, observing the expressions of the crowd, his face darkening. But it is too late. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several inspection leaders immediately soured. Many may not have grasped. Likewise, I will provide this footage to the Real-Life Inspection Bureau as a classic case for comparison against reality. Li Haoran disregarded their reactions, his demeanor serious as he addressed the livestream audience. Everyone, please pay attention. Li Haoran took a deep breath, for he too had not anticipated the extent of Qin Hao's prowess. The video began to play. The audience could clearly see Qin Hao throwing money in the air. Qin Hao caused chaos in the shopping mall by scattering money in a public space. Fortunately, there were no elderly or children present. Otherwise, casualties would have been inevitable. Li Haoran stated gravely. This is the first point. I urge everyone to maintain vigilance in your daily lives. Never let trivial gains lead to others. While you may acquire money, you might simultaneously be committing a crime, rendering the gain futile. Many may not believe this, but just observe how many elderly individuals spend exorbitant amounts for free eggs. Remember, nothing comes without a cost. Even if it seems fortuitous, it is likely to be detrimental. Are you aware that your actions may inadvertently empower heinous individuals? Moreover, your chaos may lead to increased harm and disaster for others. To put it bluntly, you might be unwittingly complicit in a crime. Indeed, The next victim could very well be your family, all for the sake of a few $100s. Upon hearing these words, both the inspection leaders and the viewers in the live stream fell into deep contemplation. The scene shifted to Qin Hao purchasing a suit from a saleswoman. Li Haoran continued solemnly. That young lady was distracted by Qin Hao's antics, leading her to forget to collect payment, thus providing Qin Hao with an opportunity to exploit. Many may perceive her as foolish, but that is not the case. When Qin Hao mentioned an issue with the clothing, her instinctive reaction was to forget about the payment. Surely, many similar instances occur in our daily lives. Hearing this, Zhou Jun, a detective, nodded in agreement. Indeed, though it is not within my jurisdiction, I am aware that our precinct receives similar reports daily, especially now that mobile payments are prevalent. Li Haoran nodded, continuing, while the amounts may be insignificant, over time, problems will inevitably arise. Therefore, I implore everyone to be diligent when receiving or making payments. Ensure that you have indeed received your due. The audience, listening intently, felt a sense of numbness. Yet, it was undeniable that each point resonated deeply with them. The third and most severe point is that the tourist Zhang Bai was lured by 3,000 yuan, manipulated by Qin Hao to divert the inspection team's attention, allowing him to escape. Li Haoran stated with gravity, this should not have transpired, but due to that 3,000 yuan, he intervened. Moreover, they were originally strangers. Thus, under the premise that Qin Hao was indeed a criminal, Zhang Bai's actions still constituted a crime. This is merely a program, and we shall not voice any objections, but in reality, Zhang Bai could find himself with a criminal record over a trifling sum. Therefore, I caution everyone against the temptation of small gains. Once again, nothing comes without a cost. Even if it appears to be a windfall, it is likely to be a trap. I will provide all of this information to the real-life police department for reference. I hope that in the future, when cases akin to these arise, they can be resolved swiftly. Chapter 14. Going against the grain, returning to prison, singing, Brother Hao, have you realized that you've become famous? As someone who has continuously observed Brother Hao's maneuvers, I am astonished to discover the extent of his accomplishments. If it weren't for the leader's analysis, I would have remained oblivious. Indeed, one can only say that my Brother Hao is invincible. In Qin Hao's live streaming room, the number of viewers has begun to surge dramatically, escalating from 1 million to 3 million. The main audience has consistently been with the Inspection Bureau and the Broadcasting Studio, as they are the true mainstream shows. Moreover, considering the multitude of escapees, it is quite remarkable that Qin Hao has garnered such a staggering viewership. It is noteworthy that among 100 escapees, aside from Qin Hao, only one individual barely reaches 30,000 viewers online. Regrettably, despite the fervor within the livestream, Qin Hao is utterly unaware of it. Greetings, dear viewers. I believe you are all familiar with me by now. My name is Qin Hao. As Qin Hao strolls down the street, idly passing the time, he embarks on a self-introduction. Instantly, the livestream becomes even more animated, for this marks Qin Hao's first initiative to engage with his audience directly. The hour is growing late, and I must seek a place to rest. He continues, however, I lack an identification card, and securing a legitimate hotel is out of the question. Even a modest inn would not suffice. There are the underbridge shelters, but some require identification while others do not. Ha ha ha, the underbridge shelters are quite the option, aren't they? The viewers erupt in laughter at Qin Hao's words. But why should we hide ourselves in such places? I can only surmise that the inspection team is not foolish. They will undoubtedly consider this as well. Hence, we shall turn the tables and embrace the shadows. Qin Hao swiftly determines where he will spend the night. The audience is left in a state of bewilderment. Shadows. What does he mean by that? Now, where might be the safest yet most vulnerable location? A smile graces Qin Hao's lips, and before the astonished expressions of all the viewers, he turns and strides towards the direction of the prison escape. Viewers. Goodness, could it possibly be that place? Brother Hao intends to return to prison. It does seem feasible, considering that in reality, the prison is now vacant, with most of the guards deployed elsewhere. I even suspect there may be no one left to oversee. All viewers are utterly flabbergasted by Qin Hao's audacious maneuver, especially when he stands before the prison door, shrouded in darkness akin to a black hole, gazing into the abyss within. A smile graces his face as he effortlessly scales the wall and leaps inside. There are bound to be some guards, but certainly not many. First, let us disable the surveillance. Before long, Qin Hao locates the monitoring room, where 2 guards remain. However, his movements are swift. The moment he opens the door, he flashes in and seizes both guards by the neck. Don't move, or you shall meet your demise. Qin Hao tilts his head, smiling at the 2 men. The guards are stricken with horror, utterly unprepared for Qin Hao's return. Their presence here is merely a ruse orchestrated by the production team to enhance realism, and the prison is largely empty. After all, who would have anticipated Qin Hao's return? While other criminals would flee as far as possible upon release, he has returned. 666. Brother Hao excels as always. This isn't merely a matter of excellence. The truth is that even if an average person contemplated this, they would scarcely dare to act. Indeed, one could easily find themselves in a perilous predicament. The audience is left questioning their own existence. How many of you are here? Do not act rashly. Even if you attempt to alert others before the inspection team arrives, I can still eliminate you, albeit in a feigned manner, but in the show, it would be genuine. Qin Hao sits confidently in a chair, smiling at the two guards. Glup. The guards swallow hard, revealing a number. There are a total of 5. Qin Hao nods, instructing them to reveal the locations of the other 3 guards. As for the 2 he has captured, they are now bound to their chairs. I never anticipated he would pull such a stunt. One guard sighs ruefully as he watches Qin Hao's retreating figure. Unforeseen indeed. A mere 10 minutes later, Qin Hao returns with 3 guards securely tied up, alongside a few cleaning staff and cooks. He thoroughly searches the prison, confirming that all is in order. Observing the 5 seated in chairs, along with the cleaning personnel, he glances at the time and feels it is still early, leading to a sense of boredom. My dear brothers and sisters, do not think that Brother Hao neglects you. After a long day, do you not feel exhausted and drained? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites in Qin Hao's eyes as a bold idea takes shape. Upon voicing his thought, the audience erupts in excitement. Despite the brevity of their interaction, they can discern the outrageous creativity of this individual. Come, let us play some cards. Qin Hao beckons to the cleaning staff while instructing the 2 cooks to prepare a few delectable dishes. The aroma wafts through the air. The 2 cleaning ladies exchange glances, gritting their teeth as they take a seat. Pair of 2s. One boldly initiates the game, tossing down a pair of 2s. Qin Hao, he senses that these individuals might be lacking in social acumen. It not evident who holds the upper hand. Why challenge him in this manner? Do you know what is essential in this line of work? Qin Hao gazes at the few women among the cleaning staff, smiling as he states, it is all about having the right connections. Wild card. Without hesitation, he throws down a wild card. The audience is left in shock, playing cards in prison, and it is he who leads the game. It is about wielding influence. Qin Hao pops a peanut into his mouth. Simply playing cards can be rather dull. Allow me to provide you with an opportunity. Sing me a couple of songs, and when I depart, I shall spare your lives. After all, the long night stretches ahead, and it would be quite meaningless for us men to merely stare at one another. Qin Hao smiles, his gaze fixed on the other cleaning staff who appear to be in a daze. As for compelling the guards to sing, that is out of the question. He fears they might attempt to escape or resist. Both the audience and the 5 men disguised as guards widen their eyes, asking the cleaning staff to sing for you in prison. Could you not at least show some respect for their position? Yet, the 5 guards breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that they are not being forced to sing. Will you do it? Qin Hao frowns, sensing the cleaning staff's hesitation. In a life-or-death situation, is there truly room for doubt? After a moment of silence, one cleaning staff member finally smiles sincerely. Brother, would you prefer to sing, or shall we have a drink first? After a brief pause, Qin Hao casts an appreciative glance at him. Well done, a commendable sense of awareness. Let us proceed. Showcase your talents, and do not disappoint the audience. Qin Hao gestures invitingly, signaling for them to commence their performance. Instantly, over 3 million viewers in the live stream are left utterly flabbergasted. Brother Hao has prepared this for them? Chapter 15. The Art of Disguise, Behemoths Beneath the Bridge. From this moment forth, I pledge my unwavering allegiance to Brother Hao. Indeed, I've witnessed fan devotion before, but never to such an extravagant extent. I'm enamored. Though they may be but a handful of men, their presence is more than sufficient. What more could one desire? The janitorial staff exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and despite the tears welling in their eyes, they resolved to sing. They had calculated their odds. Given their combat prowess, they stood no chance of resisting Qin Hao. Moreover, as human beings, one must possess a will to survive, though it may be humiliating, a tad disgraceful. But what is singing, after all? Why fear it? All right, dear audience, do take your time to appreciate. I have toiled through the day and find myself a bit weary. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction and, after engaging in a game for a while longer, he chose to cease. What could possibly promote slumber more effectively than the soothing cadence of a song? Nothing, indeed. The sole lament is that the voice is not that of a woman. As Qin Hao gradually closed his eyes, his breathing becoming steady, the 5 prison guards were completely bound, rendering him unperturbed. The audience, wearing expressions of speechlessness, soon bore witness to a shocking spectacle. Perhaps due to the late hour, many were returning home from work, or for other reasons, the viewer count in the live stream began to surge once more. 3.5 million, 4 million, 4.5 million. It escalated to nearly 5 million before it finally tapered off. While this figure still paled in comparison to the broadcasting studio and the inspection bureau, it had come perilously close. It is worth noting that this was merely a personal live stream. The broadcasting studio and the inspection bureau represented mainstream platforms, which carried entirely different significance. Today, I heard that a formidable individual graced the Tianyan program. Where is this mighty figure? Let me see. What on earth is happening? Did I inadvertently enter the wrong livestream? Where's the host? Oh my, the young man sings so beautifully. I am Qin Million. Today, I am 35, a veteran with a modest fortune. I once excelled in my combat team, clinching numerous championships. An unfortunate incident resulted in some impairment to my legs, compelling me to retire from the team and pursue small business ventures. Yet today, an opportunity has arisen, reigniting my fervor. It is a sensational program, the Tianyan production team. It allows me to once again experience the life of a combat team, albeit in a simulated manner. I wonder who this gentleman is. But fate is unpredictable. This fellow is astonishingly formidable, exhibiting speed and ruthlessness beyond belief. Indeed, they have been captured. Once a top contender in combat, he found himself utterly overwhelmed in a single encounter. The embarrassment is suffocating. Fortuitously, Qin Hao has not summoned me to sing. Qin Million mused as he observed the others singing and dancing, feeling somewhat tormented. It is indeed quite torturous to think that he, a proud prison guard, could not even protect the janitorial staff within the prison. He could scarcely imagine how mortifying it would be to confront his comrades in arms in the future. Meanwhile, the audience remained blissfully unaware of his despair, finding the spectacle rather amusing. Truth be told, these young men possess remarkable singing talent. Indeed, quite impressive, yet they are not young men. They are janitorial staff. Do make that distinction. Doge face? Precisely. This is earnest singing, devoid of any frivolous embellishments. Ah, it would have been better had you not clarified. Why do I suddenly feel something awry upon your explanation? The audience was filled with anticipation, pondering how the inspection team would react upon discovering these events. Surely, they would be met with despair and embarrassment. Simultaneously, the inspection team had shifted shifts. Although they were inspectors, they were not machines. They too required rest, albeit in rotation. At this moment, Sun Xiao sat before the monitors, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the rankings of the team leaders. First place, Zhou Jun, with 8 captures. Second place, Wang Lei, with 6 captures. Third place, Xiao He, with 5 captures. Fourth place, Chen Yalan, with 4 captures. Fifth place, Sun Xiao. In the span of a single day, he was lagging behind the first by a staggering 5 captures. Ah, it is no surprise that those engaged in criminal investigations possess such formidable skills. Sun Xiao sighed deeply, feeling utterly drained by the day's events. The primary source of his fatigue was the overwhelming prowess of Qin Hao. He found himself at a loss as to how to apprehend the individual. Qin Hao is frivolously spending money in the marketplace, committing crimes once more, while I remain utterly powerless. What a disheartening thought. Sun Xiao chuckled bitterly. Prior to participating in the program, he hadn't paid much heed, certainly not to the program itself. After all, educating the public through entertainment is a commendable endeavor. What he had underestimated were the criminals. With his military background, boasting the highest physical fitness and performance in drills, capturing them should have been a cinch. Indeed, it should have been effortless, yet he found himself outmaneuvered. He felt as helpless as a child. It seems Captain Sun Xiao is significantly disheartened. Undoubtedly, just look at the other team leaders ranked so highly, while only Captain Sun Xiao has managed a mere 3 captures. That is not entirely fair. Even if Zhou Jun sought to apprehend Brother Hao, it would not be an easy feat. Captain Sun Xiao is merely being delayed by Brother Hao. The livestream audience, upon observing Sun Xiao's downcast expression, began to murmur among themselves. Some perceived Sun Xiao as a failure, perhaps even demoralized. Yet, many others believed that he was not weak. Rather, he was merely facing a stronger opponent in Qin Hao, leaving him helpless. Qin Hao's speed is astonishing, and his strength formidable. Thus, I shall seek individuals with swift agility, or perhaps acquire some equipment. Sun Xiao exhaled deeply, never contemplating surrender. He was merely momentarily shaken. Gradually, his gaze grew resolute. System, display personal information. Host, Qin Hao. Comprehensive physical quality, 80. Skills, intermediate lockpicking, intermediate combat awareness, intermediate sprinting, advanced counter-surveillance techniques. Emotional value, 18,000. Seated upon a chair within the prison, although Qin Hao had closed his eyes, he was actually reviewing his personal information. After all, he harbored some reservations regarding the 5 prison guards, as they were living beings and could potentially resist at any moment. There were no immediate changes evident, yet when Qin Hao glanced at his emotional value, he was taken aback. 18,000 emotional value? When did it surge so dramatically? Qin Hao pondered, though he did not delve into the matter further. It was now firmly within his grasp. Though I am not concerned about the inspection team's pursuit with my current capabilities, it is undeniably bothersome, and I find myself quite hindered in my endeavors. Qin Hao began to contemplate, his gaze swiftly settling upon the system's marketplace. The Art of Disguise, Chapter 16, Concealed Attributes, the suit-wearing thug, singing the Overlord song. Advanced disguise techniques. Features, utilizing makeup and mask crafting to obscure one's true visage. Materials required: plaster, soapy water, clay, silicone. Price: 10,000 emotional points. Qin Hao declared, "System, purchase the disguise technique." Ding! Purchase successful. In the next moment, Qin Hao felt an influx of knowledge in his mind, as if it had been innate, devoid of any awkwardness. In his mind's eye, images flashed, methods of material preparation, how to process these materials, and how to create a mask that is exquisitely perfect. Invincible! Qin Hao exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. He was certain that once he crafted the human skin mask using these disguise techniques, the world would be his oyster. Surrounded by the gentle melodies sung by several young men, Qin Hao continued to feign slumber. Given his current physical condition, even a sleepless night would not greatly affect him. Mere pretense of sleep sufficed. That very night, countless escaped convicts trembled in the bridge tunnels, park benches, and small groves. The buzzing of mosquitoes accompanied their slumber. Occasionally, the protest of hungry stomachs punctuated the night. "Qin Hao, you dog-like creature, couldn't you at least leave me $10? Woo-woo." A burly man, sleeping in the grove, muttered through gritted teeth in his dreams. Smack! A hand suddenly clapped against his thigh, leaving a small blot of blood. The burly man looked at the dead mosquito in his palm and felt a sudden loss of interest. "You are my little apple. How could I love you too much?" As dawn broke, the moment consciousness returned, he heard the singing drifting into his ears. The voice was raspy, even somewhat eerie. Qin Hao quickly opened his eyes and turned toward the source of the sound. Before him danced several cleaning staff, singing and reveling in a lively performance. Meanwhile, several bound prison guards glared angrily, looking quite deflated, their eyes heavy with dark circles. "What on earth is this? Have you been singing all night?" Qin Hao asked, astonished. "Ah, yes, big brother." The group paused, clearly a bit dazed. "Impressive, so dedicated. Truly commendable," Qin Hao exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration, then added, "Please, take a break. Don't tire yourselves out, or it would seem I am unkind. Here, this is a little tip for you, $2,000. Don't think it's too little." The cleaning staff looked at the 2,000 yuan in hand, suddenly feeling a pang of heartache. Was this a slap across the face followed by an invitation to extend the other cheek? Outrageous, utterly outrageous. "Good morning, everyone. How did you enjoy last night?" Qin Hao declared as he locked everyone inside the surveillance room and stepped out. He then retrieved the outfit he purchased the previous day and changed in the restroom. It was a white suit. Neither exceptionally good nor terribly bad. After donning the suit and black leather shoes, he stood before the mirror. In the reflection was a young man with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an undeniable aura. Youthful vigor radiated from him. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a hidden attribute. As a god-level escapee, how could one be an inconsequential individual?" Suit-wearing thug. Attribute. Possesses a formidable presence that influences all, enhancing physical attributes by 60. Comprehensive elevation. Activation condition. Can be activated for 1 hour each day. Holy smokes! Qin Hao was startled by the sudden system notification. Upon realizing the attributes of the suit-wearing thug, he gasped in astonishment. A comprehensive attribute increase of 60. He was unsure of what this 60 entailed, but it certainly was not trivial. Incredible. Truly remarkable. As Qin Hao gazed into the mirror, he noticed a distinct shift in his aura. Presence was a mysterious quality that every individual possessed. Those in power exuded one kind of presence, while the common folk had their own. Even without activation, he could clearly feel it, cold, brutal, and unyielding. Pushing open the door, Qin Hao stepped outside slowly. "Is that really my bro, Hao?" Honestly, the moment he stepped out, I thought I was facing a ruthless thug. Is this what they mean by clothes make the man? But that can't be right. Isn't Hao just an ordinary guy? This is more imposing than my boss. Haha, can you believe there are still people who think Hao is just an average person? The live audience erupted as they witnessed Qin Hao's emergence. Even through the screen, they could distinctly perceive the transformation in him. Unaware of the situation in the live stream, Qin Hao pushed open the door. He instinctively turned and saw an older woman waving from the surveillance room window. "What is it?" Qin Hao inquired, puzzled. "Hao, you're awake. Would you like some breakfast?" The woman's face lit up with a smile upon seeing him. "I made some breakfast this morning, though I'm unsure if it suits your taste." Qin Hao, he had to admit, the woman's culinary skills were commendable. Glancing at the 5 bound prison guards, Qin Hao shook his head in exasperation, feeling a sense of disappointment. You all should learn from her. Look at her attitude compared to yours. What a disgrace. Qin Hao praised, but honestly, I prefer your proud demeanor. It's as if you want to kill me but can't. Please, maintain that. The 5 prison guards, ha ha ha, what a remarkable presence. I feel this young man is quite the talent. Look at that reaction speed, truly professional. Cough, cough, but honestly, I suspect that breakfast might be poisoned. The audience in the live stream found the interaction between the two quite entertaining. Forget the breakfast. I have matters to attend to. Let us settle up. Qin Hao declined, wary that the woman might poison him. After all, who would wish a good year to a cat when they were a mouse? However, after uttering this, he paused, apologetically glancing at her. My apologies, I forgot this iced tea bar. Never mind, consider it my treat for the Overlord's song. The five young men, the audience, the Overlord's song, really? Is that a thing? Have they really reached a point where they have so many cases they aren't worried? Alright, I'm off, don't see me out. Also, you've sung all night. Your throats must be sore, so take something to soothe them. Qin Hao waved his hand and turned to leave, intending to gather materials for crafting the disguise mask. Of course, he also reclaimed the 2,000 yuan tip. After all, were they going to sing the Overlord's song and still expect a tip? Not a chance. The cleaning staff stood dumbfounded, utterly stunned. Chapter 17. The director's professional qualities. An invitation to shooting experts. The director's team and staff watched the director with bated breath, sensing that he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to explode at any moment. After a prolonged silence, Li Haoran's facial muscles twitched, and his eyes gradually regained focus. Damn it! Li Haoran erupted, rising with palpable anger, his gaze fixed fiercely on the screen as he bellowed at the staff. How dare he? How dare he? His body trembled involuntarily. The staff fell silent, some even feeling a twinge of pity for the director. How utterly unfortunate. If Qin Hao had directly invaded a prison, taken out a few guards, or engaged in singing, they would have grown accustomed to his criminal antics, all within the confines of the rules. In fact, it would have been more surprising if he hadn't committed a crime. However, this brazen act of Qin Hao, who voluntarily declared he would sing a domineering song and even suggested that others consume more throat-soothing lozenges, was beyond belief. Wouldn't this require their production team to compensate financially? It was bound to cause distress for the auditing team, leaving the production team to clean up the mess afterward. One could only wonder how infuriating this situation was. Li Haoran certainly felt overwhelmed, his heart racing erratically. At that moment, a backstage staff member cautiously raised his head. All eyes turned towards him, filled with admiration. What a remarkable display of audacity. What is it? Li Haoran frowned, his tone icy. This morning, I compiled the statistics, and the online viewership reached its peak, surpassing last season's highest number. 32 million viewers online, and the majority of them tuned in specifically for Brother Hao. Silence. Let us not even mention the inflated online viewership. It could easily cross 1 billion. The entire broadcasting room fell into a terrifying quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the statistical data, questioning whether their ears were deceiving them. Last season, the highest peak viewership was barely around 15 million. One must understand, this was real-time viewership, and 15 million was already a staggering figure. Yet now, this individual claimed that the real-time viewership had reached 32 million? How could that be possible? What did you say? Li Haoran furrowed his brow, asking again in astonishment. Director, the real-time viewership has now reached 32 million. It's likely because people are commuting to work this morning and have time to watch. The staff member gulped nervously, speaking cautiously. Moreover, a significant portion of these viewers tuned in for Mr. Qin Hao, whose live stream has drawn in 8 million viewers, nearly comparable to the numbers in our production team's broadcasting room and the auditing team. Hiss. This time, they understood clearly. Everyone collectively gasped in shock, their scalps tingling. One person had managed to elevate their entire program? Let me see. Li Haoran's expression shifted as he hastily approached the computer, his eyes glued to the screen. Instantly, his body trembled slightly. The number of 33 million online viewers nearly blinded him. Indeed, in such a short span, it had already reached 33 million. Furthermore, this figure continued to climb. Director, what about Qin Hao's fees? Someone cautiously inquired in a hushed tone. What Qin Hao? That's Brother Hao. Upon hearing this, Li Haoran's expression changed abruptly, and he replied sternly, since he is part of our production team, regardless of what the participating contestants have done, we must take responsibility for them. This is a fundamental professional quality of a director. Do you doubt that I am unwilling to pay? He cast a suspicious glance over the assembled crowd. No, how could that be? Indeed, in the directing community, who doesn't know about Director Li's professional integrity? Exactly. The staff members shook their heads fervently, their expressions sincere. All right, go on, and ensure that matters are handled properly for Brother Hao. A smile finally graced Li Haoran's face as he stepped out, feeling elated. He sensed that he was on the verge of greatness. Although the previous season's Sky Eye program had also garnered immense popularity, it paled in comparison to the current momentum. This time, he felt he could ascend to the ranks of top directors. And it was all thanks to Qin Hao. Soon, he arrived at the auditing team. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and entered. That moment, all the team leaders were already present, each exhibiting a commendable level of alertness. Everyone, I assume you've received the report? Li Haoran succinctly stated, diving straight into the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, the 5 team leaders exchanged glances, their expressions grim as they nodded. Assaulting police officers, throwing money in a mall, causing chaos, and misleading the auditors. He paused briefly before continuing. Invasion of a prison to sing a domineering song, one incident after another, all exceedingly egregious. The circumstances are exceptionally critical. Our program aims for a 99% realism. Thus, in accordance with the realities faced by a police department. Now, Sun Xiao must mobilize all forces to apprehend Qin Hao. Upon hearing, singing a domineering song, the faces of the crowd involuntarily twitched. In truth, they had been somewhat dazed when they received the report. They had heard of dining and dashing, but never of singing a domineering song. This was indeed an eye-opener. However, upon digesting Li Haoran's words, Sun Zhao's expression abruptly shifted. But what about the rankings? I still have 17 escapees that I haven't caught. The crowd instinctively nodded. Indeed, what would happen to the rankings and those escapees that Sun Xiao had yet to apprehend? In urgent matters, one must prioritize. The actions taken by Qin Hao are sufficient for any police department to devote all its energy to him. Li Haoran shook his head, speaking solemnly. Although this is merely a program, I believe none of you have perceived this as just a program. Indeed, even within our criminal investigation team, similar behaviors as exhibited by Qin Hao would draw our attention unless there were homicide cases to address. Team leader Zhou Jun agreed, nodding in affirmation, and continued. One must understand that if Qin Hao can create chaos and even assault police officers, then he is capable of murder. Though our interaction has been brief, I can already discern that he is an individual devoid of any moral compass. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a heavy silence. Though they were reluctant to admit it, the points made by both were undeniably valid. A person capable of assaulting police officers would certainly not refrain from taking a life. The only reason he hadn't killed anyone yet was simply that the situation hadn't escalated to that point. Nothing more. Therefore, Qin Hao poses an extreme danger, and both his intelligence and strength are formidable. Li Haoran nodded slowly, stating, Sun Xiao, the escapees you have yet to apprehend will be distributed among the other 4 team leaders, and the rankings will continue. Sun Xiao, you are to focus all your efforts on capturing Qin Hao. Can you manage that? Absolutely. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Sun Xiao clenched his fists, rising suddenly, and exclaimed loudly. Continuing the rankings meant that from the outset, he would be in the last position, but for him, it was no longer merely a matter of rankings. It was a battle between the auditing team and the criminals. Chapter 18. The Art of Deception. It's time to showcase true skills. Excellent. Keep it up. Li Haoran nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. Although Qin Hao had set a record for the production team, that was one matter, and apprehending targets was another. He had not forgotten his original intent, nor was he particularly targeting Qin Hao. Furthermore, the audience for this show extended beyond the common folk. Higher-ups were also observing. It was merely a matter of addressing the situation at hand. It seems that Brother Hao is about to face tremendous danger. Indeed, with 10 inspectors and 2 elite inspectors, the difficulty has doubled. There is no denying it. Brother Hao has been rather arrogant. I wonder who the other elite inspector, Captain Sun Xiao, will choose and from which industry. In the live stream, the audience watched silently, only erupting into fervent discussion once Li Haoran had departed. They acknowledged Qin Hao's exceptional prowess, but only under the circumstance that Sun Xiao had been distracted by other escaped convicts. Now, with Sun Xiao's full attention on capturing Qin Hao, how could he possibly evade? He was bound to be caught. Yesterday's events made it clear that a single Wang Wei cannot capture Qin Hao, so who will the second elite inspector seek? Analyst Wang Lei asked with a smile. I pondered all night. Since Qin Hao possesses great strength and speed, and we have Captain Wang Wei for strength, we are lacking a speed-oriented inspector. Sun Zhao's eyes gleamed with determination. However, I personally believe that a speed-oriented inspector may not be a match for Qin Hao, as speed alone does not equate to strength. Upon hearing this, the audience instinctively nodded in agreement. It made sense. We could directly invite a shooting expert. Striking from a distance would be the best option. Although we currently lack firearms, we could make use of tranquilizer guns. The range is just a bit shorter. At that moment, Qin Hao strolled down the street, wholly unaware that the production team had altered their plans, or rather, that he had inadvertently instigated this shift. This would lead Sun Xiao to focus all efforts on him. Wow, this young man is so charming. Indeed, he exudes an extraordinary presence. He must be a major celebrity. The eyes of passing young women seemed fixed upon Qin Hao. The allure of a well-tailored suit was simply irresistible. Qin Hao felt a twinge of annoyance. His suit's concealment feature had not been activated, yet it still carried some of that magnetic appeal, drawing an unusual amount of attention as he walked the streets. System, is there any way to completely conceal this? Qin Hao thought to himself. Beep, affirmative. In the next moment, although Qin Hao felt no immediate change, he could perceive the shift in the gazes of passers-by, prompting a satisfied smile to spread across his face. As a criminal of professional caliber, one must be tough when required, yet pliable when the situation calls for it. Beep, the rebels counterattack, host may choose. Explanation. As one destined to become a god-level fugitive, how could a god-level rebel remain passive? Please, host, retaliate fiercely and present the inspectors with a cherished gift. Host may choose to accept, reward skill, insight. Refusal will incur no penalties. Qin Hao stared at the system's sudden task, momentarily taken aback. It was more of a choice than a task. A cherished gift for the inspectors. How intriguing. He was well aware that this so-called cherished gift was not meant in a literal sense. So, how should I present it? Rob a bank? Hold up a jewelry store? Qin Hao frowned. While his actions might appear audacious, they remained within a controlled scope. He understood that his current capabilities were decent, but to claim he was truly powerful would be an exaggeration. It was merely that the inspectors had not fully focused their attention on him. Never mind. I'll first procure some materials needed for disguise, and then contemplate further. Liaozhou City boasted numerous large markets, akin to flower and bird markets, where one could find nearly any legal commodity desired. Pets, clothing, renovation materials, food, and more. Before long, Qin Hao boarded a taxi heading to the bustling market. Found him. Within the inspection bureau, a member named Xiaohei suddenly exclaimed. Sun Zhao's attention was immediately drawn to the screen, which displayed Qin Hao getting into a taxi. In this day and age, evading the watchful eyes of the state was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Surveillance equipment was omnipresent, and even if one were to hide in the mountains or remote villages devoid of monitoring, tracking routes could still reveal their location. Thus, this explained why Qin Hao had not made any effort to conceal his whereabouts. It was simply impossible. Brother Qin, we have located Qin Hao. Without hesitation, Sun Xiao seized the walkie-talkie and spoke in a low voice. Can you confirm the taxi's final destination? Currently, we are unable to ascertain. Xiaohei shook his head and continued, but I will keep a close watch. Who do you think Brother Qin mentioned? A shooting expert, a compatriot of ours named Chan. There can only be one. Many may overlook sports, but those who closely follow them would know that Chen Guo is a world champion in shooting. In the live stream, someone promptly shared this lengthy account. And then, it erupted. Although shooting may not garner as much attention as more popular sports like sprinting or marathon events, the sight of such achievements sent chills down their spines. They were exhilarated. Who would have thought that such a luminary could exist in their homeland? Whoa! Zhou Jun and his companions were astute. Although they could not see the barrage of comments, the mention of Brother Chun coupled with the title of world champion led them to the inevitable conclusion. They gazed at Sun Xiao in disbelief. Are you referring to Chen Guo? Indeed. Sun Xiao nodded with a smile and continued. I refuse to believe that a world shooting champion cannot subdue him. While we may not be permitted to use firearms at present, tranquilizer guns should suffice. The group chuckled, feeling that this was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Indeed, Chen Guo was already a master in the realm of shooting. Now, to employ him to capture Qin Hao, it seemed like overkill. One must understand, a world champion is of a caliber that can only be described as pinnacle. Chapter 19. Advanced Scamming Techniques, Free Distribution of Eggs. Hello everyone, I am Chen Guo. I am truly surprised and honored to participate in the Tianyan program, thanks to Captain Sun Zhao's invitation. A gentle male voice resonated over the intercom. Even as a world champion, his initial impression on everyone was exceptionally positive, devoid of any arrogance or pretentiousness, as if he were an old friend. Brother Chen, Senior, we appreciate your help this time, Sun Xiao remarked with a smile. Confirmed. The taxi is headed to East Market Street in Liaozhou City. At that moment, Xiaohei spoke up again. Sun Xiao nodded in gratitude. Honestly, he was genuinely thankful, as the escaped convicts that originally belonged to him had been evenly distributed among the other 4 captains. At that moment, these 4 were actually busier than he was, yet they still offered their assistance. Brother Chen, Senior, let us proceed to East Market. All right. The interest of all the viewers instantly surged, with even some employees from the company opting to slack off and watch. They had a premonition that what was to come would be a fierce contest. Although Chen Guo and Wang Wei were joining forces, Brother Hao was certainly not to be underestimated. Thank you, Master. Qin Hao exited the taxi and expressed his gratitude to the driver, then proceeded towards the entrance of East Market. Upon stepping through the doorway, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices, a bustling crowd that was quite lively, primarily consisting of elderly individuals amusing themselves with their pets, though there were also a fair number of young people. Was this not the perfect opportunity to present a gift to the Inspection Bureau? System, Open the system mall. An interface appeared before him. Qin Hao's gaze was immediately drawn to a particular skill. Advanced Scamming Skill. 8,000 emotion points. Skill description. Scamming requires a certain level of finesse. The ability to control the entire scene of deception is enough to ignite the passions and elevate the adrenaline of any top-tier criminal. Note: in ancient times, the law was severe, and thus the skills of every notorious bandit stemmed from poverty. One must discern what can be robbed and what cannot, lest one meet a swift demise. Exchange. After donning a mask, he cast a peculiar gaze over the entire market. It was time to showcase his true skills. What is Brother Hao doing here? Who knows? A genius's thoughts are always so unconventional. The viewers in the livestream were filled with curiosity as they watched Qin Hao step into the market. Unlike other escaped convicts who would do anything to hide, Qin Hao boldly appeared before such a large crowd. Was he not afraid of being exposed? At that moment, Qin Hao had entered a small supermarket. Boss, ID like. This small supermarket was not particularly large, and items like eggs were typically located near the entrance. The viewers were utterly bewildered, increasingly unable to comprehend the situation. He had ventured here, risking so much, simply. However, halfway through, he paused and decided to purchase a large speaker and a small table. Naturally, the shopkeeper assisted him with some of the eggs. The series of actions left all the viewers in a state of confusion. Goodness gracious, I can hardly believe it. While other escaped convicts could scarcely afford a meal, here he was with such an abundance of eggs. The most critical question was, what on earth did he need a table and a speaker for? Was he planning to promote his illustrious achievements? Everyone, do you understand what this operation is? Sorry, I don't comprehend it. Neither does the sky, nor does the earth. The viewers in the livestream engaged in animated discussions. They knew that money was of paramount importance in this show, yet Brother Hao had already squandered a considerable amount, even tipping 5 young men 2,000 earlier. Now, he was wasting even more. Was he out of his mind? Some viewers even speculated that Brother Hao had become conceited. After surveying the large market, I can confirm that there are indeed many elderly individuals here. Most elderly folks enjoy taking advantage. This was a tactic he had devised after acquiring the scamming skill. Many international con artists were truly remarkable. For instance, Qin Shi demand payment. As the viewers listened, their expressions grew increasingly peculiar. So, elderly people enjoy taking advantage, which is indeed true, but what does that have to do with Brother Hao? Don't you understand? Brother Hao is preparing to do charity by distributing eggs to the elderly. My grandmother was deceived by these scoundrels. Can you believe it? A $500 water dispenser, and that unscrupulous vendor had the audacity to sell it for $2,000 after delivering a few eggs. The viewers in the livestream were abuzz with chatter. However, they were acutely aware that Brother Hao had nothing to sell at the moment. Even if he wanted to scam, he was in no position to do so. The shopkeeper followed Qin Hao, watching as he moved the table and other items to an inconspicuous corner, looking rather perplexed. Since this spot is quite close to your store, you can keep an eye on it. What do you say? Want to earn a little extra? Just keep an eye on the stall for me, and it'll be done in no time. $500, Qin Hao said with a cheerful demeanor. All right. The shopkeeper glanced at his nearby store. Since he had nothing to do anyway, and $500 was tempting. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed elders, and distinguished young folks, please direct your gaze this way. With the shopkeeper's agreement, Qin Hao seized the large speaker and shouted. One must admit, the effect of this speaker was nothing short of extraordinary. His voice reverberated throughout the entire market. All curious eyes turned towards him. Today, you are in for a treat, let me tell you, Qin Hao said with a broad smile, slowly continuing. Did you think I was here to sell something and deceive you with free eggs? A few elderly individuals glanced at each other with caution, instinctively nodding. They had seen such tricks far too often, yet each time, they fell victim, completely unable to restrain themselves. It was truly not their fault. The older generation had grown accustomed to hard times and often held the belief that one should seize anything free. However, this very mindset played perfectly into his hands. Chapter 20. Congratulations on your robbery, business secrets. Well, esteemed elders, while I acknowledge your honesty, allow me to assert that you are gravely mistaken. With a beaming smile, Qin Hao continued, we are a company that specializes in the production of various egg products, such as century eggs, fresh quail eggs, sterile chicken eggs, salted eggs, and so forth. However, we are utterly unaware of your specific preferences regarding flavors. Thus, our company has decided to distribute free eggs, and we kindly request that each of you provides a piece of valuable feedback, just one, and please refrain from repeating suggestions. Can everyone comply? By merely offering a single opinion, each of you shall receive a bag of eggs. While you may perceive eggs as a precious commodity, in our company's perspective, the value of feedback far surpasses that of eggs. Upon hearing this, just one idea for a bag of eggs? I noticed that a small bag weighs around 2 pounds. Goodness, this company is quite affluent. Could this be yet another scam? What is there to fear? Once I collect my eggs today, I want to be returning tomorrow. The crowd surged with enthusiasm. The excitement among the elders was palpable, fervent, and utterly irresistible. You might question the elders' physical state or their mental acuity, but their fervor for free eggs is beyond reproach. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. They had witnessed free egg distributions before, but never in such a manner. Clap, clap. Qin Hao promptly rapped his hands on the table. Silence everyone. Please maintain order and line up. One at a time. Ensure you are prepared with your opinions and thoughts. Otherwise, no eggs will be given. Additionally, since these opinions may pertain to our company's trade secrets, we shall need to discuss them at another corner. Your understanding is appreciated. All the elders nodded in agreement. As long as eggs were involved, they were willing to comply. Of course, some of the gentlemen felt a flicker of excitement within. Trade secrets, what an elevated term. Who would have thought that they, in their advanced years, would have the opportunity to engage with such terminology? They would surely regale their grandchildren with tales of their brush with trade secrets. Soon, the line arranged itself neatly, stretching far beyond sight. Who could fathom the sheer number of elders present in the market? First, dear Auntie, please follow me. Little did she know, danger had quietly descended. The others were unhurried. After all, waiting for free eggs could easily take hours, a common occurrence. Auntie, have you thought about your suggestion? Before long, they arrived at the corner, and Qin Hao inquired amiably. Of course. Personally, I really enjoy spicy food. The auntie nodded confidently, but just as she began to elaborate, she noticed the young man's hand resting on her shoulder. Auntie, congratulations. It's now robbery time. Hands on your head. This declaration left the auntie utterly bewildered. What the heck? What else with this operation? I've been here for ages for this. Is it truly a robbery? Is it acceptable to... Simultaneously, they realized the rationale behind Qin Hao's elaborate scheme. Most of these elderly individuals were not well versed in mobile payments, hence they often carried cash when venturing out, and surely, one would not presume that that would be a grave error. While some may indeed be financially strained, at least half were simply unwilling to forego the opportunity, having grown accustomed to frugal living. Even now that life had improved, they would still eagerly seize any chance. Stunned into silence. How on earth did he conceive such a cunning plan? The auntie stared blankly at Qin Hao. Just then, a staff member from the television crew approached with a friendly demeanor. Don't worry, auntie, this is merely a show. If you could Alternatively, if you prefer not to participate, please disclose the total amount of cash and valuables you possess. Here is my identification. After this explanation, the auntie's confusion evaporated. She was no longer frightened, but rather exhilarated. If I cooperate, will I still receive my eggs? She hesitantly inquired. Qin Hao, audience, yes. Qin Hao paused for a moment before nodding. After all, it wasn't his money, so it was inconsequential. Auntie, you possess 535 yuan. According to the show's rules regarding criminal behavior, this falls under the category of robbery. These funds belong to you, but in the context of the program, you have also committed a robbery, and I emphasize, only within the show. The staff member gazed earnestly at Qin Hao and continued. Do you comprehend my meaning? Certainly. Qin Hao nodded, which implied that whether by robbery or deceit, as long as the money was acquired, it belonged to him, and naturally, the wrongdoing. The victims, however, would be compensated by the production team. In that moment, the crowd understood. There indeed existed such a rule. Upon reflection, it made sense. If criminals in reality could commit offenses, why should those in a show be exempt? Yet, considering Qin Hao's recent tactics, they couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spines. For many elderly individuals, such a robbery method was utterly indefensible. This was merely a robbery. What if it had been a kidnapping? Most people had become too complacent in their comfortable lives, having lost their basic sense of vigilance. Robberies occur in every nation around the globe. This was neither the first instance, nor would it be the last. Truly remarkable, absolutely astonishing. I dare say, this concept is utterly imaginative. I find myself feeling fortunate. At least those unscrupulous merchants merely swindle money without resorting to outright theft. Otherwise, the situation would be far worse. I sense something amiss among those present. Brother Hao is engaging in criminal activity, so why are we so exhilarated? Shouldn't we be condemning him? As this statement was made, the barrage of comments fell silent. All the viewers were compelled to reflect. Indeed, Qin Hao was committing a crime. Shouldn't they be denouncing him or even cursing him? Yet, they felt a wave of excitement. What was going on? Regardless of the audience's sentiments in the live stream, they had no bearing on Qin Hao's continued actions. Brother Hao, here are your 535 yuan. A staff member rushed over, respectfully offering the cash with both hands. Thank you. Qin Hao smiled, nodding as he counted the money, every cent accounted for. Production team, note down the 535 yuan for now. We'll settle the accounts later. And remember to give the Annie 2 pounds of eggs to calm her nerves. Production team. Chapter 21. Young man, you are a good person. The art of an instantaneous change of expression. Ha ha ha, what a surprise. The production team is flabbergasted. My storyline was not meant to unfold this way. I sense that Brother Hao is not here to spend money. He has come to earn it. The audience erupted in laughter, doubling over at the spectacle. Meanwhile, the system prompts in Qin Hao's mind continued to stream in, however. He had little time to dwell on them as he turned to the ant before him and smiled. In the context of reality, I have already knocked you out. You can now either leave or simply enjoy the show from where you stand. Someone will surely bring you eggs. Thank you, young man. You are truly a good person. The ant nodded kindly and casually presented a Goodness gracious, you are a good person. Qin Hao wore a gentle smile, appearing as a youth imbued with righteousness. Watching the ant walk away, he instinctively touched his chest. Ah, I feel that my red scarf is even more conspicuous now. The audience. Never have we encountered such shamelessness. Please, be a decent person. All right, dear audience, there are still many uncles and aunts waiting to hand out good person cards. Time is precious, let us continue. Qin Hao leaned forward, gazing at the long line in the distance, and picked up the loudspeaker. Next. It's my turn. It's my turn. Ha ha ha. It's clear that the opinion of that old lady was not favorable. She didn't even come back for the eggs. The old gentleman laughed heartily, striding with an impressive gait, exuding vigor. Those unaware might think he was heading into battle rather than merely collecting free eggs. Among the spectators, the expressions of envy from other elderly folks were almost comical, leaving them both amused and bewildered. Sir, may I ask, do you have heart issues? Qin Hao inquired with a smile as the old man approached the Now, I must seriously inform you that you have been robbed. Qin Hao said with a gentle smile and a carefree tone. The old man. How could you so nonchalantly utter such a cruel statement? His jubilant grin gradually stiffened, then faded. Ha 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 ha. Goodness, the change in expression is simply magnificent. To be honest, I wouldn't watch the Spring Festival Gala without this old man. The audience roared with laughter, while two production staff members flanked either side, beginning to explain. They had resolved not to leave, solely to provide a special commentary for Qin Hao. After all, in reality, if Qin Hao were truly a robber, that old man wouldn't have survived a second. He would have collapsed to the ground. Thus, given Qin Hao's skills, it was impossible for the defrauded elderly to offer any resistance, or even make a sound. This young lady, I sense a dark omen in your brow. It appears you may be facing a financial misfortune. Qin Hao stood before a young woman, his expression grave. Next, are you going to suggest that only by adding your prestige can you assist me in resolving this? The young woman rolled her eyes, exasperated. Oh, young lady, you are quite astute. I am momentarily at a loss. Qin Hao paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face, completely unfazed by being seen through. Hee, while your ploy is rather clever, it's regrettable that this is the third time I've encountered it. Next time, remember to devise a fresh tactic. The young woman shook her head in disbelief and turned to leave. Qin Hao, with one hand, pressed against the wall, somewhat helplessly said, Why not just mention who you intend to complain to? Holding an LV bag and coming to collect free eggs, does free stuff taste that good these days? Alas, people today are so impatient. Can't they let me finish my thoughts? As a dignified young pioneer, how could I possibly deceive anyone? Qin Hao sighed lightly, then glanced down at the terrified young woman, offering a faint smile as he slowly uttered two words. Robbery. The young woman. Production team, please note, 2,000 yuan, and also, please calculate the value of that LV bag for me. Additionally, I believe the young lady's entire outfit must be worth quite a sum, so do not shortchange me. Production team. Should I even mention how utterly absurd this is? Isn't this the 10th person already? About that, yes. 10 individuals, large and small, totaling nearly 10,000. I calculated it. Averaging a person per minute is alarmingly swift. Truly, this is faster than smuggling profits. Indeed, the path of fraud and robbery is quite lucrative. However, Qin Hao remained oblivious to the fervor in the live stream, only aware of the continuous system prompts echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring emotional points. 500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring emotional points. 800. Ding! Qin Hao glanced at his emotional points. After redeeming the robbery skill, there was not much left. Yet now they were rapidly. Within a mere few minutes, the total had soared to over 10,000 emotional points. Though it seemed daunting, Qin Hao understood that such a sum merely allowed for the redemption of some advanced skills. Acquiring divine-level skills would be an impossibility. A divine skill required a minimum of 100,000 emotional points. Currently, without any divine skills, he eagerly pondered just how formidable divine skills must be, given the potency of advanced skills. The journey ahead is long and arduous. Qin Hao mused, contemplating for a moment before addressing the two staff members. I need to accelerate my pace, yet you are spending a great deal of time assessing the value of items, which is quite a waste of my time. Theoretically, in reality, if he were a robber, he could simply seize and depart without issue. But that was not the case here. However, this being a show, the wallets might contain important or cherished items for the individuals. It was uncertain whether the production team could provide a solution. Soon, a production staff member hurried over. Brother Hao, the director has informed us that the production team will connect with experts in luxury goods and item valuation, who can determine the value in an extremely short time. Great, thank you. Qin Hao nodded with a smile. You're too kind, Brother Hao. We will remain here, so just focus on your performance, and anything you need, just let us know. Has even the production team capitulated? What do you mean capitulated? This is quite normal, isn't it? In reality, if Brother Hao were a robber, would he not need to return the items to their rightful owners? The audience in the live stream shared smiles upon witnessing this scene. This was precisely the reason they cherished the program. As for prank shows or street interviews, they held no interest, viewing them merely as attention-seeking antics. They even risked unintentionally harming the host's spirit, but the Tianyan program took all considerations into account, providing a sense of reassurance. Qin Hao paid no further attention to the staff member, his gaze fixed upon the lengthy queue. These were all his prime targets, fresh, lush, and vibrant. Chapter 22. The Emotionless Machine, a Major Case. Next. The shouts echoed from Qin Hao's lips, each person falling prey to his successful heist. After all, most were elderly individuals. Not to mention, even adult men would find themselves incapacitated in an instant. 25, 35, 50, 70. Qin Hao appeared to transform into a machine devoid of feelings, tirelessly engaged in this lucrative endeavor, one that presumably would not tire anyone. Of course, not every attempt was successful. He would casually pose a question, and upon receiving a response, instruct them to fetch eggs. With a mix of truth and deception, this method achieved optimal results. Otherwise, a complete failure would render even a fool aware of the issue. The primary reason being that many elderly individuals would think, if so many others failed, then surely my chances are slim, leading them to abandon their weight. The audience watched in a state of trepidation, shivering in fear. Although the initial moments were thrilling and invigorating, as time passed, their thoughts deepened. They could scarcely imagine the magnitude of commotion that would ensue if Qin Hao were to commit such acts in reality. Tremendous! In today's society, where mobile payments dominate, perhaps each individual carried little cash, but the sheer number of people was staggering. Little by little, it amassed. Even the crew members trailing Qin Hao closely were visibly agitated, occasionally wiping sweat from their brows. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Wait, this doesn't add up. Brother Hao is already financially secure. Although I haven't calculated precisely, he must have amassed several million by now. At this stage, is there really a need to continue? Not to mention that gentleman's Rolex watch, worth 40 to 50,000, let alone the cash. This is no mere theft. It is an act of societal retaliation. When the count reached 100, the audience could no longer contain themselves, the comments erupting like a volcano. In just 2 hours, robbing 100 people. Such a horrific record could challenge the Guinness World Record. Moreover, the most astonishing part was that it appeared Brother Hao managed to keep the elderly individuals remarkably patient, as they continued to await their turn. In that moment, many young viewers suddenly realized. The allure of eggs was undeniably potent for the elderly. However, from their omniscient perspective, they felt little emotion. Yet, in the eyes of the elderly, it was a different story. Each person leaving with eggs heightened their anxiety, leaving them utterly powerless. They found themselves praying for even more failures among the participants. In stark contrast to the lively scene outside, the live stream was eerily quiet. Such an incredible feat unfolded before their eyes. They were perplexed as to why Qin Hao would engage in such behavior. Was he dissatisfied with the gravity of his own crimes? Do you think, considering Brother Hao's character, that he is They recalled the words Qin Hao had written under surveillance, later raising a middle finger at the inspection team. It could be said that throughout this program, Qin Hao's demeanor towards the inspection team had been brazen and audacious. Yet, this very attitude had made him a prime target. Right from the outset, a world champion marksman had been dispatched. Thus, with Qin Hao's temperament. As this thought struck, everyone jolted awake, realizing the strong likelihood that this was indeed Qin Hao's revenge against the inspection team. After all, a sum no less than 100,000 in cash would suffice for him to find a place to hide and live leisurely. It must be noted that the longer one evades capture, the more money accumulates. Simply waiting for money to fall from the sky sounds appealing, does it not? Hence, only one explanation remained. 100 individuals, factoring in the watches and other valuables, as well as cash, surpassing 200,000, qualifies as a significant amount crime, with extremely adverse societal implications. Finally, Qin Hao ceased his activities, standing with a smile as he noticed many shop owners had likely sensed something amiss and emerged. I wonder if the inspection team will appreciate this gift. The audience. They gazed at Qin Hao's smiling face as if observing a madman. What sort of insanity would compel someone to commit such heartless acts? One can only imagine the headache this would cause the inspection team. For in reality, these 100 victims might have already been rendered unconscious, but others who witnessed the event would undoubtedly inform the inspection team, as in reality, they were the robbed individuals, and no restitution would be forthcoming. There was even the potential for life-threatening consequences. Setting aside the societal pressure, the mere existence of 100 victims would be enough to give the inspection team a migraine. Let us calculate. Qin Hao turned to the staff with a smile. However, that gentle smile appeared anything but benign in the eyes of several staff members, a little terrifying. Yes, yes. They exchanged glances, nodding hastily to begin the calculations. It was relatively straightforward. Each wallet had been returned, and all were duly recorded, allowing for completion in just a few minutes. Brother Hao, the total cash you obtained amounts to 85,200, in addition to several valuable items, including watches and designer bags, bringing the total value to 238,400. A staff member spoke cautiously. Hiss. The audience in the live stream gasped in astonishment upon hearing this was the result of merely 2 hours of effort. In total, it had been just over 3 hours. Over 20,000 in 3 hours. Good heavens. Excellent. Qin Hao nodded, accepting the heavy black bag handed to him by the crew. As for the watch, he slipped it onto his wrist. I must say, good things are indeed good things. I feel my aura elevated significantly. Qin Hao smiled at the Rolex watch. The program had a rule. Items acquired during the show belong personally to the participant. In simple terms, if you have the skill, you can take it. Whatever you obtain is yours, with the program covering the costs. However, if you lack the ability, you either flee obediently or await capture. Naturally, if apprehended, all items obtained during the show must be surrendered, as is the case with real criminals. However, participants at least have salaries and bonuses to claim. Meanwhile, actual criminals are left to rot in prison. Chapter 23. Qin Hao's Revenge, the achievement of slaying 100. Meanwhile, 4 police cars have come to a halt at the entrance of the East Market. Captain, we have arrived at the East Market. From within the police vehicle, these two were none other than Chen Gu and Wang Wei. Trailing behind them were 10 inspectors, each bearing a grave and serious expression, as though they were about to confront the most vicious of criminals. Let us proceed. The surveillance from Xiaohe has already traced Qin Hao's whereabouts. Inside the inspection bureau, Sun Xiao gazed at the footage displayed by Xiaohe, a confident smile once again gracing his face. This time, Qin Hao will have nowhere to escape. Mark my words, no one can thwart this. His voice resonated with unwavering determination. 10 inspectors, along with 2 elite ones. This is the entire— It will indeed be difficult for Qin Hao. Goodness, are you all still oblivious to what our brother Hao has done? The viewers in the inspection team's livestream were abuzz with speculation. Given that Qin Hao was deemed exceedingly dangerous, all of Sun Zhao's resources were now directed towards him. Many believed that even if Qin Hao was formidable, this time he would find it exceedingly challenging. Now, let us enter the East Market and ensnare him like a fish in a barrel. Sun Xiao declared with vigor, gesturing for Wang Wei and Chen Gu to lead their 10 subordinates into the East Market. Captain, something feels off. Suddenly, Wang Wei spoke in a low voice. What is it? Sun Xiao paused momentarily, then quickly surveyed the entire market, his brow furrowing in concern. Although he was not particularly skilled in criminal investigation, as a military man, he could sense that the atmosphere in the market was askew. There were too few people. The silence was eerily unsettling. This is entirely inconsistent with the daily life of the citizens. What on earth has transpired? Or perhaps, have we overlooked something? Sun Xiao murmured softly. Beside him, Zhou Jun and others were preoccupied with directing their subordinates to apprehend the escapees, leaving them little time to assist him. Captain, should we inquire? Wang Wei's brow was deeply furrowed. He felt a growing unease, marking the second instance of such feelings. The first was when he was toyed with by Qin Hao. Forget it. We must not raise any alarms. Split into pairs and search for Qin Hao's trail, but remember to avoid direct confrontation. Sun Xiao. As for the market's peculiarities, they could be addressed later. Understood. Wang Wei and Chen Gu exchanged a glance, methodically beginning to organize their personnel. Soon, the pairs dispersed to search. Bang! Just then, the hearts of the 5 inspectors tightened, turning to see none other than Director Li Haoran. The 5 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with apprehension. Could there be yet another incident? The moment I've eagerly anticipated has finally arrived. While Haogu shops, I thought I would drop by and see how the inspection team is faring. Truly, it has not disappointed. To all the viewers who have been following the inspection team, brace yourselves. The moment of high tension has arrived. Please take your seats, for you may find it quite shocking. The number of viewers in the inspection team's livestream began to surge dramatically, swiftly surpassing 15 million. Even the staff monitoring the back-end data were left astounded.
Alas.
Unlike before, when his expression was grave, Li Haoran now wore a complex look as he regarded the group leaders, standing in silence before finally letting out a deep sigh. Seeing his demeanor only heightened the unease among the 5 leaders. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the alarm phones within the inspection bureau began to ring, all 10 lines ringing simultaneously as if prearranged. The 5 instinctively exchanged glances before answering the phones. Hello, this is the Tianyan program's emergency hotline. How may we assist you? What? You say you were robbed at the East Market. Did you see what the assailant looked like? A man wearing a mask? Hello, this is. You were robbed, is that correct? Very well, we will verify this promptly and provide you with a response. Yours was also robbed? They realized that all 10 calls were reporting robberies. They understood that if it were a genuine robbery, the calls would not have reached their program's hotline but rather the real-world emergency services. Since all these calls had come through to them, it could only mean one thing. The robber was the escaped convict from their program. East Market. Qin Hao. The group rapidly connected the dots, zeroing in on their target. The only information they possessed indicated that Qin Hao was the sole individual present at the East Market. Moreover, it seemed he was the only one capable of executing such a deed. How dare he? There are 10 victims. Sun Xiao sat dazed in his chair, fully aware of Qin Hao's audacity and boldness. To rob 10 individuals. What a concept! In reality, it would undoubtedly capture societal attention. The other 4 leaders shared his disbelief. However, upon hearing Sun Zhao's exclamation, Li Haoran, standing at the doorway, revealed a cryptic smile. 10 victims? No, that was merely the foundation. Heh, look at that knowing glint in the director's eyes. It makes me want to laugh. Ha ha ha, 10 victims? I feel the group leaders are underestimating my bro Fat Tiger. The viewers from Qin Hao's live stream were utterly satisfied. They reveled in the shocking news while others remained oblivious, relishing the astonished expressions of those around them. It was truly a delightful experience, as expected. Ring, ring, ring. Once again, within the now silent inspection bureau, all 10 phones rang in unison. Zhou Jun, Wang Lei, and Chen Yalan felt their scalps tingle, their expressions shifting to one of shock and anger as they stared at the phones. They harbored an ominous premonition that grew increasingly potent. Even if they were reluctant to acknowledge it, their minds had already provided the answer. These 10 calls were undoubtedly related to Qin Hao. Glug. Sun Xiao swallowed hard, extending his trembling hand to slowly pick up the phone. Hello? He had barely uttered 2 words when he was met with the voice on the other end. His body jolted violently, and the receiver slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Chapter 24. Awareness of Prevention, Dreamlike Victims, Commercial Deception. Captain Sun Xiao appeared utterly dazed, uncertain of what he had just heard. What on earth is happening? Could someone please enlighten me on what exactly transpired? To be honest, I'm quite baffled. The audience, who had been attentively watching the inspection team's live broadcast, wore expressions of confusion. Meanwhile, the other team leaders hastily answered their phones. Silence. The atmosphere within the inspection bureau was chillingly quiet. The 5 team leaders exchanged bewildered glances at Li Haoran, who remained uncharacteristically silent. It can't be, can it? Sun Xiao suddenly spoke, his voice trembling. Given their familiarity with Li Haoran, they knew that whenever he appeared, it was never good news. He usually articulated issues clearly and decisively, or made announcements, but this time, there was an unsettling air about him. Yet, it was inconceivable. This was already the 20th victim. Li Haoran cast a penetrating gaze at Sun Xiao, smiled faintly, and remained silent in the midst of this eerie ambience. Ring, ring, ring. Upon hearing the phone ring, the 5 team leaders shuddered in unison. Sun Xiao bit his lip and answered the call, but this time, he refrained from initiating conversation. Then, he heard a man's voice emanating from the receiver. Is this the Tianyan program team? I wish to report a robbery. I was held up at the East Market. Although my losses have been restored, I still called the police as per your program's requirements. Sun Xiao had already heard this line countless times today. His heart swelled with astonishment and fury. How dare Qin Hao act so brazenly? Sun Xiao instinctively glanced at the team leaders beside him, only to see them nodding in acknowledgement. Clearly, it was the same report. Another wallet snatched. 30 individuals, a total of 30 robbery reports. 30 people had been victimized. Even Zhou Jun and his colleagues felt their heads buzzing with disbelief. They were aware of Qin Hao's arrogance, but this was beyond audacity. Moreover, how on earth had he managed such a feat? According to surveillance footage, he had only been at the East Market for a little over 3 hours, just over 3 hours, and he had robbed so many people? Another crucial question arose. While robbing 1 or 2 individuals might go unnoticed, how had he managed to do so without raising any alarm among such a large number of victims? Were the others mere fools, standing idly by as he robbed them? This was the aspect they struggled to comprehend. It was utterly surreal. Even Zhou Jun, a seasoned provincial criminal investigation team leader, found himself momentarily dazed. Sigh. At that moment, Li Haoran let out a profound sigh. Brother, if you have something to say, Just say it directly. Don't sigh like that. It sends shivers down my spine. Sun Xiao could no longer contain himself and spoke out of sheer frustration. Pfft. Despite knowing this was not the time to laugh, Qin Yaolin couldn't help but chuckle. Let's wait a bit longer. Li Haoren was equally exasperated. He was aware that there were at least 100 victims, and they were only just getting started. If he began speaking now, he would undoubtedly be interrupted. Just a little longer? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun and the others felt a chill run down their spines, fearing the worst. And just as anticipated, ring, 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 the insistent phone rang once more. And this time, it was another 10 calls. Sun Xiao, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. That made 40 individuals, but it was evident that this was far from over, as they received another 6 waves of calls in quick succession. Hiss! 100 people. A full 100. How on earth did he manage that? Sun Xiao hung up the phone, his expression one of utter bewilderment. From the moment Qin Hao arrived at the East Market, a total of 3.5 hours had elapsed, which means he robbed 100 individuals within that time frame. Xiao Hei's fingers flew across the keyboard, his face reflecting uncertainty. Shock. An unparalleled sense of shock. Everyone was terrified by this horrifying number. 3.5 hours to rob 100 people. In the past, Zhou Jun would have slapped anyone who uttered such absurdity without a second thought, dismissing it as nonsense. But now, with irrefutable evidence laid bare before him, he found himself incapable of disbelief. Well, you all know the situation now. Additionally, I must mention that according to our back-end staff's calculations, Qin Hao averaged 1 robbery per minute, and that was accounting for the initial time spent estimating the value of stolen items. Li Haoren clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, speaking in a calm tone. Later, our back-end team invited some valuation experts, and they estimated that he could manage an average of around 40 seconds per person, if not faster. Therefore, he didn't even require the full 3.5 hours. As he spoke these words, even Li Haoren, who had witnessed the events unfold firsthand, found it difficult to grasp the reality of it all. What should have been impossible was, against all odds, happening right before his eyes. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room erupted, with comments flooding the screen like a flurry of snowflakes. Alright, to keep it brief, Cheng Ge and Wang Wei will need a bit more time to conduct their searches, so let's proceed with the calculations. Li Haoren continued without waiting for a reaction from the crowd. This time, we've identified a crucial point that must be presented to the Real Inspection Bureau. Upon hearing this, the crowd's bodies tensed, and they quickly set aside their chaotic thoughts to listen attentively. First, everyone please look at the screen. Li Haoren gestured toward the display, as the inspection team was about to arrive, leaving little to conceal. The audience then witnessed Qin Hao's actions within the market, even his audacious proclamations through a loudspeaker. Qin Hao exploited human weaknesses, particularly among the older generation, who have long been accustomed to frugality, a virtue that, when manipulated by certain individuals, can become a vice. Li Haoren spoke solemnly, continuing, thus, a mere small gift, such as a few eggs, could easily deceive the elderly in your homes, leading them to fall victim to scams or even abductions. In many rural areas of our country, there are numerous so-called discount events, where one can simply sit through half an hour to an hour of product presentations to receive a pound of eggs or other goods. Many elderly individuals, and even adults, participate in these free events, as they require little to no investment, just some idle time. And they can receive complimentary items. Why not take advantage of that? At this point, many who had experienced deception, perhaps more than once, couldn't help but emit a bitter laugh. Oh dear, don't say any more. My face is already starting to hurt. I recall thinking the same way back in the day, but for some reason, I ended up spending thousands. Chapter 25. The hook, the temptation of eggs, the pricelessness of free. Oh, let me share a personal experience from today. A group of so-called brand name merchants arrived near my grandmother's home, selling all sorts of items. Water dispensers, air conditioners, televisions, and so forth. Upon investigation, I discovered that while some were indeed reputable brands, they were all outdated products, yet their prices were on par with advanced items available in the market. Can you believe that? Ha ha ha, I have encountered something similar. It is hardly surprising. In the live stream, the audience engaged in discussions, as if competing to recount their own misfortunes. Alright, regarding this matter, whenever someone displayed signs of hesitation or impatience, Qin Hao would pause the operation, casually pose a question, allowing that individual to successfully claim their complimentary eggs. At this revelation, the audience began to notice details they had overlooked, even those who had consistently followed Qin Hao's live streams. It wasn't that they were foolish or blind. They had simply been too engrossed in the spectacle to notice the subtleties. Only at this moment did they realize that amidst the queue of elderly patrons, when someone became restless, sighed, shook their head, or gazed up at the sky, Qin Hao would instantly halt, enabling the next person to claim their prize. This was a hook that could soothe the restless souls. Some may find this exaggerated, yet in reality, once you venture beyond the top-tier cities into the remote areas, you would witness elderly individuals standing for hours for a few pounds of eggs without a second thought. This is what we call the temptation of eggs. At that moment, Many began to introspect, pondering if their own elderly relatives would fall for such a ruse, or if they could withstand Qin Hao's cunning tactics. Without much contemplation, a unanimous answer emerged in their hearts. They could not withstand it. I will also notify the police to propose a solution, Li Haoran stated helplessly, feeling uncertain himself. After all, this phenomenon was nearly impossible to guard against. There will always be individuals, cloaked in a mysterious confidence, who think, "You're selling something, I'll simply refrain from buying." Such individuals make up 99% of the population, while those who succumb to the allure of shoddy products also constitute that same 99%. It's rather awkward, because you unwittingly fell into their trap. Otherwise, how did the term commercial brainwashing come about? The word free is incredibly enticing, yet these elderly individuals remain oblivious to the fact that often, what is free is the most expensive. Whoa, you all must check the official police department's Weibo. At that moment, a comment appeared in the live stream, prompting everyone to simultaneously open the official Weibo of the Liaozhou City Police Department. Just a glance was enough to leave all the viewers stunned. Liaozhou City Police Department. We express our gratitude to the Tianyan program team for providing materials on criminal cases. We are currently watching the Tianyan program and deem this test to be of utmost necessity. We have received numerous reports regarding commercial sales fraud in real life. These individuals masquerade under the guise of discounts and rural welfare, initially distributing various free items. However, in the end, the public unknowingly purchases goods that far exceed their total value, and crucially, these individuals often sell products for which there is no after-sales service. Thus, this constitutes, according to statistics, the figures reach into the hundreds of billions, if not more. Now, a certain gentleman has demonstrated how these commercial strategies operate. We will promptly formulate an effective prevention plan. Additionally, we extend our gratitude for the authentic material provided by this gentleman. Wow! Upon reading this announcement, the audience widened their eyes in astonishment, collectively inhaling sharply. Little did they know that such occurrences had indeed transpired in reality. Moreover, according to the Liaozhou City Inspection Bureau's notification, such incidents were not uncommon. In Huaxia, how many rural areas exist? Many, and their numbers far exceed those of urban centers, for regardless of the era, the impoverished outnumber the affluent by a significant margin. As for the reference to a certain gentleman in the official Weibo comments, those in the know understood immediately. Some might perceive this as the authorities being disingenuous, as it was clearly Qin Hao who provided the solution, and yet now, they refer to him as merely a certain gentleman? In truth, the official Weibo serves as a form of protection. No one can be certain, especially considering that, to some extent, this could be seen as obstructing someone's livelihood. Should they reveal his true identity, who knows what desperate or vengeful actions Qin Hao may face? Thus, upon reading those two words, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, and of course, some felt this was unnecessary since the live stream had already aired, rendering the official concealment moot. Yet, protocols are protocols. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the shock they felt internally. So, Qin Hao impersonated an escaped convict and provided strategies for real-world inspections? This is too theatrical. Stop talking. Just know that Brother Hao is amazing. The live stream erupted, with everyone filled with fervor. This is precisely what a man should do. When the moment calls for action, one must act decisively. I hesitantly mentioned that it seems Brother Hao simply robbed for the sake of robbery. With all this praise, are you not afraid of retribution? At this statement, the crowd fell silent, pondering thoughtfully. It indeed appeared to be the case. Just look at Brother Hao's outrageous antics. Having amassed considerable wealth, he still insisted on forcing 100 individuals together. He likely never considered he would provide material for the inspection bureau. It was merely to irritate them. In an instant, the audience found themselves both amused and exasperated. Could this be described as an unintentional stroke of luck? How should I put it? Everyone must learn to restrain their impulses. Just remember one principle. What is free is often the most expensive. Li Haoran solemnly adjusted his attire. Furthermore, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Qin Hao. Although you may be portrayed as a criminal in the program, in reality, you are a good person. Regardless of your intentions in the show, your provision of preventive material makes you a benefactor. You set an example, educating everyone on how to guard against potential crises in daily life. This will save the impoverished populace a substantial amount of money. Even though he knew Qin Hao would not see this, he still felt compelled to say it, not for show, but to appease his conscience. Thank you, Qin Hao. Thank you, Brother Hao. I knew it. Brother Hao has never disappointed us. Chapter 26. The Skill of Perception with a Smile. Qin Hao remarked on the unpredictability of life and death. To be fair, my Brother Hao may appear arrogant. Just look at those 99 escapees. Who among them thought of us, the audience? Only Brother Hao personally brought 5 young men to sing for us all night long. Now, that's what I call true dedication to his fans. The term brought is perfectly chosen. Do not use it again. The 99 escapees gasped in disbelief. We would love to pamper our fans too, but we simply lack the capability. The live chat erupted in jubilation. All right, thank you for that. Now, we must address the serious matter at hand. Li Haoran straightened his posture, his expression turning grave as he directed his gaze at the 5 captains of the inspection team. Upon seeing his demeanor, the 5 felt a tightening in their chests. Qin Hao has committed robbery amounting to over 200,000, a substantial sum. Furthermore, having robbed 100 individuals, if this were reality, it would undoubtedly cause severe social repercussions. Li Haoran paused for emphasis before continuing. This is exceedingly grave, and could even lead to societal unrest. A collective gasp resonated among the audience as they grasped the implications, their anticipation palpable. Robberies occur daily. Perhaps fewer in our nation, but abroad, they are rampant. Those criminals tend to strike and vanish, whereas Qin Hao remains in one location. This concept is fundamentally different. Li Haoran regarded the 5 captains intently, stating, "Originally, you were ranked, but given the current circumstances, our focus must shift entirely to capturing Qin Hao. Therefore, Captain Zhou currently has 8 criminals yet to be apprehended. These 8 will be distributed among the other captains, and together, Captain Zhou and Captain Sun will pursue Qin Hao." His declarations resonated with conviction and authority. Wow, is it really that intense? 2 captains joining forces, that's equivalent to 20 inspectors and 4 elite inspectors. Intense? I find it quite reasonable. This is a logical arrangement. Although there was initially a ranking for the show, Qin Hao's actions are heinous. In reality, he would face even harsher consequences. The audience buzzed with excitement at Li Haoran's strategy. 20 show inspectors. It is essential to note that these inspectors are not mere deadweights. They are all seasoned veterans from the real world. If that's not enough, consider the addition of 4 elite inspectors, specifically tasked with countering Qin Hao's skills. At that moment, many viewers shook their heads in disbelief, and even now, most did not believe Qin Hao could evade capture, especially with Zhou Jun involved. They are professionals. It's nearly impossible. Yes, we will accomplish the mission. Zhou Jun's eyes glimmered as he abruptly rose, his expression resolute. He had longed for an opportunity to confront Qin Hao, but given that Qin Hao was a target for Sun Shao, he had been unable to proceed. Now, the chance had finally arrived. Very well, you may continue. Li Haoran nodded before turning to leave. He was quite busy himself, needing to manage the aftermath of Qin Hao's actions, particularly regarding compensation for the 100 victims. Captain, should we await reinforcements or continue the search? Wang Wei and Chen Gu, who had been listening to the conversation, finally inquired. Sun Shao instinctively glanced at Zhou Jun. With this professional by their side, his own pressure had eased considerably. Let us continue the search. I will contact my subordinates now. They are in close proximity and should arrive in approximately 10 minutes, so we have ample time. Zhou Jun replied after consulting his team. Understood. Ding. Congratulations, host, for flawlessly completing the task. Reward, skill, perception. Perception. A formidable skill that enhances the 5 senses and perceptive abilities. Divine perception. The host gains profound perceptive abilities, enhancing sight, smell, and more. In that instant, Qin Hao sensed a remarkable change within his body, especially as he observed certain insects in the air. Previously, matching the speed of a mosquito had proven difficult, but now, he could effortlessly track its trajectory. He could even clearly perceive various insects on the ground. These alterations were astonishing, as if innate, devoid of any awkwardness typically associated with acquired skills. Truly, this is a divine skill. Impressive indeed. The system does not deceive me. Qin Hao inhaled deeply, feeling a profound sense of awe for this divine skill. Advanced skills, while commendable, pale in comparison to divine skills. The distinction lies in the fact that advanced skills merely enable one to excel beyond peers, whereas divine skills integrate all learned abilities into one's very essence. Though it may seem subtle, the difference is profound. For instance, an infant instinctively cries when hungry, such is the nature of a primate. However, as one matures, learned behaviors fade with time. Divine skills transform all abilities into instinct, merging them with one's nature. While advanced skills, due to the system, are not forgotten over time, they lack the essence of instinct. After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Hao grasped his bag and strolled onto the street, his gaze roaming as he felt a surge of eagerness to test his newfound skill against the inspection team. He felt like a child with a new toy. Having acquired the necessary materials for disguise, he needed only to find a quiet spot to commence crafting. After completion, it would require a day before he could utilize it. However, as soon as Qin Hao stepped onto the street, he frowned slightly. Casually surveying his surroundings, he caught sight of 2 men in the distance. Though they were not in uniform, he recognized them as undercover inspectors. Impressive reflexes. Qin Hao mused, a smile spreading across. Many others, however, felt a rush of adrenaline. For every time Qin Hao displayed such a smile, it signified that he was about to make a move. Qin Hao tightened his grip on the black bag, containing 200,000 and the materials for crafting his disguise. It's a bit cumbersome, but it won't hinder my performance. Qin Hao murmured softly. Now that he possessed the divine perception, not testing it would be a disservice, and he could also gather some emotional points along the way. Chapter 27. The panic of the entire production team, preparation for capture. Lu Feng, an inspector from the Tianyan production team, was currently traversing the East Market, cautiously surveying his surroundings alongside a teammate. He found the situation somewhat amusing yet perplexing. Never had he anticipated that their inspection process would. However, there was little choice in the matter, for Qin Hao's reputation was well known among them. Formidable strength, remarkable speed, and exceptional intelligence. He epitomized the archetype of a high IQ, high combat capability criminal. Hence, exhibiting caution in this scenario was entirely justified. Suddenly, he noticed his companion freeze momentarily, and before he could inquire, his teammate exclaimed, "Lu Gu, I've spotted him." Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to ask, "Who?" Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his pupils dilating and alarmed. As an inspector, he possessed a strong sense of professionalism. Even upon realizing that Qin Hao was nearby, approximately 30 meters at 1 o'clock, his teammate's voice rang out again. Lu Feng cast a casual glance in that direction before swiftly redirecting his gaze. He felt confident that this method of observation would remain undetected by Qin Hao. "Captain, we have located Qin Hao, requesting backup." He communicated solemnly over the radio. In the distance, Wang Wei and Chen Gu, who were searching, felt a jolt of urgency and hurried towards the indicated location, although Chen Gu wielded an oddly designed firearm. Prepare for capture. They have discovered Qin Hao's whereabouts. Within the inspection bureau, as the team leader, Sun Xiao had access to all their arrangements and could even monitor Qin Hao's position through Lu Feng's live stream. He smirked, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face, and turned to Zhou Jun. "Brother Zhou, it seems your subordinates might be making a fruitless trip. Hehe. To personally apprehend Qin Hao would indeed be splendid, but enlisting Zhou Jun's assistance was a reluctant necessity. After all, Qin Hao had humiliated him on multiple occasions, and failing to reclaim his dignity was somewhat disconcerting. Still, exercise caution. That fellow Qin Hao is quite unpredictable, and no one can foresee his next move." Zhou Jun replied, his expression grave. "Oh, not forget. Qin Hao is a man unafraid to act recklessly, and he possesses over 200,000. Just look at the number of people present." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao's expression shifted drastically. Indeed, Qin Hao had 200,000 in cash, particularly in this location, the East Market, while devoid of elderly patrons, was teeming with young. If that amount of cash were to be thrown into the crowd, it would undoubtedly create chaos. The thought struck Sun Xiao with a sense of foreboding, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. What if, hypothetically, Qin Hao felt cornered and resorted to his previous tactics? Throwing 200,000 into the East Market would incite unparalleled disorder. He could envision it, and the audience would surely anticipate the same. In an instant, the barrage of comments fell silent. In a way, wouldn't he actually do it? Would he? Most of the people here are young. While their lives are relatively stable, the impact of such a large sum being thrown would be like scattering petals from a heavenly maiden. Impossible! Brother Hao would never resort to such measures. This is merely a show, and such actions could lead to fatalities. Ha! But if we're pursuing realism, then for a criminal like Brother Hao, it's all fair game. The rest is up to the inspection team and the production crew. The next moment, the comments erupted into chaos, with all viewers plunged into panic. It was foreseeable. Should Qin Hao throw out 200,000, the East Market would undoubtedly witness a scene of human tragedy. At that moment, Qin Yalan and her colleagues lost interest in capturing the criminal and turned their gazes towards Sun Xiao. Phew! Sun Xiao exhaled deeply, his expression filled with gratitude as he remarked, "Thank you, Brother Zhou, for the warning. Otherwise, I might have committed an unforgivable error." With that, his demeanor shifted, and he spoke into the radio with determination. "Proceed with the swift capture of Qin Hao. If he resists, subdue him with force. Brother Qin, should Qin Hao choose to flee, I would need your assistance, rest assured." Chen Gu, a man in his 30s, standing over 6 feet tall, possessed legs that anyone would envy. He had already caught sight of Qin Hao's figure, his eyes narrowing gradually. However, he did not move, for his presence here was to prepare for contingencies. Simultaneously, he was ready to act at a moment's notice. Individuals of his caliber were technical specialists, not adept at direct confrontation, but when it came to a surprise attack, he was second to none. Team 1, ready. Team 2, ready. Team 3 reports continued to flow from the radio. "All right, a perimeter has been established. Shall we proceed with the capture?" Wang Wei inquired of Sun Xiao. "Capture." Sun Xiao's fists clenched tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. At this moment, tension enveloped everyone. Even the backstage staff, including Li Haoran, felt the weight of anxiety. They feared that Qin Hao, cornered, might resort to throwing 200,000 in a desperate bid to escape. While such actions would align with the rules, the production team would ultimately bear the consequences, not Qin Hao. They aimed to control the situation as swiftly as possible. "Directorly, should we intervene?" A staff member, unable to withstand the pressure, asked with a grim expression. Intervene? How would we do that? Let us not forget, we are aiming for a 99% realistic portrayal. Everything Qin Hao does adheres to the fundamental principles of a criminal. Li Haoran replied, his expression grave as he shook his head. Should he intervene, the purpose of the show would be rendered moot. However, there is no need for excessive concern. I have already contacted the local police and hospitals. The police can arrive in 5 minutes, and the hospital is on standby. Furthermore, there are ample staff present at the East Market to maintain order. Huff, upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief, reassured that preparations were in place. Yet, unbeknownst to all the inspectors, Qin Hao had already detected their presence the moment they arrived. Currently, he possessed a divine-level skill of perception. His sensitivity was unparalleled. Even amidst a crowd, he could sense if a single individual cast a glance in his direction. There's a distinct scent of drugs. Qin Hao inhaled deeply, detecting a peculiar odor in the air. Anesthetic? He chuckled, amused by the production team's choice to employ tranquilizer. It was undeniably a commendable decision. Compared to electric batons, tranquilizer guns had a greater range, albeit with a slower projectile speed. Nonetheless, for the average person, it was still quite fast. Chapter 28. Premonition, Failing the Encirclement, Ambush. Qin Hao observed the inspection team amidst the crowd, appearing as unperturbed as ever, yet the cautious rhythm of their footsteps betrayed their intent to close in on him. Hiske, quite a number indeed, but alas. Qin Hao shook his head and swiftly turned, setting off at a gallop. Having sensed their approach, there was no reason to linger. What the hell? They discovered us so soon. Goodness, Wang Wei and the others have only just organized themselves. How did Brother Hao manage to detect them? Who knows? Perhaps the perception of the strong is inherently superior? The audience in the livestream was left dumbfounded as they witnessed Qin Hao turn to flee. Truth be told, if they were not able to view multiple streams, spotting such a distant, the inspection team was alarmingly silent. Viewers could still see the smug smile plastered on the face of Captain Sun Xiao, but at this moment, that smile had turned to stone, his eyes wide as saucers. The expressions of the other 4 inspection team leaders mirrored Sun Xiao's dismay. This. After a long pause, Sun Xiao regained his senses, trembling as he pointed at the image of Qin Hao, who was already a distance away, utterly bewildered. How did he detect us? Sun Xiao was on the verge of collapse. They were so close to capturing Qin Hao, and yet this was what they were faced with? Instantly, the gazes of Zhou Jun and the others turned towards Sun Xiao, filled with pity. How unfortunate. It was as if they were witnessing a tragedy unfold. Ahem, my subordinates are en route. Do not fret, this time Qin Hao will have nowhere to escape. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, reflecting on his earlier words, which suggested they wouldn't need Zhou Jun's subordinates to arrive. How proud, how self-assured. The memory echoed painfully in his ears. Actually, I have always harbored a question. At that moment, the usually reticent Xiao He spoke languidly. Director Li once mentioned that the escapees participating in the show are all ordinary individuals. So the question arises, is Qin Hao truly an ordinary person? At this proclamation, the entire room fell silent. Even the audience in the livestream quieted. An ordinary person refers to one who has no societal influence, such as celebrities. It denotes the common folk, the masses. Yet, to label someone as extraordinary as Qin Hao as an ordinary person, the production team has once again reminded us that I am a waste. I genuinely wish to know who Qin Hao truly is. I even suspect this may be a pseudonym. That seems plausible. After all, Brother Hao is so formidable, he could not have been an inconspicuous figure in the past. Upon hearing Xiao He's remarks, the audience nodded in agreement. Just then, Li Haoran stepped forward, aware that this question demanded an answer, lest Qin Hao's performance continue to seem otherworldly. Faced with the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Li Haoran managed a wry smile. Our program employs a random selection method across all of Huaxia. Naturally, we also avoid selecting individuals from professions such as celebrities, doctors, military personnel, internet influencers, and so forth. What we can guarantee is that these individuals are indeed common folk. Li Haoran stated solemnly. After all, that would infringe upon personal privacy. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with enlightenment. It could only be said that the selection process was genuinely random across Huaxia, circumventing most professions. What skills the chosen individuals possessed remained a mystery, even to the production team. So, he really was just an ordinary person before? Xiao He asked in disbelief. Even Zhou Jun and Sun Xiao looked somewhat perplexed. For Qin Hao, any single skill he displayed could easily allow him to excel in any profession, perhaps even reach the pinnacle. Such is the reality. I too find myself at a loss. Li Haoran shrugged, turning to leave. Meanwhile, on site, Wang Wei watched as Qin Hao noticed them from such a distance, his expression instantly shifting. Chen Gu, it's your turn. Absolutely. Chen Gu nodded confidently. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment. In fact, he had already scouted a shooting position upon his arrival. Given Qin Hao's capabilities, he certainly will not take the main road. There are numerous forks nearby, so I merely need to intercept him from a distance. Chen Gu maneuvered through the crowd. When he had acquired this weapon, he had already tested its effective shooting range, approximately 20 meters. 20 meters is sufficient to incapacitate Qin Hao. At this moment, Chen Ji's face radiated confidence, and soon, the atmosphere around him grew still. The inspectors following him maintained absolute silence, fearful of inadvertently disrupting his shot. Even the viewers in the live stream felt an overwhelming tension. Brother Chen will surely capture Qin Hao. Of course, Brother Chen is a shooting champion. No matter how formidable Qin Hao is, he cannot surpass a world champion, can he? Enough chatter, let us keep up. Remember, Qin Hao is not only fast but also possesses formidable combat skills. Wang Wei instructed his subordinates with a grave tone, hastening after them. They needed to pursue Qin Hao's escape route, while Chen Ji's role was to anticipate Qin Hao's path. Should their predictions falter, their efforts would be in vain. This was a dual-layered insurance to ensure minimal errors. Wang Wei, be wary of Qin Hao's capabilities. I suspect he has many more skills yet to be revealed. At that moment, Sun Zhao's voice crackled through the intercom. Understood. Wang Wei's expression shifted as he nodded gravely. Meanwhile, after a 5-minute wait, Changgu finally... The individual moved with light footsteps, a smile gracing his face, entirely devoid of any post-crime anxiety. Here he comes. Changgu murmured, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Hao, who, to everyone's delight, was indeed... It must be noted that even as a world champion, he had felt little tension during the Olympics, yet facing Qin Hao, he was palpably anxious, sweat pooled in his palms. Chapter 29. Sixth Sense. Consider it my defeat. Provocative challenge. Here it comes, it's starting. Based on the length of this path, Chenggu has only 3 shots. Not quite. Reloading the tranquilizer gun is quite troublesome. It's not automatic, so in reality, he only has 2 shots. Within the live stream, there were indeed many knowledgeable fans, rapidly commenting. 50 meters. 40 meters. Unbeknownst to Chenggu, who was focused on the approaching Qin Hao, he did his best to breathe and relax his mind. 20 meters. At this moment, Chenggu hesitated slightly, for the effective range of the tranquilizer gun was merely 20 meters. Unlike bullets, the actual range for inflicting harm must exceed this number. Wait a bit longer. 15 meters. No longer hesitating, Chenggu pulled the He was acutely aware of Qin Hao's combat prowess. If he missed, with no time to reload, he could easily fall prey to Qin Hao. Meanwhile, Qin Hao chose this narrow path precisely because it had fewer surveillance cameras. On regular roads, the number of cameras was overwhelming, with 5 or 6 often found within 100 meters in complex areas. But at this moment, Qin Hao suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing a sharp sting on his skin, accompanied by a faint sense of threat. He sharply glanced towards a shadowy corner, yet found no one there. Strange, what's going on? Could it be that even the divine sixth sense is failing me? Qin Hao mused inwardly. He heard a crisp sound, followed by the whoosh of something slicing through the air. What is this? The sensation of pain intensified, causing Qin Hao's heart to race uncontrollably. In the next instant, he saw an object hurtling towards him, and without a moment to think, his body instinctively lunged forward. Clang! That needle-like object struck the ground. A tranquilizer. He had caught a whiff of the drug scent in the air. Could it be another elite inspection team sent by the production crew? He cast a glance towards the distant dark corner, feeling a surge of irritation. It was incredibly precise, just a hair's breadth away. What the hell? How did he evade that? Did you all notice? It seems Brother Hao sensed it beforehand, but the corner where Chenggu and the others hid was rather cunning. What immense perceptive ability he possessed. At this moment, Qin Hao hesitated, for he had indeed pinpointed the opponent's location. Should I confront them? He was eager to test his combat capabilities, yet after a moment's hesitation, he shook his head with a wry smile. That corner was a blind spot from his current position, and he had no idea how many inspectors were lurking there. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Qin Hao turned and walked away, not wishing to engage in meaningless conflict. Yet, just as he pivoted, a faint sound echoed once more. Then, to the astonishment of all, Qin Hao took a step forward, his body shifting to the left. Merely a single step. Clang! The tranquilizer dart hit the ground. Viewers. Goodness, how confident must he be to evade that so effortlessly? Hiss! Chenggu, observing from the shadows, inhaled sharply, shaking his head in disbelief. Captain, I fear I might not be able to hit him. After a moment of contemplation, Chenggu picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke slowly. What do you mean? Sun Xiao had also witnessed the earlier scene and quickly inquired upon hearing Chen Ji's words. If I'm not mistaken, Qin Hao's personal strength must be formidable, and generally speaking, the stronger one is, the sharper their sixth sense becomes. Clearly, Qin Hao belongs to this category. If it were a conventional firearm, with a fast trajectory and long range, it wouldn't be a problem, but I currently possess a tranquilizer gun. The range is short and the trajectory slow. It's virtually impossible to strike such a strong opponent. Gu continued. You understand the sixth sense of the strong, right? As a member of the Tiger Brigade, you should be well acquainted with such phenomena. It lacks a fixed practical application, but always allows one to sense danger in advance. Listening to these words, be it the viewers in the live stream or the 5 team leaders in the inspection bureau, they were all taken aback. It felt like listening to a fantastical tale. Sun Zhao's expression darkened. Even a world-class shooting champion like Chen Gu had no way to contend? The sixth sense of the strong? So, you can't catch up? Sun Zhao asked with a bitter smile, curiosity evident in his voice. All the viewers fell silent, awaiting Chun Ji's response. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. To put it this way, if it were a conventional firearm, even one designed for sports shooting, there might be a chance to hit Qin Hao. However, with a tranquilizer gun, even 2 of me wouldn't suffice. The crowd, utterly astonished, completely flabbergasted. 2 Chung guests could not subdue Qin Hao. How exaggerated was that? Regardless, let's give it a try. Sun Zhao's expression shifted as he gritted his teeth. Continuing was merely a means to buy time. Subsequently, he advanced to a new position. Perhaps Qin Hao's sixth sense was indeed extraordinarily keen, or perhaps he had lost all confidence in his shooting. Thus, in the ensuing moments, no matter how Chen Gu fired, Qin Hao often barely glanced in his direction, and even his evasive movements were minimal. Come on, today I'll let you shoot freely. If you hit me, I'll consider it my defeat. Qin Hao once more sensed the faint threat in the darkness, beckoning with a wave of his hand, his eyes brimming with provocation. Whoosh! A tranquilizer dart was launched. Qin Hao merely lifted his eyelids, this time not even moving his body, simply tilting his head slightly. He had already examined the tranquilizer gun's darts. They were retractable and equipped with protective devices, ensuring that even if struck, he would suffer no harm. A tranquilizer gun is not a conventional firearm. Chapter 30. The leap of faith from the 20th floor. The suit-wearing thug, ugh, what a bunch of amateurs. Qin Hao lamented, shaking his head in disappointment before. Meanwhile, Qian Ji's expression darkened considerably, yet he found himself utterly powerless, which rendered the situation quite awkward. Before long, Qin Hao entered the building, a towering 20-story corporate edifice. His sudden intrusion left many employees bewildered as they watched him step into the elevator. Chen Gu followed closely behind, and upon seeing the elevator ascend slowly, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. It seems I have no choice but to take the fire escape. Brother Chun, this isn't right. Isn't Qin Hao essentially courting death by entering the building? Sun Xiao, who had been monitoring via the inspection records, asked in astonishment. Court death? No. The others, however, were still unclear about the implications of his words. Soon, as Chen Gu, drenched in sweat, reached the rooftop, he indeed found Qin Hao waiting there, looking as if he had. Your marksmanship is impeccable, and your concealment skills are remarkable. Qin Hao nodded in realization, murmuring softly, Viewers. Is it just you? Qin Hao paused for a moment before asking with curiosity. Are you implying that the entire inspection team lacks intelligence? Relying on just one shooting champion to capture me? Sun Xiao was rendered speechless. Upon hearing this, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by suggesting the inspection team was composed of simpletons? Wasn't it due to Qin Hao's relentless pressure? How many versatile talents could there possibly be in the world? Fast-moving and combat-capable, did he think everyone was a monster like him? Chen Gu felt momentarily choked by Qin Hao's words and took a deep breath. Although he knew he couldn't defeat Qin Hao, he also felt that such remarks were rather belittling. I may not be able to overpower you, but I can certainly keep you occupied. Chen Gu did not allow his emotions to overwhelm him, nor did he rashly seek a confrontation with Qin Hao, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. In fact, he refrained from verbalizing this thought. He did not believe that just because he was an inspector, Qin Hao would show him any mercy. The rooftop, perched over 20 stories high, was buffeted by strong winds. Qin Hao and Chen Gu stood facing each other, surrounded by an endless expanse of sky. I find it intriguing that Brother Hao now finds himself with nowhere to turn, yet he remains so confident, one remarked. Wang Wei and the others have already entered the elevator. In the live stream, viewers began to furrow their brows, for the building was entirely enveloped by the sky, with no means of escape. Did Qin Hao truly intend to confront 12 individuals single-handedly? My team has also arrived. At that moment, Zhou Jun from the inspection team suddenly announced. Woo woo. A cacophony of blaring sirens. However, you are now encircled by over 20 of us. Escape is impossible. Finally, Wang Wei and the inspectors reached the rooftop, speaking in a grave tone. Impossible to escape? Qin Hao narrowed his eyes, noticing 10 more inspectors appearing below, bringing the total to 22. 20 program inspectors and 2 elite inspectors. What a grand spectacle. You truly hold me in high esteem. Is this a joint effort by your 2 team leaders to apprehend me? Qin Hao chuckled, though before him appeared a system interface that consumed 5,000 emotional points. Exchange successful. Go, quickly. The voice of Sun Shao came through the intercom, filled with genuine fear. Each time they were on the verge of capturing Qin Hao, unforeseen circumstances arose. Moreover, Chun Ji's earlier comment lingered in his mind. Qin Hao's strength, speed, and other attributes were simply too formidable. Hesitation could lead to disaster. Yes. Wang Wei and the others exchanged glances and charged toward Qin Hao. Haha, farewell. Yet Qin Hao remained unfazed, leaping onto the rooftop railing with a slight smile. He raised a finger to his head, mimicking a gun gesture. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, the leap of faith. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What the hell? Is he seriously throwing his life away for a mere program? As everyone witnessed Qin Hao leap down, chaos erupted. This was over 20 stories high. Wouldn't he shatter upon impact? Within the inspection bureau, Sun Shao and the others leapt to their feet, staring aghast at the screen, unable to believe their eyes. 1,000 billion was a considerable sum, but if one were dead, what good would it do? Don't. Chen Gu and Wang Wei felt their hearts clench as they hurriedly approached the railing to look down. They saw Qin Hao plummeting at an astonishing speed, yet simultaneously, he was nearing the adjacent building. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The howling wind roared in Qin Hao's ears as he inhaled deeply and calmly retrieved a steel pipe from his bag. 18 floors, 16 floors, 14 floors. Below, the 10 program inspectors looked up, attracting a large crowd of onlookers. Suddenly, Qin Hao's gaze sharpened, his arm muscles bulging as he thrust the steel pipe into the gap of the adjacent building's window. Bang! Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the pipe bent. In an instant, Qin Hao underwent a dramatic transformation, cold and ruthless. His physical attributes surged by 60 across the board. This meant that both his strength and speed had been universally enhanced by 60. This was akin to augmenting Qin Hao with an entirely new set of health attributes. An astonishing and surreal scene unfolded. Qin Hao's body defied gravity, accelerating upward toward the building at an even greater speed, embodying an illogical state of flight. Viewers. Inspection team leader. Wang Wei and Chen Gu were left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the ascending Qin Hao, their bodies growing cold. Such bravery. They had never witnessed such audacity. 15 floors. 17 floors. 20 floors. Clap. As the upward momentum began to wane, Qin Hao effortlessly placed one hand on the rooftop railing. With a graceful backflip, he landed safely. I hear someone claiming that escape is impossible? Qin Hao called out to Wang Wei and Chen Gu across the adjacent building with a smile. Wang Wei, piffed. Ha ha ha. Oh my, I can't breathe from laughing. Just look at the expression on Captain Wang Wei's face. It's as if he has seen a ghost. However, on a serious note, that was genuinely terrifying. It was a reckless stunt that could have cost lives. The tension in the live stream evaporated, and laughter erupted, especially upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Jungle Cat. As an extreme sports enthusiast, I can responsibly inform you that you may not yet grasp the gravity of the situation. Let me put it this way. Brother Hao's actions just now were incredibly perilous. Do you realize the magnitude of the force involved in leaping from 20 stories? To put it bluntly, a fall from such a height would result in instant disintegration. While Brother Hao managed to secure the steel pipe in the window gap, the challenge of utilizing the rebound force to propel himself upward is immensely difficult. Chapter 31. Stamina, Strength, and the Pinnacle of Excellence. The audience was momentarily taken aback by his barrage of comments, but soon they began to react. First, he must insert the steel pipe into the narrow gap of the window. There is only one chance. If he fails, the consequences will be dire. If he misplaces it or inserts it into the wall, the immense inertia will cause the pipe to ricochet violently. If luck is on his side, it will merely bounce away. If not, it could strike Brother Hao directly. Being struck by such a forceful steel pipe would pierce the body of every individual present. So please, do not attempt to imitate this. Secondly, should anyone else attempt this, the force of the impact would dislocate your arms at best, or at worst, you would bid farewell to them entirely. Indeed, your arms might remain suspended on the steel pipe while your body descends. Speed, precision, and ferocity, none can be lacking. Brother Hao may appear to be taking a risk, Yet he possesses a clear understanding of his own physical capabilities, exuding confidence and composure. All spectators were intently observing the messages from the jungle cat. Even Director Li Haoran and the crew were transfixed, utterly bewildered. They were aware of the perilous nature of Qin Hao's recent actions, yet they never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. It was evident that a slightest misstep, or if Qin Hao's strength fell short, could result in catastrophic consequences. Thus, Brother Hao's actions seem exceedingly perilous to us, but in his eyes, he had already mentally prepared himself before the jump. Is that mere mental preparation? Or is it an embodiment of formidable self-assurance? Otherwise, would Brother Hao dare to leap? The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Many started replaying the scene, some even recording it to share across various short video platforms. Such a spectacle typically graced only the silver screen, and that of the highest quality. One can only imagine the magnitude of shock Qin Hao's series of actions instilled in the audience. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned emotional points, 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned emotional points, 2,000. Ding! A rapid succession of system notifications echoed in his mind. Qin Hao paid them no heed, having grown accustomed to the system's voice. System, please check personal information. Qin Hao mentally instructed. Host. Qin Hao. Overall physical quality, 140, suit-wielding marauder state. Skills, intermediate lockpicking, intermediate combat awareness, intermediate sprinting, advanced counter-surveillance techniques, advanced disguise, advanced deception, divine insight, advanced climbing. Special state, suit-wielding marauder, comprehensive enhancement of 60. Emotional points, 33,000. Upon seeing the 33,000 emotional points, Qin Hao's gaze momentarily faltered. Has it truly reached 33,000 emotional points? He subsequently closed the system interface. Captain, should we pursue? Wang Wei and Chen Gu stood atop the building's rooftop, gazing at Qin Hao as he vanished from the opposite edifice, their faces etched with concern. Yes. I refuse to believe he can outrun a police car on his own. Sun Shao, after a brief moment of shock, suddenly regained his composure and bellowed in a voice tinged with fury. He was utterly incensed, nearly yearning to charge out of the inspection building and personally apprehend Qin Hao. How dare he leap without warning, making a gun gesture before jumping? Such mockery was intolerable. Understood. Wang Wei and Chen Gu exchanged glances, nodding resignedly. Deep down, they had little faith in capturing Qin Hao, for his perceptive instincts were extraordinary. One could say he could render their police cars utterly useless. Qin Hao was no fool. He would not recklessly sprint along the highway but would instead opt for areas with dense housing. In such locales, police vehicles would be of little use, especially with his heightened sixth sense. Woo-woo. A cacophony of sirens filled the air as numerous inspectors hurried down to their vehicles, the wail of police sirens resonating throughout the city, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Is this an inspection? So many police cars. No, didn't you see the words Tianyan Inspection Team written on the cars? Oh, who are they pursuing to warrant such a spectacle? Heard from my son about a young man named Qin Hao, quite formidable. Bystanders watched as the police cars sped past, engaging in lively discussions. Qin Hao, hearing the sirens behind him, could only smile wryly. In this city, police cars were indeed rather ineffective. With a swift movement, he turned and darted into a residential area, standing against a wall. Woo-woo. The sirens drew closer, their sound increasingly grating. Upon witnessing Qin Hao's stance, the audience grew even more exhilarated. Could it be that Brother Hao was about to perform another astonishing feat? Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of police car doors slamming shut echoed as over 20 inspectors, upon spotting Qin Hao standing still, were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the inspectors under Zhou Jun's command were filled with curiosity, to be precise. This marked their first encounter with Qin Hao, the notorious escape artist who had become a household name since the program's inception. Actually, I've always been quite curious about something. Qin Hao, perched atop the wall, looked down at the multitude of inspectors with a smile. Yet, his inquiry was met with silence. Wang Wei and Chen Gu were not foolish. They would not waste words with Qin Hao. They exchanged glances with their colleagues and stealthily approached. Is it not true that when you inspectors are apprehending suspects, does that not effectively serve as a warning to the criminals? Upon hearing this, not only were the audience members taken aback, but even the inspectors present paused momentarily. Upon reflection, it seemed there was indeed a kernel of truth in his statement. Go! Suddenly, Wang Wei and Chen Gu shouted in unison, launching themselves forward. Concurrently, all 20 inspectors surged ahead. Qin Hao regarded the inspectors, now less than 10 meters away, hesitating momentarily. He was currently activating his suit-wielding marauder mode and was eager to test his mettle against these inspectors. However, as the saying goes, a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Should he find himself outmatched, trouble would surely ensue. Forget it. Qin Hao, the audience. We thought you would continue to dazzle us with your antics, yet this is all you do. Brother Hao always surprises us. Just when we think he is preparing to surrender, he remains mischievous. When we anticipate him to perform tricks, he does nothing at all. Such a tease. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. So, should we continue the chase? Given Qin Hao's perceptiveness, the likelihood of capture is virtually zero. Chapter 32. Gypsum, oil mud, silicone, and enormous mysteries. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Is his perception truly that formidable? Although many among our team possess this essential skill, it often proves to be unreliable. Wang Wei's gaze reflected a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. Indeed, I am not exaggerating. Qian Gu nodded gravely and continued. When I fired the tranquilizer gun, Qin Hao had already sensed precisely where I was aiming. Moreover, given the slow trajectory and short range of the tranquilizer, he felt no fear. This perceptive ability is not only sensitive to aiming at firearms, but also acutely aware of others' gazes and much more. His mastery over his own body has reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Hiss. Can someone enlighten me on what exactly perception entails? Are you foolish? Think about your girlfriend. Why does she quickly discover your infidelity? You up there are even more foolish. It's clear this guy has no girlfriend. With Qin Hao's combat prowess, speed, and formidable perception, the many winding paths of the city are his domain. These were the pronouncements of a world shooting champion, carrying substantial weight. Captain, let's regroup. Wang Wei sighed internally, retrieved his walkie-talkie, and spoke slowly. At the very least, we need to invite someone or something that requires neither pursuit nor aiming. Perhaps that could counterbalance Qin Hao's perceptive abilities. Sun Xiao, he sat within the inspection team, utterly dumbfounded. Was even a world champion shooter ineffective? Now they needed to invite someone capable of shielding against perception? Does anyone have a way to counteract this perception thing? Sun Xiao turned to Zhou Jun and others, his expression one of confusion. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. None of them were experts in this field, and how to even discuss perception. Many combat personnel possessed it, but who could rival Qin Hao's extraordinary level? I do have an idea. At this moment, neither the inspection team nor anyone else has much recourse. However, what if we consider aerial entities? For instance, drone experts. After all, flying in the sky, while not too high, would allow us to locate Qin Hao's position, right? I happen to know someone in this area. Upon hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. If such were the case, it would indeed be an excellent strategy. Then we shall trouble Brother Chun. You all regroup and assist Xiao He and the others in capturing the remaining escapees. Let's set Qin Hao's matter aside for now. Sun Xiao rubbed his temples, feeling quite overwhelmed. I never anticipated that Qin Hao would possess. Who would have thought a commoner could emerge as such a prodigy? Moreover, a top-tier one at that, seemingly proficient in everything and excelling at all. Take lock-picking, for instance. Is it something that can be accomplished with mere basic skills? Impossible. Furthermore, with Qin Hao's formidable combat capabilities, even Wang Wei, a veteran of special forces, could not confidently confront him face-to-face. Each of these attributes is beyond what an ordinary person could possess. Even the viewers in the live stream became pensive, their curiosity piqued about Qin Hao's past endeavors. I believe, rather than speculating on the extent of Qin Hao's skills, we should consider other matters. Zhou Jun remained composed. He had long recognized Qin Hao as a formidable opponent, so he did not dwell too much on this setback. Subconsciously, upon witnessing Qin Hao's exceptional perception, he had already formulated an answer. For, among many teams, very few could stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Hao. After all, regardless of how many skills he possesses, he cannot surpass our collective strength. We can summon talents from all across Huaxia. Indeed, while Qin Hao is undeniably impressive, possessing a multitude of skills, could he truly compete with the billions of individuals throughout Huaxia? Impossible. Sun Xiao too regained his composure and nodded instinctively. What I am currently most curious about is what Qin Hao did during his time away. Zhou Jun's expression turned serious as he remarked, moreover, was the black bag he carried filled solely with money? The group fell into deep contemplation. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall not fear the result of 100 battles. This Qin Hao, while appearing exceedingly arrogant, possesses a remarkably meticulous mind. This is evident from the moment he leapt from the building. Zhou Jun slowly narrowed his eyes and stated, thus, that period of disappearance is of utmost significance. He could not possibly engage in trivial pursuits. Oh, I just compiled a list of the skills Qin Hao possesses. Would you like to see it? Just then, Wang Lei exhaled audibly, his eyes filled with astonishment. Upon hearing this, the group turned. They then beheld the densely written paper in Wang Lei's hand. Criminal, Qin Hao. Skills possessed, lock-picking, combat aptitude, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, deception, profound perception. Wang Lei gazed at the paper, slowly articulating the contents he had compiled. Yet even so, disbelief lingered on his face. Perhaps he possesses even more skills that I have yet to discern. However, even with just these, everyone was left astounded. They had not anticipated that, unbeknownst to them, Qin Hao had showcased such a plethora of abilities. Damn, are these skills typical for a normal person? Don't say that. Brother Hao has once again reminded me of what constitutes a true waste. Could it be that Brother Hao is the legendary Dragon King, hidden within the city, ready to summon an army of 100,000 at his command? Otherwise, how could he possess so many skills? It simply doesn't add up. The audience buzzed with speculation, while Sun Shao and others stared at the paper, rendered speechless for quite some time. Captain, we've found something. At that moment, a shout from the inspection team crackled through Zhou Jun's walkie-talkie. Yes, let us see the list. Zhou Jun snapped back to attention, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. On the large screen appeared a young man in police uniform, but all eyes were fixated on the list in the inspector's hand. Gypsum, soap solution, oil mud, silicone. As they gazed at these seemingly unrelated items, everyone was left in a state of shock. What on earth did Qin Hao intend to do with these materials? Strange, what purpose could these materials serve? They seem utterly useless to him. Sun Shao expressed his bewilderment. Do you honestly believe he would purchase these if they were of no use? Zhou Jun shook his head. While he too found it incomprehensible, his intuition told him that these materials were undoubtedly crucial for Qin Hao. Otherwise, he could have simply departed without a care. What purpose did these materials serve that prompted Qin Hao to undertake such significant risks in acquiring them? Unbeknownst to them, it was precisely because of these materials that the dynamics between the inspectors and the escapees would undergo a complete transformation. Chapter 33. The Cannibalistic Sister and the Producer's Leather Mask. Thank you, sister. I have never been to such an upscale place before. Qin Hao blinked his innocent, wide eyes, curiously surveying the antique surroundings, his gaze brimming with yearning. Hee, little handsome, I haven't encountered such a naive boy in ages. Opposite him sat a woman clad in a qipao, her alluring eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. Yet, Qin Hao appeared blissfully unaware, exuding a simplicity that tugged at one's heartstrings. Clutching a black bag and dressed in tattered clothes, he resembled a child who had just emerged from the mountains. And then, he was unexpectedly whisked away by a wealthy young lady to a private, high-end tea venue. Everything here exuded a charming antiquity, the air perfumed with an intoxicating aroma of tea. Brother Hao, I never imagined you were such a person. Keep pretending, go on. To be fair, Brother Hao does look like a naive youth from the mountains. Who would have thought a pretty lady would have a penchant for that? Do you think I have any chance? None, scram. It's mainly because you're too ugly. In the live stream, viewers shook their heads in disbelief at Qin Hao's demeanor. Sister, could you please stop looking at me like that? Qin Hao looked up to find her unwavering gaze fixed on him, feeling somewhat awkward. Of course, in reality, he was not at all embarrassed. He merely had to feign embarrassment. Haha, little brother, who would have thought you were so easily flustered? Alright then, take a rest. There's a bathroom here for you to freshen up. Sister will come find you tomorrow to play, though perhaps I might visit you in the middle of the night for a game of poker. Don't you find that intriguing? The young lady chuckled, her charm captivating. Qin Hao was left utterly bewildered. What was poker? They couldn't even play together. Yes, simplicity was key. He must remain innocent. Watching the woman depart, he instinctively touched his face. Ah, this damned handsomeness. Viewers, I wish I could just strangle you. Are you going to keep pretending? Is this an endless cycle? This sister is quite amusing, but for the sake of making money, I better refrain. I am a man of commitment, particularly when it comes to money. Anyone who hinders my earnings becomes my mortal enemy. Upon entering his resting room, a modest space elegantly decorated and equipped with all necessary furnishings, Qin Hao mused, after a day of arduous toil, I feel a tad fatigued. How about we unwind a bit today? Of course, he knew no one would respond. It was merely a way to lighten the mood, and he couldn't even see the barrage of comments in the live stream, so he was left to his own thoughts. Nonetheless, he believed that the more viewers there were, the greater the emotional value he would garner. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the audience's eyes brightened. The nighttime program had become a hallmark of Qin Hao's livestream, attracting many eager spectators. Was there to be another show tonight? Knock, knock. At that moment, two women dressed in elegant blue qipeos entered, their statuesque figures and charming faces instantly bringing smiles to their countenances. Upon seeing Qin Hao, they bowed slightly, hands resting gracefully at their waists, reminiscent of ancient maidens. Young master, Miss Wang has instructed us to serve you well. Qin Hao, audience. What the hell? Am I hearing this correctly? Young master, serve? Goodness, are we diving straight into roleplay? I like this program. Brother Hao, no lie, I want more of such shows in the future. I love watching. Is this a show I can watch for free? Please activate the paywall. The audience buzzed with excitement. Yet, Qin Hao appeared utterly speechless, not because he considered himself a paragon of virtue, but because he could immediately tell that these two women lacked any suggestive aura. Could it be that woman is testing me? What was her name again? Qin Hao pondered, his expression unchanging as he nodded indifferently. However, The viewers felt that this atmosphere was even more delightful than some professional establishments, with everyone eagerly anticipating the two Qin Hao. Their delicate hands were clearly well-maintained. Audience. What is this? Why does this not align with our expectations? So, this is the pure art of tea making? Come on, do I look like I need to watch you brew tea, lady? I care not for mere tea. The audience felt a stab of disappointment, many pounding their chests in frustration, as if their emotions had been deeply betrayed. Dear friends, I regret to inform you that just now, the young lady mentioned this is a private matter and cannot be streamed. At that moment, Qin Hao suddenly turned and said, so tonight, I must bid you all a temporary farewell. No sooner had he spoken than the live stream abruptly cut to black. Audience. We've already stripped down, and this is what you show us? What a scandal. Some wicked minds pondered that it would be best if Qin Hao summoned more young ladies, causing him to be too weak to rise from bed the next day, resulting in a failed gaming session. What they could not have anticipated was that after shutting down the live stream, Qin Hao entered the restroom without disturbing the two young ladies. This was a legitimate high-end tea establishment, devoid of any raucous antics. However, Qin Hao was indifferent to this. His purpose for being here was not to seek companionship, but rather to procure materials for a producer's leather mask. Such private venues often prioritized personal privacy, as they frequently hosted wealthy individuals or celebrities. Most matters of personal privacy would never be broadcasted, which was precisely the rationale Qin Hao required. Were it a normal residence, he would have no grounds to refuse streaming. Seated in the restroom, Qin Hao opened the black leather bag, revealing a stack of pristine huaxia currency atop, with the materials needed for the human skin mask tucked beneath. Hehe, with these materials, things will be much easier from now on. Qin Hao's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light as he gazed at the materials. Possessing advanced disguise techniques, he was capable of crafting masks so flawless that, unless one were to closely observe, not a single flaw would be detected. Chapter 34. Achieving success, the driver uncle who became apparent of course, it is not to suggest that after changing his face, he would become invincible, and the inspection bureau would be unable to locate him. That is simply impossible. How formidable is the current network system? Identifying an individual without an identification card is exceedingly simple. However, for Qin Hao, a temporary state of numbness is all he requires. System. Exchange for advanced carving skills. Qin Hao took a deep breath and silently uttered. Ding. Advanced carving, 4,000 emotional points. Exchange successful. He is now financially abundant. Aside from divine level skills, he can exchange for nearly all other skill levels at will. Buzz. Qin Hao felt a wave of clarity wash over his mind, as a small knife materialized in his consciousness, as though someone were skillfully maneuvering it. Agile, as if an extension of his own body, this small knife seemed to possess a soul. After a moment, Qin Hao exhaled deeply and grasped the carving knife beside him. It felt as though it were an integral part of his being. Excellent, let us begin. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened, and the first task was to blend the materials to create a mask. Meanwhile, within the inspection bureau of the program team, Sun Xiao and others were conducting a summary of the day's events. Out of 100 escaped convicts, we have apprehended 68, with 32 still at large. Therefore, you all need to intensify your efforts. Li Haoran stated solemnly from within the inspection bureau. Understood. The 5 team leaders nodded in unison, though Sun Xiao's expression. He was acutely aware that his actions had hindered the entire inspection team, but he felt utterly helpless and despondent. Team leader Sun Xiao, do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Qin Hao is an exception, but since an exception has arisen, we must be brave enough to confront it. Seemingly perceiving Sun Xiao's mindset, Li Haoran offered a word of consolation. Understood. Sun Xiao nodded. Tomorrow, you will apprehend the remaining escaped convicts and focus all efforts on capturing Qin Hao. Can you accomplish this? Li Haoran stated with a grave tone. No problem. Upon hearing this, the others instantly wore expressions of confidence. While they might not guarantee capturing Qin Hao, apprehending the others posed no challenge at all. Very well, then it's settled. After giving his directives, Li Haoran stood to leave, but paused midway and glanced at the large screen. Oh, by the way, regarding the scene of Qin Hao jumping off the building today, we advise all viewers not to replicate such actions, and professionals should refrain as well. If you insist on imitating this act, our program takes no responsibility. Audience. I swear, who said that? Who gave you the impression that I have the courage to imitate? Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. The following morning, Qin Hao opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary. The creation of the disguise masks was inherently complex, especially since he had crafted 3 in one go. One for a middle-aged man, one for a young man, and one for a woman. Indeed, a woman. Qin Hao believed the best method of concealment was to don the guise of a female. It was unlikely that the inspection team would ever dream he would transform into a woman. With this thought, a subtle smile crept across Qin Hao's lips as he glanced towards the nearby staff member. Only the staff could reopen the live broadcast. Conversely, shutting it down was also under their remote command. This was why he needed to find a private area to craft the disguise masks. Please assist me in starting the live stream, Qin Hao said with a gentle smile. The staff member looked at the human skin mask in Qin Hao's hand, involuntarily twitching slightly. Although he was unfamiliar with the item, he had seen Qin Hao wear it before. To say it resembled him would be an understatement, as it was utterly unrelated. Indeed, when Qin Hao donned the human skin mask, it bore no resemblance to his actual self. All right, just a moment, Brother Hao? Qin Hao nodded, and once the staff member confirmed the stream was active, he took advantage of the dim morning light to exit the enchanting private tea house. As for the young lady, he had no interest whatsoever. Was wealth truly appealing? Raising his head to behold the sunlight above, Qin Hao exhaled a long breath. Next, I need to find a stable residence, preferably one that is rather secluded. Qin Hao silently calculated. Wearing the human skin mask constantly was not practical due to the high risk of exposure. Moreover, residing outdoors indefinitely meant that he could be cornered by the inspection team at any moment. It seems there is but one place I can go. Qin Hao swiftly recalled his next destination. The urban village. In a city that was not particularly lavish, urban villages were quite common, especially under the model of rural encirclement of urban areas. There were even many dilapidated old buildings, often left unfinished due to funding issues or demolition projects, with countless shabby houses. These various areas were chaotic and diverse, with all sorts of undesirable properties available, making them ideal for hiding. Finally, the live stream has commenced. I waited an entire night. Do you know how I spent that night? Brother Hao, you truly weren't considerate this time. I was expecting a full service, but you left me staring at a black screen. You must make it up to us tonight. As soon as the audience saw Qin Hao's live stream beginning, the barrage of comments flooded in like snowflakes. Many expressed significant dissatisfaction with Qin Hao's actions the previous night. Of course, even if Qin Hao had not seen the comments, he could easily surmise their sentiments. He simply pretended to be oblivious and hailed it. Are you? Brother Hao, no way. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, brightened at the sight of Qin Hao, his face brimming with excitement. If I'm not mistaken, that should be me, Qin Hao replied, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated his popularity had risen to such heights. Oh my goodness, it's really Brother Hao. My entire family adores you. Could you please give me an autograph? The driver, upon hearing this, became even more animated, his eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Hao, for some reason, that statement struck him as somewhat odd. What do you mean your whole family adores me? This uncle is quite the character. I had no idea that Brother Hao had amassed so many fans. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter upon hearing the driver's words. It was an honor for him to be liked by others. Moreover, it was merely a casual signature, requiring little effort. Thank you. The driver eagerly accepted Qin Hao's autograph, gazing at the flamboyant script with delight, as if he were a jubilant 200-pound man. However, Qin Hao furrowed his brow, observing the driver's complexion with concern, and said solemnly, Uncle, you don't seem to be in the best condition. What? The driver was taken aback. Your complexion is pale, your lips devoid of color, and your eyes sunken. Have you not slept all night? Although Qin Hao was no doctor and lacked expertise in this area, he was young, and the uncle's condition resembled that of a young man emerging from an all-night gaming session. He appeared spirited yet dazed, with a heavy head and unsteady steps. The reason Qin Hao recognized this so clearly was that he had once been in a similar situation. Upon hearing Qin Hao's remarks, the audience began to scrutinize the driver closely. Indeed, while the uncle seemed energetically exuberant, akin to someone on drugs, his pallor was alarming, indicative of exhaustion. Maintaining such a state of vigor could lead to imminent fatigue, and the consequences were self-evident. This Brother Hao truly lives up to his reputation. The driver uncle felt somewhat embarrassed, then sighed, expressing his helplessness. I have no choice. My son is waiting for money for surgery. Although this illness is difficult to treat, as a father, I cannot simply stand by and watch my son languish. At the very least, I must be true to my conscience, to my son and my wife. The audience, upon hearing these words, felt a profound sense of respect. Perhaps having a laboring father might not be a particularly glorious matter to discuss among friends, yet they would sacrifice everything for their children. Did the driver uncle not realize that his condition was perilously dangerous? He did. But in order to earn an extra sum for his son's surgery, he must grit his teeth and persevere. Chapter 35. 99 Escapees, all captured. Damn it, I just opened the live stream, and you show me this, but I must admit, I am moved. We might not have much money, but there are 1,000 people in the live stream right now. If each contributed $10, could we manage it? Absolutely. The audience in the live stream erupted in fervor. This time, their excitement was not due to Qin Hao's flamboyant displays, but rather for a father fighting desperately for his child. Some wealthy viewers even boldly declared they would cover the surgical expenses. There are many such individuals in the world, but it's rare to encounter them. Since they have crossed paths, and given their capacity to help without significant sacrifice, they are willing to act. The taxi was already in motion. Perhaps the driver was touched by the uncle's plight, resulting in a rather somber atmosphere during the ride. Soon, the taxi arrived in the East City district, and Qin Hao stepped out, casually shutting down the live stream. By the way, uncle, what is your son's name? Which hospital is he in? Qin Hao asked casually. My son's name is Wei Xiaoyu. He is at the People's Hospital, the uncle replied instinctively. Your current condition is perilous. We can't have you collapsing before your son recovers, can we? Qin Hao said with a gentle nod before turning to leave. The driver scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by Qin Hao's inquiry about his son, yet he brushed it off, well aware that Qin Hao was a good person. Moreover, what Qin Hao said was quite reasonable. While he could exhaust himself for money, risking his life, if he were to fall ill, what would become of his son's surgical fees? Thus, he promptly lay down in the car and fell asleep. On Qin Hao's end, he restarted the live stream. Ordinarily, one should not close the stream without reason. However, personal matters such as this were indeed permissible. Why did Brother Hao close the live stream? Could it be that Brother Hao gave the driver uncle the 200,000 from his bag? Too inconvenient for us to witness. Impossible, the bag hasn't he changed. What about the driver uncle's son? The audience speculated, with many pondering whether Qin Hao had decided to disengage. This was understandable. After all, would one casually pull out 200,000 for a stranger? Qin Hao paid little mind to the live stream and instead surveyed the entire East City district. This area resembled a confluence of urban and rural landscapes, marked by numerous old buildings and dilapidated houses. What a splendid hiding spot! Qin Hao mused with a smile as he slowly entered an abandoned house. For other criminals, this would be a treacherous locale. For once surrounded, it would be akin to catching fish in a barrel. However, for him, it was a sanctuary, a place of tactical advantage. Qin Hao's arrival inevitably drew attention, clad as he was in a pristine white suit, exuding an innate confidence that set him apart from the common populace. Yet, he paid little heed to this, meticulously examining the interior of the derelict dwelling. Many of the rooms had no locks, clearly neglected for a long time. Some wooden furniture was enshrouded in cobwebs and bore the odor of decay. Eventually, he located a relatively clean room. Dear viewers, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this shall be my temporary abode. Qin Hao declared slowly. This place is far too shabby. Just yesterday we were in that upscale location, and today it's transformed into this? What do you expect? A fugitive must have the appearance of one. The audience remained captivated by the sight of the dilapidated home. Qin Hao was not here to lead a comfortable life. He merely sought shelter from the elements. Currently, there are still 15 escapees. At present, there are 10 escapees. Currently, within the inspection team, reports echoed. The 5 team leaders fixated on the surveillance footage depicting their subordinates apprehending the escapees. They temporarily set aside thoughts of Qin Hao's existence. With full force directed towards other escapees, the number of fugitives dwindled as time passed. The exemplary professionalism of the 5 leaders served to demonstrate their capabilities, dispelling notions of them being mere incompetents. Currently, there is 1 escapee remaining. By noon, Xiao He exhaled a long sigh of relief. The intensity of operations had taken a toll on him, as he had single-handedly breached mall security and scrutinized street surveillance. Of course, all his actions were sanctioned from above, having received prior consent from the mall. Upon this announcement, everyone perked up. Even the audience grew exhilarated. In merely 2.5 days, 100 escapees had been captured. Except for Qin Hao. Naturally, everyone understood the motivation driving the leader's fervor. The capture of Qin Hao. Currently remaining is Qin Hao. Xiao He's serious voice rang out. It's the utterance of this name. The entire inspection team fell into a hushed silence. The mention of Qin Hao loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. Admiration mingled with gritted teeth. In reality, they held a profound respect for Qin Hao and would have gladly befriended someone of his caliber. Yet, in the context of the show, Qin Hao was a heinous criminal, while they were the inspectors. A naturally adversarial relationship. Brother Chen, have you brought in that expert? Sun Xiao pondered for a moment before picking up the radio. He is here and ready to go. However, he may need to be placed on Brother Zhou's elite inspection roster. Came Cheng Gu's response over the radio. Sun Xiao glanced at Zhou Jun, his gaze inquisitive. Not a problem. From now on, we will focus all efforts on capturing Qin Hao, and my elite inspection slot is certainly reserved for him. Zhou Jun nodded with a smile. Great. Xiao He, have you found Qin Hao's whereabouts? Sun Xiao inquired, looking towards Xiao He. I've been monitoring. He took a taxi to East City. However, you know how sparse the surveillance is in that area. I am at a loss. Xiao He's fingers danced across the keyboard, producing a cacophony of sounds. However, I can assure you that Qin Hao has not left East City. That is sufficient. Sun Xiao clenched his fists, addressing the 4 team leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, This is our first collaboration, and let us hope it's our last. Today, let us bring an end to Qin Hao. Agreed. The group nodded in unison, then swiftly grabbed their radios to instruct their subordinates to head to East City. Police vehicles streamed through the streets. Even the audience felt the tension rising. 50 inspectors, 3 elite inspectors, Special Forces operative Wang Wei, a world champion marksman, and a top-tier drone expert. The lineup was unprecedentedly formidable. Chapter 36. We have conditions, after all. The production team will bear the responsibility. Why do I have an ominous premonition? 50 inspectors, this is outrageous. It's only the third day at noon. Are 5 team leaders collaborating? There is nothing we can do. Brother Hao has exerted too much pressure on the 5 leaders. And let us not forget, Brother Hao has deceived 100 people. In reality, not just 50 inspectors, but hundreds could be on his tail. The audience in the live stream grew anxious upon witnessing the arrangements made by the team leaders. With over 50 inspectors conducting a thorough search, they could easily turn the entire East District upside down. At that moment, even if Qin Hao were exceptionally skilled, could he truly evade the relentless pursuit of more than 50 inspectors? It is crucial to note that the inspection team now includes drone experts. No matter how keen your senses are, can you truly escape the watchful gaze of drones? Thus, Qin Hao's advantage had evaporated. Consequently, many viewers harbored concerns, with most believing that today might mark the end of Qin Hao's legendary exploits. Meanwhile, Qin Hao sat on the steps, taking out a small mirror to apply makeup. In the land of Huaxia, there exists a wondrous technique, one of the legendary 4 sinister arts. Makeup artistry. Of course, Qin Hao is not applying makeup to his own face, but rather to a human skin mask. To this end, he specifically exchanged for an advanced makeup skill, expending 3,000 emotional points. However, this expenditure was trivial for him at present. All done. Qin Hao gazed at the freshly crafted human skin mask, nodding in satisfaction before unhesitatingly donning it upon his face. After a careful assessment, he felt no discomfort, as it blended flawlessly with his handsome visage. Even if there were slight imperfections along the edges, they could easily be concealed by the makeup. Since he was employing covert makeup techniques, he subsequently donned a mask. Therefore, the audience in the live stream remained oblivious to what Qin Hao was actually doing, unaware of the extent of his transformation. Brother Hao. At that moment, a staff member entered. Qin Hao paused, looking at the individual in confusion. The production team has received numerous calls from people wishing to cover the surgical expenses for that Wei Xiaoyu, or to organize a fundraising effort. Originally, we didn't want to disturb you, but Director Li thought this was a commendable act, so we wanted to seek your opinion. The staff members succinctly conveyed their intention. Qin Hao was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his live stream would attract so many benevolent individuals, however. Dear friends in the live stream, that uncle is indeed pitiable. If we were unaware, it would be one thing. But since we are informed and in a position to help, how could we allow you? What do I have to fear? The staff member, you. That I genuinely cannot discern whether you are human or canine. Truly worthy of being my brother Hao. Although were it not for his watchful gaze, one might think he was looking at someone entirely different. Let us go. Let us gather some funds for that young brother. I may not have enough. Qin Hao lifted the newly acquired black bag and descended the stairs. Woof woof. Qin Hao chuckled, standing still as he opened the system interface. System. Exchange for advanced ventriloquism. Beep. Advanced ventriloquism requires the expenditure of 10,000 emotional points for redemption. As the system S, what skill is most powerful for changing a person's voice? Some may instantly think of voice actors. Indeed, voice actors possess incredible talents, yet they too have their limitations, unable to mimic everything. However, ventriloquism is different. It is a truly marvelous art passed down from the ancestors of Huaxia. Advanced ventriloquism. Capable of imitating myriad sounds, with exquisite detailed IT, is said that when ventriloquism, to be honest, nothing in the System S marketplace transcends the realm of reality. All skills have existed at some point in time, either in the past or present. The roar of dragons, while it may be impressive, it offers no substantial benefits. Yet, one cannot deny that the techniques of our ancestors are indeed remarkable. After all, who has ever heard of dragon roars and phoenix songs? As Qin Hao pondered this, the police cars drew nearer, the blaring sirens naturally capturing the attention of many. Wang Wei stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze sharp as he scanned his surroundings. Split up and search. 2 people per team. If you spot Qin Hao, immediately signal. Do not attempt to confront him directly. Understood. The numerous inspectors responded in unison, scattering to initiate a meticulous. Brother Hao is right before his eyes. Can he not see? Damn it, I've anticipated this for so long. Only for you to show me this? This is a drill. It must be a drill. Damn it, We have no grievances against each other. Why treat me like a fool? The audience in the live stream erupted in disbelief. They felt as though the production team was toying with them, as Qin Hao stood not far from them, and yet they pretended not to see him. Was this not treating them as simpletons? Do not bicker. Hurry to Wang Wei's personal live stream and watch the fireworks. If I hadn't opened 2 live streams, I swear I would have never realized. Just then, a comment suddenly appeared. The viewers paused, then promptly opened both live streams. Point 1 featured Qin Hao, the other Wang Wei. At that moment, all viewers felt their minds buzzing, their eyes wide with astonishment. 4 in the footage captured by Wang Wei's nanodrone. They beheld Qin Hao slowly removing his mask, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. The audience instinctively glanced back at Qin Hao's live stream. Indeed, it was the same handsome figure. Face-swapping technique? The speed of plastic surgery cannot compare. I knew Brother Hao was fiddling with something while facing the wall. Turns out he was waiting for us here? Can someone explain what on earth is happening? Regardless of whether it was Wang Wei's or Qin Hao's live stream, a flurry of question marks filled the screens, leaving the audience utterly bewildered. How on earth was this accomplished? It was as if a living person had undergone a miraculous transformation. They finally understood why Wang Wei had not apprehended the Qin Hao who was so close at hand. This was no act, no charade, and certainly not a deliberate oversight. It was simply that Qin Hao had completely altered his appearance. How could anyone possibly recognize him? Chapter 37. Standing right before you, how much do I resemble my former self? At this moment, the audience in the live stream wore expressions of bewilderment, all staring in a daze at Qin Hao and Wang Wei, whose positions were rather delicate. Wang Wei, upon lifting his gaze, could almost see Qin Hao. Of course, Qin Hao had already transformed his appearance, so even if he were seen, it would serve little purpose. Unbeknownst to Wang Wei, the live stream was abuzz with excitement as he surveyed his surroundings. Most of the onlookers were elderly folks drawn out for a bit of entertainment. However, when Wang Wei caught sight of Qin Hao, his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother, have you seen this person? Wang Wei hastily approached Qin Hao, brandishing his phone that displayed a picture of Qin Hao himself. What the heck? This is a classic moment. I've taken a screenshot. This absolutely must be documented. To the brother who screenshotted, could you send it to me? The audience erupted in laughter at this scene. After all, Qin Hao is a criminal. Yet here was Wang Wei, inquiring if Qin Hao himself had ever laid eyes on his own likeness. Could there be anything more absurd than this? However, under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Hao paused momentarily before earnestly examining the image on Wang Wei's phone, subsequently furrowing his brow slightly. It looks somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. At this revelation, both Changgu and Wang Wei were filled with delight, intently fixing their gaze upon Qin Hao. Oh, I remember now. Isn't this the criminal from the Tianyan program? Qin Hao? Brother Hao, right? I'm actually a fan of yours. Suddenly, Qin Hao clapped his hands and exclaimed in surprise. Wang Wei. Chenggu. Wow. I feel like Brother Hao is about to obliterate these two fools. Just look at their nearly apoplectic expressions. Oh my goodness, this is killing me with laughter. The audience, witnessing Qin Hao's exaggerated expression, clutched their stomachs in uncontrollable laughter. This scene was nothing short of invincible. One could only wonder if the inspection team would shed tears upon learning the truth later on. So, I wonder if you've seen Qin Hao around here? Wang Wei's lips twitched. He had anticipated some significant news. However, the individual before him was merely an ordinary person, and he could hardly lose his temper, especially since the man was speaking the truth. Oh, you mean that? I did indeed see him here this morning. Qin Hao nodded in realization, continuing, but I haven't seen him since then. Chenggu shook his head in exasperation. This statement was no different from saying nothing at all. They were well aware that Qin Hao was in the vicinity, but they still needed to search more thoroughly for his exact location. Thank you for your cooperation, and thank you for your support. Wang Wei took a deep breath, forcing a smile before turning to leave with his team. He felt that inquiring here was merely wasting his time. As Qin Hao observed the inspection team departing, a faint smile crept across his lips, and he exited the East District. I must say, this feeling is undeniably exhilarating. Qin Hao muttered softly, what was that phrase again? I stand right before you. How much do I resemble my former self? The audience. Honestly, I must say, Brother Hao's transformation is genuinely astonishing. Have the 4 great dark arts of our Hua. Is there a makeup master who could explain this? The audience was utterly perplexed. If one were to say that enhancing one's appearance through makeup was acceptable, most men could likely acquiesce to that. However, what Qin Hao had just demonstrated was nothing short of a miraculous transformation. Could this truly be accomplished through makeup alone? Or was it simply their ignorance? While I wouldn't call myself a makeup master, I do own several chain beauty salons. At that moment, a comment appeared, jolting everyone to attention. I can assure you, what Brother Hao has done is likely not merely makeup. In those short online videos showcasing transformations, special effects play a significant role. But we all know this is a live broadcast, a very straightforward one at that. There are no special effects, not even a reward system, so I'm convinced that Brother Hao's transformation involves more than just makeup. However, the specific reasons elude me. Inspection team. The 5 team leaders had also spotted Qin Hao on the surveillance footage. Initially, they paid it no mind, for although East District had its share of dilapidated houses and however, when Qin Hao's 2 responses left Wang Wei, and even them, speechless, Zhou Jun began to pay closer attention. It wasn't that he suspected anything. After all, who would anticipate such a drastic transformation from Qin Hao? Any normal person wouldn't even consider that possibility, not even the seasoned Zhou Jun. Yet, as he continued watching, Zhou Jun suddenly furrowed his brow. This person's height and build bear a striking resemblance to Qin Hao. Suddenly, Zhou Jun spoke, a reflex born from his experience as a detective. Upon hearing this, the other 4 team leaders instinctively turned their attention to the image of Qin Hao. Chun Yalan, the director of the provincial hospital, narrowed her eyes, fixating intensely on Qin Hao's silhouette. Something's off. He doesn't seem right. Sun Xiao, hearing this, what's wrong? Isn't he just an ordinary citizen? Though he resembles Qin Hao in height and build, it's quite normal for many young men to have similar physiques, isn't it? To be fair, Qin Hao's physique could be classified as average among men, with a height of about 6 feet. Such body types and heights were far too common. True, in other bustling areas, that would be entirely normal, but do you East District? Look at the crowd of onlookers, almost all are elderly, and he is the only young man. Zhou Jun continued, Qin Hao arrived here early this morning, and now there's a young... Coincidences are often the precursors of inevitability. Suddenly, analyst Wang Lei's eyes gleamed, and he spoke in a low voice. Are you suggesting this young man poses a threat? Red Hacker Xiao He and Sun Xiao were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. Bring him in for questioning, and it's best to conduct a thorough search. Zhou Jun ordered into the intercom, then turned to Chen Yalan. I trust you have a more informed perspective, Director Chen? Upon hearing this, Chen Yalan forced a smile but nodded in agreement. His gait and movements are strikingly similar to Qin Hao's. In fact, they are identical. One location has produced a person with the same height, build. At this point, Xiao He and Sun Xiao's expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 38. Qin Hao's thoughts, gathering money, and forgery skills. What on earth? Is this what inspection looks like? I see this utterly terrifying. Even if Brother Hao excels in his craft, the inspection still seems to be caught off guard, yet manages to respond at such a swift pace. Truly frightening, absolutely frightening. To be honest, they could detect something amiss with Qin Hao's transformation, analyzing discrepancies from his footsteps, height, and physique. Could anything be more chilling than this? Although they had not yet confirmed their suspicions, once doubt crept in, how far were they from certainty? As they conversed, Wang Wei and Chen Gu had already turned to pursue the retreating figure of Qin Hao. Zhou Chong, an expert in drones and various flying devices, even participated in flying competitions, was renowned nationwide in the realm of remote-controlled aircraft. At this moment, he was hiding inside a police car, his eyes fixed intently on the screen of the remote control. Upon receiving feedback from Zhou Jun, he wasted no time in launching the aircraft, a specially crafted machine that he couldn't help but feel anxious. Watching Qin Hao stroll by nonchalantly, even engaging in trivial chatter, was utterly humiliating. Not yet, still searching, he may have already noticed me. Or perhaps he is fleeing quickly to avoid being detected by you. Zhou Chong's brow furrowed deeply. Despite his careful control of the drone, he had yet to uncover Qin Hao's trail. Damn it, continue to widen the search radius. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's face turned ashen as and at this moment, where had Qin Hao appeared? He had already found himself in a bustling marketplace, resembling a morning market. The crowd was dense. If one wished to amass wealth, frequenting populous areas was surely the way to go. As for the inspectors, by the time they realized what was happening, it would be far too late. My brothers, if we wish to quickly acquire funds, generally speaking, it is all in. We are good people and naturally, we cannot resort to robbery. That would be too brazen. Qin Hao strolled through the antique market, pondering, so, what methods should we employ? In truth, he was also contemplating how to swiftly procure money. Since Uncle Driver's son, Wei Xiaoyu, needed a substantial sum, and given his own capabilities, committing a minor crime seemed rather inconsequential. Ah, indeed. My brother Hao would never give out free eggs. What nonsense is the big brother spouting? Although my aunt was robbed, she is quite pleased. But if you say it that way, she won't be happy. Are you a good person? At least leave a way out for the good people. In the live broadcast room, the audience wore expressions of disbelief. What is this nonsense? As Qin Hao walked, he suddenly discovered a peculiar object. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be a small statue resembling Sun Wukong. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The most critical detail was that beneath Sun Wukong was not a cloud but a remote-controlled racing car. Goodness gracious, I can hardly contain my astonishment. This statue left Qin Hao utterly dumbfounded. I reckon Sun Wukong never imagined he would be driving a remote-controlled racing car in his lifetime. Qin Hao muttered quietly. This was a large marketplace, a veritable hodgepodge of items, with antiques and toys galore. For instance, there were magical girl wands and even educational consoles. Boss, how much for this? Qin Hao inquired about a bracelet at a stall, unfamiliar with its value, yet finding it quite beautiful. 8,000. The stall owner said without lifting his eyelids, speaking casually. The audience, 80. Qin Hao countered without hesitation. All right, I'll sell it to you. Well, brothers, we've suffered a loss. The audience. Even the stall. Qin Hao examined it closely. Though not an expert, he could roughly infer its material. This is merely treated glass beads, demanding 8,000 right off the bat. This seller is truly ruthless. Qin Hao shook his head in disbelief. However, as he spoke, a thought struck him. Indeed, if a mere glass bead could command such a price, why couldn't he do the same? Naturally, adhering to his principles of integrity, Qin Hao would never resort to such unscrupulousness. System, please specify the scope of forgery. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that forgery was quite a common skill in this era and could apply to numerous items. Without a specific range, wouldn't that open up limitless possibilities? Antique forgery. Advanced antique forgery skill. Requires 20,000 emotional points. Due to the significant impact of forgery on this world, it is priced higher than typical advanced skills. Qin Hao nodded nonchalantly. Did he truly lack the emotional points at this moment? Not at all. In an instant, a vast expanse of information flooded his mind. Antique forgery includes forgery techniques, basic knowledge of antiques, and this skill was remarkably practical. When his gaze fell upon the so-called antiques once more, his expression morphed into one of incredulity. Initially, he had anticipated at least a few genuine antiques, even if they were from recent times. However, he soon realized how naive he had been. Forget about modern artifacts. Last week's items were more accurate. This is acid-washed. This is a glass bead. This one is indeed agate, albeit unwanted scrap, and this so-called gold ring is worth 50 cents at most. Qin Hao the stall owners, however, remained unfazed by his remarks. Did they not know what they were selling? Goodness, these vendors are truly ruthless. However, that's often the case when it comes to finding a bargain. It all depends on one's discernment. I never imagined Brother Hao would be knowledgeable about antiques. The audience in the live broadcast room was left in awe. They were astonished to discover that not only was Brother Hao a formidable fighter, but he also possessed skills in identifying antiques. Qin Hao paid no heed to the stall owners. Instead, he began to feel a bit of a headache. Although his forgery skills were impressive, he certainly couldn't transform a glass bead into jade, for that would not be forgery but a complete alteration of material. What is this? Chapter 39. The Death Warrant Medal. A solo journey of 1,000 miles. Genuine article. What is this? Suddenly, as Qin Hao walked, a glimmer caught his eye, prompting him to halt directly in front of a stall. Young man, would you like to buy something? The stall owner, a woman, brightened at the sight of Qin Hao. Of course, it was not due to his handsomeness, considering he was currently wearing a disguise. Rather, it was the gleam of opportunity in her eyes. How much for this? Qin Hao inquired, picking up a gold medal and glancing at it, his lips twitching slightly. The Death Warrant Medal. Ha, what the hell? Such a thing exists. I've only heard of the exemption medal, but what on earth is this Death Warrant Medal? You're young and inexperienced. It means that whoever receives this medal is doomed to die. Upon seeing the so-called Death Warrant Medal, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Hey, this worthless trinket. Look at the other young man over there. I assure you, my paintings and calligraphy are authentic masterpieces. The stall owner lost interest the moment she saw what Qin Hao had picked up. After all, it was impossible to swindle someone with such a blatant item. Even a fool would know that only the exemption medal existed. Where would one find a Death Warrant Medal? She then gestured towards the nearby paintings. A tiger roars in the mountains. A cute little tiger perched on a grand tree. Qin Hao felt as though the stall owner was treating him like a simpleton. This was even less valuable than the Death Warrant Medal. I want this one, he declared, shaking the medal in his hand. 120. Take it if you want, if not, forget it. Qin Hao seemed to have completely forgotten that he was still a fugitive, being pursued by the inspection team. Primarily, he remained untroubled as he had a clear understanding of his situation. Naturally, he strode away with the Death Warrant Medal in hand, amidst the stall owner's resentful gaze. Following that, he purchased a scroll depicting Guan Yu riding a bicycle for 1,000 miles, along with a beautifully patterned porcelain vase. By the way, has Brother Hao forgotten that he is still being hunted? In this area, the surveillance is relatively sparse, perhaps intentionally so. After all, dealing in counterfeit goods is inherently disgraceful. Moreover, with Brother Hao evading the cameras, the inspection team genuinely cannot find him. Alas, if only Zhou Chong had been a step quicker, or if Wang Wei had acted faster. Had they recognized Brother Hao's disguise sooner, the drone would have been of great assistance. In the live stream, viewers were somewhat perplexed by Qin Hao's purchase of such trivial items. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Hao, carrying his possessions, sought refuge in an internet CAF and entered the restroom. Hee, dear viewers, do you really think these 3 items are fake? Once Qin Hao found a discreet inn, ensuring no surveillance cameras were around, he chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively gasped in shock. Could it be that they were all genuine? This seemed impossible. Well, the death warrant medal is indeed fake, but Qin Hao scratched the surface with a small knife, revealing a layer of gold peeling away. To everyone's astonishment, beneath the golden shavings was actual gold. Qin Hao worked swiftly, and in no time, all the gold had been scraped away, unveiling a brand new medal before the viewer's eyes. Upon gazing at the 4 characters inscribed on it, exemption medal. Gasp! The moment they saw these characters, a wave of shock coursed through the crowd. Was this real? If I am not mistaken, who would suspect that something appearing so absurd could harbor authenticity? The audience fell silent. Even the backstage staff watching were momentarily speechless. However, instinctively, their gazes shifted toward the scroll depicting Guan Yu's 1,000-mile ride. Riding a bicycle. Could it be that this item was also genuine? Indeed, as you all have surmised, this too is a genuine article. Qin Hao, fully aware of the viewer's thoughts, tore open the scroll of Guan Yu's journey. A golden fabric slipped out. Upon closer inspection, even he gasped in astonishment. He had sensed there was something inside, but he had no idea what it was. To his utter surprise, it turned out to be this. The Emperor's Edict. That very document, the Imperial Decree. My goodness, this market is quite suspicious. Are they trafficking solely in Imperial artifacts? How intriguing. The inspection team in reality must have already mobilized, right? After a brief moment of shock, the viewers displayed expressions of keen interest. Exemption medals, Imperial Edicts. These were indeed artifacts of the Emperor. Even if they were from modern times, they were still priceless relics. The audience's conjectures were entirely accurate. In reality, the inspection team had already sprung into action upon spotting the exemption medal. However, none of this concerned Qin Hao. The viewers turned their attention to the last porcelain vase. Surely, this too must be genuine. Qin Hao held the final porcelain vase. According to his calculations, this was the item most likely to be counterfeit in the entire market. As for the edict and the exemption medal, that was purely serendipitous. If sold, despite possessing 3 items, only one could potentially be sold for profit, and even that would require some forgery. Meanwhile, within the inspection team, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. The earlier debacle had left them quite vexed. They had been so close, yet failed to recognize the individual right before them. This is my responsibility, Zhou Chong said, looking quite embarrassed. This isn't solely your fault. By the time we reacted, Qin Hao had already vanished. However, I am quite curious about how he managed to alter his appearance. Zhou Jun shrugged, noting that it wasn't that Zhou Chong, the drone expert, was incapable. It was simply that they had failed to recognize the person. Chapter 40, Contraction and Expansion, the Authentication Association, Blue and White Porcelain. Indeed, Brother Hao's sudden transformation took everyone by surprise. Brother Hao is truly a figure one loves and loathes. In the live broadcast room, the audience nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhou Jun's words. Let us broaden our search. Although we are currently unaware of how he altered his appearance, we have memorized that visage, so locating him should not prove overly difficult. Wang Lei spoke slowly. Additionally, let us inquire about makeup artists or professionals in the medical field. They ought to possess some knowledge, and even if they don't, they can at least provide us with a direction. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. Furthermore, let us expand our search radius. It is quite likely that Qin Hao has already left the East District. With drone experts involved, the speed of the search should be swift. Upon hearing this, all the inspectors in the East District immediately retreated, though they did not leave entirely. A few remained to keep watch. Since Qin Hao was aware of their presence and departed, it was likely he might attempt to counterattack. Simultaneously, Zhou Chong maneuvered the drones, commencing a large-scale search. Should any pedestrians gaze skyward at this moment, they would observe numerous drones soaring through the air. Qin Hao, you may be agile and perceptive, but how does that truly matter? I command the drones. Even if you are formidable and possess heightened awareness, upon spotting the drones, can you ascertain my location? Zhou Chong sat in a CAF, resembling a youth engrossed in a video game, occasionally displaying a smile. As long as you remain oblivious to my presence, you will forever be under the scrutiny of the drones. While drones have their advantages, they also bear disadvantages. They can swiftly patrol the skies to spot adversaries, yet once they are detected, it becomes evident that inspectors are nearby. However, that is merely relative. The vicinity is quite expansive. This predicament prevents Zhou Chong from remaining with the inspection team for long. He requires to conceal himself and act independently. Mission accomplished. Qin Hao completed his final stroke, exhaling deeply. Of course, many tasks still lay ahead, such as drying, aging, and so forth. To convincingly fabricate an antique, every detail must be authentic, be it the patterns, the carvings, or even the final seal. Is Brother Hao crafting an antique? Ha ha ha, this is my first time witnessing someone create an antique. What a marvel! Is he planning to sell this? Brother Hao, heed my advice. If you cannot manage this, allow us to fundraise instead. In the live broadcast room, the audience found humor in the sight of the porcelain vase. Indeed, Brother Hao is formidable, a fact universally acknowledged. However, one's prowess does not correlate with the ability to craft antiques. If such creations could be easily made, would the prices of antiques, they would likely plummet to rock-bottom prices, of course. Qin Hao remained unaware of the audience's jest. After an arduous day, he took the porcelain vase and headed towards an antique authentication association. What would you like to authenticate? Upon entering the association, a young woman in her 20s greeted him with a smile. The sky had already darkened. Authentication of an antique. Qin Hao wasted no time and placed the porcelain vase on the table. This is blue and white porcelain? The young woman, clearly knowledgeable in her field, immediately identified it upon sight. Exactly. Qin Hao nodded, confident in his forgery skills. However, should a prominent figure in the authentication realm recognize it, that would indeed be his misfortune. At that point, it might escalate beyond mere forgery into robbery. After all, he had exchanged for high-level forgery, not divine level, yet, such flaws would likely escape the notice of all but the most elite appraisers. Please hold on, sir. I need to take this blue and white porcelain to the back for authentication. If you are concerned, you may accompany me. Qin Hao nodded and followed the young woman into the back. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast were utterly bewildered, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wait, is he serious?" The most astonishing part was that the young lady failed to recognize it as a fake. Is anyone now able to work as a receptionist at the Authentication Association? Or can anyone simply step in? You are mistaken. Let me clarify. I know this young lady. She is an apprentice to an esteemed antiquarian. Many in this industry are aware of who he is. That individual, do you think his apprentice would be lacking in skill? What surprises me is that even the apprentice of such a master could not discern this as a forgery. Many viewers were taken aback by this revelation. In their minds, the Antique Association, being so prestigious, should have even the receptionist possessing some expertise. Yet it appeared that while she was indeed capable, Brother Hao was even more so. His skills surpassed all. Allow me to elaborate. While many may assume Qin Hao is merely forging, they have not truly grasped how remarkably lifelike that porcelain vase is. To be honest, had I not witnessed the entire process of its creation, I would not have believed it to be a forgery myself. At that moment, an account named Old Rascal appeared. I have been involved in the antique world for 20 to 30 years. There are instances of oversight, yet I can usually identify forgeries. However, this piece by young friend Qin Hao, I genuinely could not spot a single flaw. Subsequently, many viewers checked the account, discovering it belonged to a man in his 50s, with numerous videos relating to antiques beneath his profile. Clearly, he was an antique enthusiast. This revelation convinced the audience. They truly believed. It wasn't that others lacked discernment. Rather, Brother Hao's forgery skills were simply exceptional. While the audience engaged in discussion, the reason Qin Hao chose to forge blue and white porcelain was due to its familiarity. Many have authenticated it, leading him to believe he would not be mistaken. Moreover, another significant reason was that forging other items would render them too easily recognizable. For instance, creating forgeries of famous calligraphy and paintings would draw meticulous scrutiny. If they weren't of a highly renowned artist, their value would be negligible. Thus, blue and white porcelain was the optimal choice. Chapter 41. Speak of the devil and he appears, poor Zhou Chong. Of course, I have been in the antique industry for nearly 40 years, if not 40, then at least 30. I can recognize blue and white porcelain at a glance. Upon hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows and smiled. The audience. Speak of the devil and he appears. It's UEVE chosen, old man, young man. If it were at an auction house, it would fetch at least this much. The old man extended 6 fingers and continued, however, if you are eager to sell, we are also buyers. Isn't that what our appraisal association does? Of course, he wasn't deceiving anyone. In this line of work, reputation often outweighs monetary gain. A good reputation signifies trust from others and a steady influx of wealth. A bad reputation, however, ensures no one will come to you again. Even if you make a quick profit, once trouble arises, your reputation is tarnished, unless that profit is substantial enough to last a lifetime. Perhaps then someone might take the risk. But clearly, a few million for blue and white porcelain does not fall into that category. I need to sell it. My family is gravely ill, and I urgently need the funds. Otherwise, I would never part with my ancestral heirlooms. Qin Hao's face displayed a hint of anxiety. All right, let us do this. Recently, an auction house sold a blue and white porcelain piece similar to yours for 6 million. The price was slightly inflated. The old man pondered for a moment before slowly saying, therefore, how about I offer you 4,500,000? Youth, this price is already quite fair. If you were to go to another place. Before he could finish, Qin Hao nodded vigorously, the old man. Even though he was sincere, he couldn't shake off a twinge of regret. Did he offer too much? This was rather too straightforward, however. Considering the man's family was in dire straits, it was understandable. Many who sell antiques often cite similar reasons. After all, who would part with ancestral treasures unless they were in urgent need of cash? Soon, the payment was made, but Qin Hao used the program team's bank card, as he, being a criminal, did not possess one of his own. Is there anything else you need, sir? The old man inquired curiously, noticing Qin Hao standing still. Do you accept pardons and imperial edicts here? Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed drastically. He quickly glanced outside and whispered, which dynasty? Tang. Ah. The old man inhaled sharply, then smiled. Do you have documents? Qin Hao, antiques can be classified as private or state-owned. If they are passed down through generations, they are typically private, but they require documentation. If there are no documents, we can arrange that here. This single statement made Qin Hao instantly comprehend. Wasn't he this just a means of laundering? Good heavens, he never expected such a seemingly innocuous old man to possess such dubious intentions. I'll sell it. Primarily because this item held no utility for him and was rather a nuisance. Half an hour later, Qin Hao emerged from the appraisal association looking rejuvenated, explaining, if this were reality, I would have used cash directly, or perhaps enlisted someone else to use their bank card. Over 100 million. The audience naturally grasped this and had nothing to add. Program team, please handle the follow-up work. Remember to reimburse the rightful parties? Qin Hao glanced up at the darkening sky. Night had fallen. The program team? Director Li's expression darkened once again. Next, I need to track down the individual controlling the drone. Such a person poses a significant threat and must be dealt with swiftly. Meanwhile, while Qin Hao was on the hunt, the Liaozhou City Inspection Bureau released an unexpected announcement. Liaozhou City Inspection Bureau. According to our investigation, the pardons and imperial edicts originated from an antique trafficking ring apprehended last year, alongside several disguised antiques that have gone missing. We will promptly contact the Appraisal Association and all Qin Hao for his timely discovery. So, they were lost by the antique trafficking gang. Heh, I wonder if the old man's laundering was legitimate. If not, that's quite the implication. He wouldn't need to resort to that. Individuals of his stature possess such rights. Soon, matters regarding the antiques began trending online. On the other hand, most inspectors were resting, feeling quite relaxed due to Zhou Cheng's presence. After all, no matter how swift a person might be, they cannot outpace something that flies. The pressure shifted entirely to Zhou Cheng. Yet, he bore no complaints and was instead exhilarated. Having spent over a day with the inspection team, he had yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. Imagining the grand recognition he would receive upon discovering Qin Hao sent shivers of excitement through him. Zzz. Zhou Cheng took a bite of the. Zhou Cheng stiffened for a moment, instinctively raising his head towards the source of the sound. A mere glance nearly made his eyes pop out. Qin Hao. When did he arrive here, and why is he here? Zhou Cheng was utterly befuddled, even somewhat horrified. His drone was not a surveillance camera, it was a mobile, flying device. How on earth had this fellow approached him so stealthily? Then, he saw Qin Hao smiling broadly as he walked towards him. Is this the drone you're using? It was an arrogant statement of affirmation. Zhou Cheng wanted to shake his head in denial, but he knew Qin Hao had already made the connection. No wonder when I left Dongqing, I sensed a gaze from the sky. It must have been yours. In fact, while in Dongqing, Qin Hao had spotted the drone taking off, so after resolving his financial issues, he had employed the process of elimination in his search. What seemed like coincidence was, in reality, inevitable. Ha ha ha, wow. Zhou Cheng's choice of location is simply unbeatable. What does it mean to search everywhere? It's like stumbling right into the lion's den. They literally walked into the muzzle of a gun. Viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at the scene. Gulp. Zhou Cheng swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain composure. Brother Hao, I'm actually your fan. This rationale was quite sound. Almost perfect. It's entirely normal for fans to seek out their idols, right? And then what? Do you want to end your own life, or shall I take care of that for you? You must think I'm blind. A fan carrying an inspection recording device? Qin Hao scoffed, pointing at the equipment on Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng. Within the inspection team, a profound silence enveloped the room. Sun Xiao, Chen Yalan, Zhou Jun, and the others were all left utterly dumbfounded, their brains buzzing. Why is this happening? Those words involuntarily echoed in their minds, leaving them to question their very existence. They could not fathom how Qin Hao had ended up in the very spot Zhou Chong had chosen. Soon after, they witnessed Qin Hao eliminate Zhou Chong, albeit within the confines of the program. He might just be the most wronged elite inspector. Even Zhou Jun found it hard to muster anger. He was almost amused. One could only say that sometimes, reality is far more thrilling than fiction. This is just unfortunate for Zhou Chong. Wang Lei sighed, continuing, however, we need not worry overly much. High IQ criminals are indeed the most challenging to deal with, but someone like Qin Hao, truth be told, as long as we deploy enough personnel, capturing him is not impossible. Upon hearing this, the others pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, no matter how skilled one might be, can they match the power of firearms? No. Regardless of how formidable an individual may be, they remain just one person. Would 50 inspectors suffice? 100? Not enough. Then 200. Thus, all that is required is to amass sufficient numbers. But true high IQ criminals are a different matter altogether. They are elusive, audacious, and seldom reveal themselves. So let us not be discouraged. We merely need to devise a comprehensive strategy aimed at Qin Hao, and that will suffice. Wang Lei continued, while we've always regarded Qin Hao with due seriousness, we have yet to analyze him as a criminal comprehensively and tailor a strategy accordingly. We treated him as just another offender, albeit a more skilled one. Moreover, our eagerness for quick results, coupled with the absence of a stable and effective strategy, has repeatedly allowed him to escape. The group listened intently. All along, Qin Hao had been renowned for his speed and strength, supplemented by an array of skills, which facilitated his escapes. However, to be precise, these aspects were not the main issues. The inspection team had personnel and weaponry. Why should they fear him? Understood. Shall we now devise a strategy? Sun Shao nodded, awakening from his reverie. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is failing without understanding the cause. That is the real horror. With Wang Lei, a formidable analyst, on their side, they need not worry about identifying the reasons for failure. Brother Wang Wei, Chenggu, let us take the night off. Here, we will analyze Qin Hao and tailor a strategy. Sun Shao communicated the situation via radio, and the other side readily agreed. Chapter 42:3 Crucial Points, a detailed analysis by the inspection team. Is the inspection team truly serious about this? Absolutely. Repeated failures are quite embarrassing. Moreover, we must remember that they represent the inspection. Let us not forget the original intent of this program, to educate while entertaining, and to provide material for real-life inspection agencies, rather than merely showcasing the prowess of criminals. Is it makeup, or something else entirely? Within the inspection team, Wang Lei meticulously analyzed each point, swiftly outlining the subsequent steps they needed to take. The clarity of thought and perfect order invigorated everyone present. Indeed, simply knowing Qin Hao's skills served little purpose. What mattered most were his actions. Chen Yalan, lost in thought, lowered her head, then picked up her phone and stepped aside. Captain, we have a lead. Just then, a voice crackled over the intercom. The taxi driver is a man in his 40s. He mentioned that his son suffers from a congenital disease that is exceedingly difficult to treat. It appears he may not have much time left. This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned, with many viewers recalling the middle-aged man who drove all night. No wonder he was so desperate. Everyone understood that a congenital illness would consume a vast amount of money daily. It was akin to a money-guzzling beast. Perhaps if the middle-aged man missed a day of work, his son would lose a day of precious time that was irrevocably ticking away. Even Wang Lei and Zhou Jun were taken aback, as they had not anticipated such a twist in the narrative. Captain, we have located traces of Qin Hao in the East District. In that room, we discovered some unusual materials, which, upon analysis, were found to be a combination of plaster and other substances. Another report came through. Hearing this, the team, they sensed the truth was drawing ever closer. I have gathered information. At this moment, Chen Yalan, with a peculiar expression, hung up the phone and slowly stated, I contacted a prominent figure in the medical field, who happens to be my mentor. After my description, she paused for a moment before continuing, my mentor indicated that in ancient times, these materials could be fashioned into masks for altering one's appearance, akin to the disguise techniques often depicted in martial arts dramas. In simpler terms, it resembles human skin masks. However, this method of creation has long been lost to history. While it is now possible to create dolls that closely resemble human features, replicating such masks in a lightweight manner suitable for human faces is unattainable, let alone achieving a perfect fit. Boom! The moment those words were uttered, it felt as if thunder had struck, echoing in everyone's ears. Disguise techniques? Human skin masks? Goodness, is this not the stuff of legends? In fact, many believed it to be mere fabrications of martial arts television dramas. Yet, to think that such things truly exist in reality? Disguise techniques? Human skin masks? Is this truly real? Such things actually existed? Oh no, it feels increasingly surreal. Has everything I previously believed been a fallacy? The live stream erupted in chaos. Even if they had not witnessed them firsthand, they had at least heard of them in some capacity. at most. It was simply that Qin Hao possessed a greater number of skills and was more proficient, but still within the realm of human comprehension. However, what on earth was this disguise technique? More formidable than one of the four great evil arts. Makeup techniques? Zhou Jun, Sun Xiao, Wang Lei, and Xiao He stood frozen, wide-eyed and speechless. Sister Chan, are you certain? After a long pause, Sun Xiao asked, dazed. Of course I'm sure. Can my mentor lie? I have heard whispers of this before, but it simply did not come to mind until now. Chen Yalan nodded with a wry smile. The others were left in stunned silence. Given that Chen Yalan, a provincial director, and even her mentor, had asserted this, there could be no doubt it was undeniable evidence. Qin Hao possessed the ability of disguise and could create human skin masks. This complicates matters. Wang Lei slowly furrowed his brow and spoke somberly. Considering Qin Hao's intelligence, now that he has been exposed, he will certainly take precautions next time, devising all manner of strategies to conceal himself. Moreover, the ability to change one's appearance at will. At this point, a heavy silence fell over the group. To locate Qin Hao would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if they did manage to find him, he could simply turn around and don a new face. Wouldn't that be terrifying? However, this technique is not entirely without limitations. My mentor stated that the materials Qin Hao purchased would only suffice to create approximately 3 masks, at most 4, and he has already revealed one. Chen Yalan recalled her mentor's words and spoke slowly. Do not forget, all identities are recorded. Should even one unfamiliar face appear, the surveillance system will identify it. At this moment, Xiao He interjected. While the workload may be considerable, it's not insurmountable for me. In today's world, everyone possessed an identification card. The sudden emergence of someone without one would undoubtedly draw attention. Of course, the task was daunting. Very well, we are left with but one question. Where will Qin Hao go next? What will he do? Wang Lei nodded. To be honest, in that fleeting moment, even he felt a flicker of despair. Yet now, it seemed there were still ways to cope. The hospital. The group exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Given Qin Hao's character, knowing the taxi driver's unfortunate circumstances, he would although he may have acted repulsively on the show, in reality, he is quite kind-hearted. Moreover, with his abilities, he has ample ways to generate income in the program. He will certainly make an appearance at the hospital. With this thought, smiles spread across the faces of the 5 team leaders. While they felt a sense of regret for the taxi driver, even a desire to help, those actions would be carried out discreetly. For now, they donned their uniforms, committed to combating all forms of evil as inspectors. Though aware that their approach might be morally questionable, they were resolute in seizing this opportunity to advance. This is the essence of inspection, possessing a humane side, yet never faltering when action is required. Chapter 43. System Upgrade, 4-dimensional function. Have you forgotten something? As several inspection team leaders were deep in discussion, Zhou Jun suddenly interjected. The group paused, turning in surprise to look at him. Well, it seems none of you have noticed. Zhou Jun sighed, though he could understand their oversight. Despite being top-notch in their respective fields, they were not professional inspectors. Thus, their lack of awareness was quite normal. And that is, Qin Hao's voice. Didn't you notice that it has undergone? So, has Qin Hao studied voice acting? Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao and others fell silent. If it weren't for Zhou Jun's observation, they might have overlooked it entirely. After all, in comparison to the changes in Qin Hao's appearance, their attention had been wholly captivated by the disguise mask. The alteration in voice had gone unnoticed. Now, upon reflection, they realized that not only had Qin Hao's appearance changed, but his voice had also transformed significantly. Changes in appearance, and now voice as well. Do you think you're some kind of shape-shifting deity? Honestly, I am truly impressed by Brother Hao. Indeed, I am curious about what he did before. How did he acquire so many skills? Someone like Brother Hao, whatever he knows, must be formidable. Yet, logically speaking, a person of his caliber shouldn't be so obscure. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although they were somewhat surprised that Qin Hao possessed voice acting skills, it was evidently overshadowed by the multitude of abilities he exhibited. In fact, it seemed rather inconspicuous. All right, let's proceed with the arrangements. Zhou Jun concurred with a nod, then picked up the intercom. A night passed in silence, perhaps the quietest night yet. The following day, as Qin Hao stepped outside, he contemplated whether he should make a trip to the hospital. Just then, a system notification abruptly appeared. Ding. The host has graduated from being a novice fugitive, but there remains a long road ahead to become a god-level fugitive. Ding. System upgrade in progress. Qin Hao's gaze fixated on the system interface, which displayed that the upgrade would take 10 minutes, rather swift. After a moment of silent calculation, he realized that it would also take approximately 10 minutes to reach the people's hospital. He understood well that his ability to endure thus far was entirely due to the system. Without it, he could have conceived some strategies, but would never have been able to last this long. It seems Brother Hao is preparing to go somewhere. Shouldn't he be heading to the hospital? Isn't he supposed to deliver money to the driver uncle? However, the inspection team must have already set up an elaborate trap, right? The viewers in the live broadcast were abuzz with concern. Ding! Congratulations to the... Simultaneously, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure, the driver uncle. What is this? Qin Hao's pupils constricted. The black and white photograph clearly depicted a young man. Though the vehicle was moving swiftly, it was evident that the driver uncle's expression was grim. Could it be that his son has... Upon this realization, Qin Hao let out a soft sigh. The cycle of life and death is a natural aspect of being human. Yet, when faced with the death of a loved one, the heart-wrenching pain is something only those who experience it can truly comprehend. If I am not mistaken, the driver uncle's son must have already passed away. Qin Hao lamented, his expression complex. As soon as he uttered these words, the viewers in the live stream were left bewildered. They had seen the hearse but had not given it much thought, considering that death is a daily occurrence. Oh no, could that hearse actually be carrying the uncle's son? He had to admit, the system's assertion was indeed valid. As it stood, simply possessing skills was inadequate to confront the inspection team. With the passage of time, the number of inspectors would only increase, and their weaponry would escalate from electric batons to handguns. Although they were not real, their range was indistinguishable from that of genuine firearms. If struck, one would be immediately eliminated. No matter how capable one might be, could they truly surpass such weaponry? Human nature. This thought involuntarily surfaced in Qin Hao's mind as he continued to read. New functionality added. Four-dimensional function. Comprehensive physical attributes are transformed into a four-dimensional digital format. Qin Hao. Strength, 80. Stamina, 80. Speed, 80. Intelligence, 130. Note, the average IQ of a person ranges from 90 to 110, with scores between 120 and 140. That is utter nonsense, exceeding the limits of human capability. Skills, intermediate lockpicking, intermediate combat awareness, intermediate sprinting, advanced counterintelligence, advanced disguise, advanced deception, god-level intuition, advanced climbing, advanced makeup, advanced ventriloquism, advanced antique forgery. Special status. Suit-wearing thug. Increases attributes by 60. Emotional value. 64,000. Upon reviewing his personal information, Qin Hao indeed noted the changes. Previously, it was a comprehensive assessment without specific figures. However, now it was clear and distinct, easily discernible at a glance. Not bad, not bad. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction, particularly pleased that he could enhance his personal attributes by merely expending 10,000 emotional values. Although 10,000 emotional values is a considerable amount, it is an investment in oneself. As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. As long as he reached his peak, the limits of humanity, then even without an extensive array of skills, he would possess the confidence to face any challenge. Chapter 44. A fruitless endeavor, the funeral home, and the pursuit of the police dogs. Meanwhile, inside the hospital. Good day, we are from the Tianyan program team. Might I inquire if Mr. Wei Xiaoyu is present here? Wang Wei and Chen Gu arrived at the hospital, brimming with confidence, having come before Qin Hao. Thus, all they needed to do was set a trap, ensuring that Qin Hao would be utterly ensnared. Many viewers who had been following the inspection team's live broadcast shared this sentiment. However, it must be noted that not all viewers were fixated on Qin Hao. After all, tastes vary. Some were drawn to his brazen antics and various transgressions, while others found intrigue in the contentious inspections, which is perfectly understandable. But in the next moment, Wei Xiaoyu? Let me check the records. The nurse cast a peculiar glance at the two, feeling that the name Wei Xiaoyu was somewhat familiar. After perusing the information on her computer, her expression grew even more bizarre. What's the matter? Observing the nurse's strange demeanor, Wang Wei and Chen Gu suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Wei Xiaoyu has already passed away, having departed less than an hour ago. Boom. Upon hearing these words, not only were Chen Gu and Wang Wei stunned, but the inspectors nearby, who were waiting to set up, were equally dumbfounded. What did you say? He is dead? Wang Wei's face was a mask of disbelief. They had arrived ahead of schedule, expecting to ensnare Qin Hao, only to discover the individual had died. Wasn't this a farce? So they had busied themselves for nothing that early morning? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I came here just to witness this moment. How amusing, truly amusing. No need to wait. Brother Hao has already set off for the Indeed, their anticipation had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Chen Gu and his companions wore expressions of embarrassment, as during their search for information, there had been no indication that Wei Xiaoyu had passed away. This revelation was far beyond their expectations. What should we do? Chen Gu looked towards Wang Wei, recognizing that capturing individuals was not his forte. He needed to heed others' instructions, for every field has its specialists. How should I know what to do? Please ask the team leader to investigate the location of the funeral home where Wei Xiaoyu is currently situated. At this moment, Wang Wei felt somewhat flustered. In their struggles against Qin Hao, the inspection team often found themselves reacting belatedly. This was quite normal. Only when the enemy made a move could they consider how to counter. Much like in reality, one cannot apprehend a suspect unless a crime has been committed. However, this time, they had finally gained the upper hand, only to encounter such a significant issue. I've already dispatched personnel to locate the funeral home. If we could access the road surveillance, that would be ideal. However, I have requested a dozen police dogs. Would you like to utilize them? I believe they could be quite beneficial. Although the inspection team hasn't been upgraded, with the police dogs, he wouldn't have to wait for the inspection team's analysis and could directly employ them to pinpoint Qin Hao's location. After all, a person can alter their appearance and voice, but their scent is far more challenging to disguise. Of course, changing one scent is not an insurmountable task. A single effective ambush could suffice. A mere 15 minutes later, the police dogs arrived, and utilizing the items previously linked to Qin Hao, the dogs quickly sprang into action. Following the lead of the police dogs, all inspectors commenced their pursuit. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was leisurely enjoying breakfast at a roadside stall, while glancing at the system panel. System, grant me a boost in strength. Qin Hao thought to himself, having gained a clear... Regardless, he decided to test it out first. Beep, consuming 10,000 emotional points. As the system's voice resonated, Qin Hao felt an immediate surge of strength. Glancing up at the sky, illuminated by the sun's rays, it was a bright and new day for many. Yet he knew it was a dark day for the driver and his family. Well, fate has brought us together. Since the money wasn't delivered, I might as well visit the scene to pay my respects. Qin Hao wiped his mouth, settled the bill, and prepared to leave. Although the individual had already passed, it was still commendable to meet this young man. More importantly, he had devised a comprehensive plan. In fact, he could leverage this situation to severely undermine the inspection team. There are not many people as benevolent as I. Qin Hao sighed lightly. Therefore, one should learn from me and strive to be a kind person. The audience. While your words do seem to carry a semblance of truth, why does it sound so dissonant when spoken from your lips? Woof woof. Just then, Qin Hao suddenly heard the sound of barking. Instinctively turning his head, he spotted a German shepherd charging towards him. Of course, that wasn't the most critical part. The key detail was the markings on the dog's vest. Inspection. Interesting, the inspection team has deployed police dogs. But this seems rather premature. Qin Hao pondered, completely dismissing the approaching dog. After all, it was merely one. But in the next moment, woof woof woof. 1, 2, 3. A full dozen police dogs were racing down the street. After all, the combat prowess of police dogs was formidable. While a solitary dog might not pose a threat, a multitude could overwhelm him. The man-dog showdown had officially commenced. Although Qin Hao was fleeing, he wisely avoided the main road. Many passers-by halted to watch the spectacle, pointing and whispering among themselves. Yet, Qin Hao paid them no heed. Just as he was about to enter a narrow alley, he noticed police cars approaching from a distance. Indeed, they are right on my tail. However, it is a pity that merely deploying police dogs is entirely insufficient. Qin Hao squinted, pushing himself to run at full speed. One must commend the... Yet, merely 5 or 6 minutes later, the dogs began panting heavily. 20 minutes later, the dogs lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, drool dripping from their mouths, exhausted. As expected, I told you. Brother Hao is someone even dogs can't catch. Chapter 45. My name is Qin Hao, and I hail from the Tianyan program team. In a funeral home nestled near the mountains, one would rarely encounter the deranged, the foolish, or the mentally ill. For even such individuals possess the innate understanding of where they ought to tread and where they should not. The air is permeated with a peculiar scent. A deep inhalation reveals an overwhelming potency. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one might notice that some leaves in the vicinity, which ought to be a vibrant green, have taken on a murky gray hue. Those who comprehend the implications understand fully. For the explanation lies in the fact that after the cremation of a body, the dense smoke and scattered ashes disperse, which is precisely why dogs tend to avoid any vicinity of a funeral home. They harbor a greater fear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a somber melody fills one of the rooms in the funeral home. An elegy of sorrow. This music, the lament. Curious children, do refrain from searching for it, as you may unwittingly find yourselves embroiled in a rather disturbing spectacle. In that room, a multitude of people stand. Men and women alike, each visage steeped in profound sorrow, heads bowed in solemn silence. Not far in front of them lies a profusion of white and yellow flowers, alongside a large black and white photograph. The image depicts a young man, his face adorned with a radiant smile that, juxtaposed with the monochrome, evokes an unsettling chill. Just before this photograph rests a casket. This entire ritual is referred to as mourning. As the saying goes, when a person dies, it is akin to a flame extinguished. All enmities, grievances, gratitude, and kindness dissipate into the ether. Those who harbored resentment must release their grudges, while those filled with gratitude lament the loss of the departed spirit. Woo woo woo, my son. You were so young, and now you are gone. How shall I live on, dear child? A middle-aged woman weeps, cradling her head in despair. The calluses on her hands and the darkness of her complexion betray a life of hardship. Although her family has exhausted every resource for this child, even accruing substantial debt, they have never entertained the thought of surrender. Yet, alas, life is ultimately subject to fate, and the sudden loss was unforeseen. Meanwhile, a driver stands to the side, his eyes swollen with tears, his body trembling intermittently. The greatest tragedy of life is the parting of souls, and even more sorrowful is the phenomenon of a gray-haired individual bidding farewell to one of youthful vigor. Ah, dear brother and sister, shall you would not wish to see you in such a state. A man interjects, his voice rough yet sincere. Indeed, although my words may sound harsh, I believe death could be a form of liberation for Xiaoyu. His life has been fraught with suffering for these many years. Indeed, the congenital affliction is an insurmountable torment for both Xiaoyu and you. A woman adds, stepping forward to offer her counsel. Perhaps his departure is, in truth, a blessing for all. It is evident that these words stem from genuine concern, though they may come across as excessively rational, particularly to the grieving couple, who find them somewhat jarring. Nonetheless, they are acutely aware that there is truth in those sentiments, even if they are loath to acknowledge it. Please accept my condolences. The director of the funeral home approaches, his countenance somber. For the next 7 to 15 days, the body shall reside here. Should you wish to visit your son, you are welcome to do so at any time. The director begins to issue instructions, for in the wake of death, numerous arrangements must be made. Generally, after a person passes away, the body is not immediately cremated. It is typically kept for about 7 to 15 days. Even the director is unsure of the rationale behind this protocol, having inherited it from his... Soon, having finished his directives, the director shakes his head and departs. Such occurrences have become second nature to him. He no longer finds them remarkable, as each day brings a multitude of deceased to his doorstep. However, as he opens the door, he is suddenly startled. What the? A gasp escapes his lips, drawing the attention of all present, though their gazes are far from welcoming. One ought to be mindful of decorum. Uttering such coarse language in this solemn place is a grave disrespect to the deceased. Yet, they soon regain their composure, for they notice a man clad in a white suit standing at the entrance. Why does he seem so familiar? Of course, though he wears a disguise, I often watch his program. Who would have thought such a figure would grace this place? Whispers ripple through the crowd, their voices hushed yet growing increasingly boisterous. Brother Hao, we never expected you would truly come. The driver exclaims, a mixture of surprise and complexity evident on his face. When he last encountered Qin Hao, his son was still alive, but mere days have passed, and now they are separated by the veil of death. Fate, it seems, has a cruel sense of humor. Good heavens, is it true he's really gone? Of course, if he weren't dead, there would be no death certificate, nor would he be brought to a funeral home. Look at that photograph. The young man appears to be under 20. Many viewers, employing nanodrones, observe the scene within the hall and sigh in collective sorrow. This transcends mere financial concerns. His parents have not abandoned him, yet his body has forsaken him completely. Greetings, I am Qin Hao, from the Tianyan program team. Qin Hao surveys the hall, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of the gathering. I am sorry to have arrived too late. It is unfortunate that I could not converse with the young man. He even feels a measure of respect for the youth, for enduring congenital illness since birth and persevering until now speaks volumes of his remarkable willpower. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoyu's mother can no longer contain herself, erupting into inconsolable sobs. Her body convulses, her speech incoherent, a clear manifestation of overwhelming grief. Qin Hao internally sighs. He is, by nature, an optimistic individual who finds it difficult to witness such lamentation. Nevertheless, having come this far, he feels compelled to pay his respects to the young man. It is only fitting. As for any scrutiny, he has long since evaded it, believing it unlikely they would track him down in the short term. Under the watchful eyes of Wei Xiaoyu's family, Qin Hao strides purposefully towards the casket, gazing down at the young man within. However, upon a closer look, he suddenly pauses. With his heightened physical capabilities, sight, hearing, and such, he perceives something amiss with the young man. Chapter 46. Something's amiss. He is not dead, but resurrected. I have completely lost track of Qin Hao. Chun-Gu sat in the police car, his face marked with worry. It was the first time he realized that the police car, while imposing, had its limitations in narrow alleys and confined spaces. On the contrary, Qin Hao's speed and strength rendered him nearly... Their finances are quite dire. To put it bluntly, they have been dragged down by Wei Xiaoyu. The entire inspection team nodded. This information was already known to them. Hence, based on the current intelligence, if Brother Hao can think of these, the inspectors are not fools either. However, I must admit, if it were me, I would have been utterly bewildered by Brother Hao's machinations. In the live broadcast room, the audience marveled at Xiao Hei's deductive prowess. What are we waiting for? Let us move. Upon seeing the names of the two funeral homes, Zhou Jun and Sun Xiao instantly perked up, gesturing decisively. Simultaneously, Wang Wei and Qin Hao, who were also gathered, received the notification. Is he really heading to a funeral home? Wang Wei unconsciously furrowed his brow and slowly spoke into the intercom. Most funeral homes that offer cremation services are situated in remote mountains or desolate areas, and Qin Hao likely made considerable preparations. If they disperse, I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise. Then you should not disperse. There are only 2 homes in total. The voice of Zhou Jun came through the intercom. Which one should we head to first? Qin Hao looked towards Wang Wei. Let us start with the cheaper and relatively closer one. Just then, Wang Wei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. V-room. The police car roared to life and sped off into the distance. Something feels off. At this moment, Qin Hao was unaware that the inspection team was closing in on him, yet he was thoroughly prepared. Even should they arrive, they would be too late to halt his actions. This funeral home was situated near the mountains. If necessary, he could simply venture into the forest. This position was entirely advantageous for both offense and retreat. However, he did not pay much heed to that, his gaze fixated intently on the young man lying in the coffin. My goodness, that gaze. If I weren't certain that Brother Hao had never met him, I might think that gaze, that expression. Could it be? In the live broadcast room, viewers observed the changes in Qin Hao's expression, suddenly squinting with intrigue. They recognized that his demeanor and expression were decidedly unusual. Brother Hao. Behind him, noticing Qin Hao standing still, his expression shifting, the driver finally could not suppress his inquiry. My son is innocent. What is with that look? May I take a look at the hospital's death report? Qin Hao pondered for a moment before articulating slowly. The driver and the family members were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. But upon reflection, they recognized that Qin Hao was indeed quite formidable. Moreover, there was nothing inherently secretive about a death report. The driver retrieved a stack of documents from a bag. Qin Hao meticulously scrutinized the papers, and with each glance, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. This expression, however, did not bode well in the eyes of the family members. In fact, the driver and his wife instinctively questioned, could it be that our Xiao Yu's death was not of natural causes, but rather a result of foul play? Yet, this thought was quickly dismissed. Quite simply, they were impoverished. Though it was a harsh term, poverty indeed offered safety. Even if someone wished to harm them, it would hardly be worthwhile. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. The audience in the live broadcast room was ablaze with excitement, as they found themselves increasingly bewildered by Brother Hao's actions. He is not dead. In a startling declaration, merely 3 seemingly weightless words, yet they struck the ears of all present like a thunderclap. Everyone stared wide-eyed in shock, disbelief, and confusion as they gazed at Qin Hao. What the mastery of such a skill requires not only talent but extensive clinical trials. Frankly, I find it hard to believe. What a joke. The hospital has issued a death report, complete with an official death certificate, and you tell me he is not dead? The audience in the live room erupted in chaos. Could it be that the hospital had erred? Yet, looking at Wei Xiaoyu's pallor, he certainly did not resemble a living person. Qin Hao, do you even comprehend? His ire was not directed at Qin Hao, but rather the gravity of those 3 words, which, while easily spoken by Qin Hao, could serve as another devastating blow to Wei Xiaoyu's parents if proven false. Instinctively, he turned to glance at his elder brother and sister-in-law, only to find them staring at Qin Hao with wide eyes, their faces a mixture of hope, anxiety, and astonishment. Brother Hao, are you serious? The driver stammered incredulously, his lips trembling, struggling to articulate. Moments later, with a sudden intensity, Qin Hao's eyes sharpened, and before anyone could react, he struck down with his palm. Cough cough, wheeze wheeze. In the next instant, everyone. Resurrected? Chapter 47. Is the smile frightening? Numb legs, a state of apparent death? What on earth? Has he risen from the dead? As Wei Xiaoyu abruptly sat up in the coffin, everyone was left in a state of shock. The audience felt streams of cold sweat cascading down their bodies. The hospital had already issued a death report, and even the authorities had provided a death certificate, yet with a casual slap of his hand, Brother Hao brought him back to life. This was utterly unprecedented. The venue fell into a profound silence, all eyes wide open, staring blankly at Wei Xiaoyu, their minds a complete blank. Where am I? After a long pause, Wei Xiaoyu's voice emerged, albeit somewhat feeble. My son, my son. A woman dashed forward, embracing Wei Xiaoyu tightly, weeping tears of joy. She cared not whether her son was a ghost or had died. All she knew was that this was her flesh and blood. However, in stark contrast to her exuberant delight, the other family members were After a collective gasp, they suddenly regained their senses. They glanced at Wei Xiaoyu, then at Qin Hao. To their astonishment, Qin Hao offered them a slight smile, just as a chill breeze swept through, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Ah! He has risen from the dead. Everyone, run for your lives. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled towards the exit. Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly. Is my smile truly that frightening? He muttered to himself. It's not frightening per se. Rather, it is quite warming, however. Your timing for such a smile is indeed rather terrifying. I just realized, Brother Hao is not only powerful but also quite the prankster. Ha ha ha, that statement holds no flaws. In the live broadcast, viewers finally grasped the situation. A corpse could not possibly speak. Brother, why aren't you running? Qin Hao gazed at the director, feeling somewhat impressed. Truly, as the director of the funeral, Qin Hao looked down and noticed that the man's legs trembled uncontrollably. Oh dear, how disappointing. With a sigh, he refrained from saying more, considering the man's advanced age. He did not wish. Your son must have entered a certain. Qin Hao paused momentarily, then continued, state of apparent death. This condition is, in many respects, indistinguishable from actual death. The hospital likely did not. The phenomenon of apparent death is exceedingly rare, which explains why there have been news reports of a deceased individual suddenly reviving just as they were being placed into a cremation furnace. This is what apparent death entails. Moreover, there are various forms of apparent death, which could easily lead the hospital to overlook it. However, what puzzled them was, Brother Hao, you possess medical knowledge? The driver uncle inquired, his face a mask of astonishment. Not at all. Qin Hao shook his head decisively. He wished he could, but regrettably, his emotional value was insufficient. Medical expertise was something that should be exchanged for top-tier skills. Otherwise, it would merely be a disservice. Furthermore, considering the multitude of congenital diseases hospitals struggle to address, Qin Hao did not believe that even advanced medical skills could resolve such issues. Nevertheless, from his observation of Wei Xiaoyu's body and breath, he inferred that with continuous treatment, he should be able to endure for quite some time. Oh! The driver uncle appeared somewhat disappointed, but remained immensely grateful. His wife nearly fell to her knees in gratitude. For them, it was undoubtedly a life-saving grace. However, this leads you into a perilous situation. Yet, paradoxically, this is likely a gift from Brother Hao. At that moment, the live audience noticed a black bag not far from the ground. They were acutely aware that Qin Hao had carried this bag with him the entire way. It contained a considerable sum of money. However, they quickly comprehended Qin Hao's intentions. Ah, the joy of performing good deeds is indeed delightful. Qin Hao stepped out of the hall and into the courtyard, smiling as he spoke. Delightful, indeed. It has brought tears to my eyes. In truth, rather, it is because I am truly impoverished. Each viewer in the live stream lamented. Once, many benevolent souls were taken advantage of, and in the end, even when genuine assistance was needed, people would still respond with indifference. In short, they had been burned and were now wary. Well then, it is getting late, and it is time for everyone's favorite segment to commence. Qin Hao picked up a large bag and strode towards the mountains. He had prepared everything in advance, even estimating that the inspection team would inevitably come looking for him. When that moment arrived, it would be his time to hunt. Who says a criminal cannot resist? Viewers, is it time for everyone's favorite segment again? A fraud, a grand deceiver. Do you think we can still trust you now? Everyone agreed to go see the lady, yet you abruptly closed the stream. The reason was simple. The netizens had originally been eager to go see the lady, perhaps engage in a little mischief. But what happened next? Qin Hao turned the tables and shut down the live stream entirely. Could he still be considered a decent person? Of course, Qin Hao was oblivious to these remarks. Even if he were aware, he would not care, for he had long regarded the live stream as a form of self-entertainment. After all, he could not see what these individuals were saying. Wah wah. Just as Qin Hao stepped outside the funeral home's courtyard, piercing sirens blared in the distance. Look, this is the inspection team. I have said it countless times. I can hear that siren from 8 miles away. Do you expect me not to run in response to such a cacophony? Qin Hao shrugged helplessly, and then took off running. Viewers, your argument is so logical that we find ourselves at a loss for words. Chapter 48. The arrival of the inspection team and advertisements, prices. Along the way, we discovered the footprints of Qin Hao, and coupled with the information provided by team leader. Although they were pleasantly surprised to have chosen the right target on their first attempt, the current situation was far from favorable. This place is disadvantageous for us, Qian Gu remarked, gazing at the imposing mountains ahead, which were shrouded in a forest. While the forest may not have been vast, it was sufficient to obstruct their line of sight. Let us proceed. All units, remain vigilant. Upon encountering Qin Hao, relay the information immediately. Wang Wei inhaled deeply and, accompanied by 50 inspectors, gradually ascended the mountain. At last, they have arrived. Hee, I've been eagerly anticipating this moment. I wonder how Brother Hao will escape this time. Escape? You are overthinking it. The only cover in these mountains is that patch of forest, and even that is not extensive. It will be quite challenging for him to flee. In the inspection team's live streaming room, the audience from afar at the base of the mountain, The grand arrival of numerous police vehicles had drawn the attention of many citizens. After all, such a spectacle of dozens of police cars on the road was a rarity. What is going on here? Can't you see? It's the inspection team from that wildly popular Tianyan program. Oh, that program? I've heard my grandson mention it. Facing the curious gazes of the populace, the inspection team ascended the mountain slowly. System. Exchange for advanced traps. Qin Hao declared within the forest. Beep. Exchanged for advanced traps, costing 5,000 emotional points. As the system's voice faded, Qin Hao felt an influx of knowledge surge through his mind, as if it had been innately bestowed upon him. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Hao noted that even with his current perspective, there were pitifully few materials available in the forest to set traps. After pondering briefly, he cast his gaze down at the black bag in his hands, filled with several essential items, including a formidable weapon. Using these items to create some traps should pose no problem. Qin Hao murmured softly, his eyes gradually brightening. Brother Hao, may I interrupt? At that moment, the voice of Director Li Haoran emerged from the live streaming equipment. Everyone was taken aback, surprised that the nanodrone had a communication function. However, the viewers soon realized a problem. They could no longer hear the voices of the two individuals. Audience. Darn, do you not consider us as people? What's the big secret that requires such mystery? The audience erupted in discussion, feeling that since they were all on the same side, such secrecy was rather inconsiderate. Before long, the crowd became a cacophony of opinions, each expressing their thoughts. What is it? Qin Hao nodded, continuing to set traps while responding, unaware that the audience had been muted. Due to your increasingly renowned reputation, many advertisers have approached me, wishing for you to endorse their products. Of course, the decision rests entirely with you. I am merely here to inform you. Li Haoran spoke with careful deliberation. Hearing the repeated formalities, Qin Hao's expression turned peculiar. When did this director become so sycophantic? If memory served him right, this was a proud individual. After contemplating, Qin Hao shook his head slightly. I don't see the necessity, and to be frank, I am not particularly interested in that sum of money. Moreover, there is one crucial point. What is it? Li Haoran inquired curiously, immediately regretting his question, as a sense of unease washed over him for reasons unknown. Haha, do you really think that with my abilities, acquiring a few million would be a challenge? If that isn't enough, I could always rob a wealthy individual. Everything would then be mine. Qin Hao laughed heartily. Silence, a profound silence. Qin Hao's voice resonated clearly within the director. If anyone else had made such a claim, they might have scoffed, dismissing it as mere bravado. However, Qin Hao, this man was genuinely capable of such feats. Whatever Qin Hao seized, the production team would need to match, and as for the stolen goods, they would naturally be returned to their rightful owner. In other words, the production team would ultimately suffer losses. If Qin Hao desired money, as long as he could acquire it, it would rightfully belong to him. Upon further reflection, it seemed unnecessary to pursue advertisements. Actually, Brother Hao, you needn't go to such lengths. The advertisements I've selected only require you to casually mention them during the program, and you will receive a substantial sum of money, though you will only receive it after the show concludes. Oh. If that's the case, I'm all in. Qin Hao's eyebrows raised. If it required no effort, he certainly preferred that. Moreover, the prospect of earning money merely by mentioning a few words was akin to receiving a windfall. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Li Haoran replied solemnly, prior to this, you may choose to endorse others, provided those individuals have no connection to the program. At least, they cannot be contestants. It is undeniable that our production team would also benefit in some capacity. Qin Hao, is this really possible? He was utterly flabbergasted. However, upon closer examination, it seemed quite reasonable. Every program had sponsors. While this was an official show, it was unlikely they would prohibit earning extra income, was it? How much? Qin Hao felt a flicker of interest. A diligent path to wealth would not allow him to pass up this chance. To earn money with just a few words, it surely had to be in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Otherwise, could it truly be considered an advertisement? Unbeknownst to him, his popularity had skyrocketed. Who would turn down an opportunity for wealth? The advertising rates vary depending on the extent of exposure. The highest can reach 800,000, while the lowest is 200,000. And most importantly, this is the daily rate. You only need to mention it once. Wow. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao halted his movements, stroking his chin. The daily advertising rate for merely a single mention seemed somewhat dubious. However, given that the production team was official, they likely wouldn't set up any traps for him. Thus, after considerable contemplation, he nodded in agreement. This was a foolproof business venture. It was a must-do. Chapter 49. The dark forest, traps revealed, and spikes. As twilight descended, the sky gradually darkened. The forest, already damp and shadowy, took on an even more ominous atmosphere as the sun sank below the horizon. Creak. Wang Wei glanced down at the dry leaves beneath his feet, his brow furrowing slightly. The terrain here is decidedly unfavorable for us. Wang Wei spoke in a low tone. Everyone, while it's unlikely we'll encounter wild beasts, we cannot dismiss the possibility of snakes. Upon hearing this, the group stiffened, nodding in agreement. Snakes favor damp, shadowy environments. In any case, the inspection team has already entered the forest. It shouldn't be long before they meet up with Brother Hao. The audience, while not overly curious about the discourse between Qin Hao and Li Haoran, was far more eager to witness the unfolding events. How would Qin Hao contend with over 50 inspectors? Or would he ultimately be apprehended by them? For although the forest could obscure some sightlines, it was not vast enough to allow for easy maneuvering. As darkness deepened, even in this relatively small woodland, visibility diminished to the point where one could hardly see their own hand in front of their face. Alas, we rushed here without any foresight. I never anticipated Qin Hao would venture into such a place, leaving us utterly unprepared. Had we known, we should have brought our phones. At the very least, they possess a flashlight function. In the oppressive gloom, a voice sighed. It was Wang Wei. Not to worry, we've acclimated to the darkness. As long as we remain cautious, we will be fine, came the calm reply of Qin Go. Such capture missions prohibit the carrying of mobile phones, primarily to avoid any inadvertent sounds that might alert the target, and also because they are equipped with walkie-talkies that function even in areas devoid of cell service. Thus, phones are entirely superfluous. Yet, they had not anticipated encountering such treacherous conditions. This forest appeared rarely traversed by humans, evidenced by the thick blanket of fallen leaves that had accumulated over time without cleansing. The leaves were soft underfoot, and some were so brittle that stepping on them resulted in a sharp crackle. The air grew increasingly humid, accompanied by the unmistakable odor of decaying foliage. I can't shake the feeling that this place is a bit. As darkness enveloped them further, the audience's hearts began to race. The night was so inky that, were it not for the high-end drones employed by the state, viewers would likely see nothing but an impenetrable void, with even the figures of the inspectors obscured. Within the inspection bureau, the nerves of Sun Shao and his colleagues were taut. Little Black, Qin Hao hasn't left this area, has he? Zhou Jun inquired cautiously, glancing at Little Black. No, while the village lies at the base of this mountain, there are a couple of surveillance cameras along the roadside. I haven't seen him depart. Little Black shook his head. Ah. At this revelation, the group collectively exhaled, relief washing over their faces, though internally, they remained on high alert. After several previous attempts had allowed Qin Hao to escape, they had learned their lesson well. They would not relax until he was thoroughly apprehended. Thud. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the surveillance feed. Everyone froze, instinctively turning to look. Despite the superior quality of the inspection recorder, it could not reveal the specifics of what transpired within. He turned to see everyone else shaking their heads. Captain. At that moment, a voice emerged from the rear, albeit somewhat awkwardly. I don't know who dug a hole here, but I've fallen in. Can someone give me a hand? They turned to see a sizable pit not far from a large tree. Rushing over, they found a person standing in a hole that reached roughly to their waist. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a simple matter to climb out. However, the abundance of leaves meant that when the individual fell in, they had all collapsed into the pit. Without assistance, they could easily perish here, as there were no handholds, and the ground was too slippery from the leaves. This must be a trap set by the villagers down below to catch animals. Everyone, be careful. Wang Wei and Chen Gu exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. The presence of snakes was already a concern, and the addition of traps designed to capture small creatures posed further complications for their apprehension efforts. Soon, the trapped individual was pulled to safety. What were you thinking, straying from the group? I just needed to use the restroom. Wait. Amidst the banter, Wang Wei suddenly spotted a flash of white in the darkness, hastening over to retrieve it. Although shrouded in gloom, his eyes, accustomed to the shadows, discerned the markings. Spikes. It was a small fabric strip bearing just two simple words. Spikes. What does that mean? Wang Wei and Chen Gu exchanged bewildered glances. If I'm not mistaken, that inspector who went to the restroom is already dead. Just then, a haunting voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, belonging to Wang Lei. At this proclamation, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Those who were slow to react instinctively distanced themselves from the inspector, their eyes wide with fear. Are you a ghost? The quicker thinking among them, like Wang Wei and Chen Gu, glanced back at the inspector, certain he was alive, then at the pit below and the fabric in hand. A disquieting thought crept into their minds. What ghost? Clearly, this trap was devised by Qin Hao, a pit with spikes. You should be able to deduce the implications. Wang Lei nearly burst into laughter at the mention of a ghost, but maintained his consider the consequences. Audience. I think I might understand now. Oh no, I initially thought Brother Hao was just digging a hole to lie in, but it turns out he was setting a trap? Are you suggesting that the setup behind this, Hiss. At this moment, shock rippled through the audience in the live stream. The 50-plus inspectors on site, and the head of the inspection team, all equally stunned. A living person had fallen into a pit filled with spikes. The outcome was unmistakably dire. If not dead, they would surely be gravely injured. Chapter 50. To maintain kidney health, one must consume kidney treasure in the midst of this explosive data. The foremost question to ascertain is whether Qin Hao possesses the capability to create such a trap in this environment. Indeed, he does. No one harbors any doubts regarding Qin Hao's prowess. Thus, the trap devised using a strip of cloth as a substitute for a spike is entirely plausible. This implies that a certain inspector has already lost their combat effectiveness. At this thought, a chill ran down the spines of all inspectors present. Who could have anticipated that Qin Hao, in the midst of his escape, would so deftly lay traps for them? It was utterly inconceivable. Or perhaps, living in the urban confines, even the inspectors subconsciously overlooked the perils that lurked in the wilderness. Not to mention, the majority of these dangers were orchestrated by none other than Qin Hao himself. The audience was in an uproar. Wow, my brother Hao is simply incredible. Who could argue otherwise? Before the inspectors could even apprehend him, he dealt them a significant blow. Although they survived, they were gravely injured and unable to— What do you think? Cough, cough. The spectators erupted as they witnessed one inspector incapacitated right at the outset. A hush fell over the scene, an eerily quiet stillness. After a moment, Wang Wei and Chen Gu exhaled deeply. If there had been light at that moment, the crowd would have seen their faces pale as death. All right, Xiao Wang, you may withdraw. We shall take over from here. Rest assured, I will avenge you. Wang Wei stated solemnly, gazing at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang fell silent for a moment, reluctantly nodding. Who could have foreseen that he would meet his end while merely relieving himself? Had there been proper, straight paths in the forest, it could very well have been the two captains who fell first. With this thought, he felt a glimmer of gratitude. Brother, fret not. We shall handle the rest. I refuse to believe that with over 50 of us, we cannot capture Qin Hao. Numerous inspectors came forth to offer consolation. Xiao Wang nodded and, feeling despondent, exited the forest. Since it was impossible to ascertain the length of the spike, he could only consider himself gravely injured rather than deceased. Regardless, the ensuing capture was no longer his concern. Be vigilant. Since Qin Hao can lay traps here, there are bound to be others. Wang Wei's expression grew grave. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison, their expressions now imbued with caution. Subsequently, although the forest was not vast, they needed to maintain some distance while traversing, yet they were not too dispersed. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had completed his elaborate preparations. After all, they had been silent for a full hour, and since Qin Hao was busy setting traps, nothing had transpired, so the spectators had not paid much attention. What truly captivated their interest was why Li Haoran sought out Brother Hao. Just now, Director Li informed me that he has a splendid job opportunity to discuss, with compensation that is exceedingly fair. The audience was left in stunned silence, their minds racing as they had been speculating about what Li Haoran wished to confer with Brother Hao, yet they never anticipated it to be this. A job. Wasn't Brother Hao currently participating in a show? Why would he need a job? I believe everyone is eager to learn about this job. Suddenly, Qin Hao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The crowd was taken aback, and then they witnessed Qin Hao adjust his attire, standing resolutely upon the grand tree, his voice deep and steady. For men to maintain optimal kidney health, one must consume kidney treasure. After partaking, one becomes swifter than Lu Xiong and taller than Yao Ming. 1 bottle invigorates the mind. 2 bottles banish fatigue. 3 bottles grant immortality. Oh yes. At this, the director's team exchanged bewildered glances. They stared at the image of Qin Hao, utterly dumbfounded. Is this? Have I inadvertently activated the program incorrectly? Why am I witnessing such a surreal spectacle? Brother Hao. Where is my brother Hao? He is an omnipotent being, astonishingly powerful. How could he act so absurdly? So, this is why Director Li approached Brother Hao, to promote a product. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Ever since they had come to know Qin Hao, they recognized him as a formidable and domineering figure, yet also adorably indulgent towards his fans. However, they had never encountered this facet of him. Wow. Brother Hao is so charming. Indeed, he truly is a treasure of a young man. He can be fierce, arrogant, gentle, and humorous all at once. When others say this, you call them pretentious. When Brother Hao says it, you deem it endearing. How absurd. Where can I purchase kidney treasure? I'm going to buy some. While the audience's fervent reactions were noteworthy, the director and the crew regarded Director Li with expressions of incredulity. Once, Brother Hao had been viewed as a deity in their eyes, a figure who had forged the history of the production team. He was capable of anything. Yet now, it was impossible to gaze upon him directly. Director, is this really appropriate? Although Brother Hao is currently an escaped convict, his fame now rivals that of a top-tier celebrity. This could tarnish his image. One staff member cautiously remarked. Such a notion is utterly misguided. Nevertheless, Li Haoran raised a finger, shaking his head slightly, and turned to the data monitoring personnel. What is the current number of online viewers? The monitoring personnel paused, instinctively glancing at the screen. The number of viewers in Qin Hao's solo livestream is 16 million. Upon stating this, the personnel hesitated momentarily. This figure matched the peak data from the previous day, so he was not particularly surprised. However, his expression abruptly shifted. No, wait, it's rising. Still, some might attribute this to the time of day. Yet, the peak viewer count from yesterday's stream had been 16 million. Though formidable, it paled in comparison to the current figures. 18 million, 20 million, 23 million. Gulp. At this announcement, the venue erupted with the sound of gasps. Everyone was left stunned by this staggering number. They understood that this terrifying figure had already surpassed both the inspector teams and the broadcaster's online viewer counts. It should be noted that this was a real-time viewer count, not a mere virtual statistic. In that instant, admiration filled the eyes of the crowd as they gazed at Director Li. Such a brilliant maneuver. How had he even conceived it? Indeed, it was a testament to his undeniable prowess. Chapter 51. A dark and windy night of murder, the moment of the hunt. In an instant, admiration filled the gazes of those present as they looked at Director Li. Such a brilliant move, who would have thought of it? Indeed, it was no coincidence that he could rise to the position of a director. It was purely the result of undeniable talent. Li Haoran sat calmly in his chair, though his heart brimmed with pride. His expression remained composed. To the eyes of the onlookers, he might as well have been a living Zhuge Liang, poised with a feather fan. Yet, why is it so? The disparity is so vast. One person voiced their confusion. Haha, it's quite simple. Upon hearing this, Li Haoran burst into hearty laughter and replied nonchalantly, You have all been trapped in a misconception. Qin Hao is not merely an idle star. He is a true powerhouse of talent. Every step he takes is a testament to his own strength. The crowd instinctively nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. As long as these two attributes remain intact, there will be no cause for concern. At this juncture, Li Haoran paused slightly, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with insight. Indeed, the advertisement they had just witnessed left them in a daze. This is the essence of extreme contrast. There is still so much for you all to learn. Li Haoran cast a penetrating glance at the audience before turning his attention back to the screen. All right, everyone, the advertisement time is over. Qin Hao concluded his commercial pitch and seamlessly returned to his previous stance. The audience. Was it really that direct? They had never encountered such a forceful advertisement interruption, especially from someone they admired so deeply. However, inexplicably, they felt no resentment. Instead, they found it quite amusing. After all, they had only witnessed the invincible Qin Hao until now. When had they seen him in such a playful light? Hee, I look forward to the next advertisement. Brother Hao's ad time could provide me with a year's worth of laughter. Insider information. Can you guess how much Brother Hao's advertisement was worth? How much? The audience erupted in excitement. Qin Hao found himself in a bit of a predicament. A mere advertisement, just a handful of sentences, commanded 10 million per slot. Would you refuse such an offer? Although it clashed somewhat with his style, it was simply too enticing. At the Shenbao Group, boss, is it truly worth 10 million each time? Late at night, the CEO and shareholders of Shenbao Group gathered in the top-floor conference room, their eyes glued to the screen displaying Qin Hao. One shareholder's expression darkened at the question. Upon hearing this, even the other shareholders appeared contemplative. Shenbao Group had long since become a 100 billion level listed company. Honestly, at this stage, progressing further posed significant challenges. However, retreating was equally daunting. Unlike virtual companies, they were rooted in reality, their wealth tangible and distinct from the speculative nature of online markets. Just wait and see. To outsiders, a daily expenditure of 10 million might seem like a reckless loss, but to him, it was a lucrative gain. He had already received some insider news. When Qin Hao was pursued, a steel pipe had been driven directly into the wall of a construction site. In just one day, the building's selling price had plummeted. Indeed, merely because Qin Hao's steel pipe pierced the wall, the building's value had been halved. From 3 million for 100 square meters, it had now. Even so, potential buyers hesitated. This raised concerns about the building's quality. If Qin Hao could pierce the wall with a steel pipe, did it not imply potential structural issues? No matter how cheap, one would need to be fortunate to live there. This was also the reason for the public's hesitation. Yet the CEO discerned the influence Qin Hao wielded. All right, everyone disperse. Let's review the stocks tomorrow. The CEO snapped back to reality, uttering a casual remark before on another front, Wang Wei and Chen Guo, accompanied by 49 inspectors, continued their advance. However, as time passed, the air within the forest grew increasingly humid, causing their clothes to become sticky. Yet, none of them furrowed their brows. Instead, they felt their tempers rising. Clang. Suddenly, Wang Wei and Chen Guo stumbled over something underfoot, their expressions shifting instantly. By the time they processed the situation, it was already too late. In the next moment, a large shadow lunged towards them. "Get down!" Wang Wei's face paled, and he shouted urgently. Instinctively, everyone dropped to the ground, just as the shadow soared over their heads. What on earth is that? Could it be No, he doesn't have that many resources. The inspectors were perplexed. They were well aware of what Qin Hao had at his disposal, particularly in this forest, where he could not possibly set up so many traps. Wang Wei furrowed his brow, subtly shifting his body to look up, only to find something resembling an elastic band hanging above, a slingshot. Is this a trap prepared by Qin Hao for us? Qian Gu, sharp-eyed, reached out to touch it, his expression darkening. The grimness stemmed from the fact that they had been rendered on high alert by Qin Hao, their nerves frayed. Any slight movement sent everyone into a panic. It seems the materials available on-site are insufficient for Qin Hao to create many traps. A smile. We still have half to search, and we should be almost done. Also, keep an eye on the tall trees. He might be perched on one, watching us. Upon hearing this, the inspector's expression sharpened, and they nodded in agreement. Soon, they resumed their search. Everyone, should I descend and play with them, or just walk away? Qin Hao indeed stood atop a distant tree. Although he could not see clearly, the sheer number of inspectors below was quite conspicuous. Of course, go down and have some fun. Hee hee, on a dark and windy night, how thrilling. Isn't that inappropriate? After all, they are inspectors. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the audience erupted with excitement. All right, since you remain silent, I shall take it as your tacit approval. Qin Hao chuckled to himself, executing a backflip from the tree. He landed soundlessly. Qin Hao's eyes sparkled momentarily as he quickly concealed himself in the darkness. The moment of the hunt had officially arrived. Chapter 52. You are already dead. He aims to eliminate all inspectors. Lu Hao was once an exemplary inspector, but due to the encroachment of age coupled with years of relentless toil, he opted for early retirement. The benefits of retirement were quite satisfactory. Although it did not grant him immense wealth, it ensured a comfortable life, and he found contentment in that. However, last year, he received an unexpected invitation to serve as an inspector for the Tianyan program, a national initiative. He never anticipated that, even in retirement, he could still contribute to his country. The remuneration was substantial, and the job posed no inherent danger. Without a second thought, he accepted the offer. The past year unfolded without incident, just as he had anticipated. Apprehending escapees was hardly a challenge. Not to mention, with seasoned leaders at the helm, even without them, he was confident in capturing any fugitive within 5 days. With the assistance of the team leader's analytical prowess, the previous season concluded with all 100 escapees apprehended in a matter of days. As the second season commenced, he initially believed the outcome would be similar. However, he found himself far from bored, for the program was inherently educational and entertaining. It showcased the prowess of inspectors while providing valuable material for real-world investigative agencies. This would significantly enhance future case handling, minimizing inspector losses, which was the ultimate objective. Yet, unexpectedly, the second season confronted a formidable adversary, a force that sent shockwaves through the entire production team. Alas. Reflecting on this, Lu Hao inhaled deeply, gazing at his teammates before shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, an icy chill swept over him, accompanied by the crisp sound of a brittle leaf. Instinctively, he turned to investigate but found nothing amiss. However, upon returning despite the darkness, there was no mistaking its presence. Bewildered, Lu Hao wondered how this twig had come to be before him. Yet, he soon sensed something was amiss, for behind the twig appeared a hand? A wave of dread coursed. Though he did not subscribe to beliefs in the supernatural, the suddenness of the situation was overwhelming. Furthermore, the deep-rooted cultural beliefs of his homeland concerning spirits lingered in the subconscious, even for the most skeptical individuals. Sure. At that moment, he felt a hand gently cover his mouth, and a warm breath brushed against his ear. Do not make a sound. You are already dead. The voice belonged to a man. Lu Hao felt the heat radiating from the palm, and his racing heart momentarily calmed. However, upon hearing those words and recognizing that familiar tone, his heart jolted violently. His eyes widened in shock. It was Qin Hao. There was no mistaking it. That was undeniably Qin Hao's voice. But how could he be behind him when he had been in front just moments ago? I am already dead? In an instant, a torrent of chaotic thoughts flooded Lu Hao's mind. Nevertheless, he understood that even a mere twig, wielded by Qin Hao's strength, could effortlessly pierce his neck. Instantaneous death. Alas, I never expected to be the second casualty. This was the protocol of the production team. Had Qin Hao eliminated him through another means, he might have been able to warn his colleagues. However, with his mouth covered and a lethal strike executed, he could not utter a single word, nor could he alert anyone. Lying on the ground, Lu Hao watched helplessly as a shadow darted past him, heading towards his colleagues up ahead. His eyes widened in horror, bloodshot with disbelief. What was he planning to do? Lu Hao's mind raced, incredulous before him. Including the two team leaders, there were a total of 50 inspectors. Was this individual truly attempting to take them all down? A ludicrous thought. Regardless, the unfolding events were no longer his concern. According to the rules, he was already dead. Unless Qin Hao and the inspectors exited the forest, he could only remain there unless faced with a natural threat to his life. System. Exchange for advanced assassination. Qin Hao stood atop a tree, his brow slightly furrowed, contemplating. He had merely been testing his skills, yet he had not anticipated being detected. The sound had displeased him greatly. It was worth noting that the individual he had just eliminated was merely an ordinary inspector. Had it been someone of Wang Wei's caliber, he would have been noticed the moment he approached. Beep. Exchange for advanced assassination, consuming 10,000 emotional points. Upon hearing the cost, Qin Hao paused momentarily. Most high-level skills had typically cost around 5,000 points, and very few reached the 10,000 mark. He surmised that the system calculated this based on practicality. However, he had not expected advanced assassination. A skill of ancient professional assassins, allowing for silent traversal over walls and landing without a sound. Unless faced with a top-tier presence, one cannot detect the intent to kill before the strike is made. Notice. Assassination principle. 1 strike, 1 kill. If missed, retreat. Warning. The art of assassination has faded from the annals of history. Modern-day assassinations often rely on weaponry, yet it cannot be denied that high-level assassination skills would incite tremendous societal upheaval, leaving everyone in fear. Please consider carefully, host. Upon reading the explanation, Qin Hao's understanding deepened. Although assassination was not a practical skill in everyday life and had largely vanished from history, the undeniable truth remained. High-level assassination skills could disrupt society. What would occur if a sharp blade hung over people's heads? Hence, this was the rationale behind its exorbitant cost. In the next moment, Qin Hao felt a significant enhancement in his vision. Previously, he could only discern human silhouettes, but now he could distinguish the general features of individuals and even the clothing they wore. Most crucially, he gained a strategic advantage regarding terrain. He could now ascertain optimal hiding spots, ideal angles for strikes, and approximate success rates for lethal attacks, all calculated in his mind. While he could not claim absolute certainty, as assassination had never been foolproof, a faint smile crept across Qin Hao's lips, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light as he instinctively licked his lips. Chapter 53. The Carnage in the Darkness, Kings Slaughtering the Bronze. Holy smokes! What the hell did I just witness? Indeed, my brother Qin is still my brother Qin. 1 strike and it's a kill. As Qin Hao dispatched Lu Hao, the live broadcast room erupted into a frenzy. The nanodrone, a pinnacle of national technology, was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet its capabilities were formidable, allowing for clarity even in the depths of night. Every viewer was granted a first-person perspective of how Qin Hao executed Lu Hao. Initially, Qin Hao stood behind Lu Hao, but as he stepped on a fallen leaf, it crunched underfoot, prompting Lu Hao to instinctively turn his head in the blink of an eye. The audience witnessed a swift transition in perspective, now viewing from the vantage point of a tree towering beside Lu Hao. Then, a branch was poised directly against Lu Hao's neck. In mere moments, Qin Hao had efficiently accomplished the deed. Subsequently, he landed softly and reappeared behind Lu Hao once more. Particularly in the shroud of darkness, Qin Hao moved with such speed that he resembled a wraith, elusive and spectral. All viewers, including the crew members of the production team, felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies frozen in horror. They couldn't help but ponder, if it were them, would they have noticed? Certainly not. Some, perhaps superstitious, might even think they had encountered a ghost. It's over. The immersion is too intense. I've drawn the curtains, jealous. You dare to draw the curtains? I've dived straight into my blanket. As long as I'm under the covers. Brother, how won't he find me? Do you have some misunderstanding? My curtains are motorized. The live chat was ablaze with excitement. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Qin Hao had already sprung into action once more. After acquiring the assassination skill, he found himself more attuned to the darkness, as if he had melded with it. The darkness was his true sanctuary. His footsteps fell soundlessly, and even when treading upon leaves, he effortlessly discovered the most perfect way to maneuver. Indeed, the assassination skill is truly formidable. Qin Hao mused inwardly, acknowledging that every skill possessed its signature traits. Mere strength alone rendered one a brute. But when one possesses strength, speed, intellect, and boundless capability, a deity. In this moment, Qin Hao felt like a god amidst the shadows, the very essence of life governed by his will. His gaze fell upon a nearby inspector not far ahead. Qin Hao's silhouette sliced through the darkness like a black comet, hurtling toward the inspector. Here it comes. Everyone, pay attention and learn well. I suspect you're up to something. Do you have some audacious plan? The audience's barrage of comments abruptly ceased, each viewer fearful of missing a single detail. They beheld as Qin Hao gently tapped the inspector's neck with the branch in his hand. You are already dead. His voice, calm and devoid of emotion, echoed. The inspector visibly froze for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Effortlessly dispatching another, Qin Hao did not linger. Though the forest was not vast, it was not insignificant either. With over 50 inspectors present, it was impossible to search the entirety in a short span. Even now, he had only traversed a significant portion of the terrain. Thus, Qin Hao held absolute confidence. Though he could not claim to eliminate every last inspector, leaving half of them behind was certainly within reach. Suddenly, an inspector turned his head inadvertently, only to see a shadow rushing towards him. The inspector's face paled in terror. You. However, his words never escaped his lips, as a shadow sharper than a sword pierced through his chest with unbelievable. The inspector felt a slight pain in his chest and looked down to find a branch had somehow penetrated his clothing. Instantly, he was gripped by terror, his complexion draining of. There was no doubt that had this branch possessed even a modicum more force, it could have pierced his body, penetrating his heart. He could already sense the prickling pain on his skin. Though it was faint, the sensation was far more harrowing. Clearly, the assailant had no intention of harming him. Rather, it was merely a demonstration of their capacity to extinguish his life in an instant. Even Captain Wang Wei from the Special Forces would find this impossible, wouldn't he? Only Qin Hao could achieve such a feat. With a bitter smile, the inspector he was dead. From a distance, upon witnessing the inspector's astute demise, Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. This was professionalism. Had it been anyone else, they might have screamed in panic or stammered a question of identity. Yet, this was a retired inspector. Though reluctant to perish, death was death, and they had to accept reality. 99% fidelity to reality. This was no jest. Some may argue it was not a complete restoration of reality. Yet, that mere 1% of falsity stemmed from the inability to wield truly lethal weaponry. Although the production team, backed by the state, had access to many tools mimicking the range of genuine weapons, they ultimately lacked lethality. That 1% of falsity existed solely in the realm of deadly force. What a pity. Without a knife, even a dagger would suffice. Qin Hao sighed, realizing he had left in haste. It seemed he would need to carry a dagger with him in the future. The audience? Are you even human? Without carrying a weapon, you've already gone on a killing spree. What chaos would ensue if you were armed? Using a gaming analogy, you, a king, are here in a bronze match to fish for kills, aren't you? Regardless of the audience's thought, harvesting, a frenzied harvest. This was a slaughter in the dark, silent and unseen. Everyone, stay alert. We are about to exit the forest. It won't be long before we encounter Qin Hao. Wang Wei and Chen Gu walked together, their expressions growing increasingly grave. A night of tension had left them mentally and physically exhausted. Wang Wei felt even the training of a former Special Forces soldier paled in comparison to this fatigue. However, a slight relief came from the fact that aside from the initial casualties, the remainder had been relatively calm. Just as Wang Wei suspected, the forest was too barren, and time to— Captain Xiaohei, I need to confirm that Qin Hao has not departed, correct? Wang Wei could already see the lights beyond the forest, and he pulled out his walkie-talkie, speaking in a low tone. He hasn't left. The voice of Xiaohei crackled through the device. Good. Wang Wei nodded, a look of excitement illuminating his face. Everyone, let us push forward. Qin Hao should be right. Wang Wei and Chen Gu turned their heads, but just as the words left their mouths, they abruptly halted. The smiles on their faces gradually stiffened, then vanished, their brows furrowed slowly. Since they were right outside, bathed in the glow of myriad lights, they should have been able to discern certain details. However, what they saw left them incredulous as they gazed at their teammates behind them, who stood frozen in place. How had it suddenly felt as though they had lost a few members? Chapter 54. The fury of Zhou Jun, desiring to take matters into his own hands. High above the mountains, the night air is exceedingly frigid. Such is the case now. Chen Gu and Wang Wei stand atop the mountain peak, utilizing the faint glow of countless lights below to discern the situation within the forest. They feel a bone-chilling cold, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, unsure whether it is due to the cold. It was a vague sensation, as they had been moving about separately. It seems indeed that there are fewer, Chen Gu replied hesitantly, beginning to scrutinize the surroundings more closely. However, this should not be the case. Wang Wei's expression turned peculiar. He even began to suspect he might be encountering a ghost. After all, even if the numbers had dwindled, the inspection team should have informed him. It was implausible for them to remain completely silent. Hey, team leader, can you hear me? You should be able to see their personal recorders from your end. Can you check how many people are there right now? Chen Gu reacted swiftly, producing a walkie-talkie and speaking in a low tone. Yet, The only response was an unsettling silence. Wang Wei turned to him, his brows furrowed, the sense of unease within him growing increasingly potent. Unbeknownst to them, the inspection team was equally enveloped in a disquieting silence. An eerie stillness pervaded the atmosphere. All the team leaders stared wide-eyed, gasping for breath. Were one unaware of their robust health, onlookers might have presumed they were collectively suffering. In truth, the 5 team leaders were indeed in a state reminiscent of asthma. As previously mentioned, every inspector, whether team member, leader, or captain, possessed their own inspection recorder. This apparatus was essential for their missions and was not considered a means of cheating, for in reality, inspections also employed similar devices. It served to provide visuals for the audience and surveillance footage for the leaders to direct their teams effectively. However, on this particular night, something bizarre occurred. Initially, everything appeared normal. Although they could not clearly see the screens, at least the monitors were illuminated, revealing a shadowy figure moving within. However, this scene was short-lived, as it soon transformed entirely. Suddenly, a black screen materialized, swiftly followed by a cascade of additional black screens. It was a complete blackout, rendering even the shadows invisible. In that moment, Xiaokai exclaimed that this indicated a disruption in the inspection recorder signal. Generally, a signal interruption could arise from 2 possibilities. The first being genuinely poor signal reception, leading to a direct cutoff, which was improbable since the signals of others remained intact. The second possibility was far graver. They had perished, eliminated from the game. Thus, according to the rules of reality, even as they bore witness to their team members falling one by one, they could not issue a warning. Who could fathom such torment? At least Zhou Jun's eyes were bloodshot. Such tragedy. Indeed, I have lost count of how many individuals Hao Gu has slain. Judging by the surveillance footage, there must be at least a dozen black screens. There are over 20, my young friend. In a mere span of several minutes, over 20 lives extinguished, a horror beyond comprehension. Poor Zhou Jun. I imagine his heart must be the most tormented of all. The audience observed this scene, shaking their heads in sorrow. What could possibly rival such a harrowing spectacle? To watch one's team members fall, powerless to issue a warning or take any action. Though this was merely a program, in reality, it would equate to genuine death. At this moment, not only Zhou Jun, the head of the criminal investigation team, but even the other 4 team leaders wore expressions of profound distress. Each darkened screen symbolized a life extinguished, all due to their inadequate command. Oppression. The atmosphere within the inspection team had descended into an unbearable heaviness. Everyone panted heavily, their fists clenched tightly. Soon, the voices of Wang Wei and Chen Gu crackled through the walkie-talkie, snapping the others back to reality. Upon hearing Chun Ji's inquiry, Sun Xiao pursed his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. For, he could not respond. According to reality, he remained unaware of the team member's demise. Bang! Damn it! Damn! Suddenly, Zhou Jun leaped to his feet, disregarding his image, and slammed his fist down onto the table, producing a resounding crash. To be frank, this was a nationwide broadcast. His behavior severely tarnished the... Yet, at that moment, no team leader rebuked him, and even the audience expressed understanding. It was not just the frontline criminal investigation team that felt the weight. Even the onlookers sensed the tension. I cannot stand idly by. I must personally apprehend Qin Hao. Zhou Jun clenched his fists, his body trembling, and abruptly turned to stride outside. Wait, brother Zhou, do not act impulsively. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried to intervene. Brother Zhou, as long as the Green Hills remain, you are an inspector and, moreover, a team leader. Your duty is to command the overall situation. If you descend into the fray yourself, you will perish. Wang Lei, in contrast, remained considerably calmer. This was not due to a lack of empathy but rather because, as an analyst, maintaining composure was his forte. If he were to lose his composure, it would signify utter chaos. But must I watch helplessly as my team members fall one by one before my eyes? Zhou Jun spun around suddenly, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Many audience members were astonished to see tears streaming down the corners of Zhou Jun's eyes. It was evident that Qin Hao's actions had stirred memories of past traumas within him. Indeed, he was one who charged into the fray, having witnessed too many tragedies. Perhaps just moments ago, he had been sharing laughter with friends, companions, only to lose them in an instant, collapsing before him. Such occurrences are unbearable for any man to endure. Brother Zhou, I understand your feelings, but have you considered? If you enter the fray personally, Qin Hao will undoubtedly devise every means to eliminate you at the first opportunity. Wang Lei adjusted his glasses and spoke gravely. He is a madman. I was just lamenting my inability to find him. Should he dare to show himself, I shall personally apprehend him and bring him to justice. Zhou Jun replied with a cold smirk. But can you truly defeat him? Wang Lei's tone remained neutral. Though phrased as a question, it carried the weight of undeniable truth. These words. Zhou Jun's smirk froze upon his face. Silence. Profound silence. Chapter 55. The gradual disappearance of counting and the fear of inspection. Once upon a time, The name Zhou Jun resonated profoundly within the realm of inspection, a figure so renowned that he was virtually a household name among his peers. Even among many criminals, his name evoked trepidation. For Zhou Jun was indeed a minor legend. Perhaps he did not shine as brightly as a celebrity, yet this was merely a reflection of their differing professions. However, now he found himself in deep contemplation, realizing that as the captain of a criminal investigation team, he seemingly stood no chance against Qin Hao. Their inspections had always relied upon weaponry, investigation, case resolution, and sheer numbers. Yet, confrontations of a one-on-one nature were, to say the least, rare. "All right, Brother Zhou, let us remain calm," Sun Xiao interjected, eager to mediate the escalating tension. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of anger and embarrassment. His anger stemmed from Qin Hao's actions, while his embarrassment arose from the fact that Qin Hao was initially the target of his pursuit. "Once we surpass today, we can deploy firearms. It is now confirmed that Qin Hao is within the forest. We merely need to wait quietly." At this moment, Wang Lei contemplated. Upon hearing this, the group was instantly invigorated. Indeed, come tomorrow, they would be able to utilize firearms. In reality, ordinary inspectors did not carry weapons at all times. To employ firearms, one needed to submit an application, which required time. Although 3 days were not typically necessary, considering this was a show and the escapee was merely an ordinary individual, as long as a criminal could endure until 3 days had passed, the inspectors would be authorized to wield. With firearms at their disposal, there was no doubt that the inspectors' combat efficacy would increase exponentially. Even if these weapons could not inflict harm, the range would remain unchanged. Await dawn and ensure our weapons are prepared. At that moment, this forest will offer no refuge for Qin Hao. Wang Lei cast a glance at Zhou Jun and stated gravely, rather than dissent. "I admit my impulsiveness." Zhou Jun reflected for a moment, managing a wry smile and nod. "I can understand," the others quickly replied, genuinely empathizing. After all, even as outsiders. Meanwhile, on the other side, after an inquiry from Chen Gu and Wang Wei, an unsettling silence ensued. The two exchanged a glance, each perceiving the horror reflected in the other's eyes. They were not fools. In fact, they were quite astute, for otherwise, they would not have reached the pinnacle of their respective fields. Something is amiss. The lack of response was, in itself, the most telling answer to the two. "Everyone, assemble swiftly." Wang Wei's complexion rapidly changed as he shouted urgently. It was evident that all figures paused momentarily before hastily jogging over. "Count off." Wang Wei, before all members had gathered, quickly called out, 1, 2, 13, 23, 2, 22, 23, 23, 24, 23, 23, 23, 22. Chapter 56. Weapon upgrade. Dawn marks the end for Qin Hao. Wang Wei and Chen Gu exchanged a glance, and a profound silence enveloped them. They had both grasped the implication of Sun Zhao's words. Engaging in a solitary confrontation? No, not even that. Even a collective effort would falter against Qin Hao's singular prowess. Resorting to firearms was merely a desperate measure. Theoretically, 52 individuals had ventured forth to apprehend one man, and with such a staggering loss of life, what else could it be but a resounding failure? A heavy silence fell upon the group, each member grappling with a sense of futility. Faced with an anomaly like Qin Hao, what recourse did they possess? They were but mortals, not deities, and their helplessness was palpable. "Gentlemen, 2 of you will return to the city to procure firearms. At dawn, it shall be Qin Hao's end." Wang Wei's countenance was dark, yet he forced himself to project a semblance of resolve. He had to maintain morale. As the captain, he was responsible for the remaining 20 or so. Chen Gu, being entirely inexperienced, was not an option for command. Understood. As soon as Wang Wei's words resonated, the spirits of the inspectors were rekindled. They were currently armed only with electric batons, but in truth, those were useless against an opponent like Qin Hao, more akin to a fire poker than a true weapon. Yet firearms were a different story. Could he run or leap? It mattered not. A single shot would obliterate any pretense of agility. This realization invigorated the inspectors. To encapsulate it succinctly, it was akin to trading a bird's gun for a cannon. "Very well, proceed. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, maintain communication via the walkie-talkie. The rest of you, stay alert and assume a back-to-back position." Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. The two inspectors hastened down the mountain. Once firearms are introduced, no matter how formidable Qin Hao may be, certainly, the loss of their comrades weighed heavily on their hearts. Yet this sorrow had transformed into a potent drive. The architect of their woes was none other than Qin Hao. Should they vanquish or apprehend him, a semblance of solace would return to their hearts. 3 hours until dawn. Do you think Brother Hao will be captured? Remember, firearms are a world apart from electric baton. It's akin to a warrior evolving into a mage. Precisely, with ranged attacks, should Brother Hao fall within the firing range, his demise is assured. The onlookers engaged in their own discussions. The transition from electric batons to firearms represented a qualitative shift, an insurmountable disparity. What Wang Wei and his associates failed to notice was a shadow, seamlessly blending with a nearby tree, silently observing them. Have they switched to firearm? This night of turmoil had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Although assassination was undeniably potent, it demanded immense mental acuity, for it was a profession that necessitated continuous vigilance. System, display personal attributes. Qin Hao. Strength, 81. Stamina, 80. Speed, 80. IQ, 133. Note, the IQ of an average individual ranges from 90 to 110, while those scoring between 120 and 140 are deemed intelligent. Scores above suit-clad thug, enhancing three-dimensional attributes by 60. Emotional value, 126,000. Qin Hao meticulously examined his attributes. He had exchanged. Why has it now changed to just three-dimensional attributes? Qin Hao furrowed his brow, recalling that the system had indeed described it that way. Beep, correct. But the former all attributes referred specifically to strength, stamina, and speed. Intelligence was not included after the system's upgrade. Upon reflection, it seemed that was indeed the case. However, it made sense. During his use of the suit-clad thug, he had not perceived an increase in intelligence. Its effects were predominantly on strength and speed. As for stamina, Qin Hao had not pushed himself to the limit, so he remained uncertain. Then, let's enhance intelligence by 10 points. Qin Hao pondered. Currently, he was not overly concerned with. Thus, he resolved to allocate the enhancement to intelligence. Beep, enhancing intelligence by 10 points will require the expenditure of 100,000 emotional value. Do you confirm? Confirm. Qin, retaining 20,000 as a reserve for emergencies would suffice. Beep, enhancement may impact the host. Please be aware, initiating enhancement. As the system's voice faded, Qin Hao felt a jolt surge through his brain, accompanied by a deafening roar. Even his vision momentarily blurred into a void. If an outsider were to observe Qin Hao at that moment, they would witness a visage of utter bewilderment, his expression vacuous. This state persisted for a full minute before Qin Hao regained his composure, and it was evident that his gaze had become markedly more animated. Upon reviewing his information, he confirmed that his intelligence had indeed risen to 140. A score of 140 classified him as a genius in any profession. Qin Hao contemplated this revelation, astonished to find that his mind now operated at a significant. At that moment, everyone was seated back-to-back on the ground. Any attempt on his part to strike would be utterly futile. While assassination was formidable, it was impossible to execute such a feat beneath the watchful eyes of so many. It transcended the realm of stealth and entered the domain of the fantastical. Heh. Suddenly, a cunning idea sparked in Qin Hao's mind. Time ticked away, and the inspectors, wearied from a night of exertion, began to succumb to fatigue, the darkness deepening around them. Generally speaking, the hours between 2 and 5 in the morning represent the darkest and most exhausting period of the day, with slight variations between summer and winter. Gradually, the inspectors, seated back-to-back, began to doze off, though they had designated 2 individuals to stand watch in shifts. At this moment, perched upon the tree, Qin Hao's eyes snapped open with sudden intensity. A cruel smile crept across his lips as he descended silently, drawing closer to the unsuspecting inspectors. Chapter 57. Qin Hao's arrangement, firearms in place, the capture begins audience. At this moment, not only were the inspectors, however, when they observed Qin Hao springing into action, their spirits were instantly lifted. What does Brother Hao intend to do? Good grief, there are still over 20 people left. Is he really going to charge in like this? This time, Brother Hao seems a bit overconfident. Qin Hao paid no heed to the comments from the viewers in the live stream, and even if he wished to, he could not have seen them. In the darkness, he had stealthily approached the vicinity of the inspectors. This time, he refrained from making a move. Though brimming with confidence, he was not foolish. With so many adversaries, even a slight disturbance could lead to his discovery. At that point, no matter how formidable he was, facing over 20 inspectors armed with electric batons would not guarantee his victory. Qin Hao busied himself with something on the ground for over an hour before he finally returned. Naturally, due to the inky darkness, even from a first-person perspective, the audience could not discern what he was engaged in. Nonetheless, some spectators recorded the footage and shared it across various short video platforms. Within just a few days, Qin Hao had become a trending phenomenon on the internet. Any short video featuring him garnered immense attention. Furthermore, his rankings on major news outlets and social media platforms remained exceptionally high. Li Wen was one such individual who had a profound passion for sports. At the onset of the Heavenly Eye program, he paid little attention to it. The reason was simple. The individuals portraying escapees were merely while the program aimed to entertain and educate, the disparity in strength rendered it utterly meaningless. However, when a friend informed him that a formidable contender had emerged in this episode, he began to take notice. A formidable contender? No. In his view, Qin Hao's performance transcended that of a mere tough guy. He was akin to a monstrous aberration. This fellow was nothing short of a prodigy. Yet, everything about Qin Hao invigorated and excited him. He believed that such a person deserved to be known and adored by a greater audience. Thus, he diligently recorded and shared every impressive moment. He was acutely aware that, although he could not comprehend it, the internet was rife with talented individuals. However, after 2 hours passed without anyone providing the answer he saw, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Setting up traps? If it were anyone else, he would have scoffed dismissively. Yet Qin Hao's prior performances had clearly demonstrated his capability to design traps. Setting traps? Li Wen furrowed his brow, deep in thought. As he pondered, a sense of unease crept over him. The reason was straightforward. Qin Hao had encircled the inspectors with an elaborate setup. What could he possibly be planning? A plethora of fantastical ideas flooded his mind, such as an apocalyptic scenario where the entire ground beneath the inspectors might collapse. Of course, such notions were mere figments of his imagination. Achieving such a feat in such a short time frame was utterly impossible. I am truly curious. Li Wen felt his heart racing with anticipation, yet he remained powerless to act. Time gradually passed. The horizon began to glow with dawn, and it would not be long before the sun emerged in its full glory. The time had now surpassed 5 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, the audience had nearly rested, and even within the inspector team, the rotating leaders had all returned. They were well aware that the crucial moment had arrived. Captain, we are back. At that moment, everyone saw 2 inspectors ascending from the foothills, those who had previously departed to procure firearms from the city. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Chen Gu and Wang Wei rose, their faces alight with excitement as they gestured grandly. Everyone, secure your firearms. Once the light breaks fully, we shall enter the forest and capture Qin Hao. Understood. The inspectors, now alert, stepped forward to retrieve their weapons. This time, Brother Hao is in for a tough challenge. Indeed, this forest is neither too large nor too small. Once daylight breaks, there will be little cover left. I am eager to discover what traps Brother Hao has set in the dead of night. As the audience observed the 20-plus inspectors arming themselves, a somber atmosphere enveloped them. The primary distinction between firearms and electric batons lay in their range. There was no longer a need for close-quarters combat. A distant shot would suffice, and a single hit would signify failure. It could be said that Qin Hao's chances of escape had escalated dramatically. In stark contrast to the audience's fervor, the atmosphere within the inspector team was grave. The expressions of the 5 team leaders were particular. If their previous failures were attributed to Qin Hao's prowess, then a failure to capture him even with firearms would signify a complete debacle. This would imply that the inspectors in real life were incapable of apprehending Qin Hao. That was a serious matter. Wang Lei, what do you estimate the success rate of the capture to be? Zhou Jun's eyes were bloodshot. He had been awake all night and could not find rest. As soon as he spoke, Sun Xiao and the others turned their attention toward him. Yet, the typically confident Wang Lei merely shook his head with a wry smile. To be honest, if it were any other criminal, I would assert 100% success rate. But when it comes to Qin Hao, I cannot make such a claim. Wang Lei lamented. Qin Hao's abilities remain an enigma. We have no idea how many more skills he has yet to reveal, making it impossible to assess. Nevertheless, firearms are still firearms. Even if Qin Hao possesses myriad skills, facing the volley from over 20 inspectors significantly raises the likelihood of elimination. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively, indeed, they had lowered their expectations. The objective had shifted from capture to elimination. It was unclear when their demands had gradually diminished, a fact that perhaps they themselves had not even noticed. Meanwhile, the sun ascended, casting its golden rays across the eastern horizon. The forest lay clearly visible to all, however. Upon closer inspection, their expressions turned to shock, and their faces grew peculiar. For not far off, they spotted 2 lifeless bodies. Chapter 58. A heap of corpses, trash, an utter humiliation. What is this? Over 20 inspectors stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the scene before. Upon discerning the situation, they were all struck with horror. Even within the personal live streams of the inspectors, chaos erupted. What in the world am I witnessing? Good heavens, I can't believe my eyes. I wake up this morning to such an exhilarating spectacle. Upon reflection, perhaps I should just take a leave of absence from work today. In the distance, approximately several hundred meters away, lay a mound of corpses. Indeed, they were the bodies of the 20-plus inspectors who had vanished. Who could believe their eyes if they hadn't seen this with their own? They stood frozen, the night dew soaking their garments, with fallen leaves adding an air of desolation. It could only be described as a scene too dreadful to behold. Gasp! The inspectors collectively inhaled sharply, a surge of unprecedented fury igniting within them. Anger, unfathomable rage. Their fallen comrades lay merely a few hundred meters away, and yet they had remained oblivious, carelessly discarded by Qin Hao. This was not just a provocation. It was a profound insult. Indeed, a deep-seated affront. It felt as though they were being mocked for their incompetence. They, who should have been heroes who perished in battle, were now so casually abandoned in the wilderness. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Wang Wei and Chen Gu's gazes sharpened, and a tidal wave of wrath surged in their hearts. Even the other inspectors began to sense something amiss. They realized that the arrangement of the corpses was not random. It was meticulously orchestrated. What on earth does this mean? It seems to spell out two characters. The viewers quickly detected the anomaly, their expressions growing peculiar. Some had been sleepless all night, others weary, yet at this moment, a rush of adrenaline surged to their heads, reddening their faces. All eyes fell upon those two characters. Trash, indeed, those were the words. Formed from the bodies of the deceased inspectors, plain and devoid of flavor. However, for the inspectors present, it bore an immense destructive force, laden with insult. Qin Hao, I will see you dead. Wang Wei's eyes turned crimson, his voice booming with rage. Even the other inspectors resembled frenzied beasts. One could only imagine what fate awaited Qin Hao should he appear before them now. He might well be reduced to a mere sieve. Bang! The inspection team erupted in a cacophony of noise. The crowd turned to see Zhou Jun and Sun Shao, both trembling with fury. Had they not been young, they might have been unable to withstand such a tremendous emotional upheaval. Humiliation. At least a few team leaders felt an unprecedented sense of disgrace. After committing murder, the perpetrator not only refrained from fleeing but also brazenly displayed the corpses of inspectors in their resting area, crafting an insult of the highest. What was this? It was akin to slapping someone twice and then trampling on their face while brazenly claiming their mother. Even more maddening was the notion that they deemed the mother too old. Phew. Sun Shao and Zhou Jun panted heavily, their eyes glued to the screen. Chen Yalan and Xiao He also had reddened eyes. They were not accustomed to such matters, hence their emotional response was somewhat muted. Yet, even so, they felt a profound discomfort. Calm down, everyone. Please remain calm. Wang Lei urged, panic edging his voice. Calm? How can you expect me to remain calm? Wang Lei, we are human beings. You are not part of our circle, so it is easy for you to utter the words remain calm. Zhou Jun suddenly turned, roaring, though this is merely a show, what if it were real? We must always consider the worst-case scenario. This is a complete simulation of reality, and they are already dead. Not only dead, but they have been humiliated. How can we face those who have fallen? How can we face their families? Zhou Jun's words resonated throughout the inspection team. Silence enveloped the crowd, even the viewers fell silent. Indeed, though this was merely a program, it was a stark simulation of reality. What if it were real? Had those 20-plus inspectors not perished? Moreover, after their bodies had grown cold, would they be subject to the criminal's whims, arranged into the character for trash? How could they reconcile this with the families of the inspectors? Upon contemplating this, even many viewers who supported Qin Hao felt that this had transcended the realm of a mere program. It had become a confrontation between inspectors and criminals. Honestly, one must say, this time, Brother Hao has indeed gone a bit too far. Indeed, no matter how you slice it, they are inspectors. Is this not akin to striking someone just to slap them in the face? No, while I concur with Captain Zhou Jun's sentiments, we must not forget that Brother Hao is portraying a heinous escapee. What wrong has he committed by acting in this manner? Precisely, first and foremost, one must recognize that Brother Hao is a criminal. His actions align perfectly with his character portrayal. He is diligently embodying a competent criminal. What fault lies in that? The audience erupted into a cacophony of debate, with some swayed by Zhou Jun's words, believing Qin Hao had indeed crossed a line. Conversely, others argued that Qin Hao's portrayal of a criminal was entirely justified, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that criminals ought to act in such a manner. If a criminal does not engage in wrongdoing, if they are not malevolent, then what, pray tell, is a criminal? They are merely the common folk. My apologies, I lost my composure. After a moment, Zhou Jun, his face darkened, sank into a chair and addressed Wang Lei. Nothing to worry about. I understand. However, as the leader, the one who must oversee the situation, you must remain utterly composed, lest your team falters due to your misjudgment. Wang Lei shook his head, speaking with quiet firmness. The group could not help but feel a surge of respect for him. In truth, they could all see that Wang Lei was also seething with anger, yet his calm demeanor quelled his fury. Such individuals, so composed, were all the more fearsome. Thank you. Zhou Jun nodded gratefully, then seized the walkie-talkie, his gaze steely with resolve. Dawn has arrived. It is time for Qin Hao to be buried. Zhou Jun's calm words resonated through the walkie-talkie, imbued with unwavering determination. In that instant, the inspectors, who had gradually lost their rationality, regained their senses. Anger serves no purpose. We must transform that rage into strength. Recall their sacrifices, the indignities they suffered, and you are the ones capable of enacting vengeance. Zhou Jun spoke with quiet authority. Now, everyone, check your firearms. Yes. The collective response was immediate, each person swiftly lowering their heads to inspect their weapons. In that moment, all inspectors readied themselves for action. Within their hearts, a fierce blaze of anger ignited, a flame potent enough to consume an entire forest. Chapter 59. A sudden turn of events. The unexpected crack of a sniper's shot. Report, Captain. Team 1 is all clear. Report, Captain. Team 2 has no issues. Report. The voices of numerous inspectors rang out, each one resonant and powerful. Excellent. Team leaders, we are fully prepared. Shall we proceed? Wang Wei and Chen Gu nodded, grasping their walkie-talkies. They were eager to plunge into the depths of the forest. That moment, the sun had completely. However, due to the abundant dew in the forest, a light mist enveloped the area, though it was so faint that it posed no hindrance. Let us move. Within the inspection team, Zhou Jun's expression sharpened as he spoke in a low voice. Yes, their mission was straightforward, to retrieve the fallen comrades and then enter the woods to eliminate Qin Hao. Yet, an unforeseen scene unfolded. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated through the entire forest, sending birds scattering in alarm. Nearby the inspectors, leaves were sent spiraling through the air, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a small crater in the ground. What is this? Wang Wei's pupils contracted sharply. Being retired personnel, they understood the implications of that sound. However, Chun Ji's response lagged slightly. Get down now. Wang Wei urgently pulled him down. What was that? What just happened? Chun Gu asked, bewildered. Silence. Wang Wei raised a finger to his lips, his face grave. Yet, it was the 5 team leaders within the inspection group who felt the most horror. How is this even possible? Zhou Jun exclaimed in disbelief, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his face. What the heck? What's going on? Seriously, can anyone tell me what that sound was? It was so loud it nearly scared me to death. If I'm not mistaken, that was the sound of a gun. The audience, confronted with this sudden spectacle, wore expressions of bewilderment. However, upon hearing someone suggest it was gunfire, their confusion only deepened. Gunfire? How could that be? This was China. In other countries, the sound of gunfire might not raise eyebrows, but in China, it was an anomaly, especially considering that this shot did not originate from official personnel. That was gunfire? Chun Yalan asked uncertainly. Indeed, and it was a sniper rifle. Sun Shao glanced at her, nodding gravely. Hiss. At this revelation, everyone inhaled sharply. Even the audience felt their minds buzz, their eyes going blank. A sniper rifle. This weapon had always been the stuff of legends, capable of taking lives from hundreds or even thousands of meters away, a prime tool for long-range assassination. Even in various shooting games, sniper rifles were beloved by players. The allure of effortlessly taking out an enemy from a kilometer away, without so much as a cloud in the sky, was intoxicating. However, the presence of a sniper rifle in reality, right before their eyes, was far from pleasant. After all, who wouldn't fear being shot in the head from 1,000 meters away? Good grief, this is China. How can a non-official person possess a sniper rifle here? Let us pause the show. There's no need to take risks. With a sniper rifle, not even 20 inspectors could dare approach. What the hell? Sniper rifles had gradually been mythologized for various reasons, akin to deities among firearms. While the inspectors were formidable, how could a mere handgun contend with a sniper rifle? They might as well not know how to spell death. What should we do now? Hadn't he seen any surveillance footage of anyone ascending the mountain nearby? Where had the assailant come from? Yet, he kept this thought to himself, as the threat of a sniper rifle loomed large over everyone. Let them retreat for now. Also, contact the inspectors in the real world. Zhou Jun contemplated before speaking slowly. Though these individuals were all retired inspectors, theoretically, even retired personnel should devise a solution. However, their equipment was insufficient. A handgun lacked any real lethality, merely a FAAD of range. Charging forward would be tantamount to offering oneself as a target. Wait. Just then, Sun Shao's expression changed abruptly as he exclaimed, if I'm not mistaken, Qin Hao is still in the forest. Good grief. Qin Hao is still in the forest. Although his performance in the show warranted dozens of deaths, in reality, he was an ordinary person. A civilian? Yes, Qin Hao was skilled and could run and fight well. But against a sniper rifle, all of that was rendered moot. The enemy could strike from a kilometer away, and what good was it to be able to run or fight if one couldn't even get close? In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Team leader, let me go. Wang Wei's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. With my skills and Qin Hao's, escaping should be feasible, and I have a deeper understanding of sniper rifles and their ballistic trajectories. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun's body stiffened, his face displaying difficulty. This decision was not easy to make. After all, it was a sniper rifle. A single shot could easily result in dismemberment. A high-powered sniper rifle could obliterate a person with one bullet. This was not a show. It was reality. If one died, it was truly the end. Team leader, are we really going to just watch Qin Hao perish inside? Wang, if you do not allow me to go, I will forever regret it. At this moment, all the inspectors present felt a surge of fervor. Yes, though they were retired, they had once been inspectors, protectors of their homeland, the guardians in the hearts of the people. Now was the time for them to take action. Captain Wang Wei, please be cautious. Just then, Zhou Jun took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Everyone else, open fire to cover Captain Wang Wei. Even if the handguns are fake, the sound and range are real. Captain Wang Wei's life now rests in your hands." Understood. Chapter 60. The fearless charge of Wang Wei. The doubtful audience. All the inspectors responded in unison, their nerves stretched to the utmost. Until now, they had failed to discern the origin of the sniper's fire, and at this moment, the safety of Captain Wang Wei became the paramount concern. First and foremost, Wang Wei had to dash out and, with utmost speed, ascertain the location of the sniper's vantage point. At the very least, he needed to inform everyone of the direction. Of course, such an act was fraught with peril, yet it was certainly preferable to remaining in ignorance. At this moment, tension enveloped everyone. Particularly within the personal live streams of the audience, viewer numbers surged geometrically. The online news coverage in reality was overwhelming. After all, a program masquerading as a prison escape had now encountered a genuine criminal, a real sniper. All of this was astonishing, utterly unfathomable. Whoosh! Unaware of the external circumstances, Wang Wei took a deep breath, cast a steely glance at the numerous inspectors, and, with a resolve that brooked no hesitation, charged forth. His movements were remarkably methodical, devoid of any linearity, veering this way and that. It was likely that even he was unaware of where his next step would lead him, acting purely on instinct. In times of dire straits, every individual exhibits an instinctive response to danger. Both body and mind trigger a fight or flight reaction. Now, I must relinquish conscious thought and allow my mind to follow my body. Wang Wei murmured to himself, recalling the words of his former captain. Yet, he recognized that this was more of a psychological solace than guidance. As they beheld Wang Wei's retreating figure, a glimmer of admiration flickered in the eyes of all. Despite his repeated failures in apprehending Qin Hao, he remained a hero, a legend. Why a legend, you ask? Because 99% of people cannot sacrifice their lives for others, save for their closest kin. Yet, Wang Wei had achieved this. He bore no shame in his identity, nor in the nurturing of his country. Both the audience and the inspectors pondered a singular question. If placed in the same position, could they act with the same unflinching resolve as Wang Wei? The majority of the viewers instinctively shook their heads. They could not. Meanwhile, the inspectors, after a moment's hesitation, exchanged determined glances. They too might waver, yet they would charge forth. Just as everyone was moved by Wang Wei's heroic display, the ever-present sound of the sniper rifle echoed once more. In the next instant, they witnessed a flurry of leaves swirling around Wang Wei. The gunfire jolted everyone awake, and the inspectors' expressions turned grave as their gazes quickly fixed on the direction of the sound point. 1 o'clock, approximately several dozen meters away, came the grave voice of Zhou Jun over the intercom, albeit tinged with uncertainty. It appears that the forest carries an echo, making it difficult to pinpoint the exact location. Before he could finish, Sun Xiao's voice emerged calmly. 65 meters, 1 o'clock, fire. Zhou Jun stared at Sun Xiao in astonishment. Though my experience with sniper rifles in the military is limited, I am quite familiar with the sound of gunfire. Perceiving Zhou Jun's confusion, Sun Xiao offered an explanation, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in sudden realization. In truth, Sun Xiao had maintained a somewhat low profile in recent days, not due to incompetence, but rather a lack of prowess in apprehension. Yet, one must not forget his original expertise. When it comes to firearms, he is indeed the consummate professional. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the forest, resonating across the expanse. Such a scene is, frankly, rare in Huaxia. Indeed, most people go through life without ever witnessing a real firearm. They had only seen glimpses in films or short videos. This was their first time witnessing over 20 handguns firing simultaneously from such close proximity. Even if these handguns were mere replicas, the shooting distance and sound mirrored that of real guns. The only difference lay in their lethality. At that moment, all inspectors began to surface, yet they had evidently underestimated the sniper's prowess. One inspector, having just poked his head up to aim and fire. Bang! The shot rang out, and the inspector looked down in stunned disbelief at the white powder dusting his clothes. His mind momentarily blank. This was not the bullet he had anticipated, but rather white powder. This substance was unique to their ammunition, crafted from special materials, and upon being struck, it signified immediate elimination. So, the sniper is not a criminal, but rather Qin Hao. The inspector's face contorted in shock, yet he was already out of the game, embodying the professionalism expected of him as he lay down on the ground. Nonetheless, even without his warning, his many companions had witnessed the truth. All the inspectors stood in stunned disbelief. They had been performing for so long, only to discover that the so-called criminal was none other than Qin Hao. Captain, come back quickly. That's not a criminal. Wait, it is a criminal. It's Qin Hao. Chenggu suddenly realized, his expression turning utterly dazed, especially upon witnessing Wang Wei's frantic run. reminiscent of a heroic sacrifice, his countenance shifted to one of utter bewilderment. Criminal Qin Hao, by charging out there, was he not effectively a live target? In an instant, Wang Wei's nimble form came to an abrupt halt, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. Though his mind was engulfed in confusion, he trusted that Qin would not deceive him. However, just then, he felt a chilling sensation creep up his back. Bang! Gunfire erupted once more, and Wang Wei's body froze momentarily. He turned to see a cloud of white powder billowing around him. Before the gaze of all the inspectors, he had indeed been hit. Being struck equated to elimination. Alas! Wang Wei sighed, gazing at the faces of the inspectors with a wry smile. He had been so close to rejoining his team. Yet, that minuscule distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. He could never return. What perplexes me most is why Qin Hao possesses a sniper rifle. Our inspection team has yet to reach the level where we can utilize such weaponry. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Wang Wei dutifully lay on the ground, motionless. Wait, can someone tell me what the hell is happening? Wasn't he there a criminal? Why has it suddenly transformed into Brother Hao? You should all check out Brother Hao's live stream. It's hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Upon reading this comment, all viewers wore expressions of utter confusion. The situation was so dire, yet one could still find amusement. Were they even human? However, when someone switched screens to enter Qin Hao's live stream, everyone was left astounded, stunned into silence, in disbelief, questioning their very existence. Chapter 61. The high-pressure air gun and what of the legendary sniper rifle? Are you blind? Can't you see that Brother Hao is wielding a sniper rifle? The live chat erupted into chaos. Many viewers who had transitioned from the inspection team stream were this can't possibly be a real gun. This remark prompted a collective eye roll from many viewers. Wasn't that an obvious statement? How could a live show feature an actual firearm? The Fox. Well, my explanation might be difficult for some to comprehend, but allow me to clarify. In simpler terms, the firearms used by the production team are a complete replica, the only distinction being the ammunition, which renders them incapable of causing harm. However, the weapon in Brother Hao's possession isn't a firearm at all, but rather, an air gun. Viewers. In an instant, a multitude of question marks flooded the screen. An air gun could possess such ballistic prowess? Many regarded air guns merely as children's toys, yet here was Brother Hao demonstrating immense power. It felt surreal. The Fox? I can assure you, if you scrutinize it closely, you'll realize it's substantially larger than the ones your children play with and exceedingly heavy. This is a high-pressure air gun, which falls under regulatory control in our country. You ought to grasp its formidable power now, right? To put it plainly, foreign tests on the world's most potent high-pressure air guns revealed that they can easily take down water buffalo and wild boars. Thus, I surmise that Brother Hao initially purchased a standard air gun but subsequently modified it. Moreover, an air gun wouldn't produce the sound typical of a sniper rifle. This must be a byproduct of the modifications. Consider this, a high-pressure water cutter can effortlessly slice through steel plates. So, what about a high-pressure air gun? The principle remains consistent. Anything labeled high pressure is anything but trivial. It was evident that this individual known as the Fox possessed considerable knowledge. He was indeed The audience paused, taken aback. They had never anticipated that what they once dismissed as mere toys could wield such power. Water buffalo and wild boars. It seemed a tad exaggerated. Yet some viewers remarkable, he's a streamer too, though he switched accounts multiple times due to the hyper-realism of the shooting games he plays. But it's clear he's a professional. Viewers, not quite an authority, at least not compared to Brother Hao's skills. I'm still quite far behind. I'm genuinely curious about how Brother Hao modified that airgun. The Fox's comments reappeared. At this juncture, everyone began to trust his words, for he had already established himself as a figure of expertise. However, even someone of his caliber was intensely curious about Qin Hao's modified airgun. Qin Hao, oblivious to the happenings in the live chat, would merely chuckle if he were aware. Modify a firearm? Is it not simply a task for those with hands? Indeed, he had purchased the airgun prior to visiting the funeral home, but it lacked significant power, prompting him to modify. At present, the modified weapon exhibited remarkable efficacy, and when paired with his acquired advanced shooting techniques, he was virtually invincible. Beep. Congratulations to the host for gaining emotional value. 2000. Beep. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Qin Hao paid them no heed. He had long grown accustomed to such alerts. His gaze flickered slightly as he glanced at Wang Wei, sprawled on the ground, a slight smile playing on his lips, resembling a Dragon King's grin. Heh. I knew the inspection team would eventually. Fortunately, my skills surpass yours, and I was here waiting for you. Contemplating further, he continued to aim and fired. he intended to incite the inspector's wrath. Otherwise, dealing with so many of them would prove rather troublesome. Only enraged individuals, having lost their rationality, would make erroneous decisions. Meanwhile, within the inspection team, the sight of Wang Wei lying on the ground rendered the faces of all the team leaders pale. Wang Wei was no ordinary individual. While there were those in the military stronger than him, they were few and far between. Wang Wei himself was a coach in a special forces unit, illustrating his formidable prowess. Yet, this very individual had been felled by a single shot. The first captain to perish, indeed. Wang Wei held the rank of captain, and his demise bore significant implications. Not only was the safety of ordinary inspectors compromised, but what then of the team leaders? Would they, too, face treachery at the hands of Qin Hao one day? Bang! As these thoughts swirled, another gunshot rang out from a different direction. In an instant, everyone witnessed a plume of white smoke erupting from Wang Wei's lifeless body. Viewers! Oh my, brother Hao is utterly lacking in martial ethics. The man is already dead, and yet he desecrates the corpse. To be fair, the term desecrate isn't quite accurate. One might say he is merely shooting the corpse. Although I know I shouldn't laugh, I simply can't help myself. The audience was left flabbergasted, never expecting Qin Hao to treat matters so cavalierly. Even Wang Wei, lying on the ground, felt utterly bewildered. What enmity prompted this? Was it truly necessary? Yet soon, he understood Qin Hao's intent and discreetly opened one eye. Indeed, he observed numerous inspectors wearing expressions of fury. He aims to provoke the inspection team's ire. Wang Wei's heart sank, yet he could only fret helplessly, for according to the rules, he was already deceased. Above all, he felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Reflecting on his earlier valor, his self-sacrificing demeanor, he felt utterly humiliated. How awkward! At the time, he thought much of it, but at the very least, he could have been hailed as a hero. Yet now, he felt more akin to a fool. What a memorable scene. Captain Wang Wei is truly adorable. How pitiful, appearing like a simpleton, duped into volunteering for his own demise. Oh my, I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter. Through Qin Hao's livestream, viewers enjoyed a first-person perspective of Wang Wei's expression. It was nothing short of spectacular. His countenance shifted through a spectrum of colors. The white smoke increased in volume. Chapter 62. The director's favor, something I could not endure. What shall we do now? Should we send the inspectors to rescue, or? Xiao He glanced at Zhou Jun. In this matter, Zhou Jun was the expert. It's futile. Sending them in for rescue would only result in more casualties. Qin Hao is blatantly trying to provoke the inspectors to charge in, so he can unleash his wrath. One could only say that Qin Hao is utterly despicable. Team leader, although the situation is quite urgent, I believe you should inform me of how I should proceed. At that moment, Chun Ji's awkward voice came through the intercom. He was hardly an expert in such matters. Are we really going to stand by and watch as Qin Hao desecrates the body before all our inspectors? That is simply too audacious. Zhou Jun fell silent for a moment, fully aware that if this were reality, moreover, it would all be happening right under the noses of the inspectors. Thus, they must swiftly find a solution. Liaozhou City Inspection Bureau. Director, the Tianyin program team has reported another incident, claiming that a person armed with a sniper rifle has been spotted on a mountain in Northwest Village. A subordinate entered the director's office and spoke slowly. Did I not explicitly state that we would not concern ourselves with the Tianyin program? The director, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, rubbed his temples in frustration upon hearing the report. Early in the morning, reports of a sniper rifle being discharged in Northwest Village had begun flooding in. Initially, he dismissed it as absurd, akin to a tall tale. This was Huaxia. To speak frankly, in Huaxia, if a non-official were found wielding a sniper rifle, he would be in grave jeopardy. Even the higher-ups would face a tremendous upheaval. However, as the number of reports surged into the hundreds, thousands, he then opened the live stream of the Tianyin program. Of course, he did not forget to mobilize personnel immediately, yet, en route, he caught sight of Qin Hao's live stream and promptly turned back. What a farce! This was no sniper rifle. It was merely a display by one individual. Is this what you were referring to? The director turned the screen. Director, I had no choice. There were reports to relay, and besides, high-pressure air guns are indeed dangerous items, even if the projectiles are harmless. The inspector forced a smile, clearly exasperated. He was well aware that this was a modified high-pressure air gun by Qin Hao, but he could not simply ignore the public's alarm, could he? This Qin Hao is a talent. I believe we should recruit him into our inspection bureau. The director disregarded his subordinate's comment, stroking his chin and murmuring reflectively. Director, that does not seem to adhere to protocol, does it? The inspector was taken aback, incredulous, but a special consultant is perfectly acceptable. His assertion held truth. Each year, the police department recruits external aides. Naturally, these external aides are individuals capable of aiding in solving cases, similar to inspectors, yet not entirely inspectors. Qin Hao's uniqueness, however, deeply intrigued him. Lockpicking, investigation, disguise, weapon modification, marksmanship, speed, strength, combat prowess. Each of these was a top-tier skill. Even their genuine inspectors did not possess such a diverse skill set. He was quite simply a prodigy. Gazing at the screen, a mysterious smile played at the corners of the director's mouth. At this moment, Qin Hao remained oblivious to the fact that your actions truly place me in a difficult position. You're witnessing the desecration of a body. Can you truly endure this? If it were me, I certainly could not. Qin Hao's voice boomed from his loudspeaker, echoing from all directions. This is your beloved captain. Just imagine, if this were reality, and you stood by watching Captain Wang Wei's body being mutilated without any reaction, how would you face his parents? Do you still have the face to confront? Indeed, it was precisely because of the startling resemblance to reality that they found themselves pondering further. Damn it, I'm going to fight back. One inspector's face flushed crimson. Unable to contain himself any longer, he shouted and turned, raising his weapon. But, bang! A gunshot rang out, and white dust erupted everywhere. This brave soul collapsed to the ground, perhaps believing that at least he had made an effort. He could find solace in his... Once again, Qin Hao's actions aligned with his criminal identity. Similarly, the inspectors' reactions were true to their roles, with some fueled by impassioned zeal while others struggled to suppress their rage. Suddenly, Qin Hao's eyes narrowed. He noticed that many inspectors were swiftly mobilizing. Although they were a bit distant, he could still see them clearly. Are they preparing to encircle me? Unfortunately, you are still too inexperienced. Your speed, to me, resembles a leisurely jog. Qin Hao chuckled, realizing that he was growing increasingly formidable. Dear audience, the balloon-popping game officially begins. Upon hearing this, the audience was momentarily perplexed by its meaning. But in the next instant, they comprehended. Qin Hao raised the high-pressure air gun, aiming at the moving inspectors. Despite their efforts to flee covertly, they could not evade Qin Hao's retribution. Bang! It's a bit unseemly. Although it's harmless, let us err on the side of caution. Hearing Qin Hao's words, tinged with mock regret, the audience was left utterly stunned. Chapter 63. Wang Lei's analysis, the charge of the inspectors. Bang, bang, bang. In the heart of the forest, gunfire erupted incessantly, and with each shot that rang out, inspectors would occasionally collapse to the ground. This is untenable. We cannot continue fleeing. Within the inspector team, Zhou Jun spoke gravely. Qin Hao's marksmanship is formidable, at least on par with Wang Wei's. Given that the adversary possesses a sniper rifle, it is utterly impossible for you to approach him. Sun Shao furrowed his brow. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Captain, what are our next steps? Chen Gu hesitated, feeling somewhat lost, for he was not versed in such matters. The critical point was that Wang Wei was deceased, and as the captain here, his orders were paramount. Wang Wei. Zhou Jun's voice crackled through the intercom, but was abruptly interrupted by another voice. Wait. In the inspection team, Zhou Jun instinctively turned his head upon hearing the voice. The speaker was none other than Wang Lei, who had been deep in thought, his brow furrowed. What is it? Zhou Jun asked, astonished. Something is amiss, very amiss. Wang Lei's face was etched with gravity as he slowly... From where did Qin Hao procure such firearms capable of a range of several dozen meters? In our homeland, how could he possibly acquire a weapon? At this, Sun Shao was momentarily taken aback, then resolutely shook his head. Impossible. Do you not find it suspicious that such a weapon has surfaced in Qin Hao's possession? Even if the firearms in the program are fabricated, in reality, he must first locate a weapon, correct? Moreover, a sniper rifle is a formidable armament. Thus, the pressing question arises. Where did Qin Hao obtain his firearms? How many rounds does he possess? It is crucial to remember that ammunition is not infinite. Such items are strictly regulated. Zhou Jun, Xiao He, and Sun Shao all knitted their brows in contemplation. One cannot help but commend Wang Lei for his astuteness, managing to think of this at such a moment. Otherwise, how could he be called an animal? He maintains absolute composure at all times. In the live broadcast room, the audience buzzed with speculation. There exists a possibility. At that moment, Sun Shao pondered deep. Being a criminal investigator, he was well versed in various peculiar methods of killing. He had even witnessed murders committed with high-pressure water guns before. Yet after nodding, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening. However, modified high-pressure air guns are an entirely different matter. Those can indeed be lethal. Sun Shao explained. Thus, high-pressure air guns fall under strict regulation in our country. They are exceedingly dangerous. It can now be reasonably inferred that Qin Hao possesses a high-pressure air gun, and he likely has a substantial supply of ammunition. Zhou Jun's expression darkened. Who could have anticipated that Qin Hao would modify firearms? No, to be precise, he modified an air gun. While it is still a gun, the distinction from genuine firearms is significant. Moreover, there is one critical issue. Sun Shao mused. Testing has shown that the farthest shooting distance of air guns in the world can reach 70 to 80 meters. Given Qin Hao's prior performances, it is likely that his modification skills are exceptional, thus the effective range may well exceed that of our handguns. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in solemn agreement. Yet at that moment, all their faces shifted, for they beheld the footage relayed from the inspection recorder, witnessing the inspector's eyes turn crimson upon hearing Qin Hao's taunts. Brothers, Qin Hao is but one man. We cannot succumb to him alone. Cover me, one inspector suddenly shouted, then, to everyone's astonishment, charged forward. It all transpired too swiftly. Whether it was the speed of the inspector's charge or Qin Hao's shot, everyone remained caught off guard. They were not far from Wang Wei's corpse at all. Damn it, we are veterans. How can we allow a criminal to intimidate us? What face shall we show our brothers in the future? Provide cover for me. Suddenly, another inspector shouted and charged forth. However, this time, the other inspectors had already reacted, even aiming at the location from which the gunfire had originated. Bang! Bang bang. In an instant, the forest echoed with gunfire, startling the birds. In the next moment, bang! The sound of a sniper rifle reverberated, and numerous inspectors stood dumbfounded for they realized that this bullet had not come from the earlier position. Ah, Qin Hao's mobility is remarkable. After firing a shot, he can instantly relocate. There is nothing you can do. Zhou Jun's voice crackled through the earpiece, and he continued, based on our analysis, Qin Hao, the pain was genuine, the discomfort palpable. Alas, Brother Hao is truly formidable. Indeed, a mere modified high-pressure airgun can render the inspector team powerless. Damn, we previously thought the inspector team would be formidable after being upgraded with handguns. Yet Brother Hao's modification of an airgun has left them utterly defeated. The audience expressed their astonishment, particularly as they observed the inspectors who had fallen while attempting to rescue Wang Wei's body. Perhaps such actions were indeed impulsive, yet they were deserving of respect. Even the completely uninformed Qin Gu found himself gritting his teeth tightly. Though he internally recognized the situation as fabricated, the ambience rendered the scene exceptionally tragic. It was as if these inspectors were not merely feigning death, but had truly perished. Let us retreat. Suddenly, Zhou Jun declared. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Zhou Jun in disbelief. Chapter 64. The Promise Under the Red Flag, the Ruthless Harvesting Machine. All present could clearly observe that Zhou Jun's body was trembling. It was a juxtaposition of fear and fury. The audience understood that all of this was orchestrated by Qin Hao. The inspections had not resulted in genuine deaths. Even the team leaders were acutely aware of this fact. Yet, despite the falsity of the situation, they found themselves unwittingly immersed in their roles, unable to maintain a facade of indifference. Ah, without a comparison in the past, one can only now appreciate how arduous the inspections truly are. Indeed, there is no such thing as peaceful times. It merely signifies that some bear the burdens of others. Our safety and security are all thanks to these heroes. Though this is merely a program, the impact it has on me is truly profound. After all, everyone was aware that it was merely a fade. Even if portrayed with utmost realism, it represented a fabricated demise. Moreover, at times, Zhou Jun and Wang Wei's displays of anger seemed to many as mere theatrics, understandable for the sake of showmanship. However, now they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Zhou Jun and his comrades had endured significant losses, having previously lost many allies. Thus, they could not afford. Such a thought would strike a chord deep within their psyches. In their eyes, even if it was a performance, it encroached upon reality. Death was death, and if they were to encounter a similar circumstance in real life, would they have the luxury of reconsideration? No. At that moment, a tempest stirred within the hearts of all the spectators. Retreat. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Chang painfully closed his eyes and rasped out, "What?" The moment those words were uttered, everyone was struck with astonishment. Qin Gu and the others from the inspections were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief. I said, "Retreat." Zhou Jun's voice was heavy, his teeth nearly grinding together as he slowly forced out 4 words. "You are the pillars of your families, husbands. More importantly, this matter is not your concern. You have already shed your uniforms, and you are entitled to live a life free from worry. I cannot allow you to take such risks." Zhou Jun's voice carried an edge of fury intertwined with a plea. Were circumstances different, he would have readily commanded all the inspectors to charge forth. Yet, at this moment, he found himself powerless to do so. Qin Hao's air gun had a range surpassing that of a handgun. The reason he had yet to depart was simply to lure the enemy. In his view, advancing under such circumstances would be tantamount to a death sentence. These were living beings, the hopes of their families. How could he dare issue such a cruel command? Silence enveloped the crowd. Not only the team leaders fell silent, but even the inspectors were mute. In this world, no one is devoid of fear, no one is without trepidation. The difference lies solely in their beliefs and the things they yearn to protect. It must be noted that true heroes have long perished on the battlefield. There are no living heroes. An unspoken silence permeated the entire live broadcast room. The audience too remained silent, understanding that in this moment, they should refrain from making any judgments. For in the eyes of Zhou Jun and the other team leaders, this was a matter of respect for all living beings. There existed no moral coercion. Team leader, the promise I made under the red flag does not allow me to choose retreat. I wish to echo that sentiment. My wife is undoubtedly watching in the live stream, and she will respect my decision. Same here. They soon realized the truth. Indeed, this was merely a reflection of the broader reality across the vast expanse of China, where many places were perhaps currently enacting similar scenes. What the inspectors faced was merely Qin Hao, a fabrication. What would occur when those inspectors confronted genuinely malevolent criminals? Everyone believed that the inspectors would make the same choice, unwavering and resolute. For they had once made a promise under the red flag. There was no need for grandiloquent rhetoric or deliberate portrayals of their heroic deeds. They were merely fulfilling their vows, safeguarding a territory, rescuing those they wished to save. It was that simple. Upon hearing their words, the 5 team leaders of the inspection unit fell into silence. Team leader, with Captain Wang Wei's fate uncertain, if we do not act, we will regret it for the rest of our lives. Can you truly bear to let that happen? A member of the inspection unit spoke solemnly. Qin Yalan and the others all turned to Zhou Jun and Sun Xiao. This decision could only be made by the two of them, as they were the professionals. Go. After a prolonged moment, Zhou Jun exhaled slowly and spoke in a deep voice. He knew he had no justification to prevent them. Charge. The inspectors' bodies trembled as a dozen of them surged forward. Perhaps in their advance, they would suffer grievous losses, perhaps even face total annihilation, yet they bore no regrets, however. They were entirely unaware that Qin Hao had been waiting for this very moment. In the jungle, he resembled a panther, calculating the positions of all the inspectors. As these inspectors burst forth, he subtly tightened his finger on the trigger. Bang! It was the hue of blood. With each gunshot, an inspector fell to the ground. Even as they took cover and sought shelter, it proved futile. They could not anticipate where Qin Hao's next shot would land. In mere moments, over a dozen inspectors lay slain. They were only dozens of meters away from Wang Wei, yet they could not bridge that distance. Many viewers, even those observing through the inspectors' cameras, including Zhou Jun and others, Qin Hao was akin to a merciless harvesting machine, reaping lives without a shred of compassion or hesitation, not even a flicker of doubt. This was the most terrifying aspect. Even though they understood it was all a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. Initially, Chen Gu had intended to charge forward to test the waters, but now he was engulfed by an overwhelming cold. Just look at Chen Gu. He appears utterly petrified, his face as pale as a ghost. Honestly, I just want to ask, doesn't Brother Hao's handache after pulling the trigger so many times? When I express my confusion with these question marks, it's not me who has a problem, but you? Is this really the time to be concerned about his hand? The viewers in the live stream were left numb, having witnessed the demise of It seemed, in Brother Hao's eyes, life had lost its significance. Some people instinctively step aside when they see ants crossing underfoot, a subconscious act of respect for life. However, such respect was evidently absent in Brother Hao's demeanor. In the backstage area, an eerie silence prevailed. All the staff exchanged bewildered glances, shifting their gaze between the large screen and Director Li. Glug. With just an air gun, he had managed to modify it to such a formidable extent. Surely, this was beyond comprehension. Even the backstage crew felt a shiver run down their spines. This demeanor, in turn, reassured many of the staff. Yet, in reality, Li Haoran felt more bewildered and even somewhat fearful than anyone else. Should I seize the opportunity to investigate Brother Hao's background? Li Haoran pondered as he scrutinized the screen, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Something felt amiss. Could a normal person acquire such an array of skills at this age? From disguise techniques to rock climbing, and now even modifying air guns. Most crucially, there was Qin Hao's marksmanship. It was astoundingly precise. If one were to claim such a person had not undergone professional training, they would be met with disbelief. As he mused, Li Haoran suddenly shuddered. What if, just what if, there exists a possibility that Brother Hao is indeed a criminal? An escaped convict who was inadvertently selected by the production team. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. The likelihood was nearly non-existent. After all, the live broadcast had been running for quite some time without any intervention, indicating such a scenario. That's an order from the team leader. Zhou Jun decisively issued the command without hesitation. But team leader, shouldn't we recover our teammates' bodies? Upon hearing this, Chen Gu grew anxious, unable to fathom retreating while his comrades lay before him. At this moment, only a handful of inspectors remained alive, and they too were hesitating. Hey, still thinking about collecting your teammates' bodies? Forget it, that's merely a bait set by Brother Hao. Indeed, don't get caught up in that. You might end up sacrificing yourselves. One must admit, this wave of inspectors has been rather reckless. While their impulsiveness can be understood, it is undeniably irrational. The viewers in the live stream engaged in fervent discussion. Was this act heroic? Certainly. But it was also foolish. They could have retreated, yet they chose to risk lives unnecessarily. I said, retreat. Zhou Jun emphasized his tone. Qian Guo's body jolted, his eyes widening in shock as he slowly turned his head. His pupils constricted. Behind him, a stark white mark stood out vividly. It was the result of a weapon fired during the show. He had been shot. Everything unfolded too swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone stunned. Escapee, who gave you the audacity to turn your back on me? Qin Hao's voice. I am not finished playing yet. Today, my sole desire is to eliminate all of you, or to be eliminated by you. You? Qin Gu was so infuriated he nearly spat blood. How insidious. This guy was utterly arrogant, to wish for either his demise or theirs. The corpse ought to remain silent. No need for superfluous chatter. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Qian Gu, I initially thought you would continue to collect the bodies, but you've left me utterly disappointed. Qin Hao lamented, shaking his head, at his words. Everyone's bodies trembled, horrified as, how about we play a game? Let us drop all firearms and weapons and engage in a bare-handed brawl. I will take on your entire group alone, and the wager will be the corpses of your 2 captains and your fallen comrades. Should you win, you may take your spoils, including me. Should you lose, all shall remain behind. There's only one opportunity, so think carefully. Qin Hao's voice reverberated from all directions, amplified as if from loudspeakers, making it impossible to discern his location in the forest. Qin Hao. The moment the words registered, the 5, Zhou Jun and Sun Shao clenched their fists, their faces flushed with indignation. It was unbearably humiliating. In their lifetime, they had never experienced such disgrace. Originally, 50 inspectors had been tasked with capturing Qin Hao, yet now only a few remained, and 2 captains had perished. Was there anything more tragic? What made it even more mortifying was that since entering the mountainous terrain, they had been led around like mice by Qin Hao, who was the cat. Stop the nonsense. Will you take the bet? I trust you understand my capabilities. This is your best chance to capture me. Qin Hao's voice rang out once more. Goodness, Brother Hao is audacious and flamboyant. That is a certainty. After all, despite Qin Hao's formidable display, he had rarely engaged in direct combat with the inspectors. The prospect of one man facing off against a dozen was altogether unprecedented. Chapter 66. Can you trust the words of a criminal? One man against a horde. Goodness, is this a threat? Be confident, do not doubt. This is indeed a threat. Exciting. When it comes to what others dare not do, he does. What others dare not even think, he dares, and not only does he do it, but he also exceeds expectations. A man should exude such dominance. The viewers in the live stream were immediately stirred by Qin Hao's words. Many of them were afflicted with a peculiar ailment. They were acutely aware that Qin Hao was a criminal, heinously so, yet they found themselves enamored. A day without watching left them feeling utterly discontent. Strike or withdraw. The leaders within the inspection team furrowed their brows in unison. Undoubtedly, if we speak of capturing opportunities, this is the finest we have encountered. Analyst Wang Lei calmly assessed. The others nodded, clearly understanding this point. However, the pressing question remains. Can we, the inspectors, truly contend with Qin Hao? Chen Yalan pondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. Yet, her inquiry was met with the peculiar gaze. Just because Qin Hao says we should fight, do we really believe him? Would you trust the words of a criminal? Chen Yalan chuckled awkwardly. My apologies, I let Qin Hao muddle my thoughts. Yet, laughter was nowhere to be found among them. The stakes of this battle were too grim. What does that even mean? Foolish, can you not see? Clearly, in Zhou Jun's understanding, discussing integrity with a criminal is utterly deranged. They are plotting against Brother Hao. That's quite normal, as they cannot ascertain whether Brother Hao is lying. Within the live stream, viewers engaged in fervent discussion. So, are you suggesting we plot against him? Chen Yalan, his gaze shifted towards the direction from which the voice and gunfire had originated, quickly coordinating with his teammates. Qin Hao, we have acquiesced to your proposal. On the count of 3, we shall lay down our weapons, and you must do the same. What say you? All right. Qin Hao readily agreed from within the jungle, utterly oblivious to the desperation of his fans at that moment. 1, 2, 3. An awkward scenario unfolded. No one moved. The inspectors did not relinquish their handguns, nor did Qin Hao make any gesture. Where's the integrity between people? Qin Hao sighed, a complex expression crossing his face. The inspectors remained unfazed. After all, why would they uphold integrity with a criminal? Bang! A gunshot rang out. Then everyone witnessed Chen Ji's body quiver slightly upon the ground. Honestly, I am indifferent. Why don't we just... Moreover, I personally think that fighting requires skill. At the very least, Qin Hao has not demonstrated much in that regard. Xiao Wang furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. And let us not forget, we are all veterans. Can he truly contend with so many of us? Upon hearing this, many viewers nodded in agreement. Indeed, thus far, while Qin Hao had exhibited formidable strength, stamina, and speed, he had not reached an insurmountable level. Furthermore, fighting requires technique. It is not merely a matter of brute strength unless one is overwhelmingly powerful. The choice lies in your hands. Zhou Jun remained silent for a moment before uttering this phrase. He understood that these individuals were unlikely to retreat. Additionally, should this wager be executed adeptly, the rewards could indeed be substantial. Victory would signify the conclusion of the show. Very well. Xiao Wang inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. Brothers, though we may be retired, our fervor remains undiminished. While this may be a show, it is not our style to let a criminal dominate us. Are we prepared to fight? We are. Absolutely. Count me in. The intercom echoed with the resolute responses of the inspectors. Qin Hao, we will immediately do. This time we are serious. After all, I believe many are watching us, and setting aside our identities as criminal and inspector, let us focus on our character. Xiao Wang bellowed. Thus, the countdown began. Both sides cautiously stepped away from the area laden with firearms. Upon laying eyes on Qin Hao, every inspector felt a surge of emotion, particularly as this individual, who had taken so many lives, still bore a smile. It was downright chilling. We are all men here. There is nothing to fear. Moreover, I believe both you and I are likely to suspect that we may have other weapons concealed. Qin Hao smiled slightly and said, let us remove our shirts. Only then did many female viewers realize that both the inspectors and Brother Hao possessed remarkably fit physiques, defined and muscular, yet not overly pronounced. They appeared remarkably balanced and athletic. Of course, it was somewhat inappropriate to bare one's torso in broad daylight. After confirming the absence of weapons, they donned their shirts once more. Let us commence. I, alone, shall face your entire group. If you triumph, you may take all the bodies and apprehend me, thereby winning the contest. The inspectors were thoroughly warmed up. Qin Hao, this is your most audacious decision, and it will also be your undoing. In the next moment, Qin Hao stomped his foot, and the leaves beneath him crumbled into a small pit, launching himself forward like a bolt from a crossbow. Charge! Xiao Wang shouted, and over a dozen individuals surged forth. Each movement was incredibly nimble, akin to leopards. They had been harboring pent-up frustration, eager to unleash it. Who do you think will win? I, for one, mindlessly support Brother Hao. As the viewers debated, the two sides clashed. Boom! Their fists collided, and Xiao Wang felt a piercing pain, causing his face to involuntarily twitch. Before he could react, a leg swept towards his abdomen at blinding speed. Boom! Xiao Wang's body was sent flying backward. Chapter 67. A farewell journey, no need for thanks, all fallen. Xiao Wang felt his stomach churning, and it was only at this moment that he realized how gravely mistaken he was. His error was utterly absurd. Qin Hao was not merely strong. His speed was remarkable, and his methods of attack were extraordinarily cunning. This was not a case of lacking combat experience. It was evident that he had never intended to strike at all. It's over. Xiao Wang sighed inwardly, fearing that this time, he might truly be defeated. Bang! At that instant, yet another inspector was sent flying. What constitutes the most exhilarating battle? Perhaps 100 individuals would offer 100 different answers, yet one thing is indisputable. There is no need for any flamboyant displays when every punch lands squarely. Qin Hao seized one individual by their clothing, executing a graceful maneuver in midair before landing behind the inspector. To the astonishment of all present, he unexpectedly hurled the inspector away. Boom! 2 or 3 inspectors collided, tumbling together like a rolling gourd. Even so, Qin Hao did not relent. He delivered a powerful kick to their midsections, fully aware that their protective gear would prevent any serious harm, though discomfort was inevitable. Hey, you fellows are not so formidable after all. Come on, young men, show your passion, unleash your spirit. Bang! Qin Hao struck one inspector on the shoulder, forcing them to stagger. Just as the inspector regained their footing, Qin Hao's legs swept towards them with unrelenting force, sending them hurtling away as though they were a mere sack of rice, devoid of any chance to resist. My goodness, this is thrilling. Honestly, this scene resembles a grown man bullying a child. Brother Hao is truly taking advantage of them. The viewers in the live stream were immensely excited. Of course, some viewers felt sympathy for the inspectors, who were being utterly overwhelmed without the slightest chance to fight back. Minutes later, all the inspectors lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise but utterly spent. Clap, clap. Qin Hao dusted off his hands, not out of a desire to boast, but rather to gauge the extent of his current strength and combat prowess. The results appeared quite satisfactory. Donning his clothes once more, Qin Hao smiled and remarked, "Let us hope a few of these inspectors survive. It wouldn't be ideal for them all to perish. Who would be left to collect the bodies?" After uttering this, he shook his head and mused, "Alas, I am truly too kind-hearted." The audience. Qin Hao, I will personally see to your capture. Zhou Jun's voice emanated from one of the inspector's walkie-talkies. Haha, always welcome. Qin Hao chuckled lightly and continued, however, it's a pity that you shall never have the chance. This time, I have eluded capture in the mountains, so what can you hope for in the future? I offered you a chance, but you were simply ineffective. The crowd. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Qin Hao, you are indeed powerful as a friend. I admire you, but as a criminal, you pose a significant threat. Zhou Jun's voice echoed, filled with suppressed rage that resonated with everyone present. Yet, no matter how strong you are, can you rival the collective might of the elite talents of our entire nation? At this, Qin Hao paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. We shall see with that, he turned to leave. Quickly, gather your fallen comrades. Empty bravado is something anyone can indulge in. Qin Hao's indifferent voice lingered as he walked away without looking back. Team leader, should we collect the bodies? The remaining inspectors exchanged glances, silently observing Qin Hao's departure. They lay exhausted on the ground, feeling as though their bodies were cramping. Their physical discomfort was surpassed only by the emotional turmoil within. Nothing could evoke greater despair than witnessing a criminal exit with such swagger after committing their heinous acts. Phew. Zhou Jun and Sun Shao fixed their eyes intently on Qin Hao's retreating figure, taking a moment to exhale. Collect the bodies. Zhou Jun's voice was hoarse. It was a tragic scene. 50 inspectors, including 2 elite captains, had perished, devastating. Upon hearing this, they had once been inspectors themselves, now retired, yet at this moment, they felt a strange sense of relief that in reality, there were no criminals like Qin Hao, and they were grateful he had not committed crimes in the real world. Otherwise, he would be an exceedingly formidable adversary. And now that they were still alive, it seemed they ought to be thankful for Qin Hao's mercy. It was undeniably a deeply ironic situation. It's over. Yes, this wave has finally concluded, but the fate of the inspectors was truly dire. Alas, one can only say that Brother Hao is astonishingly strong, beyond comprehension. Everyone believed it was over. Even Zhou Jun and the others thought this affair had reached its conclusion. Bang. But just then, an unexpected gunshot rang out. One remaining inspector looked down in shock at the white powder on their chest. Momentarily, weren't they supposed to be alive? Were they not meant to have personnel left to collect the bodies? Why was there still gunfire? What the hell is going on? Isn't it obvious? Brother Hao clearly intends for them not to survive. The viewers in the live stream were astounded, engaging in frantic discussion. Bang! Another gunshot resounded. Each shot ruthlessly claimed a life. Get down! This sudden turn of events caught Zhou Jun off guard, yet, his response was still too slow. After all, human reflexes require time. Can they match the speed of a bullet? Clearly, that was impossible. In mere seconds, the remaining inspectors were all struck down. Click, click, click. The bullets were expended, yet Wang Wei's finger continued to pull the trigger, only pausing after a prolonged moment. Silence. An eerie, hadn't it been declared over? Hadn't Qin Hao already left? Why was this unexpected turn of events occurring? A barrage of questions flooded the minds of the viewers, leaving them momentarily gasping for mental clarity. The 5 team leaders stared blankly at the screen, their bodies trembling, lips quivering. In an instant, Sun Shao and Zhou Jun's faces drained of color, devoid of any trace of blood. I've given it some thought. If it were me, with the entire team annihilated, what courage would I have to continue living? Might as well end it all. Qin Hao's laughter echoed. Thus, I choose to send you on your way, no need for thanks. Moreover, considering your inspection team's enthusiasm, I shall present you with a gift. Farewell, the crowd. Chapter 68. Total annihilation, comparable to the mechanisms of the Academy of Sciences. Thus, it can be said that Brother Hao is truly shameless. Not only does he kill you, but he also expects no gratitude in return. Brother Hao, I must inquire, how is it that your words flow as effortlessly as flatulence? I suspect that the hearts of Sun Xiaozhou and his comrades have turned to ice by now. Wouldn't you agree? In the live broadcast room, only the audience was privy to the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the screens before the 5 team leaders had all plunged into darkness. With all the inspectors having perished, they were left without any visual feed. Total annihilation. Though this term is merely an adjective, it has now manifested before 52 inspectors without exception met their demise within this mountainous expanse. This, of course, is merely a program. Thus, the inspectors feigned death. If this were reality, one can scarcely fathom the magnitude of chaos such an event would incite. Surely, it would not only send shockwaves through Liaozhou City but throughout all of Huaxia. After all, it is not a time of war, yet so many lives have been extinguished in an instant. Indeed, they were all aware of Qin Hao's unscrupulousness, and they ought not to trust the words of a criminal. Yet, they believed it was all over. The remaining inspectors posed no threat to Qin Hao, and he had no reason to kill. However, he seemed to revel in the act of murder for its own sake. Most individuals resort to killing only when they themselves are threatened. opting for such drastic measures as a last resort to escape their dire circumstances. This is the common behavior of ordinary people. A select few, however, commit murder out of greed for another's wealth or beauty or due to a fit of rage. These individuals are categorized as extremists. Yet, Qin Hao is unmistakably part of a minuscule subset of violent offenders, deriving sheer amusement from the act of killing, his mood dictating his whims. If he desires to kill, he will. If not, he abstains. He treats life as though it were a mere game. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of keyboard strokes echoed. The crowd turned to see that it was Xiao He tapping away at the keyboard. It has been recorded by the inspection camera, Xiao He pointed at the screen. The audience looked up to see the very air gun in question displayed on multiple angles. Firstly, this design appears to resemble a sniper rifle, and upon checking online, I've discovered that this weapon can shoot over 100 meters, truly terrifying. Xiao He stated gravely. Take a closer look at its components. I suspect there may be not only modifications to the firearm but also potential mechanisms involved. This is evident from the traps as well. Qin Hao indeed possesses a profound understanding of mechanisms. Although Qin Hao has merely crafted a high-pressure air gun, the level of ingenuity and difficulty involved is akin to that of a bank vault. 4. Even national security personnel would struggle to create such a meticulous mechanism in such rudimentary surroundings. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. When an expert reveals their insights, clarity ensues. What had initially baffled them was elucidated in mere moments by Xiao He. After all, he is an individual who specializes in national security matters. Though it is within the realm of the internet, it is evident that he has encountered such matters firsthand. Thus, does this imply that Qin Hao is indeed a master of mechanisms? Chen Yalan remarked, her face a portrait. At the very least, in the realm of mechanisms, he certainly is. The crowd was left speechless. Good heavens! What a revelation! No one dared to question Xiao He's assertions, for he epitomizes the pinnacle of a specific field within the nation. His words carry the weight of authority. Yet, as the audience began to process this information, they realized that if Qin Hao possesses such extraordinary skills, what could he possibly lack? Mastery in disguise, modifications of air guns, and even the art of creating counterfeit antiques to the point of indistinguishability. There are countless skills. Is this truly a normal individual? I feel we ought to proceed with a dissection, someone suggests. One might excuse expertise in a single skill, deem it genius for 2, and consider 3 skills to be monstrous. But to possess such a plethora of skills, could he still be deemed human? The audience engaged in fervent discourse. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun and Sun Xiao remained silent, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over them in that moment. For Qin Hao's abilities are far too numerous and formidable. How are they to contend with such a person? Merely contemplating the prospect fills one with an unbearable headache. At that moment, Chen Yalan spoke softly. Do you think Wang Wei and the others should be retrieved? Even though they have perished, we cannot simply disregard them, can we? The others suddenly recalled that those corpses had yet to be collected. I shall go personally. Xiao He stood and declared, this contest has concluded. Qin Hao is unlikely to remain in one place. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun and Sun Xiao hesitated. Fear not. Do you truly believe I would perish out there? Xiao He observed their expressions and chuckled in resignation. Very well, do take care. After a moment of deliberation, the others finally nodded in agreement. Bang! At that moment, the door to the inspection team was pushed open, and Li Haoran strolled in nonchalantly. Then, before the astonished gazes of all present, he approached the forefront of the inspection team. Beneath the watchful surveillance, he slowly raised his hand. Comrades, this situation is rather significant. Let us continue to review the footage, and I shall provide these materials to the inspection bureau shortly. Li Haoran spoke with an air of calm. Boom! To their astonishment, even Director Li appeared eager to address the matter, stating that the situation was indeed grave. Upon reflection, it was only natural. Thus, upon hearing his words, the audience became invigorated, their eyes fixed intently on Li Haoran, eagerly awaiting his subsequent remarks. Chapter 69. The significance of skill inheritors in the grand scheme of things. It is once again the moment I have eagerly anticipated. You should say, it is the time for Brother Hao to make his contributions. I have observed that ever since Brother Hao made his appearance, the materials provided to the inspection bureau have been coming in one after another, not to mention the excitement of the livestream audience. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao and Zhou Jun's expressions shifted, and they immediately adopted a serious demeanor. They were well aware that while Li Haoran's public persona was that of a director in the entertainment industry, he was, after all, how could one possess the authority to mobilize elite personnel across all of China otherwise? It was simply inconceivable. Even the most formidable individuals could only traverse 2 circles at most, but could never encompass them all. Take for instance Wang Wei and Cheng Gu. One is a world sprint champion, while the other is a special forces instructor. Did this mere director presume to invite such illustrious figures to take his commands? It was laughable. Clearly, All of this stemmed from directives from higher authorities. Thus, every material provided to the Inspection Bureau was of paramount importance. In other words, these materials might— Had this statement been made in the past, they would have scoffed at it, deeming it alarmist rhetoric. After all, what era are we in now? The era of firearms, the era of technology. Those antiquated skills and crafts have long since exited the stage of history, serving little purpose beyond eliciting mild surprise. Nothing more. Yet, after witnessing Qin Hao's display, who would dare to maintain such a belief? Everyone, please direct your attention to the big screen. Li Haoran gestured towards it, where a subtle shift was observable. It was indeed footage of Qin Hao at the marketplace. After thorough examination of ancient texts by several experts, it has been determined that the technique employed by Qin Hao is an ancient form of assassination. Currently, there are no more than 5 individuals capable. There exists a substantial distinction. Hiss! A collective gasp resonated from everyone, their expressions filled with astonishment. Initially, they had believed that Qin Hao's feats were— Yet now, they were informed that he wielded an ancient, inherited skill. Upon further reflection, it seemed plausible, for if everyone were versed in assassination, chaos would surely ensue. Especially with Li Haoran's concluding remark, indicating that the number of— This further solidified the formidable nature of this assassination skill. How many individuals reside in all of China? Over 1 billion. Yet, only a pitiful few, less than 5, are capable. What does it mean to say no more than 5? It implies that perhaps only 3, or even 2, or possibly just Qin Hao possesses this ability. It is akin to a sword hanging over everyone's heads, for one cannot ascertain when this sword may appear beside their bed. Next, we shall discuss the analysis conducted by Wang Lei regarding the skills mastered by Qin Hao. Reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Following assessments by specialized personnel, it has been determined that he has reached a pinnacle of proficiency, at least comparable to those who analyze such matters. Li Haoran observed the expressions of the group leaders before continuing. The analysts come from the national team. Everyone felt should such an individual engage in criminal acts, it would pose significant challenges for the Inspection Bureau. And if one masters 3 skills, he paused to take a deep breath. Trust me, it would result in terrifying consequences. Their level of menace would be on par with that of criminal organizations. The room fell into a hush. Even the audience remained silent. Upon reflection, it seemed indeed accurate. The skills that Qin Hao possessed, merely those that had been disclosed thus far, could any inspection team possibly subdue him in a short time frame? Impossible, unless heavy weaponry or military force were employed. Yet, these are not assets one can simply deploy at will. Permission and time are required, during which Qin Hao could accomplish an overwhelming number of deeds. Next, we shall address the focal point of our discussion. Was it possible that what had been previously stated was not of primary importance? Mechanical arts. Li Haoran elaborated slowly. According to protocol, I should not disclose this prematurely. However, I trust that you can surmise some may immediately associate it with the ancient Moses mechanical techniques, and while that is one interpretation, there exist contemporary forms of mechanical arts. Why is that? Because the sciences we study, the precise instruments, and even missiles— Truth be told, while they were amazed by Qin Hao's mechanical designs, they had assumed that in this modern age, such designs held little relevance. Yet now, they understood. The revelations were simply too staggering. Goodness, did this imply that every skill of Brother Hao had reached an apex of sophistication? Even the luminaries of the Academy of Sciences regarded Qin Hao as their equal. It was utterly terrifying. No one knew why Li Haoran chose to articulate this so clearly, even detailing Qin Hao's skills. In truth, Li Haoran had received directives from above. The aim was to leverage this opportunity to promote the culture of China. Chapter 70. Grave crimes and the comprehensive upgrade of the inspection team. In recent years, the rampant invasion of foreign cultures has led many to mistakenly believe that anything from abroad is superior. They think the moon is rounder and the air sweeter elsewhere. This has resulted in a gradual neglect and decline of our own Chinese culture. However, the emergence of Qin Hao provides a timely opportunity to elevate his status. Assassination, mechanisms, and disguise techniques, these are all legacies from our ancestors. Are they not worthy of promotion? Are they not deserving of awe? With a heritage stretching back 5,000 years, how can the arts and culture of our nation be compared to those of other countries that have existed for merely a few hundred years? I never realized that ancient China possessed such a wealth of skills. Damn, I tuned in to watch a program about inspections and ended up with a crash course on Chinese culture thanks to Brother Hao. I must say, the techniques mastered by Brother Hao are truly impressive. I yearn to learn each one. We live in a fast-paced era where many are preoccupied with the hustle and bustle of life. Aside from specialists, who truly cares about the past? If it doesn't concern them, they cast it aside. Yet, when they develop an interest in these matters, everything changes. The higher-ups have recognized this shift and have thus seized the opportunity to vigorously promote Chinese culture. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Qin Hao possesses an abundance of skills, among which the most crucial include disguise techniques, mechanisms, and assassination. If utilized effectively, These skills could incite upheaval throughout our nation. Li Haoran waited for everyone to absorb this before he continued. Therefore, such an approach could lead to considerable chaos and catastrophic repercussions for the inspectors. Li Haoran cast a deep glance at the 4 team leaders. For instance, this time, the failure of the team leaders to react and analyze promptly resulted in the complete annihilation of. Everyone raised their hands in unanimous agreement. This decision was undoubtedly beneficial for both the nation and its people. It could mitigate unnecessary losses for the inspectors and provide targeted solutions. Do you possess mechanism skill? No worries. The inspection team will invite prominent figures from the Academy of Sciences to study you. Will they be able to subdue you? And what if we choose not to do this? A single mechanism technique could deal a devastating blow to the inspectors, costing them precious lives. Are inspectors not human too? If we can reduce losses, why should we confront danger head-on? Let us not pretend there aren't individuals as formidable as Qin Hao. With over 1 billion people in China, who knows what extraordinary talents may arise? I support this. This decision will undoubtedly provide substantial reinforcement for the inspectors in real life. As a family member of an inspector, I am grateful to Brother Hao and the production team for enabling my husband to face criminals with less risk. Goodness, Brother Hao's unintentional contributions are monumental. Many family members of real-life inspectors emerged among the audience, expressing their gratitude. All right, I have conveyed all I needed to say. Li Haoran added a few more points before stating solemnly, now, let us discuss the program. Currently, all inspectors have perished. To be honest, this was unexpected. Since the inception of the first season, I never anticipated that someone could eliminate all inspectors. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun and the others once again bowed their heads in shame. They felt utterly humiliated. Thus, the production team will replenish the inspectors, but, at this juncture, Li Haoran paused slightly before continuing. In accordance with a 99% realism, the deaths of the 52 inspectors will trigger. Furthermore, public equipment will be enhanced. Police vehicles, firearms, motorcycles, surveillance systems, etc., will all undergo comprehensive upgrades. In other words, when necessary, they will have the authority to mobilize any public resources. Gasp! Upon hearing this, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. This was not merely an upgrade. It was a geometric increase. Previously, each team leader could only deploy 2 elite inspectors. Weapons had been upgraded from electric batons to handguns, but now, direct upgrades. With surveillance permissions fully opened, this means that the team could access the entire monitoring system of Liaozhou City without wasting time on hacking or application approvals. How many times more efficient would that be? Motorcycles, for elite inspectors, and in critical situations, they could deploy all societal resources. This level of authority is immense. Why do I say this? Because during the pursuit of Qin Hao, the production team would promptly contact the owners of the items. Of course, compensation and explanations would follow. Moreover, the number of inspectors has skyrocketed from 20 to 50. With 5 team leaders, that equates to a truly terrifying figure. Just this number alone could overwhelm Qin Hao. Wow, it seems the production team is truly investing heavily. When you think about it, it makes sense. After all, Brother Hao's actions, the death of 52 inspectors would, in reality, cause an uproar of monumental proportions. I can only say it would be even more impactful. Indeed, I suspect the military would be deployed to suppress. The next steps are now in your hands. Li Haoran smiled, casting a deep glance at the 4 team leaders before turning to leave. Phew. As Li Haoran departed, Zhou Jun and the others exchanged glances, exhaling. The volume of information was substantial. They needed time to process it. The audience was also in a state of contemplation. After a while, Zhou Jun and Sun Xiao turned to Wang Lei. Team leader Wang Lei, we need your assistance moving forward. Please conduct a comprehensive analysis of Qin Hao and devise an efficient and effective capture strategy. Although our quota for elite inspectors has increased, it is crucial that we utilize them. Chapter 71. A singular force shattering all laws, inviting national-level luminaries. Qin Hao, male. Character. Cunning, arrogant, and overbearing, yet remarkably intelligent. In just a few minutes, Wang Lei succinctly outlined Qin Hao's general situation. Qin Hao's next objective remains uncertain. What do you all believe he will do next? Wang Lei quickly finished writing and turned his gaze towards the assembly. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, pondering the impossibility of accurately predicting such a thing. Moreover, regarding the gift that Qin Hao mentioned, do you think it pertains to the elimination of Wang Wei and his associates, or is there something else at play? Wang Lei posed another question. We currently have 2 options. The first, a singular force shattering all laws. What does a singular force shattering all laws entail? Zhou Jun inquired curiously. In simple terms, it means we will concentrate all our resources and confront him directly. We shall not engage in games any longer. We will lay our cards on the table and mobilize every asset at our disposal. Wang Lei's eyes flickered as he solemnly stated, For instance, elite inspections, ruthlessly targeting every conceivable resource we possess. The audience, 250 inspectors, 17 elite inspectors, all converging at once. Goodness, this would turn the tides completely. If such a course were to be undertaken, not even Brother Hao, nor another of his caliber, would stand a chance. And the second option? Zhou Jun pondered before asking again. The second option entails adhering to our traditional capture methods. However, this time, we have a significantly larger force, presenting us with ample opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun and Sun Shao fell into deep contemplation. Tio put it plainly, the first option offers a high success rate, but comes with considerable risk. Capturing Qin Hao would validate their efforts, but failure would render everything futile. As for the second option, honestly, they were reluctant to opt for it. Although the number of inspectors had increased, Qin Hao was no ordinary. Past failures had taught them that mere numbers held little sway against him. Let us go with the first option. After a moment, Zhou Jun and Sun Shao exchanged glances and slowly concurred. However, for the time being, let us invite 5 elite personnel, taking a more conservative approach. Subsequently, we can adjust our invitations based on Qin Hao's capabilities. Excellent. Let us deliberate on the selection of candidates. The audience erupted in excitement, with some even having tears of joy in their eyes. 5 elite inspectors and 250 inspectors. This was indeed a grand spectacle. At the very least, the citizens of Huaxia rarely witnessed such monumental events. Naturally, this also indirectly attested to the commendable security within the nation. I find myself increasingly eager to see how the story unfolds. I hope Brother Hao can hold on, ideally until the military intervenes. Qin Hao. Are you even human? Meanwhile, the inspection team operated with meticulous precision. On Qin Hao's side, he was not idle either. After dispatching those inspectors, he made his way down the mountain and Qin Hao. Strength, 81. Stamina, 80. Speed, 80. IQ, 140. Note, the average IQ for a normal individual ranges from 90 to 110. Scores between 120 and 140 indicate intelligence, while anything above 140 is classified as genius. Skills, intermediate lockpicking, intermediate combat awareness, intermediate sprinting, advanced counter-surveillance, advanced disguise, advanced deception, god-level intuition, advanced rock climbing, advanced makeup, advanced vocal mimicry, advanced assassination, advanced mechanical arts, advanced firearm modification. Special status, suit-wearing ruffian, enhancing all attributes by 63. Emotional value, 186,000. Gazing at his impressive profile, Qin Hao inhaled deeply. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed such an extensive array of skills. The advanced mechanical arts were acquired during his time in the forest. Ding, task issued. Task. As a notorious fugitive, being relentlessly pursued by inspectors, do you not feel a sense of indignation? Present the inspection team with a gift. However, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Qin Hao's lips. Dear viewers, I am preparing to present a grand gift to the inspection team. What do you think I should bestow upon them? Upon hearing, they had initially assumed that the gift Qin Hao referred to was merely the elimination of Wang Wei and his cohorts. However, it now seemed otherwise. Let's keep it a secret for now. I need to rest a bit. I won't be putting on a show for you today. Qin Hao donned a mysterious smile, glanced at the sun above, and found a random black inn to sleep in. He was quite fatigued. Despite possessing physical capabilities far superior to the average person, an entire night of such intense activity had taken its toll. What Qin Hao did not know was that during his slumber, first and foremost, the gift he mentioned sent the entire online community into a frenzy, with many netizens speculating about its true nature. Naturally, everyone understood that this Meanwhile, on the inspection team's side, 250 inspectors had been assembled and were on standby. Greetings, dear viewers. Due to our previous oversight that resulted in the loss of all inspectors, we take full responsibility. Wang Zhengwo, 68 years old, has made countless remarkable contributions to national technology, participating in the guidance of projects such as particle colliders, missile development, and nuclear fusion research. His expertise in mechanical arts is profound, showcasing exceptional performance. On the first small screen appeared an elderly gentleman who resembled a scholar. Yet, as Zhou Jun's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire live broadcast room. It was a silence akin to death itself, as if the room were devoid of life. However, the exponentially increasing online viewer count indicated that many were indeed present. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. The online numbers soared at an astonishing pace. Yet the live room remained devoid of any comments. Everyone was utterly stunned by Zhou Jun's introduction. Their scalps tingled. They had just dropped a bombshell? They had even invited a national-level luminary? Indeed, a true national treasure, without a doubt. Chapter 72. The Walking Encyclopedia, the the Sharp Blade team. What the? With teary eyes, I asked her, aren't you excited? Damn, the brother in front, you're too ruthless. Are you kneeling on a washboard right now? After a full minute, the barrage of comments surged forth like a tidal wave. It completely covered the screen. In fact, if the comments weren't turned off, one wouldn't be able to see the footage at all. It is easy to imagine how thrilled the audience was. For many ordinary citizens, institutions like the Academy of Sciences are akin to legendary sanctuaries, sacred and resplendent, national treasures. Even those eminent figures are rarely seen in everyday life. Even if you may have never heard their name. Only one, the prosperity of the nation. Yet, upon hearing of their contributions to the country, one cannot help but feel a profound respect. Just like now, the seemingly unremarkable elder, akin to a grandfather sitting beneath the large. However, at this moment, everyone gazed at this elder with reverence. Hello everyone. I am Wang Zhengwo. The elder Wang Zhengwo waved at the camera. Hello elder. Therefore, we extend our gratitude to the elder. Zhou Jun said, bowing slightly. Next, the second guest, a master of technique. The audience. While they could understand the invitation to elder Wang Zhengwo, despite his age and likely diminished speed, he could certainly assist, especially in discerning the traps and mechanisms designed by Qin Hao. However, now there was yet another master of technique. All auxiliary figures. Let us welcome the second guest, the maestro of makeup, and Qi, who has participated in numerous international fashion events and has done. She was a woman in her 30s, strikingly beautiful and elegant. Though she did not possess the illustrious identity of elder Wang Zhengwo, she was nonetheless highly esteemed in the eyes of the audience. A royal makeup artist. Simply those 5 words encapsulated everything. What does royal mean? Those who understand, understand. Those who do not, cannot be explained to. The depths of this are profound. Hello everyone, I am Qi. And Qi waved her hand in greeting. At merely 22 years of age, he is hailed as the walking encyclopedia, and to put it exaggeratively, there is hardly anything he does not know. The third frame revealed a scholarly youth wearing thick glasses. What the hell? Is he really that impressive? Indeed, he is. You can check his records. He began school at the age of 4, yet he attended kindergarten for just one day before skipping grades. As the kindergarten teacher in a mere elementary school, he skipped grades 3 or 4 times, eventually entering middle school, high school, and university at the youngest age. To describe him in 2 words, a prodigy? With nearly perfect scores, he gained admission to the national defense. From the second season onward, all the winnings have been his. A barrage of comments flooded the screen, detailing Lu Buochao's legendary resume. Many viewers felt that, in certain aspects, his level of eccentricity was comparable to Qin Hao. A legend. A life akin to a legend. Hello everyone. Lu Buochao adjusted his glasses and smiled gently. Now, I believe many viewers are puzzled. Whether it be Captain and Qi, Captain Lu Buochao, or Elder Wang. Although this unit is not officially called the Dragon Team, it is quite similar, and Wang Bing serves as one of its instructors. The audience. Goodness. It truly is the Sharp Blade Team. A brief introduction, without detailing Wang Bing's accomplishments, only his identity. Yet even so, it ignited a fervent passion within many viewers. The second captain of the Sharp Blade Team, Chen Quanzi. However, this unit is rather unique, so specifics will not be disclosed. Zhou Jun concluded, and the 2 frames appeared. The images revealed 2 men with crew cuts, their faces resolute, dressed in police uniforms, exuding an extraordinary air of valor. The Sharp Blade Team is truly deserving of its name. I wonder how these 2 compare to Wang Wei. Haha, although I am not mocking Captain Wang Wei, we are merely stating facts. There is no basis for comparison between the 2. I just looked it up. Captain Wang Wei is from the second unit. But that's not the main point. The main point is, do you know what it is? Our Huaxia has a total of 10 special forces, all selected from the land, sea, and air. Each one a top-tier talent, truly the elite among soldiers. And the selection criteria for the first, quite simple, directly select the top individuals from the 10 units. Do you grasp the significance of this? The king of soldiers among kings, the elite among elites. Yet even so, upon entering the first unit, they are merely rookies. Soon, some well-informed individuals began to piece together clues. The audience. At this moment, many were left bewildered. Even their hearts throbbed upon receiving this news. Incredible, incredibly powerful. They felt that there was no need for the 3 to assist. Simply these 2 captains of the Sharp Blade Team could easily outmaneuver Brother Hao. Chapter 73. The demise of my brother Hao, Lu Buochao's terrifying mindset. The king of soldiers among soldiers, the elite among elites. Upon entering the 1st Brigade, one is merely a rookie. So what caliber does the king of soldiers in the 1st Brigade represent? Moreover, what rank must the king of soldiers instructor in the 1st Brigade hold? This must be the pinnacle, right? To say it without exaggeration, they dominate the entire military camps of Huaxia. I pose this question. Who else remains? Initially, many spectators believed that Wang Wei's identity was already formidable, considering he is an instructor of the 2nd Special Forces. That alone is quite impressive. Yet now, in comparison to these two, the disparity in their ranks is substantial. It is likely that even if Wang Wei were to join the 1st Brigade, he would still be overpowered. At this moment, a phrase involuntarily surfaces in my mind. My brother Hao is no more. Ha ha ha, what a bold truth to utter. They're leaving us with no avenues of escape. Almost all spectators have lost hope in Qin Hao. Indeed, Qin Hao is strong, but facing this seemingly divine duo, how can he possibly escape? It appears he can only await his demise. Hello, everyone. Wang Bing and Chen Quanxi waved in greeting. The crowd's eyes sparkled with fervor. Most men harbor a dream of serving in the military. As the saying goes, regret being a soldier for 3 years, regret not being a soldier for a lifetime. And who could resist the allure of defending one's homeland with valiant resolve? In everyone's eyes, these two are the epitome of masculinity. Well, we have concluded the introductions of the 5 captains. Next, we must discuss how to capture Qin Hao, Zhou Jun remarked. Let the captains analyze it. The 5 captains peered intently at the screen, deep in thought. I initially thought our presence here was an overqualification. We were merely following orders, but it seems this individual is extraordinary. The first to speak were Chen Quanxi and Wang Bin. They indeed possess the credentials to make such claims. It is not arrogance or pride, for otherwise, they would not hold the position of instructors in the 1st Brigade, and that is a fact. To put it bluntly, even international criminals would not warrant their intervention. Naturally, others would handle those matters. What they need to address is warfare, true warfare. They guard the borders. Thus, when they received the orders, they were taken aback. A mere show would prompt their involvement? Yet upon reviewing the skills possessed by Qin Hao, their eyes narrowed slowly. Ahem, you two may have had little contact with the outside world during your time in the military, hence your unfamiliarity. It would be prudent to first examine his actions. Sun Shao interjected with a cough. He, too, is a member of the 2nd Brigade, and in his eyes, these two are akin to deities, representing goals he aspires to achieve throughout his life. However, this does not mean they can afford to underestimate Qin Hao. Otherwise, they might find themselves regretting it. This is a lesson he has learned from multiple failures. When you leave the inspection team, given Qin Hao's audacity, an attack on you is not out of the question. The most critical aspect is that you might not even notice it. By the time he strikes, it could be too late. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. This was indeed a scenario they had not considered. The 5 captains are human, not machines. They require rest, thus they will rotate the night watch while others rest. Consequently, they will inevitably leave the inspection team building during this time, making them vulnerable. The expertise of a professional is truly impressive. What Miss Chi said holds merit. In addition, I suggest you allow a few inspectors to accompany you, as this could effectively ensure your safety. The elder Wang Zhengwo chimed in. According to the show's regulations, the captains hold command authority. If one captain were to perish, all his privileges would be sealed until another captain takes over. No one else can utilize them. In other words, if a captain dies, it would instantly reduce the number of inspectors by 50 and the elite. Furthermore, Qin Hao is inherently audacious. Let us not forget, he is well versed in mechanisms. Who knows if he might devise a long-range lethal weapon? Thank you for your reminders. The 5 captains exchanged glances, expressing their gratitude. Just the thought sent chills down their spines. What constitutes professionalism? This is what professionalism looks like. I feel they understand him better than Hao himself. The audience nodded in agreement upon hearing the duo's analysis. They are well aware that before sleeping, Hao had mentioned wanting to gift the inspection team something. Is it currently possible to ascertain Qin Hao's whereabouts? At that moment, the formidable Lu Buochao, the image revealed Qin Hao stepping out of a taxi and entering a hotel. In mere moments, Little Black pinpointed the exact room Qin Hao occupied. The hotel, room 9? Little Black stated solemnly. That cannot be right. What did that mean? Qin Hao was not a criminal. He was merely masquerading as one. Consider this. If you were a criminal, would you prefer to live in the countryside or in the city? To my knowledge, Qin Hao likely possesses over 200,000, right? Provided he doesn't squander it, that amount would suffice for years of rural living, especially since the quality of life and goods in rural areas aren't necessarily inferior to those in urban settings. As Lu Buochao's words resonated, the group fell into contemplation. If they were indeed criminals, they would undoubtedly choose to reside in the countryside. Why? Because rural areas have less surveillance. This significantly reduces the likelihood of exposure. Especially with over 200,000 in hand, one could lead a very comfortable life anywhere. So the question arises, why would Qin Hao return to the city? He intends to strike at our inspection team. In the next moment, analyst Wang Lei's eyes sparkled with insight, his face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed. Chapter 74. He is about to strike against the inspection team leader. The entire army is mobilized. Indeed, He intends to take action against the inspection team, which is why he has returned. Otherwise, I simply cannot fathom why he would come back. It offers him no advantage. Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, Lu Buochao chuckled lightly and nodded. Ah. Everyone collectively inhaled. Many spectators suddenly realized what Qin Hao's earlier mention of a gift referred to. He intended to assassinate the leader. Good heavens, what audacity! Who would have imagined that Qin Hao's objective was this? Moreover, as previously stated, the benefits of eliminating the leader are substantial. Until a new leader emerges, no one can utilize the privileges of the former leader. The moment a leader is killed, Qin Hao's burdens would be significantly alleviated. Therefore, the suggestions put forth by Old Wang and Miss Anchi merit your serious consideration. In this game of strategy, your safety is of paramount importance. Lu Buochao paused momentarily before continuing. Furthermore, I recommend that we seize the opportunity to apprehend Qin Hao immediately. He was busy throughout the night, and now is the moment when he is most vulnerable. If we act swiftly, our chances of success will be greatly enhanced. Agreed. Even Zhou Jun, the captain of the criminal police, felt a surge of admiration for Lu Buochao at this moment. Truly, he was the champion of the strongest minds, with a level of analysis that was all-encompassing. He possessed both a self-defense strategy and an offensive plan. Team leaders, let's proceed. These three will assist on site. While they conferred, they had swiftly reviewed all of Qin Hao's actions. To their astonishment, amidst the multitude, such an extraordinary character had emerged. It was a pity he had not joined the military, otherwise, he would surely have been selected by the 1st Division. Engaging with someone of such caliber was a challenge they eagerly anticipated. Meanwhile, within the director's team backstage, all staff members gazed at the director with admiration. Li Howren, however, wore an expression of relief, as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. This was because the rule regarding the assassination of the leader had been newly implemented today. Indeed, it had only been added moments ago. Previously, there had been no such rule, as he did not believe anyone could accomplish it. Yet, Qin Hao's return had set off alarm bells, especially as he was able to monitor Qin Hao's movements at all times, which made him add numerous new regulations. Brother Hao truly knows how to play. Li Howren chuckled wryly. This individual was the first to compel him as a director to alter the program's rules. He had even gone so far as to consult several analysis experts to evaluate whether the program's regulations had any gaps or deficiencies based on Qin Hao's behavior. If any were found, they would be rectified. Although this was merely a show, he was acutely aware that many prominent figures were watching. Regardless of Qin Hao's antics, it mattered not, for he was a criminal who thrived on chaos. However, if any issues arose due to the program's inadequacies, the blame would rest squarely on his shoulders, potentially leading to his ruin. As the audience's interest and discourse grew, one would expect a director to feel elated, yet he found himself plagued with anxiety, fearful of any slightest misstep. Woo-wah woo-wah. The blaring sirens pierced the air, illuminating the streets with a kaleidoscope of colors. The police vehicles marked with the Tianyan program's insignia traversed the thoroughfares. However, at this moment, the police cars had been replaced by SUVs, each carrying 8 stern-faced inspectors. A formidable convoy of 50 to 60 police vehicles surged through, creating quite a spectacle. Many drivers, upon witnessing this scene, halted their cars, craning their necks to observe. Is this the Tianyan program? I'm terrified. Is this the team sent to All permissions were fully activated, at least in the vicinity where Qin Hao roamed. All restrictions had been lifted. This undoubtedly included traffic regulations. Furthermore, Qin Hao's name was now known far and wide, at least in Liaozhou City, where he was practically a household name. Shut off the sirens. In one of the SUVs, Chen Quan furrowed his brow at the blaring siren and spoke into the intercom. As Qin Hao mentioned, it can be heard from 8 miles away. Isn't this tantamount to announcing our arrival? At his words, everyone exchanged wry smiles and promptly silenced the sirens. Creak, creak. Not even a fly could escape. Gentlemen. The hotel owner, a balding middle-aged man, stood at the entrance, wiping cold sweat from his brow as he beheld the scene before him. He had likely never encountered such a grand spectacle since opening the establishment. Rest assured, your establishment's affairs are of no concern to us. We are from the Tianyan program, and our purpose here is to apprehend Qin Hao. Wang Bing and Chen Quan exchanged glances and smiled as they addressed the owner. That's not the case. Whether it's apprehending Qin Hao or inspecting the premises, I will cooperate fully. Please rest assured, we run a legitimate establishment. The owner hastily shook his head, his face paling. Room 9, is anyone inside? The group exchanged glances before proceeding inside. No one has come out since Qin Hao entered this morning, the owner replied, shaking his head. Do you have surveillance footage from the room? Chen Quan inquired. How could that be? That is personal privacy. We do not have such recordings. Very well, thank you for your response. Leave 100 inspectors outside to guard, 50 to station at all near. Theoretically, such actions should be impermissible without a search warrant. Yet it was evident that, at this juncture, the Tianyan program had maximized its authority within the area where Qin Hao was present. As long as it was not a private residence, they had the right to conduct searches. No problem. The owner shook his head. Even if he had objections, he dared not voice them. Thank you for your cooperation. Wang Bing nodded with a smile, then waved his hand, signaling the swarm of inspectors to rush upstairs. At that moment, the audience was filled with anticipation. Would Brother Hao indeed be captured this time? There were too many people. The roads were completely sealed off, and every room was blocked. Even if Brother Hao possessed his remarkable skills, could he truly escape this predicament? Chapter 75. Assault, Chaos. The inspectors are injured. Within the confines of the room, Qin Hao had finally opened his eyes. Though he had been asleep, he remained acutely vigilant of his surroundings. Particularly unsettling was the profound silence that enveloped the outside. Through the small glass pane of the door, he could faintly discern the presence of numerous individuals. Inspectors? An ambush? What a lack of martial ethics. In an instant, Qin Hao assessed the gravity of the situation. Glancing at his phone, he realized he had slept through the entire morning. Clearly, the previous night had truly exhausted him. Otherwise, with his current physical condition, such an extended slumber would have been unnecessary. Brother Hao has finally awakened, yet it is of no consequence. It is already too late. On one hand, I hope he gets apprehended, for he is a criminal. Yet, on the other hand, I genuinely admire him. Is that admiration for Brother Hao? I hesitate to expose you. He had dispatched both captains and 50 inspectors, yet the inspectorate had managed to regroup a formidable team in the span of merely a morning. It was undeniably astonishing. Too swift for him to respond. Cautiously, Qin Hao approached the door, straining to listen. Although the soundproofing of the room was commendable, the entire inn seemed enveloped in an eerie silence, allowing him to easily detect any sounds from outside. Unbeknownst to him, someone was stealthily approaching the door from the other side. Should we charge in directly, or first probe the situation? Wang Bing inquired, casting a glance at Lu Buoqiao and Wang Zhangwo, signaling them with a gesture. Probe. Ascertain whether there is any sound within. Lu Buoqiao replied, observing Wang Zhangwo, who merely shook his head without uttering a word, before he spoke slowly. Very well. Wang Bing nodded, subsequently signaling Chen Quanxi. Chen Quanxi moved closer to the door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. Good grief. If this scene were to unfold in a horror film, it would undoubtedly be iconic. Indeed, their essay saying. When you gaze long into the abyss gazes back at you. The audience, witnessing this moment, felt a shiver run down their spines. From their perspective, it appeared as though Qin Hao was leaning against the door while Chen Quanxi mirrored his actions outside, both men pressing their ears against the door. It was a scene that could only be described as legendary. Huh. Suddenly, Chen Quanxi exhaled softly, shaking his head. There is no sound. Naturally, all of this was conducted through tactical gestures. The audience clearly observed a flicker in Qin Hao's eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. It was evident to all that in this initial encounter, Chen Quanxi had faltered. Or perhaps he had become overly complacent, believing their numbers. Over a dozen inspectors stood at the door, the narrow corridor offering limited space, only accommodating a handful of individuals directly at the threshold. 1. As Wang Bing's after days of observation, they had grasped a crucial understanding. This was the pivotal moment for Qin Hao. If they failed to breach the defense, no matter how formidable Qin Hao was, he would inevitably be captured or killed. This modest and lacked the security features of other establishments. It was not something that could be easily breached. Moreover, with so many inspectors present, even if there were windows, escape would be impossible. 2. The two inspectors at the front summoned all their strength, preparing to charge in. 3. However, before Wang Bing's final finger could descend, bang! A tremendous crash reverberated throughout the entire inn. Everyone beheld as the door seemed to be propelled by an unseen force, hurtling outward. The two inspectors positioned directly in front of the door were caught off guard, struck by the door and instantly injured. Indeed, this marked the first occasion since the program's commencement that inspectors had genuinely sustained injuries, not merely feigned. Wang Bing and Chen Quanxi's eyes widened in disbelief as they shouted, "Open fire!" Bang bang bang. A chorus of gunfire erupted as all began to shoot. However, the number of inspectors positioned to face the door was limited, amounting to barely a dozen, thus only a handful could return fire. Simultaneously, gunshots emanated from within the room. In an instant, chaos ensued. After all, no one had anticipated the door would suddenly burst forth. Moments later, the gunfire gradually ceased, and the corridor once again fell into silence. Standing at the threshold, the inspectors could observe the situation inside the room. It resembled a world blanketed in white, a result of the bullets fired. Is everyone all right? Wang Bing asked, glancing at the two injured inspectors with concern. We're fine, just minor injuries. The two inspectors shook their heads, shaken but relieved. Had it not been for their commendable physical condition, they could have easily sustained more severe injuries. Although this is a program, unforeseen incidents can occur, and injuries are inevitable. However, the production team will compensate you. Wang Bing nodded, subsequently instructed. They were not foolish. They could easily deduce that the door's unexpected force had been orchestrated by Qin Hao. Charge! Wang Bing and Chen Quanzi exchanged resolute glances, inhaling deeply. When watching the footage, they had merely perceived Qin Hao as formidable, but upon direct engagement, they realized he was audaciously reckless. He would employ any means necessary to escape. With over 20 inspectors, they cautiously advanced toward the room. Zhang Feng led the charge at the forefront of the group, followed closely by more than 20 inspectors, his heart racing with anxiety. In previous pursuits of criminals, he had only faced the rigors of the chase, devoid of any real danger. Yet now, upon witnessing the two genuinely injured inspectors, he understood that every action carried inherent risks. Especially when facing a criminal like Qin Hao, injuries were an unavoidable reality. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. Instead, he was consumed by an unwavering determination to apprehend Qin Hao. Indeed, this sentiment had gradually morphed into an obsession. Instinctively, he raised his gaze. That moment, he saw a hand suddenly reach out from above the doorframe. Zhang Feng's reflexes were sharp. He instinctively raised his weapon to fire. Snap! A desperate escape in the face of dire circumstances, Qin Hao found himself ensnared in an intricate web of challenges. The more convoluted the terrain, the greater the blind spots that emerged. It was an inevitability, akin to the thresholds of doorways, where most individuals seldom heed the surroundings. After all, who would think to glance upwards upon entering a room? While the inspectors might manage such a feat, their movements were laden with significant delays. Seizing upon this very flaw, Qin Hao positioned himself above, poised to fire, anticipating the arrival of unwitting intruders. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng witnessed Qin Hao's form descend before him, a firm grip encircling his throat. Don't move. You are now a hostage. Qin Hao's voice resonated coolly, as he deftly concealed himself behind Zhang Feng. Let us be succinct. I demand your immediate withdrawal. Is that agreeable? He addressed the inspectors with a measured calmness. The crowd remained speechless. To be candid, they never anticipated such shamelessness from Qin Hao, who had audaciously crouched above the door. Such an act was beyond what any rational individual would contemplate. Zhang Feng's countenance darkened, a wave of shame washing over him, for it was his missteps that jeopardized this operation's success. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Release him. In silence, the inspectors parted, creating a pathway. Ha! Do you think I'm a fool? I'm not merely asking for you to retreat. I want everyone out of the inn. Qin Hao chuckled softly. Qin Hao, do not overstep your bounds. Wang Bing's fury ignited upon hearing this, his voice low and menacing. Or shall I simply kill him right now? Qin Hao tightened his grip around Zhang Feng's neck, and it was clear to all that, should he wish, he could indeed crush Zhang Feng's throat. Very well, let him go. Wang Bing trembled with rage, never having imagined that Qin Hao would resort to such cunning tactics. Had he known, he surely would have been the first to enter. He was confident that even in such a scenario, he could avoid capture, but now, what was once a favorable position had morphed into a complete disadvantage. Thank you. Qin Hao towed Zhang Feng along, observing as the inspectors gradually retreated, before finally stepping outside himself. Good heavens, has the tide turned? Turned? You may be overestimating things. Let us not forget the sheer number of inspectors outside. The chances of escape have merely improved slightly, that much is certain. To be honest, I never expected such a move from Brother Hao. Who could have foreseen him crouching above the doorway? It was utterly unexpected. The onlookers were astonished as they witnessed Qin Hao, once in a precarious situation, swiftly seize control. In no time, he stood at the entrance of the inn, where he finally beheld the scene outside. By all that is holy, what a grand spectacle! Indeed, upon witnessing the situation, even he was taken aback. All around were inspectors clad in uniforms, at least 100, if not more. And this was merely what he could see. How many were lurking beyond his line of sight? The thought was almost unfathomable. Has the inspection team escalated their response? In a moment of clarity, he understood. The commotion he had caused had resulted in the demise of over 50 inspectors. In reality, such an uproar would have caused a seismic reaction. It was inconceivable for the inspection team not to upgrade their tactics. This game has become even more intriguing. A faint smile graced Qin Hao's lips as he regarded Wang Bing and Chen Quan, sensing a subtle threat emanating from the two. This indicated that their capabilities were on par with his own, if not superior. I require a vehicle. Qin Hao contemplated briefly before speaking. Wang Bing, allow me to enlighten you. All routes have been sealed, with over 200 inspectors in place. Do you truly believe you can escape? Wang Bing's voice was grave. And if I choose not to flee? I'm currently earning a salary of 100,000 a day, and once today passes, it will be the 5th day. meaning I stand to earn 500,000. If you were in my position, would you not run? Qin Hao's expression conveyed his resignation. The crowd was taken aback. Damn. They suddenly realized how soundly Qin Hao's logic resonated. Upon reflection, even at a daily wage of 100,000. Moreover, if he merely survived today, he would earn 500,000 for doing nothing, far more lucrative than any heist. You mock Brother Hao for fleeing, yet today marks nearly the 5th day, right? After today, it's a windfall of 50,000 a day for nothing. Truth be told, I envy him, yet I doubt anyone but Brother Hao possesses such prowess. Looking at other escapees, only one managed to last 3 days. The audience was rendered speechless by Qin Hao's assertions. Had he truly amassed such wealth without their notice? Even the inspectors found themselves nodding in reluctant agreement with Qin Hao's reasoning. Were they in his shoes, they too would be sprinting for their lives. A vehicle can be arranged, but you must release this young man. Wang Bing and Chen Quan deliberated briefly before conceding. Agreed. Qin Hao nodded, surprisingly straightforward. In no time, a jeep was brought forth. Without hesitation, Qin Hao climbed in, dragging Zhang Feng along with him. Vroom. With a swift press of the gas pedal, they sped into the distance. I knew you would act this way, but it's futile. We set up roadblocks and spikes. You think you can escape now? You're deluding yourself. Others pursue. Wang Bing and Chen Quan exchanged knowing smiles, unperturbed, as they relayed orders via radio. Understood. The voice of the inspectors cracked. All the while, the events were closely monitored by members of the inspection team, including Zhou Jun. It's no surprise he is the instructor of the 1st Special Forces Unit. Despite a minor setback, the operation remains impeccably organized, Sun Xiao remarked, feeling significantly more at ease. Indeed, with their presence, our burden has lightened. We merely need to observe. Zhou Jun nodded with a grin. As this conversation unfolded, Qin Hao had already reached an intersection, only to come to a halt. For there, at the crossroads, lay the spikes, specifically designed to violently intercept vehicles. Typically, such measures were not employed unless dealing with particularly ruthless criminals. Clearly, the inspection team had gone to great lengths to prepare for him. It seems the inspection team's equipment has undergone a complete overhaul. Though he had escaped the inn, the situation remained precarious. The inspectors surrounding him were far too numerous, tightening their encirclement. As their grip intensified, escape would become an impossibility, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. Chapter 77. An unexpected turn of events, the inverted roller coaster, negotiations. It seems that Brother Hao is also sensing the predicament. Of course, there are over 200 inspectors involved. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Such a deployment only occurs during a crackdown on drug dens or major cases. Otherwise, how could such an abundance of manpower and resources be justified? They are targeting a gang, yet here, Brother Hao is the singular focus of this. Even if he suffers defeat, I believe he will emerge with honor. Indeed, the sheer scale of the inspectors mobilized speaks volumes about Brother Hao's prowess. The audience observed Qin Hao, seated in the jeep, his brow furrowed, and began to murmur among themselves. Qin Hao truly felt the weight of the situation, an unfamiliar feeling for him. Moreover, it instilled in him a profound understanding. No matter how formidable his personal abilities may be, for his capabilities are ultimately finite. He is not a superhero capable of effortlessly overcoming 200 individuals. That belongs in the realm of science fiction. As Qin Hao lifted his gaze, he noticed a multitude of onlookers, including numerous drivers and vehicles, with a massive amusement park looming in the distance. Although the roads were closed, it was evident that this closure was solely directed at him. The inspectors still allowed ordinary citizens to pass. This was entirely reasonable, considering it was a program. The encirclement was slowly tightening. Boom! Just then, Qin Hao froze in shock. He beheld the colossal roller coaster at the amusement park, astonishingly suspended in mid-air. Indeed, it was inverted in the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Hao's eyes flickered momentarily. He had not anticipated encountering such an event during the program. He glanced at the obedient Zhang Feng beside him, expressionless, and decisively pulled him along as he opened the car door and stepped out. However, his sudden exit bewildered everyone, from Wang Bing and his companions behind to the inspectors blocking the road ahead. They were perplexed as to why Qin Hao had abruptly decided to exit the vehicle. What a clever choice, came the voice of Lu Buochao over the intercom. For him, the jeep, moreover, even if he chose to remain inside, escape would be impossible, as it would only constrain his movements. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the inspectors shifted dramatically. Director Li, pause the program. Something has happened over there. No one expected Qin Hao to utter such a statement. Observing Zhang Feng blocking his path, the inspectors collectively furrowed their brows. What? It seemed he had evaded every possible shooting position. This is a skilled opponent. Wang Bing's heart sank, and Chen Xuanqi beside him nodded subtly. Look over there. Qin Hao pointed toward the distant amusement park. Although still a considerable distance away, the roller coaster was now clearly visible. What on earth? Is there a malfunction with the roller coaster? An urgent report just came in. The roller coaster has encountered an incident, and there are more than 20 tourists aboard. How could this happen? The viewers in the live broadcast also witnessed the roller coaster, and their information was even more current. Wang Bing and Chen Xuanqi exchanged grave glances. What are you planning? This amusement park is somewhat distant from the fire department. Qin Hao spoke as if oblivious to any concern. Thus, by the time the firefighters arrive, it will take at least 10 minutes, assuming the roads are clear. For Qin Hao's assertions were entirely accurate. If the road conditions are poor, it could take over 20 minutes. Let's take a middle ground and assume it will be 20 minutes. Qin Hao's face broke into a smile. What do you think will happen to those people suspended in midair for 20 minutes? This, Chen Xuanqi and Wang Bing began to grasp Qin Hao's intentions. Brother Hao means he can save those people. Oh no, we must act quickly. After all, a program is just a program. It cannot come at the cost of human lives. Indeed, human life takes precedence at this moment. The viewers in the live stream were not oblivious. They immediately deciphered Qin Hao's intention. You wish to pause the program to rescue those individuals? Chen Xuanqi inquired, frowning. Indeed. Qin Hao nodded, glancing at Zhang Feng before speaking slowly. To be honest, even without this incident, I possess numerous means to leave. However, since we face real danger, we must prioritize reality. Team leader, what do you think? Wang Bing pondered for a brief moment before activating the intercom. According to the circumstances, if he can indeed accomplish, even if he has committed a crime, he would likely receive a reduced sentence. A voice from the earpiece echoed, therefore, I concur. Saving lives is paramount. Agreed. An unforeseen event transpired, one that no one anticipated. The program swiftly transitioned into a pause status. This marked the first instance where the production team encountered a situation outside the program while attempting to apprehend a criminal. Yet, this singular instance meant that an opportunity for capture had once again slipped away. Nonetheless, such occurrences, even in the real world, could lead to a reduced sentence for a criminal who genuinely intervened to save lives. V-Room. Vehicles sped along the road. The scene was somewhat comical, as a mouse sat among a group of cats, but at that moment, no one paid heed to such trivialities. Reality was reality, and the program was merely a program. This distinction was crystal clear to them. You haven't forgotten what my expertise is, have you? Qin Hao said with an oddly enigmatic expression. The group fell into a momentary daze. Rock climbing? Previously, they had regarded Qin Hao as overwhelmingly powerful, almost monstrous in his abilities. Yet now, as semi-teammates with a shared goal, they suddenly felt incredibly fortunate to have such a versatile ally. Creak. Soon, someone might suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. The team from the Tianyan program has arrived. That's Brother Hao. Chapter 78. The livestream brother. Is it stimulating? Unfazed in the face of danger. Lu Xiaobu. He had acquired a girlfriend, and not just any girlfriend, but a stunningly beautiful one whom everyone envied. Some of his friends speculated whether this woman had ulterior motives. However, Lu Xiaobu scoffed at such warnings. The reason was simple. He was poor. Poverty had been the thread woven through his entire life. He could hardly fathom what, aside from his handsome visage, could possibly attract a woman. Perhaps this was what they meant by being barefoot and unafraid of shoes. In just a year, despite his girlfriend's various shortcomings, Lu Xiaobu regarded them as mere trifles. Of course, he did not entirely dismiss his friend's cautions. He discreetly inquired about it. After all, being in his 20s, he was naturally inclined towards a relationship that could lead to marriage. The results of his inquiries left him immensely satisfied. Thus, today, he and his girlfriend ventured out for some leisure. In this day and age, many might ponder what activity costs the least when with a girlfriend. There are only two choices: a hotel or some form of entertainment. Both options would drain one's energy, time, and effort, leaving no room to contemplate makeup, handbags. Who had the time for such frivolities? However, as fate would have it, calamities rarely come alone. Perhaps even the heavens could not bear to witness his abrupt transition from— Not even the heavens. Crack. The sound reverberated, leaving Lu Xiaobu in a state of shock. He instinctively glanced at his flawless girlfriend, but that fleeting glance nearly elicited— Her long hair cascaded around her, too close for comfort, resembling a ghostly apparition. Especially with those haunting eyes peering through her dark locks, it sent shivers down his spine. Xiao Mei, something seems amiss. Lu Xiaobu stammered, regaining his composure. The air was filled with shrieks, and he felt as though his blood was running cold, his breath becoming increasingly labored. What should we do? Are we going to die? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone on this roller coaster. His girlfriend, Xiao Mei, whimpered beside him. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The firefighters will arrive shortly. Despite his own fears, as her boyfriend, Lu Xiaobu felt compelled to provide reassurance. How on earth did I end up in such a predicament on a roller coaster? It's over. At this height, will the elevator even suffice? Ha! Suffice. The fire station is a full 20 minutes away. By the time they arrive, we'll likely be beyond saving. In that moment, the air was thick with various voices, curses, complaints, and those resigned to their fate. Everyone present was an ordinary person. No one could maintain their composure enough to light a cigarette in such dire circumstances. Perhaps some could, but they certainly could not. Xiaomei, don't be afraid. Lu Xiaobu grasped his girlfriend's hand, disregarding the surrounding chaos. Just then, he noticed a man in front of him beginning to move. What the hell, big brother, what are you doing? Don't act rashly. At his exclamation, silence enveloped the crowd, everyone turning to look. Hiss! The sound of collective gasps filled the air. The man, appearing to be in his 30s and quite robust, astonishingly held a smartphone in his hand. Hey folks, I see this thrilling. Have you seen the news? The largest amusement park in Liaozhou has had a roller coaster malfunction, and I'm one of the unfortunate visitors. Look. His voice boomed, resonating throughout the area. Everyone stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting their fear and anger, captivated by this man's audacity. What a remarkable heart he had. While any normal person would instinctively react, suddenly, they understood why many perilous and coincidental moments were documented on the internet. These individuals had a habitual tendency. No matter the situation, their first instinct was to record it. What? You don't believe me? Come, let me show you what's behind me. The man raised his phone high. Lu Xiaobu's face twitched as he noticed a flurry of comments flooding in. Brother, you're amazing. You're actually filming up there? Oh my gosh, brother, there's a ghost behind you. Run. Upon reading this, Lu Xiaobu felt his grip tighten involuntarily, and he instinctively glanced at his girlfriend. Before he could offer any comfort, another comment flashed by. Don't worry, Brother Hao is on his way to rescue you. The fire department might be delayed, but Brother Hao has arrived. At that moment, Lu Xiaobu's eyes lit up with hope. Everyone, stay calm. Although the fire department may not reach us in time, Brother Hao will. He understood that his primary task now was to keep everyone composed. He had witnessed videos of roller coaster disasters where some individuals panicked and released their safety restraints, plummeting to their doom. Do you all know Brother Hao? He is Qin Hao from the Tianyin program, the one who can accomplish anything. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to regain their composure. I can't believe my husband is actually coming. A woman's voice, filled with joy, rang out from nearby, belonging to a girl of about 150 to 60 pounds with a face full of freckles. The crowd collectively exclaimed in disbelief. Whether it was trust in Qin Hao or the humor of the live-streaming brother, the tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a sense of lightheartedness. Creak. Just then, they heard the urgent screech of brakes. Instinctively, everyone looked down and saw a series of black vehicles halting within the amusement park. The names emblazoned on the sides of these cars filled them with exhilaration. The comments had not deceived them. The Tianyin program. Upon seeing those words, they felt as though they had encountered their saviors. It's all right now. It's all right. Brother Hao is here. Everyone, hold on, breathe steadily, and remain calm. The live-streaming brother and Lu Xiaobu simultaneously comforted the crowd. In that moment, chaos would only lead to further calamity, not only for themselves but for everyone present. Chapter 79. Although the capital required to operate such a large amusement park was substantial, the grim weight of over 20 lives hung heavily in the air. Whether in terms of financial loss or public outrage, he could hardly bear the burden. Moreover, how could an amusement park that had claimed so many lives continue to operate? Thus, upon receiving the news, he anxiously awaited their arrival. What seems to be the problem? As Qin Hao disembarked, furthermore, in such a large amusement park, even a sudden blackout would not be catastrophic, as backup generators were typically available. After inspection, it appears something is lodged above. Or perhaps, as for the fire department, he dared not even contemplate that. For over 20 minutes had elapsed, a duration sufficient for 7 or 8 individuals to perish. Improperly secured tracks. Is this how irresponsible you are? Upon hearing the owner's words, Wang Bing immediately interjected, reprimanding him loudly. This is not the time for such discussions. I simply wish to know one thing. That roller coaster will not suddenly start moving again, will it? Qin Hao gestured dismissively and inquired with a grave tone, It will not. We have already cut the power, and there is no propulsion whatsoever. The owner, unable to meet the gazes of Wang Bing and the inspection team, felt a peculiar sense of relief. It seemed that Qin Hao, the perpetrator, was far more amenable than the inspectors. Mr. Qin Hao. At that moment, a young man in police uniform approached. It is crucial to understand that bringing individuals down from such heights is an exceptionally perilous endeavor. A misstep could lead to a fatal outcome. Qin Hao glanced at him, merely nodding in acknowledgement without uttering. Qin Hao, Do you possess confidence in your abilities? Mr. Qin Hao, are you aware of the consequences you will face if you fail in your rescue? Mr. Qin Hao, while you appear formidable on the program, bear in mind that this roller coaster is several dozen meters high. Scaling it to rescue someone is virtually an impossible feat. Suddenly, a throng of reporters armed with cameras rushed forward, bombarding him with a barrage of inquiries. Shall we simply allow them to wait for death up? What do you think? Qin Hao smiled, though the chill in his smile was palpable, and he slowly replied, I could act as if nothing were amiss and turn a blind eye. Yet how many individuals do you believe can endure hanging upside down for 20 minutes at such an elevation? Brother Hao is indeed remarkable, facing the reporters without flinching. Alas, these reporters are truly something. While concern is natural, what do they mean by discussing the consequences of failure? It was one thing not to offer support, but to engage in pessimism? All right, Brother Hao, I have already notified the Inspection Bureau. Given your capabilities, most people hold you in high regard. Proceed with confidence. Even in the event of failure, no one will blame you, nor will you bear any legal responsibility. At that moment, Li Haoran's voice resonated. This sentiment is echoed by everyone on the roller coaster. Even if an accident occurs, they will not hold you accountable, nor will family members seek retribution. Upon hearing this, the reporters awkwardly retreated to the sidelines. Good. Qin Hao nodded, sweeping his gaze over the reporters before striding forward with purpose. Some matters require someone to take action, someone to stand at the forefront. If one is consumed by worry while undertaking a task, failure is inevitable. Just as our ancestors once did, would they have refrained from battle had they known they would perish? At this moment, Qin Hao had already moved far away, yet his words resonated clearly in the ears of all. For a brief moment, everyone was lost in thought. Indeed, some actions demand execution when one possesses the capability. Should they simply watch as lives are lost above? Hanging upside down for 30 minutes at such heights is not something an ordinary person. Little did he know, the external online community had already erupted in chaos. Shocking news, the Tianyin program's unexpected incident. He actually chose to. 80,000 people nationwide are frantically sharing the truth behind the roller coaster suspension in midair. The contrarian, defying public consensus, has chosen to act against the will of the masses. Various sensational headlines flooded the news. Even without clicking in, one would remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, the vast array of netizens had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Concurrently, the online viewership in Qin Hao's personal live stream skyrocketed. It has begun. Below, everyone fixated on Qin Hao's actions, their expressions tense with anticipation. They witnessed Qin Hao sprinting along the tracks at an astonishing speed, as if traversing level ground. This scene caused many hearts to race uncontrollably. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred. Have you noticed? Brother Hao is even carrying a backpack. Clearly, you weren't paying attention to the live stream. That's a stash of ropes he purchased earlier. Who knows what they're for? The audience engaged in animated discussions. The situation is not as straightforward as it seems. Below, Lu Buoch, Qin Hao's actions are commendable. When one possesses the ability and has the consent of those involved, intervening is permissible. Lu Buochao continued, however, have you considered one crucial factor? Time? Even with Qin Hao's remarkable speed, ascending and descending will require at least 5 minutes to rescue a single person, and that's assuming no unexpected complications arise. Thus, the question arises. With over 20 individuals suspended above, how could he possibly rescue them all in such a short time frame? Upon hearing this, a sense of heaviness settled over the crowd. Indeed, with only one person able to be rescued at a time, how could an entire group be saved in a limited window? Chapter 80. Only life and death, no gender. Goodness, is Lu Buochao also beginning to express pessimism? No, we must remain rational. 5 minutes for one person, 10 minutes for two. It simply cannot be done. Some viewers in the live broadcast room believed Lu Buochao had also succumbed to despair, yet many others remained more composed. What do you think should be done? Wang Bing had an inkling of a solution, but since the question had been posed by someone else, he hesitated to speak up. There is only one course of action. Lu Buochao replied slowly, we must first rescue those with severe illnesses. If no one is critically ill, we should prioritize the elderly. Upon closer inspection, fortunately, there are no elderly individuals among them. Most are of relatively average age, between 20 and 30-something. Let us hope there are no serious illnesses among them. Ideally, if everyone is healthy, they can endure a bit longer. As he spoke, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. I believe Qin Hao will consider this as well. Shouldn't we how can we withstand being suspended for so long? Her words immediately silenced the room. Ha! Oh my, you've cracked me up. How ironic. In ordinary times, we are treated equally. Did you not hear the suggestion to save the elderly, or those with severe conditions first? Are women not included in those categories? Quite normal. I'm used to it. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Lu Buochao merely glanced at the female reporter, offering a faint smile. At last, I comprehend the adage that one rotten apple spoils the bunch. Many women I know are incredibly strong and strive to excel in whatever they do. Though I may not voice it, I deeply admire them. Yet, there are always a few individuals who, while proclaiming equality, simultaneously demand preferential rights. In the face of crisis, there is only life and death. Gender is irrelevant. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Buochao disregarded the female reporter and instead gazed upward. The female reporter, confronted by the peculiar stares of those around her, was at a loss as to where she had gone wrong. She had always acted this way. Ironically, many women usually echoed her sentiments. Why had things suddenly changed today? At this juncture, Qin Hao had reached the upper. Brother Hao has finally arrived. The host of the live stream beamed with joy, as though he had spotted a long-lost relative. The once quiet roller coaster had transformed into a cacophony upon Qin Hao's arrival. Hey you, madam. Your husband has arrived. Aren't you going to greet him? The host directed his gaze toward the woman not far away. The woman's face flushed crimson. Already pale due to blood flow issues, she now appeared even more flushed. Silence. I will ask a question, and you shall answer. Qin Hao surveyed the situation on the roller coaster, feeling relieved to see no elderly individuals. The times had changed. Even the elderly were quite resilient now. Is anyone suffering from serious illnesses? Once the crowd had quieted, he spoke in a somber tone. Everyone exchanged glances, the oblivious still unaware of the reason for his inquiry, while the astute among them began to connect the dots. Does diabetes count? A man in his 30s timidly asked. The crowd, diabetes, really? You think you're suffering from uremia? Terminal. Just as the crowd began to grumble, the man added 2 more words, the crowd. Instantly, every pair of eyes turned to the man with pity. You're the one. Fortunately, this man stood right in front of Qin Hao. Please wait. Qin Hao nodded, then, amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd, opened his backpack. A thick rope unfurled from it, reaching the ground, while several clips were secured onto the roller coaster tracks. What a brilliant idea. Below, Lu Buochao's eyes lit up at the sight of the descending rope. As the crowd remained confused, Qin Hao sprang into action, unbuckling the man's roller coaster safety harness, allowing him to climb onto his back. Hold on tight. Do your utmost to strangle me if necessary, but do not let go, understood? Qin Hao said earnestly. Rest assured, Brother Hao, even if it costs me my life, I shall not let go. The man's legs immediately wrapped around Qin Hao's waist. Qin Hao, the position was somewhat awkward, yet given the urgency of the situation, he paid it no mind. Then, ah! A sudden exclamation echoed from below, as they watched Qin Hao and the man seemingly soar down the rope, descending a considerable distance in an instant. From a staggering height of dozens of meters, traversing the tracks would have taken a significant amount of time. However, with the rope as a support, it was reduced to mere seconds. By the time Qin Hao touched down, the man suffering from terminal diabetes was still in a daze. Get down. Qin Hao rolled his eyes. Oh. The man finally snapped back to reality and hastily released his grip, only to, thud, he landed squarely on the ground, nearly soiling himself in fright. However, the others paid him no mind, their attention fixed on Qin Hao. They watched in awe as Qin Hao gripped the rope, seemingly flying through the air, effortlessly scaling the rope with remarkable speed. In mere moments, he returned to the roller coaster. Upon witnessing this, everyone exhaled in relief. They knew the individuals were saved. Though Brother Hao appears mad on the show, in reality, he is a true hero. Indeed, he has saved more than 20 people. That is the mark of a hero. The viewers in the live stream buzzed with admiration. Simultaneously, news of Qin Hao's heroic deeds spread like wildfire across the internet. In less than 10 minutes, everyone had been rescued. He had finally welcomed spring into his life, only to have fate nearly play a cruel joke on him. No need for thanks. It was my duty. Qin Hao merely smiled, casting a peculiar glance at the stunning girlfriend, sensing something amiss. Perhaps it was the excessive force of his bow. Thud. A wig fell to the ground. El Xiaobu froze. Others expressing their gratitude also paused, and even the inspection team was taken aback. Remarkably, the so-called perfect girlfriend was revealed to be a bald-headed individual. Of course, this was inconsequential. What truly mattered was, you're a man? Qin Hao bluntly stated the obvious. The crowd? El Xiaobu departed, his exit marked by an unsettling aura, enveloped in profound resentment. Impressive. Lu Buochao, Wang Bing, and the others regarded Qin Hao with genuine admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Let us continue the program. Earlier I had an inspection hostage who requested a motorcycle. Is that unreasonable? Qin Hao smiled, seemingly unfazed. Not unreasonable, but are you sure you don't need a moment to rest? Chen Xuanqi inquired, surprised. I do not. Chen Xuanqi and Wang Bing exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 81. Is there anything he cannot master? A flawless design V-room? the thunderous roar of a colossal They gazed in astonishment as an enormous convoy of motorcycles sped down the highway. Goodness, have people become this audacious? Racing openly through the city? How perilous, indeed. Who knows which young heir has thrown caution to the wind? Look closely, that's the Tianyan production crew. Surely you've heard of this show? Onlookers observed the motorcycles whizzing past them and soon began to chatter. Heh, it seems that Qin Hao is not particularly adept at riding motorcycles, remarked Wang Bing and Chen. Though they admired Qin Hao's earlier maneuvering, the continuation of the show did not deter them from their pursuit. Zhou Jun and his companions instinctively nodded in agreement. It was evident that Qin Hao was not very skilled with motorcycles. He was barely reaching speeds of over 100 miles per hour, which, while fast in the city context, was insufficient for a successful escape. Finally, we see something he cannot do. Sun Xiao sighed in relief, chuckling. Upon hearing this, the others paused momentarily before shaking their heads in amusement. Indeed, it was a revelation that Qin Hao was not omnipotent and had his limitations. Wait, Wang Lei interjected, his brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. Have you considered one crucial question? What is it? The group leaders turned to him in unison. Even the pursuing inspectors momentarily focused their attention, knowing that while they might excel in physical prowess, their analytical abilities paled in comparison. Given that Qin Hao possesses so many skills, do you truly believe he would be incapable of mastering motorcycles? This statement prompted a contemplative silence among them. They each began to formulate their own conclusions. Rock climbing is an extreme sport, and skills such as ventriloquism and disguise could be deemed ancient arts. If he could master such complex abilities, surely he could handle something as commonplace as a motorcycle, especially one that could be procured for a mere few thousand. In this day and age, who doesn't own a motorcycle? Even if one doesn't, surely there is an electric bike available? An electric bike can easily reach speeds of 60 to 70 miles per hour, so how could Qin Hao be unfamiliar with this? Thus Wang Lei's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, but before he could finish, the road surveillance displayed a startling change. The footage showed Wang Bing and Chen Quan drawing ever closer to Qin Hao, the deafening engine sounds causing ears to ring. Everyone could see that what was once a distance of several thousand meters had now shrunk to mere hundreds. For motorcycles, that distance could vanish in the blink of an eye. System, display personal information. Qin Hao, unfazed and calm atop his motorcycle, recognized the sudden ambush by the inspectors had somewhat caught him off guard. He would be lying if he claimed not to feel angered by the situation. Thus, he decided to play a bold game. Host, Qin Hao, strength, 81 stamina, 80 speed, 80 IQ, 140 skills, intermediate lockpicking, intermediate combat, special status, suit-wearing thug, increasing all attributes by 63. Emotion value, 260,000. Upon glancing at his emotion value, Qin Hao promptly stated, exchange for advanced motorcycle skills, ding, consumed 6,000 emotion points. Exchange successful. In the next moment, Qin Hao felt a rapid enhancement in his motorcycle handling capabilities. If previously he had merely controlled the motorcycle, now he felt an extraordinary transformation. It was as if he had become one with the machine, understanding it as intimately as he did his own body. Wow, this motorcycle is impressive. Though Qin Hao had not been particularly knowledgeable about motorcycles before, he now grasped the essential details of this one. It appears to be a room. The sound of engines behind him grew increasingly louder, indicating their approach. Qin Hao could see in the rearview mirror that two motorcycles were flanking him. Seeing this, a smirk crept across Qin Hao's face as he quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze settling on a large truck ahead. Qin Hao, surrender. You have nowhere left to flee. Let me be frank, the fuel gauge on your bike is faulty. In 2 minutes, your motorcycle will run out of gas and come to a halt. At that moment, a booming voice echoed from behind him. The audience gasped, goodness, is this what a peak showdown looks like? It's not just a battle of strength, but also a contest of wits. To devise such a brilliant plan in such a short time is remarkable. Wow, what a clever move. I never anticipated this. It a bit unfair to treat Brother Hao as a mere contestant when he is a significant contributor. Bro, a show is a show, and reality is reality. If the inspectors go easy on Brother Hao because he did something commendable, it would disrespect him and insult their profession. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Who could have imagined that Wang Bing and Chen Quan would manage to tamper with the motorcycle in such a brief time frame? Yet, upon reflection, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at the fuel gauge on his bike, only to realize that it had not changed at all since the beginning. Impressive. The inspection team has truly upgraded. Their thought processes and operational capabilities are vastly superior to the previous group. Qin Hao remarked without panic. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Screech. Suddenly, a deafening screech of tires echoed on the highway. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Wang Bing and Chen Quan's faces paled. If Qin Hao were indeed a criminal, they would not have minded colliding with him. However, that was not permissible at this moment. Instinctively, their hands reached for the brakes, then screech. The sound of tires screeching filled the air. Dark skid. Their proximity was far too close. Even an emergency stop was too late. What followed left them utterly dumbfounded. In that split second, as Qin Hao slammed on the brakes, the motorcycle executed a dramatic drift. It astonishingly skidded sideways across the road. Indeed, it came to a halt horizontally in the middle of the highway. Meanwhile, Qin Hao propelled himself off the seat, executing a backflip, his body soaring toward the large truck ahead. Chapter 82. Car accident, unable to pursue. Return to Dongqing District, damn it. Who the hell said, brother, how doesn't he understand motorcycles? Say it again, and I swear I'll make you regret it. I can't believe I'm witnessing drifting in real life, and on the highway no less. The audience in the live stream erupted upon witnessing Qin Hao's maneuvers. Over 100 miles per hour, an emergency brake, and a drift. It was madness. Most critically, this was on a highway teeming with vehicles. Any slight misstep could result in catastrophic consequences, potentially leading to a deadly pileup. Yet, even in a situation where failure could mean death, Qin Hao executed it flawlessly. What did this signify? It indicated that Qin Hao possessed unwavering confidence, at least an 80 to 90% certainty. With a decisive grip, Qin Hao clutched the edge of a large truck and effortlessly leapt onto its cargo area. Before he could turn around, a tremendous crash echoed behind him. Boom! Turning to look, Qin Hao saw Wang Bing and Chen Quan's motorcycles collide violently with the one he had left in the middle of the road. Fortunately, the two managed to brake in time, sparing them from significant damage. However, it was evident that their motorcycles were now rendered unusable. Even the inspectors trailing behind were forced to halt, as the three motorcycles had completely obstructed the road. Pursuing was out of the question. Haha, goodbye. Qin Hao chuckled, waving from atop the truck. Damn it. Wang Bing and Chen Quan's faces turned ashen, their fury spilling forth in curses. It was apparent to all that their bodies trembled with rage. To put it plainly, these two were among the elite of the Huaxia forces, and regardless of whether they were soldiers or special operatives, they were leagues apart. They were legends, myths. Yet now, their myth had been shattered by Qin Hao. Previously, whether it was Qin Hao using hostages as leverage or escaping from the Black Inn, while they found it vexing, it hadn't truly affected them. But this was an outright humiliation. In a fair contest without any interference, they had lost to Qin Hao. Ah, you'll get used to it. At that moment, Sun Xiao's voice drifted from the intercom. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Has Captain Sun Xiao gotten used to it? Brother Hao torments me 1,000 times. Yet I treat him like my first love. The audience erupted in laughter at these words. Clear the road and replan the route. Wang Bing's expression twitched as he spoke in a hushed tone. Also, Team Leader Xiao He, could you monitor Qin Hao's location and estimate where he might disembark? Understood. Xiao He nodded, his fingers flying over the controls. In this age, as long as someone was not born in the depths of the mountains and had never emerged from them, locating a person was relatively straightforward. Dongqing District. A few minutes later, Xiao He exclaimed in surprise. This truck is a transport vehicle, and its destination is Dongqing District. If I recall correctly, Qin Hao spent a night in Dongqing District, didn't he? Zhou Jun remarked, equally astonished. Indeed, but that area has already been compromised. Why would he return there? Wang Lei nodded, his brow furrowed deeply. Whatever choice Qin Hao made, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Otherwise, he would never act so recklessly. Pausing slightly, he turned to Zhou Jun. There must be something he has hidden there. The two spoke in unison. Although Wang Wei and the others had searched previously and found nothing, Qin Hao's decision to return there indicated that he had left something significant behind. Let us head straight to Dongqing District, Zhou Jun commanded without hesitation. Understood. Wang Bing and the others, having overheard their discussion, nodded in agreement. Qin Hao was indeed returning to retrieve something of great importance. He was no fool. Such an item would never be worn in plain sight. Moreover, the location where he had concealed the mask was exceedingly discreet, making it improbable to uncover even with meticulous searching. He had that much confidence. Before long, Qin Hao found himself back at the dilapidated house he had once occupied. Along the way, he noticed several residents. Indeed, while this area was filled with decaying, shabby houses, some still had occupants. However, these individuals were of no consequence to him, and he paid them little mind. Upon entering the room, Qin Hao's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the floor. Scattered footprints marred the ground, indicating that many had visited since his departure. Qin Hao glanced upward at a crack in the wall, then stepped onto the wall itself, propelling his body upward. Tap tap tap. His body moved like a gecko, scaling the wall with ease, reaching a height of 4 to 5 meters in an instant. Touching the crack, a faint smile graced his lips as he retrieved 2 disguise masks from within. Given the height, it would have been unlikely for anyone to notice them unless they were fully aware something was hidden there. Damn, when did Brother Hao hide the disguise masks here? I recall Captain Wang Wei and the team searched this place, didn't they? How did they not find them? That is quite normal. If one doesn't pay close attention to that crevice, it's easy to overlook. The audience was astonished as Qin Hao extracted the 2 masks from the wall. Even they, who constantly monitored his every move, were baffled as to when he had hidden them. Hee, dear viewers, don't you think that since the inspection team is targeting me so relentlessly, I should reward them with a grand gift? Qin Hao mused while holding the disguise masks. At this remark, the crowd was electrified. The inspection team had previously hypothesized that Qin Hao had likely returned to the city to assassinate their leader. Otherwise, there was no logical reason for him to come back. In rural areas, where surveillance was sparse, he could maneuver with greater agility. As the saying goes, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. As a person who values gratitude, how could I not offer them something in return? After speaking, Qin Hao took a step forward and slowly exited the dilapidated house. He understood that this location had already been compromised, and even if it hadn't, the inspection team's monitoring systems would soon track him down. It was not wise to linger here. Before long, Qin Hao's gaze fell upon a young woman curiously observing him from her doorstep. Hello, miss, could you assist me with something? Are you brother Hao? The girl's face flushed crimson at once. At her words, Qin Hao smiled, realizing that he had unwittingly garnered quite a following. Chapter 83. The mischievous Qin Hao and his peculiar interests. Shenbao Group. Ha ha ha, delightful. Over the past few days, the mood of Shenbao's CEO has been exceptionally buoyant. Initially, he had invested a substantial sum to have Qin Hao merely mention an advertisement. Yet now, how things have changed. In just 2 days, the stock has surged dramatically. It can be said that he has effortlessly amassed nearly 100 billion during this brief period. Indeed, he has simply sat in his office, watching the stocks rise. Such a feeling is beyond comprehension for anyone else. It is nothing short of miraculous. Ding ding ding. At that moment, his private phone rang. Glancing down, he noticed it was a call from a friend. You say you also want to advertise? Oh dear, that's not going to be easy. You know what kind of person Hao Gu is. Can an ordinary person secure an advertisement from him? What? You say you want to hold an auction? And you wish for Hao Gu to promote it? Upon hearing this, Shenbao CEO's expression subtly shifted, and he instinctively glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering, let me tell you, they are keeping a close watch. If you dare to act rashly, I can only say your company will be finished, even if you deal in antiques. In that case, let me think of a solution for you. After hanging up, a slight smile crept onto the CEO's lips. Over the past few days, he has been inundated with calls from numerous executives seeking his assistance. Even those who once seemed untouchable now reach out to him. One can only imagine the immense power of Qin Hao's brief advertisement. Most importantly, other executives are unable to intervene. The higher-ups have made it clear that unless Qin Hao himself is willing, anyone attempting to pull strings will face dire consequences. Although this is not the exact wording, it is generally understood in this manner. What does it feel like to have the higher-ups scrutinizing you? Even if you possess an impressive company, adhering to the law, various departments will scrutinize you incessantly, and you will be ruined. It's only because I have a good relationship with you that I'm even considering helping. Such opportunities are rare. Shenbao CEO sighed, then picked up the phone. Meanwhile, in the directors group, Director Li Haoran held his phone, listening to the requests on the other end, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Are you certain? As long as he doesn't commit a crime in reality, he is essentially untouchable on the show. Moreover, his personality, how should I put it? He is vengeful. You could call him a hero. If your advertisement reaches him, it might just blow up in your face. All right, I understand. After a long pause, Li Haoran hung up, both amused and exasperated. He had not anticipated that these individuals would become so frantic in their pursuit of advertising. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had already entered the home of the young fangirl. The atmosphere was warm, and the decor was quite lovely, especially in the girls' room, which made Qin Hao hesitate to enter. It was filled with pastel colors. Perhaps this was not suitable? Wow, as expected of a girl, how delightful in pink. Ha ha ha, just like my sister, many young girls have a special affection for pink. Big brother-in-law, I am your little brother-in-law. In the live stream, the audience was captivated by the charming pink room. Is it appropriate for me to go in? Qin Hao awkwardly inquired at the doorway. What's the matter? The young girl appeared utterly unconcerned, her excitement palpable. After all, this was Hao Gu, who was rapidly becoming a national idol. How could she not be thrilled? I mean, have you put away your personal belongings in this room? Upon hearing this, the girl's face instantly flushed. Hao Gu. Just as the audience in the live stream was about to comment, Qin Hao had already seated himself at the young girl's vanity. Ahem, dear viewers, for your mental and physical well-being, allow me to temporarily obscure the live stream. Qin Hao announced, and soon, audience. I sense something is amiss. Indeed, the girl is only 18 or 19. What are you planning? Don't be afraid, young lady. If Hao Gu does anything to you, just blink. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, unfazed, swiftly donned a disguise mask and began applying makeup. Soon, the girl's attention shifted from her phone to Qin Hao, and then, Her mouth widened in astonishment. Her eyes grew large, filled with disbelief. Qin Hao's makeup application was remarkably swift. What would take others 2 hours, he accomplished in mere minutes, at least. From the girl's perspective, every second brought a significant transformation to Qin Hao's visage. 5 minutes later, when Qin Hao stood up, the handsome youth had vanished without a trace. In his place stood a woman of ethereal beauty, a blend of maturity and allure, with an innocence that shone through. In short, everything a man could fantasize about in a woman was encapsulated in Qin Hao's appearance. The young girl stood frozen, utterly speechless. At that moment, she even felt a tinge, although, Qin Hao was a man. How do I look? Is it acceptable? Qin Hao remarked playfully, observing the girl's adorable expression, a seductive smile gracing his lips as he spoke languidly. You. How gu, you? The young girl snapped back to reality, especially startled upon hearing Qin Hao's voice, which sent a shiver down her spine. This was the voice of a woman, and an exceedingly enchanting one at that. The live stream's comments came to an abrupt halt. Whose voice is that? Goodness, this voice is utterly captivating. I must admit, it doesn't sound like her. The audience speculated eagerly, and then they heard Qin Hao's voice again in the live stream. Young lady, do you have any pretty clothes? Could I take a look? Don't worry, I won't need any underwear, just the outerwear. Audience. Good heavens, I can hardly believe it. Who would have thought that you, Hao Gu, with your striking features, would have such peculiar tastes? Cross-dressing? A cross-dressing master? From the outset, Qin Hao had been perceived by the audience as an amusing yet fierce individual. It was difficult to imagine what he would be like donning female attire. At this moment, all the viewers were filled with anticipation. Chapter 84. Acting, Shrinking, the Perfect Woman. Brother Hao, what do you think of this dress? Brother Hao, to be honest, could you please refrain from looking at me with those eyes? I am finding it a bit overwhelming. Audience. Although they could not see the visuals, merely listening to the sounds emanating from the livestream felt somewhat off. Wait, what exactly are Brother Hao and the others doing? It certainly sounds like something inappropriate. Hee, I have a bold idea. Please, the one in front, keep your bold thoughts to yourself. My country has a complete set of penalties. In truth, the situation was not as exaggerated as the audience imagined. The young girl was simply holding up a dress, trying it on for Qin Hao. Surprisingly, despite her youth, she was quite discerning when it came to clothing. She had an array of dresses and stockings, and although none were from major brands, they were still ordinary pieces, costing only a few hundred yuan. In contrast to the boys, who could make do with a set of clothes that lasted years for a mere few dozen yuan, girls tended to be more meticulous about their attire. Qin Hao casually picked up an outfit and posed in front of the mirror, frowning slightly. It is well known that most men have broader frames compared to women, thus requiring larger sizes when donning women's clothing. Yet, the girl's physique, if described with high emotional intelligence, one might say it was slender. Conversely, a more blunt assessment would deem it frail. Even with a few loose, he was certain of one thing. Though his disguise was not flawless, it should not have been revealed so swiftly. So, what could have given him away? He lifted his gaze to the mirror, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Confidence, an overwhelming aura of self-assurance, structure, habits. In just a few short minutes, Qin Hao identified elements that were apparent to him now. In the past, he would have found it difficult to discern, as one accustomed to their own appearance rarely notices their shortcomings. However, now that he was masquerading as a woman, he could pinpoint the discrepancies that were strikingly incongruent with femininity. I truly underestimated the inspection team. At that moment, Qin Hao felt a wave of relief, grateful for the support of his system. Otherwise, the very elements that could expose him would have sufficed to imprison him countless times. Subsequently, Qin Hao retreated to a private room with the garments. System. Firstly, advanced acting would enhance the comprehensiveness of his disguise, while the shrinking technique, being a real-world concept, was not far-fetched. Beep. Redemption. Although he currently possessed an abundance of emotional points that did not warrant the system taking advantage of him. Most advanced skills hovered around 5,000 emotional points, yet these two demanded a staggering 15,000. Based on the current era's circumstances, acting holds greater value and is more widely applicable, hence the requirement of 15,000 emotional points. Understanding dawned upon Qin Hao as he nodded, then proceeded to examine the details closely. Advanced acting. A skill utilized for performance, the ability of an actor to create a character through various techniques and methods. Advanced shrinking technique, a form of flexibility training, also known as soft skills, which enhances the body's suppleness. Commonly seen in acrobatic troupes and circus performances, in essence, practitioners possess a rare innate flexibility that can be further developed through gymnastics training. Reading the descriptions of these two skills, a smile graced Qin Hao's lips as he glanced at the dress in his hands, beginning to don the attire. Outside, the young girl was distractedly gazing at her phone, the barrage of comments on the screen having devolved into chaos. Yet, her thoughts strayed elsewhere, occasionally stealing glances at the room. Click. The young girl jolted upright, her eyes widening in astonishment. Staring in disbelief, her eyes grew round as saucers. She could even see her tongue peeking out in surprise. The once formidable Brother Hao had vanished, transformed into a sensuously alluring woman. She was certain that prior to entering, while Brother Hao had indeed been a strikingly beautiful woman, one who could evoke envy, there had still been a palpable masculine presence. Such a feeling was unalterable. Yet now, standing before her was a living, breathing woman. Had she not witnessed Qin Hao walking in moments ago, she would have had no doubt that this was indeed a woman. A pure, unadulterated woman. Most importantly, the physique. Though lacking in bust, the overall form was undeniably formidable. Well, what do you think? Qin Hao inquired, observing the young girl's stunned expression, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. The voice that emerged was a mature, seductive tone, complemented by eyes that sparkled like stars. An explosive combination. At least, the young girl felt her heart skip a beat at the sight of Qin Hao's smile. Ah, are you really Brother Hao? Indeed, you are wearing my clothes, but how is this possible? Snap! The girl felt a shiver run down her spine, her senses tingling. As Qin Hao approached the mirror for a closer look, even he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a woman. The attire embodied the essence of a modern urban beauty, while echoing the timeless grace of a classical muse. Normally, these two contrasting elements would clash, yet now they harmoniously coalesced upon his form. Perfection. If there were to be a singular flaw, it might be the lack of a bust. However, Qin Hao reasoned that many women were flat-chested, thus this detail hardly constituted a flaw. Cough, cough, ladies and gentlemen, please settle into your seats and steady yourselves. Otherwise, I fear you may be startled. Qin Hao gently coughed, his voice soothing. Come now, showcase. Just the sound alone has me smitten. A treasure of a man. Honestly, just Brother Hao's voice is more melodious than my girlfriend's. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the audience erupted with excitement. They had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Chapter 85. The enigmatic sister of Shiranui Mai, unfathomable depths. From the audience's perspective, the temporarily dormant nanodrone gradually came to life once more. Then, the previously overwhelming barrage of comments vanished in an instant. All the viewers were left astounded at the sight of the woman before them. She was breathtaking, stunning to the point of taking one's breath away. Clad in a flowing crimson gown and adorned with red high heels, she exuded a fervent and alluring charm. Where's Brother Hao? Goodness, who is this woman? I want all her information within 3 minutes. If I don't get it, then everyone present here is responsible. No, can you all stop being so overwhelmed? I simply wish to know where Brother Hao is and who this woman is. Before long, some audience members regained their composure, and the live chat erupted into chaos. One faction was eager to discover the identity of the woman before them, while another was intent. This clearly indicated that the male viewers were more captivated by the woman, while the female viewers were focused on Qin Hao. Hello everyone, I am your new host, Shiranui Mai's sister, Qin Hao's elder sister, Unfathomable Depths. Suddenly, Qin Hao spoke gently. I hope you will all take good care of me from now on. With that, she playfully winked her enchanting eyes. The audience. My heavens, my heart. Oh no, she has a knife, and it's plunged right into my heart. Brother Hao's sister? Unfathomable Depths? Why is she here? At that moment, both male and female viewers were utterly bewildered. How could Qin Hao suddenly have an elder sister? And why was she appearing in the live stream? Is it possible that this is actually Brother Hao in disguise? After all, you all should be well aware of his skills. He can change his appearance. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could my goddess be Brother Hao? Goodness, is she really your goddess? But there's no way. In terms of temperament and style, they are completely different. Most importantly, have you noticed this woman's figure? It bears little resemblance to Brother Hao. While the audience was engaged in fervent discussion, within the director's team, Li Haoran gazed at the monitor with a bewildered expression. He had the ability to observe all the criminals and inspection teams, including other inspections. Of course, currently, only Qin Hao remained on screen. But who could tell him who this woman before him was? Why was she in Qin Hao's livestream? And where was Qin Hao? Most crucially, he still needed to discuss something with him. Haha, alright, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I am Qin Hao. Just as everyone wore a look of utter disbelief, Qin Hao burst into laughter, reverting the audience. Li Haoran. Everyone's bodies trembled as they stared incredulously at Qin Hao. Some even found themselves pressing their heads against the screen in shock. But no matter how they looked, left, right, up, or down, it was evident that this was a living, breathing woman. There was not a trace of Qin Hao to be found. Makeup. No, could it be that disguise techniques can achieve such an effect? A living transformation? Do you think if Brother Hao were willing, then, him? The live stream erupted with excitement, and the number of online viewers began to surge once more, skyrocketing from over 20 million to more than 30 million. Theo, you think my gift will be well received by the inspection team leaders? Qin Hao twirled around with a smile. The audience. Please, just be a person. To be fair, at that moment, Qin Hao appeared exceedingly beautiful in their eyes. Could beauty alter the reality of him being a man? Absolutely not. Hence, it became somewhat disconcerting to behold. Brother Hao, I have a business proposal. I wonder if you would be interested? At that moment, Li Haoran's voice emanated from the nanodrone. Qin Hao paused, slightly taken aback. Since the last advertisement, Li Haoran had not reached out to him again. He had thought that perhaps his advertisement had not fared well, and after the payment was processed, he had not given the matter much thought. Now, another advertisement had come up. What business? Qin Hao inquired, adjusting his wig. Someone wishes for you to endorse a product, requiring nothing from you but your consent. 10 million. Li Haoran's voice resonated slowly. The audience? Upon hearing this, everyone was left in shock. Goodness, they needed to do nothing but agree and receive 10 million. Could such an opportunity truly exist? Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Once you agree, the 10 million will be transferred immediately, though it will only be available after your program concludes and will temporarily remain with me. Li Haoran's tone was earnest. All right, I agree. I truly cannot fathom any reason to refuse. Qin Hao nodded with a smile. Simply agreeing could yield 10 million. If he turned this down, he would never forgive himself. The audience. So, within a mere minute or two, Brother Hao effortlessly secured 10 million. Damn it, I looked down at the instant noodles in my hand and suddenly found them far less appealing. We're here supporting Brother Hao, and he treats us like mere spectators? Hey everyone, let us disperse and find a factory job instead. We shouldn't be watching this. Many viewers suddenly felt a pang of discontent. Although Qin Hao was being pursued by the inspectors like a dog, he was wealthy. They stared at the screen, foolishly watching, while they had nothing to show for it. All right, my dear lady, thank you for your attire. I shall not be compensating you. Just mark it down as an expense for the Heavenly Eye program. He paused for a moment before continuing. Additionally, I will need your cooperation. I require you to be bound for several hours. Of course, I mean in a formal sense. After a few hours, should you feel urgent, simply call the police, and someone will deliver money to you. Qin Hao turned to glance at his fans, articulating his words carefully. He observed the bewildered expression on the young woman's face and solemnly asked, Do you understand? Well, Brother Hao, as your fan, I am already thrilled to see you. Let us just leave it at that. The young woman finally regained her composure, appearing somewhat bashful. No. At present, I am in the guise of an escaped convict. Having taken your belongings. With a gentle smile, Qin Hao turned away. The young woman. The audience. Li Haoran's smile gradually faded, his expression darkening. While what he said was factual, why did it sound so utterly wrong to them? The young woman did not want money, nor did she wish to report anything. Yet he insisted she should. Surely, debt was not something to be taken lightly, right? Chapter 86. The tenacity of Lu Buochao. Where lies Qin Hao's limitation? He understood that, according to the standard procedures of the show, his act of stealing her clothing constituted a criminal offense. Even if the girl chose not to alert the authorities, it was certain that Li Haoran would inevitably do so. However, that would likely occur several hours later, and within that time frame, Qin Hao would have accomplished nearly all that he intended to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the gift you have been eagerly anticipating has arrived. Qin Hao announced as he stepped out of the young lady's home. Upon hearing this, the audience's spirits soared. They all knew the consequences if the woman they had seen in the mirror were to appear before the group leaders. Success was undoubtedly within Qin Hao's grasp. Wah wah, at that moment, the distant wail of police sirens echoed through the air. Qin Hao chuckled softly, entirely unfazed by the rapid response of the authorities. With the enhancement of personnel, even the team leader and their weaponry had seen upgrades. It was only logical that the surveillance technology had also improved significantly, particularly given how conspicuous he had been. With deliberate grace, he began to stride forward, his high-heeled shoes clicking rhythmically against the ground, each step resonating with clarity. Indeed, the mastery of the advanced bone-shrinking technique was formidable. As for leg hair, there was no need to inquire. It had been expertly removed. Approaching Dongqing district, encircle the area. Wang Bing and Chen Quan's expressions turned grave as they grabbed their walkie-talkies to coordinate their deployment. Furthermore, given that Qin Hao is skilled in disguise and makeup, as well as ventriloquism, we must remain vigilant not only for Qin Hao himself but also for anyone else. Any individual resembling his physique should be temporarily detained for questioning. Understood. The entire inspection team responded in unison. Thoroughly considered. Upon hearing this, several group leaders within the inspection team nodded in agreement. A person can alter their appearance, modify their voice, and even transform their gender. Yet their skeletal structure, physique, and intrinsic aura remain immutable. Chen Yalan remarked, her eyes glimmering with insight. Indeed, a person's bones, from birth to maturity in their 20s, are fundamentally fixed. Barring surgical intervention, they cannot be altered. Sun Xiao concurred. Not necessarily, Lu Buochao interjected suddenly through the walkie-talkie, causing the group to pause in confusion. Theoretically, it is true that bones cannot be changed without surgery, regardless of gender. However, have you heard of the bone shrinking technique? His words elicited bewilderment among many, while the audience remained perplexed. Although they had witnessed Qin Hao's current appearance, they could not fathom how he had achieved them. It seemed he had transformed not merely his visage, but also his essence, voice, and even physique. I have indeed heard of it, Zhou Jun mused, frowning in contemplation. I recall someone mentioning that a person had used this technique to challenge the Guinness World Record. However, I paid little attention at the time. The audience, intrigued, quickly began to search on their phones and discovered this challenge had indeed occurred, and successfully so. For instance, a seemingly small bottle, barely capable of accommodating an infant's hand, had been demonstrated by a wow. While I was aware of the bone shrinking technique, I had thought it was solely a fabrication of television dramas. To be frank, I always believed such feats belonged to the realm of martial arts films. I never anticipated their existence in reality. As the audience absorbed this revelation, they were utterly astonished. In the minds of many, concepts like martial arts, tai chi, bone shrinking, and tongbei boxing were relegated to the fantastical. Yet now, they were discovering these practices indeed existed, albeit not as exaggerated as portrayed in movies. So, do you believe Qin Hao possesses the bone shrinking technique? Zhou Jun asked gravely. If you were speaking of anyone else, I would dismiss it outright. However, regarding Qin Hao, that remains a distinct possibility. What abilities does he not possess? Lu Buochao's tone was neutral, yet his inquiry rendered everyone silent. Indeed, were it anyone else, they would vehemently deny the plausibility of such abilities. After all, mastery of such skills requires years of dedicated training, making immediate proficiency implausible. But to consider Qin Hao, if he truly possesses the bone shrinking technique, combined with his skills in disguise, makeup, and ventriloquism, do you think, Teacher Anqi, that Qin Hao could transform into a woman? Or perhaps become a completely different person altogether? Lu Buochao turned to Captain Anqi, posing the question with deliberation. Well, to be honest, though I consider myself a makeup virtuoso, I cannot provide a definitive answer to such a question at this moment. Anqi replied with a wry smile. My encounters have primarily been with ordinary individuals. Even if there are one or two prodigies, they all possess inherent limitations. I cannot gauge Qin Hao's capabilities. However, should he indeed accomplish all that you suggest, I can only assert that he would genuinely become another person. As for the extent of that transformation, I cannot ascertain. Gasp. Though the exchange was succinct, it was more than sufficient for the group leaders and captain to feel a chill run down their spines. They could scarcely imagine the enhanced. Although Xiao He had previously claimed that even if a completely unfamiliar individual emerged, he could still trace their identity. After all, everyone now possesses an identification card. The process would be painstakingly time-consuming. One must consider how many people there are across the nation. Even with rapid filtration, it would require several days. A daunting challenge indeed. Alas, may it not be as we fear. Otherwise. Lu Buochao sighed, leaving his thought unfinished. Yet all present understood the implications of otherwise. The difficulty of apprehension would escalate to unprecedented heights. Creak arrived. At that moment, all police vehicles came to a halt. Chen Quan and Wang Bing gazed solemnly at the dilapidated surroundings before them, an unprecedented gravity settling in their expressions. Had the youthful delinquents witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For these two had previously faced foreign mercenaries with nonchalance, yet now they were visibly tense. As the inspection team disembarked, they were suddenly captivated by the sight of a stunning woman emerging from the Dongqing district entrance. All inspection personnel stood transfixed. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Any attempt at description would seem a mere affront to her elegance. Chapter 87. Qin Hao is my husband, the captain's tentative probe. Ha ha ha, what a classic scene. Another iconic moment has emerged. I must take a screenshot. Just look at those inspectors. All of them are utterly stunned. I can only imagine what they must be thinking. How can there be such beauty in the world? The audience erupted in laughter upon. Truth be told, if such beauty were to actually manifest, they too would be exhilarated. However, their excitement swiftly transformed into disappointment upon realizing that this enchanting figure was, in fact, a formidable man. The sight of some inspectors appearing dazed only added to the hilarity of the situation. Of course, the inspectors were not necessarily captivated. Their astonishment stemmed from a sheer. In that moment, it was not just the inspectors who were captivated. Even Wang Bing and Chen Quan Ci instinctively turned their gazes towards Qin Hao, only to furrow their brows slightly. Who were these two? They were seasoned individuals, well acquainted with life's tempests. While they may not have encountered a criminal of such exquisite beauty internationally, they had certainly come across many stunning female offenders, thus their resistance to allure remained formidable. After a momentary surprise, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over them. They instinctively glanced at the dilapidated structure behind the beauty. How could someone so extraordinary emerge from such a rundown place? They found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, aside from those who are naturally beautiful, it is quite challenging for someone to be cultivated in an impoverished environment. Wang Bing murmured softly. The crowd fell silent, and even the inspectors regained their composure, their gazes towards Qin Hao now tinged with suspicion. Indeed, where were they? The East District, a place that could be likened to a rural urban When things deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Wang Bing and Chen Quan-ci exchanged glances, hastening towards Qin Hao with smiles. Qin Hao halted his steps. All eyes were fixated on the woman before them, bewildered by her presence. What manner of woman was this, whose mere voice could leave them spellbound? Ahem, may I inquire if you are familiar with the Tianyan program team? However, as soon as he spoke, Lu Buochao and the others behind them fixated their expressions and gazes on the beauty before them. The Tianyan program team. Of course, I've heard of it. Is there anyone in Liaozhou City who hasn't? The beauty appeared momentarily taken aback, her expression one of curiosity. Oh, then madam, you must have heard of Qin Hao. Chen Quan, let me tell you, I am Qin Hao's wife. I adore my husband. He is practically a god in this program, leaving the inspectors utterly bewildered. Upon hearing this, initially, when Chen Quan-ci and Wang Bing heard Qin Hao's wife, they felt a twinge of excitement and even a hint of wariness. But as they listened further, they sensed something was amiss. It turned out she was merely an ardent fan of Qin Hao. They almost believed her to be his actual wife. Moreover, to be frank, if Qin Hao had such a wife, it would hardly be surprising. Goodness, I imagine the female fans in the live stream are probably in tears right now. Have you seen Qin Hao around here? Wang Bing could no longer contain himself and interjected amidst the beauty's speech. Though her voice was melodious, they could not allow her to belittle their inspectors. Not at all. How could I have possibly seen him? The beauty shook her head regretfully, her demeanor suggesting a longing to have truly encountered him. Oh, my apologies, miss. I didn't mean to intrude. You may leave now. Wang Bing nodded and casually inquired. By the way, are you from this East District? No, I'm just visiting relatives here. The beauty replied, then curiously asked, is there anything else you need? If not, I shall take my leave. Nothing more. Thank you for your cooperation. Wang Bing and Chen Quan-ci exchanged looks and shook their heads. The inspectors watched as the slender figure gradually departed. Everyone assumed it was over. Even the audience felt that without any defenses in place, the inspectors could never deduce that this beauty was indeed Qin Hao's. Captain Anchi, what do you think the odds are? While it is indeed peculiar for someone like her to appear here, her attire does not suggest wealth. It is evident that she is one of those naturally beautiful individuals, rather than someone cultivated. Anchi's, truth be told, this beauty surpasses me in femininity. Her grace, her visage, even her figure is more perfect than mine. From the depths of my heart, I refuse to believe this person could be Qin Hao in disguise. Otherwise, what hope do we women have? Upon hearing this, many inspectors instinctively glanced at Anchi, then at the departing beauty. Anchi herself was quite attractive, being a master of makeup, yet compared to that beauty, she indeed fell short by several standards. Phew, it seems we were overly anxious. After all, no matter how impressive Qin Hao is, he cannot be that extraordinary. Lu Buochao exhaled deeply, chuckling, however, in the next moment. Wang Bing and Chen Quan-ci exchanged glances and slowly spoke. Qin Hao. Their voices rang out loudly, certain the beauty could hear them. And indeed, the beauty did hear. She paused in her tracks, instinctively turning her head, her exquisitely crafted face adorned with surprise and disbelief. Where is my husband? Audience, inspectors, Chapter 88. The leader's shift change, a perfect replica, authenticity guaranteed excitement radiated from the beautiful woman, her face aglow with anticipation and her eyes sparkling with hope. Of course, everyone has their preferences, and that is perfectly understandable. They had no intention of passing judgment. Furthermore, psychologically speaking, Qin Hao is undoubtedly a figure deserving of admiration. Ahem, my apologies. Upon hearing her words, the audience was left in disbelief. Could this truly be Brother Hao? What do you think? Wang Bing inquired of the other captains, his gaze inquisitive. Very typical. No one. It aligns perfectly with that of a fan. Indeed, a rather obsessive one. Lu Buochao mused thoughtfully before speaking. It seems we were overly concerned, Wang Bing remarked, turning to address the inspectors, waving his hand. Form teams of 5 and search thoroughly, paying special attention to areas that might ordinarily go unnoticed. That little rascal Qin Hao may very well be exploiting our psychology to evade capture. Understood. The inspectors dispersed, their expressions vigilant as they began their search. The East District is not particularly large. If they maintained a swift pace, they could likely complete their search within a few short hours. Meanwhile, as the inspectors scoured the area, Qin Hao, clad in high heels and a flowing red dress, hailed a taxi, directing the driver towards the inspection building. This building had been repurposed by the production team, entirely housed within the same structure as the television station. All right, our shift time has arrived, Zhou Jun announced, glancing at the clock with a smile. As usual, I will take the first. Being a lady, it is only courteous that we yield to her. Everyone nodded in agreement, having followed this routine for the past few days. Although they served as inspectors, they were not machines. Rest was essential, as previously mentioned, with the 5 of them taking turns. Shall we see if we can apprehend Qin Hao first? Perhaps we won't even need a break and could head straight to a celebratory feast instead, Sun Shao suggested half-jokingly, half-seriously. Rest assured, perhaps by the time you shift, you might catch a glimpse of him. Otherwise, it is highly improbable. Zhou Jun shook his head in amusement. It was somewhat embarrassing for him, as the inspection team leader, to assert with such certainty that capturing Qin Hao in a matter of hours was impossible. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to refute him. They all found his reasoning quite sound. How peculiar. All right, we shall take our leave. Be sure to call us if you find Qin Hao. Sun Shao and the others nodded, then proceeded to exit the building. Thanks to Lu Buochao's prior analysis, each of them was accompanied by 2 inspectors, wary of a potential ambush from Qin Hao. Naturally, had they been uncertain of Qin Hao's whereabouts, they would have been much more anxious. However, at present, they felt relatively unconcerned. After all, with Qin Hao in the East District, unless he possessed the ability to teleport, how could he possibly appear here? This time, having surpassed the age of youthful exuberance, Wang Lei was in his 40s. To be frank, Lu Buochao indeed excelled in several areas beyond his capabilities. Their thought processes often adhered too rigidly to protocol. While they were undoubtedly skilled in apprehending criminals, this rigidity created a gap when compared to Lu Buochao's more dynamic thinking. Moreover, the primary reason for his exceptionalism lay in the fact that he was known as a walking encyclopedia. One could only imagine the formidable power that would arise when such knowledge converged with reality. Bookish individuals often fell short. Many who became overly engrossed in their studies found that However, Lu Buochao was different. His vast knowledge and skills rendered him incredibly valuable when it came to capturing criminals like Qin Hao. As the captains continued their jovial discussion, they stepped out of the inspection building. Sun Shao, Xiaohei, how about a drink to unwind? Wang Lei inquired cheerfully. Sure, we're on the late-night shift anyway. Sun Shao nodded, then turned to Chen Yalan, extending an invitation. Care to join us? Perhaps not. I've been utterly exhausted these past few days. I think I'll indulge in a massage to rejuvenate. With that, Chen Yalan drove away, while Xiaohei similarly declined, feeling that drinking would impair his reflexes. Women. No matter their age, they always seem to prioritize beauty. Wang Lei and Sun Shao paid no mind, getting into their sedan and driving off into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, atop a nearby building, a stunning figure observed the inspection team's headquarters intently. Have they emerged? I assumed you would all hesitate to show yourselves. A melodious voice rang out, her lips curling into a captivating smile. What do you think Brother Hao is up to? Planning an assassination. Let us be realistic. The vicinity of the inspection building is swarming with surveillance cameras. Do you honestly believe an assassination could be executed successfully? True enough. The viewers in the live stream were somewhat taken. They watched in shock as Qin Hao entered a clothing store, immediately attracting the attention of numerous admirers. With a gentle smile, he turned to the shop assistant and asked in a bright tone, the shop owner, good heavens, does one truly need to verify authenticity when purchasing such attire? Rest assured, madam, they are guaranteed to be 100% replicas. In Chapter 89, disguised as a female officer, the first kill of a group leader. Come, let's drink. Perhaps we should limit our consumption. A little taste is sufficient, after all, we must remain vigilant until the early hours of the morning. Although Qin Hao is currently in the East District, it is prudent to exercise caution. Despite the suggestion being made by Wang Lei, he spoke with a sense of caution, just a little to relieve the fatigue. No need to overindulge. Indeed. Sun Shao nodded in agreement. The establishment they were in was not an upscale restaurant, merely a modest eatery. Before long, after each having consumed 2 bottles of beer, the floodgates of conversation swung open. Alas, I wonder when this situation will come to an end. To be honest, assisting with investigations was never this exhausting. Wang Lei lamented with a frown. Tell me about it. Even during my training in the military, it was never this taxing. Sun Shao echoed his grievances. Many patrons in the restaurant turned their heads upon hearing this exchange, soon realizing that these 2 individuals appeared strikingly familiar. Isn't that the head of the inspection team from the Sky Eye program? Before long, the 2 companions, slightly inebriated, staggered out of the restaurant and summoned a designated driver to take them to their hotel. Meanwhile, at an intersection on Shangtian Road, a captivating sight caught the attention of many seasoned drivers waiting for the traffic light. They discreetly cast glances at the female officer. Indeed, she was a policewoman. Many believed that such a concept was mere fantasy, existing only within the pages of certain novels. Just look at those long legs and that slender waist. Although her face was obscured by a mask, her expressive eyes alone were enough to make their hearts race. Of course, while their hearts were aflutter, they refrained from taking. After all, a driver or a traffic officer was an innate deterrent. Phew. I must say, Brother Hao truly knows how to have fun. Ugh, this maneuver is utterly beyond my comprehension. Why on earth would you choose to impersonate a traffic officer? You should come to my place instead. When I express confusion, it is not my issue, but rather yours. The audience watched this scene unfold, their astonishment palpable. This outfit is remarkably lifelike. Qin Hao mused as he maintained control over the traffic. He had conducted thorough research online and noted the significant differences, however, with minor adjustments and the cover of night. In truth, the audience was quite curious about Brother Hao's presence here. The most crucial aspect was that he seemed to be awaiting something. As time ticked by, both Qin Hao and the viewers grew increasingly impatient when, in the distance, a car appeared on the horizon. Perhaps due to the hour, there were relatively few vehicles on the road. When Qin Hao spotted the approaching car, his eyes lit up, while the audience gasped in astonishment. Goodness, why is that car here? Isn't that— They finally understood what Qin Hao had been waiting for. Stop! Qin Hao sprang into action, moving forward to intercept the car without hesitation. Yes, officer. To Qin Hao's surprise, the person who stepped out was— The boss is in the back. This designated driver seemed to be an honest fellow. Or perhaps it was merely that most people instinctively felt nervous in the presence of an inspector. Peering through the glass, Qin Hao caught sight of Wang Lei and Sun Xiao waving cheerfully. Come, take a breathalyzer test. Qin Hao produced the device. Such alcohol testing equipment was ubiquitous, easily acquired if one desired it. Before long, the designated driver completed the test, revealing no trace of alcohol. I need to inspect the vehicle for any illegal items. Is that all right? Of course, please feel free. What else could the designated driver say? Subsequently, Qin Hao began to thoroughly examine the vehicle while the designated driver stood obediently in place. What is going on? Sun Xiao inquired, lowering the car window in confusion. Routine inspection. The designated driver quickly— They hadn't been drinking excessively, merely preferring to avoid unnecessary conversation with the traffic police, as they were all part of the same system and wished to avoid any special treatment. After inspecting the vehicle, Qin Hao finally allowed them to leave. Watching the car drive away, a subtle smile crept upon his lips as he strolled leisurely in the direction the car had taken. That female officer from earlier. Inside the car, as the engine roared to life, Wang Lei caught a glimpse of a strand of fiery red hair peeking out from beneath the officer's cap, prompting him to furrow his brow. That vibrant red hair had left a profound impression on him. Logically, whether in traffic control or routine inspections, a female officer shouldn't have red hair, right? Or could it be a mere reflection? Qin Hao is male. Besides, he is in the East District. Brother Wang, you must be intoxicated, spouting nonsense. True enough. Wang Lei nodded, shaking his head in amusement at his own anxiety. There was nothing strange about that. The car continued on its way, and after a couple of minutes, suddenly, boom, the car jolted slightly before gradually coming to a stop by the bridge. This was a grand bridge, with the river below flowing incessantly and tumultuously. Gentlemen, it seems the vehicle has encountered some issues, the designated driver said cautiously. His words, Wang Lei and Sun Xiao, who had been resting, instantly opened their eyes. Perhaps you are right. The failure of intelligence, comfort and suffering, beneficial to the nation and its people for reasons unknown. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, both Wang Lei and Sun Xiao felt an abrupt sinking in their heart. Wang Lei's earlier suspicions involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. Was it possible that Qin Hao was indeed that female traffic officer? Although such a notion seemed utterly absurd, one could never be too cautious when dealing with a figure like Qin Hao. Do you not think that the female officer— They are eerily similar, even as if— They both paused, then simultaneously exclaimed, as if they were identical. Coincidences are merely the precursor to inevitabilities. Their eyes widened in unison, the sense of impending doom surging. Instinctively, both men turned their heads to behold the beautiful traffic officer, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she gracefully exited her vehicle. At last, I've caught up with you. It has not been an easy feat. You— Wang Lei was struck with horror, his mouth agape, as he sought to articulate something. However, according to the rules, Wang Lei and Sun Xiao must perish. At that moment, Li Haoran's voice resounded from within the nanodrone. In an instant, both men felt a throbbing in their minds. Indeed, they had sensed something amiss the moment the car stopped. Yet, they had not anticipated the consequences would be so dire. The reason is that Qin Hao tampered. Under normal circumstances, you would have plunged directly off the bridge into the river below. Do you believe that you could possibly survive a fall into those waters? Upon hearing this, Both men instinctively glanced at the rushing river, swallowing hard. Even the most formidable among them would have a survival rate well below 50%. Wang Lei's expression became one of disorientation. This meant he was doomed. He would be the first leader-level figure to fall to Qin Hao. At that moment, the realization dawned upon him. This woman, who appeared almost too beautiful to be human, was indeed Qin Hao. But he had grasped that truth far too late, a tardiness that resulted in his utter elimination from the game. The audience, witnessing this scene, could not help but shake their heads slightly. The emotions among the viewers were complex and conflicted. They held admiration for Qin Hao, yet recognized him as a criminal. The very individual they admired was now engaged in the assassination of inspectors, and a leader-level inspector at that. No one knew whether to feel exhilarated or to mourn. Sun Zhao's countenance shifted erratically. Since joining this program, he had never envisaged that he would meet his demise within it. Even after encountering Qin Hao, such a thought had never crossed his mind. He had not even entertained the notion. He believed that while he might struggle against Qin Hao, he could certainly evade him. Most importantly, as a leader, he need not confront him head-on. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Indubitably, both men felt a surge of blood rise to their chests, their faces flushed with anger and, more significantly, with shame. They had previously analyzed that Qin Hao could transform into anyone, yet it was hardly their fault. Who could have predicted that the once domineering man would become an enchanting woman? It was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, why was Qin Hao, who was supposedly in Dongqing, present here? This is genuinely thrilling. The tragedy is undeniably tragic. Ha ha ha, I cannot fathom why. Although I feel sympathy for the inspectors, I find myself amused. Wait, look at the expressions of the two leaders. Something seems off. In the live stream, the atmosphere was filled with laughter, until they noticed the leaders' faces had turned rather grim, even markedly poor. Especially Sun Zhao and Wang Lei, their complexions oscillating between red and white. Poof! Suddenly, both Wang Lei and Sun Zhao passers-by were taken aback, turning in shock to gaze at the two men. Are you all right? They instinctively rushed forward. At that moment, the scene became eerily silent, laden with a sense of desolation. Some even speculated whether the two had been poisoned, hesitating to assist for fear of further complications. Thus, they could only hurriedly inquire and call for medical assistance. In an instant, chaos ensued. However, the reality was far from what the onlookers presumed. They were simply overwhelmed with emotion. No one could comprehend their feelings, particularly for Wang Lei and Sun Zhao. Who were they? One was an analyst, dedicated to assisting inspectors in analyzing cases and understanding behavioral patterns. Yet now, he had met his end upon stepping outside, and he had been ruthlessly ensnared by Qin Hao. He had failed. Not due to Qin Hao's prowess, but rather due to a failure of intellect. His once prided intelligence. He had fully comprehended that Qin Hao possessed numerous skills, even ancient techniques, and yet he had faltered because he could not estimate the limits of what he had never encountered before. This was an error in judgment, not a testament to Qin Hao's strength. Lying on the ground, Wang Lei appeared to age decades within that instant, his eyes filled with despair. How will I face my teammates upon returning? To be bested by Qin Hao is not disgraceful. What is truly humiliating is that we recognize the possibility, yet fail to estimate Qin Hao's upper limits, leading to our downfall. If someone like Qin Hao were to commit crimes in reality, how should we counter and apprehend him? Thus, although I have failed, I take solace in knowing that for the sake of the populace and the inspectors, we have a formidable criminal like him providing us with opportunities to conduct various tests for apprehension, enhancing not only the inspector's abilities but also the public's awareness of prevention. Indeed, while I am furious, even enraged, I am genuinely pleased that such a criminal does not exist in reality, allowing us to prepare in advance. How many losses can this avert? There is a saying, isn't there? Brother Hao may torment me countless times, yet I shall regard him as my first love. Sun Zhao smiled, his expression brimming with sincerity. At this declaration, the entire venue fell silent. They had recognized that these two were the leaders of the Tianyan program. All eyes turned to them, observing that both, along with Xiao He and Chen Yaolin, were profoundly pained internally. Even though their deaths within the program were merely simulated, they had fully immersed themselves in their roles. Death was death, and there was nothing more to say. In reality, would there be a second chance? No. Yet, they were also filled with immense joy and contentment. They took comfort in the fact that the program had managed to invite such a powerful criminal to enlighten the public, to teach them how to guard against crime. In this process, the inspectors in reality could also acquire invaluable knowledge and methods of apprehension. How many losses would this mitigate in future confrontations with real criminals? How many families would no longer live in fear of losing their loved ones, their pillars of support? It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Hao is indeed serving the nation and its people, indeed. Although Qin Hao displayed an air of arrogance and lawlessness within the program, he ultimately benefited the nation and its citizens. Well then, I shall take my leave. I believe I may open a small shop in the future, living a quiet life with my family and children, no longer wishing to involve myself in the affairs between inspectors and criminals. Wang Lei stood shakily, bloodied, as he made his way into the distance. His silhouette appeared particularly forlorn, yet at this moment, no one harbored any feelings of contempt for him. He was a great man who had sheltered countless families from disaster. He had borne too many responsibilities. Now, it was time to relinquish it all and enjoy the remainder of his life. I shall also take my leave. Although I have failed, I am still young, and I can still serve my country. With individuals like Qin Hao in our midst, I feel reassured. Sun Xiao rose, smiling as he declared, perhaps after a few more years of study, I may have an opportunity to spar with Qin Hao. I hope by then, he has not regressed. With that, he turned and strode away decisively. Compared to Wang Lei, he radiated a more youthful vigor. Perhaps this setback would not deter him but rather serve as a motivational goal for advancement. That goal being, to surpass Qin Hao. Chapter 91. They strive while we play. Salute. Salute. I wept, truly wept. Despite being slain by Brother Hao, the two leaders, even in their profound anguish, first thought of the people. Indeed, their greatness is unparalleled. Reflecting on our earlier conduct, we truly ought to feel ashamed. How could we still find laughter in such moments? I am sorry. I am sorry. In an instant, the live broadcast comment section was flooded with apologies. Many viewers, recalling their own laughter moments, felt a pang of guilt. It is difficult to fathom the extent of psychological trauma one must endure to bleed internally in an instant. Yet, even amidst such turmoil, what did they think of? The people. The reality of inspection. They considered that with Qin Hao's entertaining yet educational approach, the populace could enhance their awareness and vigilance to prevent any losses. They envisioned the reality of inspections, learning strategies from the program to decipher the methods of a criminal as formidable as Qin Hao, thereby mitigating significant losses during future investigations. The two leaders are truly magnificent. Yet, what about us? We merely assumed this was a show. Even when witnessing Qin Hao eliminate inspectors, though we felt a twinge of discomfort, we quickly reassured ourselves that it was all staged, all fabricated. We forgot the essence of this program, to educate while entertaining, with a 99 authenticity. The sight of Qin Hao dispatching inspectors should evoke our anger and a sense of shared enmity. Qin Hao is relentlessly committing crimes, fiercely resisting. The inspectors are diligently pursuing, racking their brains to apprehend him. Everyone is treating this matter with utmost seriousness, except for us. We, the audience. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though all viewers comprehended something profound. The leaders, unless personally engaging in the capture of Qin Hao, remained unmonitored. At least within the inspection team, their whereabouts were concealed. Once outside the confines of the inspection building, even the audience could not observe them. Naturally, to ensure fairness and prevent the leaders from covertly watching Qin Hao's livestream, the production team maintained constant surveillance on everyone. Initially, the production team intended to grant the leaders some personal space, acknowledging their immense pressure, but who could have anticipated such circumstances? At this time, the production team's backstage was somewhat hushed. All staff members fixated their gaze upon Li Haoran, some even exhibiting expressions of bewilderment. Their confusion was palpable, for if memory served correctly, they had no alternative leaders to select from, did they? There were numerous individuals at the captain level. A mere application would suffice for the upper management to extend invitations. Moreover, they could not refuse. As this program had transcended being a mere show, the leaders of such stature had genuinely no substitutes available. Perhaps, many individuals would be more suitable than the current few, but they had never contemplated that a leader could perish, thus unconsciously filtering out that possibility. Director Lee, what do you think? One person, the crowd was instantly taken aback. The expert team has long analyzed all potential flaws of the program. While I cannot assert a 100% certainty, we have supplemented numerous insights based on Qin Hao's character and behaviors. Li Haoran regarded all the staff with a faint smile, calmly stating, this includes the analysis that the leader might face death. Hence, we had already anticipated this scenario and prepared alternative candidates for the leadership role. The crowd, good heavens. Unbelievable. They had not yet executed the plan, yet you managed to analyze it so thoroughly. Of course, they understood that the expert team's analysis stemmed not from their profound expertise, but rather from the existence of probabilities. In other words, they assessed the likelihood of such an event occurring based on Qin Hao's character, leading to the arrangement of alternative leader candidates. Engaging in direct confrontation with Zhou Jun demands absolute precision, which is entirely different. Absolute precision leaves no room for error. Any misstep could result in death or significant loss. One is a probability analysis, while the other requires absolute certainty, thus the distinction. Behold, what is this? Every conceivable flaw or potential rule breach is meticulously documented within. As Li Haoran spoke, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. For this was the culmination of countless nights of toil and sweat from dozens of national experts. Upon hearing this, the crowd glanced at the substantial stack of papers, their expressions imbued with astonishment. So many. They had believed the production team's rules to be comprehensive. Yet now, they were informed that within those rules existed such a multitude of deficiencies. Ahem, do not overthink it. The program's rules themselves are not overly flawed, it's just that. Noticing the astonished expressions of his colleagues, Li Haoran cleared his throat and awkwardly explained, due to Brother Hao's emergence, these vulnerabilities have surfaced. The crowd nodded in sudden understanding, their expressions reflecting comprehension. Brother Hao's prowess is widely recognized. Then, Director Li, what shall we do about the leader's position? One person inquired curiously. Let's hold off for now. I need to review the expert team's analysis. With the deaths of Wang Lei and Sun Xiao, the forthcoming pressure will entirely rest upon Zhou Jun. Meanwhile, Chen Yalan is inherently a character of half entertainment and half support, while Xiao He is entirely supportive. Li Haoran smiled gently, stroking his chin as he deliberated. Therefore, the next two leaders must be exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, they would serve no purpose against Brother Hao. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, a typical leader entering this program would essentially be offering themselves as a sacrifice. If they were to contend with an ordinary criminal, they might lack the courage. However, Qin Hao is genuinely capable of taking lives. Even as a leader, there is no guarantee of safety. Alright, I must head to the inspection team now. You all continue monitoring. Li Haoran set down the documents, picked up another stack that was noticeably thinner, stood up, and exited the director's office. Chapter 92: The Woman Who is Beautiful Beyond Belief. At this moment, Zhou Jun sat within the inspection team, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the surveillance footage on the large screen. The inspection had commenced, and they had already made considerable progress, with half of the search. However, as time wore on, the speed of the search began to dwindle. This was primarily due to the inspectors heightening their vigilance, fearing that Qin Hao might suddenly emerge and deliver a fatal blow. The sky grew increasingly dark, and the search process fell into a stalemate. Alas! Zhou Jun sighed, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Go be candid, throughout his life, he had encountered a plethora of malevolence, yet none had drained him as profoundly as Qin Hao. This was largely due to the myriad skills possessed by Qin Hao, coupled with his ruthless and unhesitating approach, compelling both him and his team to tread carefully. Lost in thought, Zhou Jun instinctively rubbed his temples with his fingers. It seems Captain Zhou is quite fatigued. Is that not obvious? With such a mental strain daily, who could possibly endure it? Look at how chaotic it is in other countries. Even armed confrontations occur in broad daylight. But what about our China? How peaceful it is. The reason for such a result lies in the diligent efforts of our beloved inspectors. Sympathy aside, I presume team leader Chen Yalan and the others must be arriving soon? As the spectators conversed, the door to the inspection team room was suddenly flung open. Bang! A sound, not particularly loud, resonated. Yet Zhou Jun instinctively placed his hand on his waist. There, concealed, was a pistol. His reaction stemmed purely from the ingrained reflexes of the criminal investigation team. In his recollection, the other team leaders would not return before their designated time, and it was implausible for anyone else to arrive. Turning cautiously, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood the returning team leader Chen Yalan and team leader Xiao He. What brings you here? Zhou Jun exhaled in relief, but as he observed the two, his pupils constricted in shock. He noticed they appeared flustered, even horrified. What on earth happened? Zhou Jun inquired in a low, urgent tone. Could it be an accident? This was his first thought. Upon hearing Zhou Jun's question, the inspectors trailing behind Chen Yalan and Xiao He lowered their heads in shame. They were genuinely remorseful, even self-reproaching. Previously, Lu Buochao had warned them about Qin Hao's extensive skill set, urging them to remain vigilant. They had indeed taken precautions, however. Today, they assumed Qin Hao remained in the East District, surrounded by many inspectors, believing the situation was manageable. Coupled with the discomfort of being near their leaders, they had failed to follow closely. They never anticipated that this very oversight would allow Qin Hao to launch a successful ambush. If this were reality, they could scarcely fathom the ramifications. Chen Yalan and Xiao He remained silent, particularly Chen Yalan, a provincial director and forensic expert. At that moment, crystalline tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. What do you mean? Upon witnessing the expressions of those around him, Zhou Jun's heart sank, and his complexion turned ashen. Where are Wang Lei and Sun Xiao? Zhou Jun quickly scanned the room, realizing that two team leaders were indeed absent. Speak up, don't be mute. This time it feels like Brother Hao has gone too far. Too far? Are you out of your mind? Brother Hao is a criminal. Are you saying inspectors can pursue him without allowing him to retaliate? Just as the viewers in the live stream began to argue, Xiao He spoke up. They're dead, killed by Qin Hao. Xiao He's voice was hoarse and laden with gravity. Boom! Zhou Jun felt a thundering in his mind, his vision clouded, his face a mask of disbelief and shock. The only solace he found was that it was not the accident he had imagined, however. To think they were killed by Qin Hao, impossible. He was in the East District. Can he teleport? How could he possibly appear outside? Zhou Jun exclaimed, utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend it. Qin Hao had been in the East District, Yet now he was told he had slain 2 team leaders on the street. The one who was a fan of Qin Hao. Wait, do you mean she is Qin Hao? Zhou Jun was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in shock. Indeed, she is Qin Hao, and our instincts were correct. She is indeed beautiful beyond human standards, for she is not human at all, merely a mask. Zhou Jun, he sat there, dumbfounded, his gaze vacant. Since the appearance of that woman, vivid memories flashed through his mind like a cinematic reel. First, Qin Hao entered the East District and vanished. Shortly thereafter, that woman, who clearly did not belong to the East District, appeared there, and she was a fan of Qin Hao. Zhou Jun mumbled to himself, "No, this can't be right." Even if Qin Hao could transform into a woman, even if what Lu Buochao said about his ability to contort his body were true, his essence cannot be altered. A person like him possesses a distinctly recognizable aura. How could she possibly be Qin Hao? At this point, Zhou Jun began to question everything. It was utterly incomprehensible. We too were incredulous, yet the truth is as such. There are traffic cameras over there. You may verify for yourself. Xiao He shrugged, his expression one of resignation. Zhou Jun's mind jolted to attention. He hastily operated the surveillance display. Indeed, he soon found himself confronted with a scene that left him astounded. A female officer was inspecting a vehicle, which he recognized as belonging to Wang Lei. In the footage, the female officer conversed with an unfamiliar man before commencing her inspection. Perhaps due to the female officer's presence, Wang Lei and Sun Xiao did not exit the vehicle, as this was a normal check. Yet, in plain view of everyone, the female officer tampered with the vehicle, and it seemed as though she noticed the camera, for she raised her head and blinked playfully, a smile gracing her lips. At this sight, Zhou Jun clenched his fists, slowly closing his eyes. He knew without needing to see the subsequent events what had transpired. Zhou Jun appeared as though he stood on the brink of an explosive rage, his chest heaving violently. Arrogant, he was filled with an overwhelming urge to burst forth from the inspection building and personally hunt down Qin Hao. Chapter 93. He came to assassinate the team leader, striking at the roots. However, reason told Zhou Jun that even if he chased after them, there was nothing he could do. So many investigators had been played around by Qin Hao, and if he ventured out alone to confront them, he might not even know how he met his demise. Brother Zhou, Yu Qinyalan suddenly noticed blood dripping from Zhou Jun's palm. Her beautiful eyes instantly filled with concern. Brother Zhou, don't do this. Although team leaders Sun Xiao and Wang Lei have perished, we must strive even harder to apprehend Qin Hao. Chen Yalan hesitated momentarily before speaking slowly. She was aware that such comforting words could seem cruel, but the truth was, they needed to rally and regroup. As team leaders, they bore an immense burden of responsibility. Over 200 lives depended on them. Zhou Jun took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Let us bandage it up. Chen Yalan promptly retrieved a medical kit and opened Zhou Jun's palm. It was only then that everyone was astonished to see several deep imprints left by fingernails on Zhou Jun's hand. It was evident how much force Zhou Jun had exerted to draw blood from his own palm. Having lost 2 team leaders, the situation ahead is extremely unfavorable for us. Zhou Jun gazed at the investigators and the 2 fallen leaders, offering a bitter smile. Everyone fell silent. They were acutely aware of the adverse implications, yet felt utterly powerless. Wang Bing, Chen Quan, ceased the search. Zhou Jun picked up the walkie-talkie. What? The 2 were taken aback, and it wasn't just them. All the investigators were stunned. Stop the search? Did they not toil all night for this very purpose? Wasn't it to capture Qin Hao? And now, as they were nearing their goal, they were being told to halt. Qin Hao has already escaped. The woman you encountered upon entering the East District, she is Qin Hao in disguise. Zhou Jun declared before anyone could react. As his words fell, an immediate silence ensued. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. In everyone's minds, the image of that extraordinarily beautiful woman sprang forth. She was famously known as a fan of Qin Hao. Upon this realization, the faces of the crowd twitched in disbelief. It was all too real. Initially, they had harbored suspicions, but soon they had been completely convinced, primarily because Qin Hao's demeanor and behavior. There was no hint of panic or error in his performance. He seemed like 2 entirely different individuals. This was the crux of their confusion. At the scene, everyone turned to. I mentioned this issue previously, but truth be told, I too am astonished. The transformation of Qin Hao is beyond mere disguise. Lu Buochao, after a moment of silence, raised his hands in resignation upon seeing the collective gaze of the crowd. Ahem, although it is somewhat embarrassing, I truly did not expect that woman to be Qin Hao. This is my oversight, and she coughed awkwardly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Hao had stood right before her, and yet she had failed to recognize him. Consequently, her prowess as a makeup artist had proven utterly ineffective. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Buochao's eyes flickered with realization, and he inquired, Team Leader Zhou, how did you ascertain that the woman was Qin Hao? I am not doubting you, but what led you to this conclusion? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately reacted. Indeed, How could Zhou Jun possibly know that the woman was Qin Hao? Unless he had witnessed it firsthand, or he disguised himself as a female traffic officer and assassinated the two team leaders. Zhou Jun paused momentarily before speaking hoarsely. The investigators were left in stunned disbelief. Everyone was shocked by this revelation, including Lu Buoqiao and Chen Quan, who stared wide-eyed, incredulous. They had been conducting their search, only to realize that Qin Hao had slipped past them, right under their noses, and had even managed to kill two team leaders. This was Lu Buoqiao felt a wave of dread wash over him. The audacity was astounding. A normal person would never dare to act in such a manner. After all, as a criminal, one would not seek to linger in front of investigators. Yet, Qin Hao not only lingered but had also launched a direct assault, striking them at their very core. Bang! At that moment, the door to the investigation team's room swung open, and everyone turned to see Director Li Haoran slowly walking in. His arrival elicited no surprise. It would have been more shocking had he not appeared. Ahem, everyone is aware of the situation, I presume? Li Haoran coughed lightly, speaking in a grave tone. The room was silent. Everyone simply gazed at him quietly. Even the investigators in the East District paused their actions to listen intently. They understood that the deaths of the two team leaders meant that some of them would be temporarily sealed away, awaiting the arrival of the next two leaders before they could re-emerge. The team leaders were their commanding figures, orchestrating everything, akin to generals in ancient times. When the generals fell, chaos would inevitably ensue among the soldiers. Honestly, since I initiated this program, I never anticipated that individuals of the team leader caliber would perish. Li Haoran cast a deep glance at the assembled group before continuing. It wasn't until Qin Hao's emergence that I recognized this possibility. I contacted numerous experts overnight to amend the existing rules and address the loopholes. One of these amendments pertains to the rule regarding the deaths of team leaders. I believe you are all familiar with it. I did not wish to witness such a scene, yet it has transpired. As Li Haoran's words echoed, all the investigators bowed their heads in shame. Humiliation, a profound sense of disgrace. Rules that had previously not existed had been established due to Qin Hao. The most crucial aspect was that he had succeeded, while they had failed. With so many investigators, they could not protect two team leaders. Was this not an embarrassment? Indeed, it was exceedingly shameful. Very well, we shall now proceed according to the rules. First, all team members belonging to the two fallen leaders will be withdrawn and temporarily sealed. Others will be unable to issue commands. Li Haoran stated slowly, the elite personnel invited by team leaders Sun Xiao and Wang Lei must also be sealed. As he spoke, he took out a list. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly tensed. Everyone was acutely aware that this was a veiled attempt to diminish the strength of the investigators. However, there was no alternative. Qin Hao's successful assassination left them with no choice. If only minor personnel were to be sealed. The elite personnel invited by team leader Sun Xiao include Chapter 94. Wang Bing and Qian Zhangwo temporarily sealed. Battle power greatly diminished, you all say. Who are the elite inspectors invited by team leader Sun Xiao? That's unclear. It wasn't mentioned, however. I do know that team leader Sun Xiao still has two elite inspector invitations left. If it's Wang Bing and Chen Quanxi, then that would be quite amusing. Ha ha ha, the Sharp Blade team is temporarily sealed. Are they going to use their heads to catch Brother Hao? At this moment, the audience was invigorated and began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, the expressions of Zhou Jun and the others were exceedingly grim. They knew who they had invited. The two elite inspectors invited by team leader Sun Xiao are Wang Bing and the elder Wang Zhangwo. Boom! As Li Haoran's voice fell, the entire live broadcast room erupted. Even many inspectors present momentarily appeared dazed. Wang Bing, from the Sharp Blade team? The instant they heard this name, their bodies trembled slightly. The only consolation was that there was only one Wang Bing, rather than a multitude. Otherwise, they could scarcely fathom how they would capture Qin Hao. For Wang Zhangwo. To be frank, aside from the last incident, where Qin Hao wreaked havoc using traps, he had not employed any since. Some even felt that it was rather inappropriate for the elderly Wang Zhangwo to be running around with inspectors at his age. If something were to happen, they would bear the burden. The crux of the matter was that since Wang Zhangwo's appearance, he had remained quite transparent, rendering him seemingly dispensable. In truth, this was indeed the case. Without Qin Hao setting traps, Wang Zhangwo's efforts were in vain. Of course, one might describe his presence as transparent, but it was also one that could not be overlooked, making it rather awkward. The two elite inspectors are temporarily sealed, awaiting the arrival of the next two team leaders to take over. Li Haoran continued as if oblivious to the crowd's expressions. Thank goodness. Indeed, at least it's not a significant loss. Isn't this loss substantial? The deaths of two team leaders, 100 ordinary inspectors, and two elite inspectors. If we were to remove Chen Quanxi as well, that would be disastrous. We wouldn't even be able to proceed with the capture. Upon hearing the necessary personnel reductions, the audience collectively sighed in relief. The remaining team leaders Lu Buochao, Qin Hao, and Chi maintained a decent level of combat capability, at least sufficient. After all, unrestricted strengthening of the inspectors would be an exceedingly unfair representation towards the criminals. Next, let us assess this incident. As he broached this subject, Li Haoran's expression grew notably serious. The crowd tensed, aware that the focal point had arrived. First and foremost, the criminal Qin Hao, a heinous individual, has killed 2 team leaders, Li Haoran stated slowly. The crowd was instant. This was the first time they had heard the phrase heinous individual from the director's lips. It is precisely because our production team strives for a 99% realism that if this were the real world, what do you think would occur? The crowd fell into contemplation. Deploy special forces for suppression? That seems improbable. After all, Brother Hao is just one person. Would they truly dispatch special forces? I doubt it, but it's certain there would be quite a commotion. The audience began to speculate fervently. SWAT. Zhou Jun squinted, speaking slowly. Exactly, it's SWAT. However, in terms of prowess, they may not necessarily surpass elite inspectors, so this option can be disregarded. Li Haoran smiled knowingly. I imagine Qin Hao's disguise techniques have posed considerable challenges for you, haven't they? Zhou Jun and the others exchanged glances, nodding helplessly. Indeed, if it were merely disguise techniques, they would not be overly concerned, as Chen Yalan could see through them at a glance. But when combined with bone contraction, disguise techniques, and concealed demeanor, it was as if he transformed entirely into another person. How could they capture him? Relying solely on Xiao Hei's search would be an overwhelming task. Thus, what you require now is no longer merely personnel, but external assistance. The inspection team will issue a bounty. Any information leading to useful insights about Qin Hao will earn a reward of 100,000. If one can ascertain his location or confirm his identity as Qin Hao, the reward is 500,000. Should the capture succeed, the reward is 2 million. Naturally, this is contingent upon the veracity of the information. Gasp! Upon hearing this, all inspectors present were taken aback, their faces reflecting Indeed, they quickly understood Li Haoran's intent, a call to action for the entire citizenry of Liaozhou City. After all, that was 2 million. With such a generous reward, brave souls would undoubtedly emerge. Moreover, it would crucially heighten the vigilance of Liaozhou citizens, training them in prevention. A win-win situation? Wait a minute. Just by providing useful information, there's a reward of 100,000. Confirming Brother Hao's whereabouts, or identifying him as Qin Hao, nets 50,000. Folks, I'm off. The audience was electrified, for 2 million was no trivial sum. For most, it was merely a matter of raising a hand. Who wouldn't want to partake in such a fortuitous opportunity? The most critical aspect? The chance to engage closely with the inspection team, and perhaps even encounter Brother Hao. I'm sorry, Brother Hao. Although I'm your fervent admirer, I've now decided to uphold justice and not contribute to the proliferation of evil. Same here. Me too. Bounty order, nationwide mobilization. Within the inspection team, the barrage of comments remained invisible, yet Li Haoran, with his phone in hand, was privy to it. He glanced down at his device, a cryptic smile gracing his features, for he was aware that upon announcing the nationwide manhunt, the majority would rally to the cause. After all, this pertained to their own interests. Zhou Jun and his companions were not fools. In an instant, they grasped the entirety of the situation, their gazes now filled with admiration for Li Haoran. They could even envision the formidable force that would emerge when the entire population of Liao City sprang into action. What sensation would one experience when confronted by an entity akin to an inspection team that encompassed from toddlers to octogenarians? Every individual would aspire to apprehend you, and merely contemplating such a scenario sent shivers down their spines. They found it unfathomable, and frankly, it was impossible for them to ever attain such a status. Or rather, no criminal could ever experience such a privilege. Nationwide attention, nationwide action. However, although it involves the participation of the masses, I have some stipulations that the soon-to-participate audience must heed. Li Haoran's tone shifted abruptly, drawing the crowd's focus. Everyone paused, not in haste but in careful attention, for this was a matter of 2 million, and one could hardly afford to be inattentive. Firstly, anyone wishing to partake must sign a treaty online. Once signed, it will take immediate effect and bear legal implications. Li Haoran's expression grew exceedingly serious. He understood the necessity of caution. While mass participation could significantly enhance the inspection team's efficiency and alleviate pressure, it also posed a risk of chaos. First, those who sign the treaty will not appear in the live stream, nor may they engage in any actions that contravene real-world laws. Should they do so, the Real inspectors will come knocking. Second, in the event you encounter Qin Hao while tracking him, you must not inflict any harm upon him, whether physical or within the context of the program. Your sole task is to provide leads or identify Qin Hao. Once your identification is confirmed, the funds will be transferred to your accounts. Third, after signing the treaty, there exists a possibility of being discovered by Qin Hao. You may find yourselves eliminated in the program, so do not resist or fear. Qin Hao will not genuinely harm you. At this juncture, Li Haoran paused, inhaled deeply, and solemnly proclaimed, "The aforementioned treaty is fair and binding, certified by the state. Both parties must fulfill their obligations without deviation, lest they face legal repercussions. Fourth, anyone who signs shall temporarily be unable to view Qin Hao's livestream. Once signed, our system will automatically restrict access to his room, the reasons for which need not be elaborated. Fifth, to prevent mutual notifications, the visual feed from Qin Hao's livestream will undergo a degree of blurring, particularly concerning notable landmarks." Goodness, so many conditions? Isn't that stating the obvious? In today's society, what fool isn't out there? Who knows what they might do? True, while we are merely concerned citizens, it is inevitable we could attract Brother Hao's attention, so having these conditions is quite normal. Besides, do you not think that although these are conditions, they largely do not affect us? In simple terms, do not engage in illegal activities or harm others. Our lives remain unchanged. We have merely transitioned from mundane work to tracking Brother Hao. Indeed, as the audience articulated, while these three conditions appeared rather stringent, they essentially mirrored the normal lifestyle of an average person, merely swapping office hours or leisurely strolls for the pursuit of Qin Hao. Nothing more. As for the matters of harming others or committing crimes, ordinary individuals would not engage in such behavior in reality. Although presented as warnings, these conditions fundamentally informed potential participants of their responsibilities and expectations. If anyone wishes to participate, simply click on the treaty that the inspection team presents. Furthermore, minors are prohibited from signing but may seek out Qin Hao in the company of a guardian, though I would not recommend it, Li Haoran remarked, turning his attention to Zhou Jun and the others. "I will recruit the 2 vacant team leaders within 2 days, he declared before turning to leave. Yet, just as everyone assumed the matter had concluded, Li Haoran suddenly halted, glancing back at Zhou Jun, signaling him with a look. The latter promptly muted the live stream. Additionally, there have been reports of some criminals emerging in Liao City. At this pronouncement, the crowd gasped in shock. Aside from Zhou Jun, everyone present was either not part of the inspection team or mostly comprised of retired inspectors. Therefore, they understood the gravity of the situation that warranted their notification. What nature of crime? Zhou Jun inquired with curiosity. Pyramid schemes. Then why initiate a nationwide mobilization? That is far too perilous. Zhou Jun's brow furrowed deeply, struggling to comprehend. The populace had merely been going about their daily routines, yet now, due to the lure of 2 million, they would inevitably become more vigilant. What if they encountered? Good heavens, the indoctrination tactics of those individuals are remarkably potent. Rest assured, our production team has activated the highest level of authority. You think the program, any hint of disturbance will be detected, so you need not worry about the safety of the populace. After all, it's merely a pyramid scheme. While it poses significant risks and has the potential for widespread impact, the danger itself is relatively low. I inform you only to prepare you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun and Xiao He felt a jolt run through their bodies. Meanwhile, the majority wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the conversation. The Heavenly Eye System? What is that? However, for Zhou Jun and Xiao He, they had the right to know of its existence and were acutely aware of its terrifying capabilities. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a national treasure, capable of surveilling the entirety of Huaxia. Naturally, each activation entails immense costs, hence it is rarely deployed, except in times of war. Just how formidable is it? If one wishes to locate an individual, as long as they have a trail of activity, the Heavenly Eye System can pinpoint their whereabouts within 10 minutes. Where they are, what they are doing, and more. It is that domineering. And these functionalities represent merely the foundational capabilities of the Heavenly Eye System. The upper-tier functions are beyond their comprehension. Their clearance is insufficient. Now, for the sake of this program, the state is actually prepared to deploy such a formidable weapon. It is not as exaggerated as you might think. It is simply monitoring one city, which is markedly different from surveilling the entirety of Huaxia. Li Haoran seemed to read the expressions of the two, and provided clarification. Chapter 96. The number of signatures. Tens of millions. Even Qin Hao could not be shaken. How many people have signed? Li Haoran inquired curiously upon returning to the backstage area. Director. I feel like we might have overstepped our bounds a bit, a staff member replied, somewhat dazed. Upon hearing this, Li Haoran hurriedly made his way to the computer. When he saw the numbers displayed on the screen, he gasped in disbelief. Stunned, he had initially expected the number of signatures to be substantial, perhaps reaching into the hundreds of thousands, or even a million at most. After all, how many people could possibly be online in the entire live broadcast room? Tens of millions. Yet, it should be noted that this figure represented the entire population of China. If one were to consider only the city of Liao, the numbers might not be as impressive. The Tianyan program was indeed quite renowned, but let us not forget that in this fast-paced era, people are exceedingly busy with their work. Perhaps they might glance at it during their leisure time, but they certainly wouldn't be glued to the screen all day. However, the number of individuals who had signed the treaty had astonishingly reached 10,000, 100,000, million. Tens of millions? Li Haoran exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, Director. It has already surpassed 10 million and is still climbing. The staff member replied with a wry smile, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What is the total population of Liao City? Approximately several million. Only particularly large cities would boast populations exceeding 10 million, yet now, the number of signatures alone had surpassed the city's entire population. The thought of all these individuals seeking out Qin Hao was simply unimaginable to the staff. It is indeed a bit overwhelming, but still somewhat acceptable. Li Haoran mused after a moment of contemplation, stroking his chin slowly. Director, how is this acceptable? The staff member looked at him in shock. Think carefully. The treaty does not require the audience to actively seek out anyone. This means that even if they sit at home all day, they can still sign. Whether they fulfill their obligations is entirely up to them, so, under such conditions without any requirements, how many do you think would truly venture out to search? Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep thought, realizing that indeed, there was some truth to his reasoning. The desire to join in the excitement is a fundamental human trait. If we required payment to sign, having a few 100,000 would already be remarkable, Li Haoran chuckled, shaking his head before sitting down to examine the documents closely. Next, he needed to ponder a serious question. The selection of the two group leaders, in fact, as they had suspected, the majority of the audience, upon seeing the virtually unrestricted treaty, eagerly signed. After all, with no conditions attached, who knows? They might just stumble upon Qin Hao while stepping out for breakfast. Wouldn't that be a stroke of luck? Most people held such a mindset. Group leader, should we return or in the East District? Chen Quan looked at the inspectors present, feeling a sense of despair. They had worked tirelessly through the night, only to have their efforts thwarted by Qin Hao, who nearly pushed them to their limits. What a tragic scenario! Let us head back for now and get some rest, Zhou Jun replied, coming back to his senses with a resigned tone. At this point, they couldn't even ascertain Qin Hao's whereabouts. Continuing in the East District served no purpose. All right, Chen Quan nodded, glancing at his friend, Wang Bing. Let us go, we'll meet again in 2 days. Wang Bing waved cheerfully. Old man, shall we go together? Together. Wang Zhangwo smiled slightly, and the two walked side by side. All the inspectors present watched the pair's retreating figures. Although they knew these two would return in 2 days, there was an inexplicable sense of melancholy in their hearts. The inspectors arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within mere minutes, the East District fell silent once more. Meanwhile, on Qin Hao's side, he had changed his appearance to that of a mature and composed middle-aged man. Had the audience not witnessed Qin Hao's transformation firsthand, they would have found it hard to believe that the person before them had just moments ago been an alluring woman. In the blink of an eye, he had morphed into a poised uncle. Qin Hao possessed 3 disguises: a youthful visage, a woman's form, and that of an uncle. His youthful appearance had been prematurely revealed due to inexperience. Once exposed, it could no longer serve its purpose. The woman's disguise had also been compromised during the assassination attempt. Thus, Qin Hao was left with only the uncle mask, which was sufficient for the time being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, divine level magic. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Qin Hao's mind, jolting him from his thoughts. He remembered that he still had a task to deliver gifts to the inspectors. Instantly, an array of astonishingly skillful techniques flooded his mind. Were it not for his certainty that these were indeed magic tricks, he might have mistaken them for sorcery. So far, this marked his second divine level skill, the first being the divine level insight, which allowed him to glimpse the truth of things. This alone attested to the formidable nature of this divine magic. Regaining his composure, Qin Hao strolled along the bustling street, his mood remarkably buoyant, entirely at odds with the expected demeanor following a successful assassination of inspectors. He appeared rather relaxed. Ladies and gentlemen, the scenery tonight is splendid. What entertainment should we indulge in? Qin Hao remarked with a smile as he walked. Unbeknownst to him, he was now a nationwide fugitive, and as a result, the number of viewers in his live broadcast room had plummeted from over 30 million to just over 10 million. It was a stark reduction, essentially having his audience. Good heavens, the inspection team is in chaos, and you're so nonchalant about it? Are you truly fearless? Let us not dwell on the trivial. I am just eager to see if those who signed the treaty can actually find Brother Hao. Don't bother thinking about it. With Brother Hao's current appearance, if we weren't witnessing it ourselves, we probably wouldn't recognize him either. Forget the trivialities. I just want to see the show. Despite the halving of the audience, the bullet screen remained lively. Particularly, when they heard Qin Hao mention the upcoming program, excitement surged among them. The Jiahong Auction House. Here, we boast the world's most secure security measures, even praised by Qin Hao himself. We have the rarest treasures, renowned artworks, antique vases, and timeless masterpieces. Have you heard of the legendary Imperial Seal? Suddenly, Qin Hao heard an advertisement and instinctively looked up, spotting a large screen not far above him. An advertisement was being broadcasted. Indeed, we don't have it, but we do have expertly crafted replicas of the Imperial Seal, equally valuable. and with a remarkable 99% similarity to the genuine article based on ancient records. Mandated by heaven, may it last forever. Jiahong Auction House awaits your arrival. The passing men all glanced up, their indifference momentarily forgotten. The phrase mandated by heaven, may it last forever garnered significant attention. No one wished to miss the chance to become an emperor before obtaining the imperial seal. What was that nonsense? How juvenile. Obtaining the seal would not make one an emperor. It was absurd. Yet, once one possessed the seal, I shall reign supreme. Ah, how realistic, Qin Hao observed, his eyes flickering with intrigue. World's most secure security measures, even praised by Qin Hao. His expression turned peculiar. Had he given his consent for this? How audaciously they were utilizing his name in such a manner. Chapter 97. A responsible young man of great virtue. Goodness. Even Qin Hao is praising the outstanding security facilities. What audacity. Who bestowed him with such confidence? Does he have Brother Hao's endorsement? Using Brother Hao for advertising. Well, upon reflection, it does seem to hold some truth. The audience also witnessed the advertisement, their anger palpable. In the hearts of many viewers, Brother Hao is an invincible figure, and now, an obscure company dares to utilize his name for promotion? Moreover, if it were a straightforward endorsement, it could be excused, as Brother Hao could also gain fame. A mutually beneficial scenario. Yet, outstanding is certainly not a term that Brother Hao would use. Qin Hao momentarily bowed his head in contemplation. Ahem, Brother Hao, you seem to have forgotten your promise. The funds have arrived at our production team, 10 million in total, not a cent more or less, and the taxes have been covered by the other party. You can rest assured. At that moment, the voice of Li Haoran emanated from the nanodrone. The crowd was taken aback. Upon further thought, it indeed seemed plausible. As long as Qin Hao nodded in agreement, he would receive 10 million without needing to lift a finger. However, no one anticipated that it would manifest as such an advertisement. Sigh. Earning money has become exceedingly difficult. Qin Hao sighed with a complex expression and solemnly remarked, therefore, dear audience, never agree to anything without thoroughly understanding the contract. Take my case, I see this a slap in my face? Audience, Li Haoran. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone twitched slightly. Truth be told, the audience was initially quite furious, as this auction house's promotion was akin to boasting under the guise of Qin Hao's name. However, listening to Qin Hao's words, their perspective began to shift. 10 million. They would not only tolerate a mere boast or a slap on the face. If it were them, they would gladly call someone father. Under normal circumstances, 10 million would afford them a lifetime of carefree living in their city. A few million for a house, a few million deposited in a bank, with the interest sufficient for annual expenses. Yet here, it seemed as if Qin Hao was unwilling to accept it. Then, the crowd watched as Qin Hao lowered his head in contemplation, finally breaking the silence. What do you think? Should I give it a try? What distinction lies between these two answers? Meanwhile, Li Haoran's heart raced wildly. He just knew it. Let's give it a try. After all, they offered the money. However, if we don't, it would render their security facilities somewhat misleading. At this juncture, Qin Hao wore a serious expression. I am a person of integrity, valuing honesty above all. Since they have stated that even I must commend their outstanding security facilities, I shall ensure that customers feel secure and at ease. There's no helping it. I am simply a responsible young man of great virtue. Audience, how is it that we find ourselves somewhat moved by this? After all, nowadays, celebrities endorse all sorts of rubbish, creating a chaotic environment. Qin Hao's sense of responsibility instills a sense of pride among his fans. Yet, something still feels amiss. Brother Hao, is it really appropriate to proceed this way? After all, they have compensated us. At this moment, Li Haoran could no longer refrain from voicing a fair opinion. Have you forgotten my identity? However, Qin Hao's retort left him speechless. Indeed, what was their identity? They were criminals, not just any criminals, but heinous offenders, to go back on their word and commit crimes. Wasn't that their standard operation? The audience found themselves both amused and exasperated, so, they must accept the money, and yet the other party cannot utter a single negative word. Should there be any disagreement, they would be in trouble, right? Of course, the audience harbored no grievances. After all, Qin Hao was a criminal within the context of the show, so his actions were entirely expected. Moreover, hadn't Qin Hao committed countless outrageous deeds? Alright, dear audience, I must now announce that this evening, we shall take a break, and there will be no entertainment programs. We will conserve our energy and prepare to visit the Jiahong auction house tomorrow. Qin Hao proclaimed, then began to meander through the vibrant streets, utterly unconcerned with the uproar in the live broadcast. Meanwhile, at Jiahong Company.at this moment, everyone on duty was present, and of course, they were compensated with generous overtime pay. Thus, the atmosphere was quite lively. Boss, the number of participants registered has already reached 20,000. Boss, the number of participants registered has now reached 40,000. Boss, the reports echoed throughout the company. Deep within the premises, a middle-aged man dressed in a sharp suit sat in the boss's chair. He possessed a name that was once a subject of ridicule, Yet now, after achieving success, was envied by many. Zhang Yuqian. Listening to the reports surrounding him, Zhang Yuqian wore a cryptic smile. He was certain that this strategy would undoubtedly succeed. Sure enough, within just a few hours after the advertisement aired, the number of individuals registering for the auction had already soared beyond 50,000. Moreover, what was significant was that registration required proof of assets. In other words, to register, one must first demonstrate their wealth, showing assets of over 1 million. Otherwise, what purpose would one have in attending the auction? Merely to spectate. Hence, all 50,000 of these participants were high-quality clients. Boss, your strategy is truly brilliant. A well-proportioned secretary spoke softly, her eyes filled with admiration. Haha, it's nothing extraordinary. As a sound decision-maker, such results are to be expected. Zhang Yuqian humbly smiled in response. However, boss, the president of Shunbao mentioned that your promotional approach might provoke Qin Hao's displeasure, and given the peculiar relationship he currently has with the higher-ups, is our advertisement not a bit excessive? The secretary hesitated before slowly articulating her concern. He is simply too cautious. While Qin Hao indeed has a unique relationship with the higher-ups, our advertisement does not explicitly state anything about him. The most crucial aspect is that we have provided the funds. Furthermore, his motivation for such advertising was indeed to attract attention, but he was also confident that their security facilities were exceptionally robust, considering the multitude of invaluable items they safeguarded. Boss, Qin Hao has seen our advertisement in the live broadcast. At that moment, a staff member reported, his expression grim. As soon as these words were uttered, the previously bustling company fell silent. Chapter 98. Zhang Yuqian's Trials, the courageous boss who fears no difficulty at Jiahong Company. The entire floor was bustling with over 100 individuals, yet at this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as if stifling the very air. All eyes were fixed on the individual who had spoken, including those of Zhang Yuqian and his secretary. And then? Zhang Yuqian inquired slowly after a brief moment of contemplation. Then, Qin Hao stated that he is a man of great responsibility, and for the sake of our guests and the general public, he intends to test our security measures tomorrow to ascertain whether they are indeed as formidable as advertised. The staff member, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon him, nervously swallowed and spoke in a hushed tone. Though his voice was faint, it rang out sharply in the stillness of the hall. Hiss! What the heck? Brother Hao is coming to our auction. Can we really withstand him? I warned you all when that advertisement went out. It would inevitably attract Brother Hao's attention, and now we're doomed. The employees collectively gasped, their expressions turning pale. They were acutely aware of Qin Hao's prowess as displayed on the show. How could they not be? To have such a figure come and test their security, it would surely be a massacre. Heh, fear not. For this auction, I have made extensive preparations and specifically engaged the strongest security firm in the country. Their personnel are all retired soldiers and special forces operatives, and some are even mercenaries. Zhang Yuqian remarked with a slight smile, addressing the panicked employees. The staff members were momentarily taken aback, looking at their boss in astonishment. How much will this cost? Originally, I intended to hold the auction within the company premises, but it appears that space will be insufficient. Therefore, I must trouble you all to contact the stadium overnight. We shall conduct the auction there. In addition, everyone's salary for tonight will be increased by 5,000, rest assured. As long as you perform well, I shall not shortchange you. With that, Zhang Yuqian turned and entered his office. Outside, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted among the employees. An extra 5,000 for one night was an incredible windfall. The once downtrodden staff felt revitalized, their spirits soaring. Little did they know, the seemingly composed boss, upon stepping into his office, wiped the sweat from his brow. Trembling, he quickly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Is this Godlike Security? I need to confirm with you. If Qin Hao decides to cause trouble, can you stop him? A heavy silence fell on the other end of the line. Boss, you must know who Qin Hao is. I can only tell you that the personnel in the inspection team, including their qualifications, are all legitimate. At the very least, I know the late Captain Wang Wei, and if Qin Hao can easily contend with them, do you really think our security group stands a chance against him? While they cannot bring weapons, they are quite capable. But, of course, it will require additional funds. Zhang Yuqian. Did he even have a choice now? The advertisement had already been released. If he were to cancel the auction due to Qin Hao's impending visit, the company would be finished. As for being overrun by Qin Hao, that too would be a lost cause. Ring, ring, ring. Just after he hung up, the phone rang again. Zhang Yuqian glanced down and saw it was Director Li Haoran. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Li Haoran stated bluntly as soon as the call connected. The bad news? Zhang Yuqian's expression was resolute. The good news could wait, for he feared he might not sleep a wink tonight. The bad news is that Brother Hao is already aware of your advertisement. Unsurprisingly, he has reacted, considering he is a criminal character. Zhang Yuqian. In that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he acted a tad impulsively? He had been so focused on Qin Hao's fame that he had overlooked the implications of his current identity. And what about the good news? The good news is that regardless of what Brother Hao does at your auction, as long as no genuine injuries occur, our Tianyan program will cover any financial losses. Jin Yuqian, damn. Why not just say he would cause chaos? At that moment, Jin Yuqian was filled with indignation. After all, even the most patient of individuals could not endure this. It seemed that within mere days, everyone had come to fear Qin Hao, treating him as if he were a tiger. Whether in the business community or beyond, the mere mention of Qin Hao rendered people mute, their lips sealed tight. Was he truly that terrifying? Director Li, do you perhaps underestimate the security capabilities of Jiahong Group? While Qin Hao is indeed formidable, we are not to be trifled with, Jin Yuqian exclaimed, his voice rising in anger. So, you're saying even if Brother Hao causes significant losses at your auction, you won't require compensation, correct? Li Haoren's voice floated through the line, unhurried. Jin Yuqian fell silent. No, I merely wanted to express that our security is no laughing matter. However, we are, after all, a small operation and cannot compare to your grand enterprise. Jin Yuqian's face flushed with embarrassment. Then why say anything at all? Oh, by the way, how much is that high-quality imitation jade seal you have as your centerpiece? At these words, Jin Yuqian trembled, a hint of fear creeping into him. What did that mean? What was he implying? Was Qin Hao indeed fixated on the jade seal? The real jade seal has vanished, making this imitation exceptionally valuable, as both its materials and craftsmanship are top tier. It's worth 2 billion. Li Haoren. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness, not only for Jin Yuqian but for Li Haoren as well. In fact, across various online platforms, Qin Hao's declarations resonated throughout the internet overnight. A man of great responsibility, a person who considers the welfare of the public. Even when it comes to security, Qin Hao would personally test whether the advertised claims were indeed valid. The ripple effects of this would be profound, as numerous celebrities who had endorsed subpar products faced the most severe backlash in history. Chapter 99. Reward upgrade, daily prize of 500,000. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, the night was teeming with excitement, yet he slumbered peacefully. Many viewers, witnessing his serene demeanor, were left speechless. The world outside was ablaze with tumult, and yet the central figure remained undisturbed in his sleep. The following morning, Qin Hao awoke. Brother Hao, there is something important I need to convey to you. Li Haoren's voice resonated as Qin Hao adorned himself and entered the live broadcast room. Upon hearing this, everyone was jolted into alertness. They were acutely aware of what the director intended to announce. However, the term, director, felt somewhat out of place. Must he consistently refer to him as Brother Hao? Yes, go ahead. Qin Hao nodded thoughtfully. Brother Hao, today marks the 6th day since your escape. According to the program's regulations, from this moment onward, your daily reward will be elevated to 500,000. Li Haoren's tone was imbued with gravity. In other words, for each day you remain at large, the program will reward you with 500,000, until you are at 500,000 a day. What an astronomical sum. In 2 days, that amount would total 1 million. In 10 days, 5 million. And in 1 month, a staggering 15 million. Even a moderately sized company might struggle to achieve such profits. This was pure profit, untaxed, as the funds were directly dispensed from above. Brother Hao, you have now successfully evaded capture for 5 days, which equates to a reward of 500,000. However, considering the 2 advertisements you secured, the total now exceeds 20 million. Qin Hao nonchalantly nodded. While 20 million appeared substantial, it paled in comparison to the prospect of 500,000 daily. If you can endure for 20 days, your reward will double, meaning 1 million per day. Should you persist for an entire month, it escalates to 5 million daily. So, please, give it your all. Furthermore, I must solemnly remind you not to engage in criminal activities in real life. This is a message I wish to convey to the audience as well. With that, Li Haoren's voice faded into silence. Goodness, I am utterly flabbergasted. Some people toil their entire lives without becoming millionaires, and yet Brother Hao only needs 2 days. The most crucial aspect? I believe Brother Hao stands a considerable chance of reaching the final reward tier 0.5 million daily after a month. What does that even mean? 10 million in 2 days, over 100 million in a month. Looking down at the bun in my hand suddenly makes it seem less appetizing. In the personal live stream room, all viewers were acutely aware, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen like snowflakes. No one could withstand such overwhelming temptation. Over 100 million in a month? Robbing a bank could hardly yield such swift returns. This was outrageous. Dear viewers, as you can see, life is indeed splendid. Unbeknownst to oneself, one becomes a millionaire, then a multimillionaire, and before one realizes it, a billionaire. Qin Hao spread his hands in feigned helplessness. Thus, one must strive. Only through effort can we forge a better tomorrow. Let us encourage each other. Audience, what on earth are you saying? If we possessed your talents, would we still be watching a live stream? Alright, I need to prepare for today. It may be a bit tedious. Qin Hao concluded, walking out amidst the respectful gazes of the hotel staff. Farewell, Brother Hao, we look forward to your next visit. The young women chimed softly in unison. They had no choice but to show respect. One casual toss from him could amount to thousands. How could they not honor him? The key was that Qin Hao's reputation was immense. Every place he frequented became a hotbed of activity, reaping significant profits. It was said that the hotel owner, upon hearing the news, had fainted and was currently recuperating in the hospital. The viewers pondered Qin Hao's words, questioning the need for preparation. When had Brother however needed to prepare? In the inspection team, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The absence of two team leaders had significantly dampened their morale. Everyone, lamenting our situation is futile. The only course of action is to capture or eliminate Qin Hao. It is the only way to encountering setbacks is not terrifying, but failing to confront them is. Upon hearing this, the team members nodded in agreement. Each individual present possessed formidable mental resilience. As inspectors, being toyed with by a criminal, culminating in the deaths of two leaders, was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. I believe it is time for us to take action. Suddenly, Lu Buochao spoke up. What do you mean? The group turned to him. As the analytical response, according to the analyses of team leader Chen Yalan and Captain Anqi, Qin Hao possesses 3 to 4 disguises in total. Lu Buochao's expression grew grave. Such items, once exposed, are rendered useless, meaning his disguises are nearly depleted. Consequently, Qin Hao will inevitably seek to acquire materials to craft new ones. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. Indeed, had Lu Buochao not pointed it out, they might have overlooked this critical detail. What emboldened Qin Hao so? Primarily, his diverse skill set, and secondarily, the disguises that allowed him to alter his appearance at will. Without those disguises, the two leaders would not have met their fates. Where did the disguises originate? They could not have materialized from thin air. They were purchased from the Eastern market. We could fail countless times, but Qin Hao can only afford to fail once. If we can seize him by the throat and prevent him from obtaining materials for crafting disguises, that will mark our victory. Lu Buochao declared earnestly, his voice ringing with conviction. As he spoke, the eyes of all inspectors brightened, and smiles crept onto their faces. Previously lost in confusion, their minds began to clear. What once seemed insurmountable now appeared achievable. Chapter 100. The resurgence of the inspection team. The issue of sabotage. Team leader Xiao He. Is it possible to ascertain how many shops in Liaozhou City sell the materials for the disguise masks? Lu Buochao, witnessing the renewed confidence among the group, turned his gaze towards Xiao He. Not a problem at all. Within the disguise masks, there are several rather unique components that ordinary small workshops cannot produce. Only registered companies are authorized to fabricate them. Any unauthorized production would be illegal, thus making this task. The materials used by Qin Hao for the disguise masks were already well known and not a secret. That's excellent. Let us proceed with the investigation. The faces of the group instantly brightened with smiles. Once we identify the locations, let us assign 100 inspect. The moment Qin Hao appears, we shall be notified immediately. At this juncture, Lu Buochao suddenly paused, then continued, however, while this method may yield results, it would also dilute our inspection forces. I propose we directly shut down those shops, with the program team covering the compensation. Zhou Jun cast a profound glance at Lu Buochao, internally astonished. No wonder he was referred to as a walking encyclopedia, for his acumen was truly impressive. Within the inspection team, the sound of fingers tapping on keyboards filled the air. After a brief moment, Xiao He finally ceased his typing and turned to announce, I have located the information. There are 6 shops in the entire city of Liaozhou that sell the materials necessary for disguise masks. So few? Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the scarcity of what seemed to be common materials. Among these, 2 of the components are particularly specialized. Even when sold, they can only be provided in regulated quantities. Otherwise, it would be deemed illegal, hence the stringent restrictions on the establishments that can sell them. Xiao He clarified, noticing the astonishment etched on their faces. Disguise masks, are those 2 unique materials harmless? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow and inquired curiously. Indeed, they are harmless. They are merely specialized in nature, but they do not qualify as prohibited substances. Xiao He shook his head, suddenly appearing to recall something. Of course, it is also possible that Qin Hao has infused other unnecessary. Achieving a substantial majority would suffice. Xiao He resumed his typing once more. However, this time, the wait stretched longer than anticipated. A full 15 minutes elapsed before Xiao He spoke again. In total, there are 25 shops that can meet the requirements for a significant portion of. If we consider half of the materials, the count would exceed 60 establishments. Upon hearing this, the inspectors present felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. An unsettling premonition began to creep in. It appears that Qin Hao anticipated our moves by purchasing the materials with the foresight that we would target the disguise masks, thus taking preemptive measures. Lu Buochao chuckled, then instructed, nevertheless, we have no intention of wasting time on this matter, nor can we afford to squander our inspection resources, so let us proceed to shut down these shops. Understood. At that moment, Chen Yalan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The group turned their gazes toward her, curiosity evident in their expressions. Take a look at this. Chen Yalan handed her phone over. Although the inspection team was unable to view Qin Hao's live broadcast, as they focused on the screen, they were left speechless. Jiahong Auction House, boasting the world's safest security facilities. Even Qin Hao has praised it as top-notch. Lu Buoqiao narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. Given that this advertisement has surfaced, it indicates that it has received Qin Hao's approval. However, considering Qin Hao's character, he would likely test its authenticity. Do you think it's possible that Qin Hao will visit this auction house? Lu Buoqiao raised his gaze to the group. Regardless of whether he does or not, I believe we should prepare ourselves. Zhou Jun asserted, glancing towards Xiaohe. Have you found any traces of Qin Hao? None. It's as if Qin Hao has vanished into thin air, likely having donned a disguise mask. Xiaohe shook his head, pausing momentarily before adding, if we wish to conduct a thorough investigation, it may require 3 days. 3 days is too long. We do not have that much time. Lu Buoqiao's expression turned grave. Currently, we have only 2 avenues to pursue. The first is to investigate the materials for the disguise masks, which may yield unexpected discoveries. The second is to head to the stadium and stake out the vicinity. Even if we yield no results, we will incur no losses. The group nodded in unison. Then, what are you all standing around for? Let us get moving. Zhou Jun rose, waving his hand. Let Qin Hao witness the capabilities and strength of our professional inspection team. Yes. As the crowd dispersed, Chun Yalin's beautiful eyes, as Lu Buoqiao stated earlier, we may encounter numerous failures, but Qin Hao can only afford to fail once. At this moment, Zhou Jun's face radiated renewed confidence. Ah, it's evident that inspectors possess remarkable mental resilience. Indeed. Were it me, I would have likely crumbled by now. Thus, you are not an inspector, whereas they are. However, this also highlights the arduous nature of their work. Incidents like this undoubtedly extend beyond the confines of the program. I am sure there are many similar occurrences in reality. The audience bore witness to the inspection team, once stricken by defeat at the hands of Qin Hao, rise from the ashes in a remarkably brief span. It was truly heart-wrenching, and this was merely a program. What would it be like in reality? Would the pressure on inspectors be even greater? For every second a criminal roamed free, they could inflict irreversible harm upon innocent lives. Time was of the essence indeed. Director Lee, I have a question. If I were to cause extensive destruction to buildings during the program, or even set fires, would that indicate that the buildings are shoddy constructions, or how should that be interpreted? Qin Hao inquired slowly while standing in the street. This question was quite audacious, causing even Li Haoran to momentarily falter, his lips twitching slightly before he responded. In the event of a fire, we would employ smoke bombs to simulate the appearance of flames. If it were indeed a case of shoddy construction, we would dispatch specialists to conduct an inspection. If confirmed, that would be a significant achievement, as shoddy constructions pose considerable danger. However, if it is not. At this point, he fell silent for a moment, feeling his throat grow somewhat hoarse. Hadn't Qin Hao already wreaked enough havoc previously? My goodness, now he was deliberately bringing it up. What did that imply? It was all too clear. If it is not, our program team will cover the costs. The final 2 words, cover the costs, were almost Chapter 101. The disguise materials are blocked, a sense of helplessness. My goodness, Brother Hao has some audacious ideas. Just look at where Brother Hao is headed, as the audience speculated. By the way, when do you need it? Under normal circumstances, such a request would have been dismissed by the shopkeeper, but the compensation offered was simply too generous. Before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the advertisement stated that the event would not commence until evening, so arriving before 4 would indeed be feasible. All right, no problem. You can come pick it up in the afternoon? Hearing the shopkeeper's agreement, Qin Hao expressed his gratitude and exited. That place isn't a ballroom or a square. Without proof, one cannot enter at all. The audience buzzed with confusion regarding Qin Hao's enigmatic actions. They realized they could not comprehend the significance of these materials, as entry required tickets, and even with the best preparations, one could not enter the stadium. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, the audience's bewilderment was mounting. He had no intention of providing explanations. Instead, he hurried to the East Market after concluding his business. At present, thus, he needed to create several more. Screech. Soon, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the East Market. Qin Hao headed straight for the shop he had visited last time. However, he quickly furrowed his brow, for he sensed several pairs of eyes upon him as he approached the shop's entrance. Everyone possesses a sixth sense, and with his anti-surveillance skills, he could discern details that others might overlook. Without hesitation, Qin Hao passed by the shop. As expected, those gazes vanished. The inspection team is quite responsive. It seems they intend to trace me through the materials for disguise, Qin Hao murmured to himself, fully aware that the presence of inspectors indicated that all disguise materials across Liao City were under lockdown. Any appearance on his part would lead to certain capture. Then, would purchasing separately be a viable option? Qin Hao quickly shook his head. Currently, he possessed only one mask, the one on his face. Until he acquired another, he would do his utmost to avoid exposing this one. He understood that 5 days prior, when the program had just begun, His only task had been to flee, as most inspectors would hardly pose a threat to him. Yet, that was no longer the case. His advantages and skills would be severely diminished, as the inspection team could summon experts from various fields to contend with him. At that point, he would be overwhelmed. It appears Brother Hao is feeling the pressure as well. Quite understandably. You must realize that the current inspection team can readily call upon numerous experts. In other words, the power of the skills Brother Hao possesses will be significantly curtailed. Furthermore, it's crucial to note that we are all aware Brother Hao has only 3 masks, and this is the last one. If this mask is exposed, Brother Hao's life could become exceedingly dire, especially with a nationwide manhunt ongoing. The mask he currently wears is exempt from the manhunt's effects, but what if it is revealed? When that time comes, it would be truly like having nowhere to turn. As the audience absorbed, on the surface, it appeared that Qin Hao was continuously countering and maneuvering, projecting an image of immense strength. However, as time passed, his circumstances grew increasingly perilous. If this mask were to be exposed, he would indeed become a pariah. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Hao felt a twinge of headache, and no matter how formidable or impressive he might be, he was still merely human, weary from the struggle. With the disguise materials blocked, exposure seemed inevitable, and capture was merely a matter of time. Ding! We interrupt this program with a breaking news announcement. A nationwide manhunt is underway. Any information leading to the apprehension of criminal Qin Hao from the Tianyan program will be rewarded with a sum of 100,000 yuan. If you can identify Qin Hao or provide an accurate lead on his whereabouts, the reward will be 200,000 yuan. However, please take heed. Do not disturb Qin Hao. Simply contact the Tianyan program's inspection team at a reward of 200,000. How wonderful it would be if I could encounter Brother Hao. The taxi driver exclaimed upon hearing the announcement. Naturally, most individuals who voiced such sentiments would rarely come across Qin Hao, as they could only lament that they often lacked even the time to seek him out. Driving a taxi ensured a steady income, but searching for Qin Hao is a gamble. If successful, it would be fortunate, but if not, it would merely be a futile endeavor. Listening to the driver address him as Brother Hao, Qin Hao felt a mix of bemusement and irony. The man's age could easily qualify him as a parental figure. Alright, that's enough for now. Soon, Qin Hao spotted the distant stadium. Although it was not teeming with people, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered. He observed a line of large trucks entering the stadium, with auxiliary police stationed around the perimeter. Additionally, he could see several exceptionally muscular men nearby, individuals who appeared quite formidable. Qin Hao stood still, quietly surveying his surroundings. When planning an assault on a location, reconnaissance of the terrain is of utmost importance, as it would facilitate his actions later that evening. Damn, doesn't Brother Hao have any thoughts upon hearing he is being hunted nationwide? What good would thoughts do? If I were Brother Hao, I would find a remote mountain to hide in. Let's see how the inspectors would find him. The audience watched Qin Hao maintaining an unusually calm demeanor, astonished. Director Li, are you there? At that moment, Qin Hao spoke slowly. Here, what is it? I would like to inquire. If a fugitive is captured, what would the penalty be? The audience looked on in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. Li Haoran paused for a moment, but instinctively responded. That would depend on the circumstances. If the situation is particularly severe, the punishment could be death. However, if it is less severe, it may result in a prison sentence of 3 years or more. I would need to consult further on this. Why do you ask? Then, what about the other fugitives participating in the program? Are they currently imprisoned, or have they been sentenced to death and eliminated? Qin Hao's voice echoed, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. Chapter 102. The Legal Giants Gather. Qin Hao's Preparations Audience. As Qin Hao's words echoed through the live broadcast room, a flurry of question marks filled the screen. Indeed, every viewer was left in a state of bewilderment. They struggled to comprehend the purpose behind Brother Hao's inquiry. Did he intend to experience prison life firsthand? Well, I need to consult with a professional on this matter. Brother Hao, could you grant me an hour? Li Haoran spoke slowly after a moment of contemplation. Although he found Qin Hao's intentions unclear, it was evident that, based on a 99% restoration of reality, those criminals would unlikely face the death penalty. Thank you. Qin Hao nodded appreciatively, then shifted his gaze back to the stadium. The arena was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands without issue, and like most stadiums, it was open air. However, it was surrounded by towering edifices. Observing this, Qin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. The nearest and tallest building to the stadium is approximately 100 meters away, and the stadium itself spans over 100 meters in width. Thus, combined, we have a distance exceeding 200 meters. Qin Hao murmured to himself, his mind racing with calculations. The audience remained baffled, unable to decipher Qin Hao's intentions. Soon, they witnessed him turn and leave. He arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly, unnoticed by anyone. Now, I need to prepare. Javelins, steel wires, ropes. Meanwhile, within the director's team, multiple screens illuminated the room. Anyone observing the individuals on the screens would undoubtedly be astonished. Each person was a prominent figure in the legal realm, including judges from the Supreme People's Court, over 20 in total. Yet, their expressions were grave, as if confronted with the most challenging of cases. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be frank. The criminals participating in the escape program were eliminated and returned to reality after they could not be held here indefinitely. However, the issue arises, as you are likely aware of Brother Hao's remarks. I would like to inquire, based on the circumstances in reality, are they facing the death penalty or a fixed-term imprisonment? If it is the latter, what would the sentence entail? Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone on screen grew even more serious. They understood that the program was under intense scrutiny. Any mistake would be intolerable. Thus, their caution was justified. First and foremost, I wish to ascertain whether they were initially classified as serious offenders. At that moment, a lawyer adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. Those familiar with the legal field would recognize him as the notorious outlaw of the law. His most famous quote being, "In a certain sense, if I truly wished to commit a crime, I could execute the perfect crime, rendering myself untouchable. Even if caught, I would not be guilty." This statement, seemingly audacious, was not without reason. While it may appear unbelievable to many, the reality remained unchanged. After all, who could claim that the legal system was not fraught with corruption? No. They are merely criminals. Li Haoran hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. The death penalty is out of the question. I reviewed your footage, and according to the program's regulations, after an hour, the production team will voluntarily. This implies they are not the masterminds. The real masterminds are you, the production team, Zhang San said slowly. Li Haoran, I disagree with your assessment. At that moment, another legal authority interjected. Qi Tian, who had once represented an ordinary family in a lawsuit against a conglomerate worth over 100 billion in won, securing millions in compensation, was present. The judges and lawyers in attendance were all individuals of impeccable. Qin Hao is the principal offender, while the other criminals are accomplices. I haven't finished speaking yet. Zhang San rolled his eyes, exasperated. Your expression suggests you are looking down on me, which may cause me psychological harm. Thus, you are committing a crime, you know? Qi Tian stated with a serious demeanor. Big shot, we are not discussing potential psychological harm at this juncture. We are addressing the escapees, therefore on this account, they cannot be sentenced to death. Another lawyer chimed in. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this statement. Thus, within this grand escape, the principal offender is Qin Hao. However, the accomplices invited Qin Hao to assist them in their escape. They possessed the subjective desire to flee, rather than being coerced into release. The Supreme People's Court judge spoke up. In conclusion, principal offender Qin Hao, in this escape, holds the dominant role and should be sentenced to a term of imprisonment ranging from 10 to 30 years, of course, excluding any crimes committed outside this context. The other criminals, due to their subjective intention to escape, are not considered. They should face a sentence of 8 to 15 years of fixed-term imprisonment. Does anyone have anything to add? No. No objections. The lawyers shook their heads in unison. Thank you all. If you have the chance, please visit our production team. Li Haoran expressed his gratitude after they concluded their discussion. Although these individuals were invited by higher authorities, as the director, he felt it necessary to extend his thanks. Visiting the production team is out. Upon hearing Li Haoran's invitation, they all waved their hands in refusal. What a jest! These lawyers merely spoke the language of the law, while Qin Hao communicated through sheer force. They were not in the same league. Moreover, it was crucial to note that if Qin Hao truly became enraged, he would not hesitate to take action against them. Chapter 103. Qin Hao contemplated orchestrating a prison break, all preparations meticulously in place. As the video conference concluded, the screen faded to black, yet the shifting visage of Li Haoran remained vividly imprinted in his mind. He still failed to comprehend the purpose behind Brother Hao's inquiries. Is the prisoner facing the death penalty or a fixed-term imprisonment? How does this pertain to his forthcoming actions? Li Haoran murmured softly, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. So, should we attempt to retrieve those escapees and reincarcerate them? A staff member suggested quietly. At this juncture, it may be our instantly. The eyes of every staff member widened in shock. A prison break. Brother Hao is planning a prison break. Goodness, it's quite plausible. Consider this. As the program progresses, the number of potential accomplices will only increase, and with a nationwide manhunt underway, particularly since Brother Hao is currently equipped with but a disguise. Indeed, given your point, it's entirely feasible. After all, while Brother Hao is formidable on his own, he is ultimately just one person. Hence, he must be seeking allies. With each exchange among the staff, Li Haoran grew increasingly convinced that Brother Hao was indeed set on executing a prison break. It was no wonder that the higher-ups held him in such high regard. This sheer bravery was not something ordinary individuals could muster. We must extend another invitation to those escapees to participate in the program, allowing them unrestricted activity within the prison, at a rate of 1,000 yuan per day. However, prior to Brother Hao's entry, they must remain confined to their quarters. Li Haoran instructed his subordinates, pausing momentarily before adding, moreover, any individual successfully liberated. Meanwhile, Li Haoran gazed at the display depicting Qin Hao, his expression flickering with intrigue. This is becoming ever more exhilarating. After a brief pause, Li Haoran sighed softly, his emotions a tapestry of complexity. On one hand, he sensed that the theme of the program was veering into unsettling territory, increasingly resembling a personal showcase for Qin Hao, akin to a criminal's solo performance. Yet, the essence of the program was to illuminate the grim realities of a life steeped in crime, not to glorify a criminal's resurgence. Nevertheless, on the other hand, he was eager for the program to persist, for it promised to carve a significant chapter in his professional journey. Captain, we have arrived at the stadium, but the crowd is... The registration system for this auction is entirely online, and even upon entering the stadium, identification is verified via mobile devices, making it quite straightforward to confirm their identities. Xiao He affirmed, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. Currently, the number of registrants stands at approximately 60,000. Half an hour later, Xiao He ceased his typing and stated, moreover, the identities of these individuals appear entirely legitimate, with no anomalies detected. Can we identify anyone from the surveillance footage? Perhaps bystanders or onlookers? After all, it's quite normal for Qin Hao not to possess an ID and thus not be registered, yet he could easily be lurking outside. Lu Buochao's voice crackled through the intercom. In theory, yes, but if Qin Hao were to appear in a blind spot of the surveillance, we would be unable to detect him. Lu Buochao paused momentarily before continuing, let us have Xiao He focus on those captured within the surveillance, while we will investigate the areas beyond the cameras. Given our inability to recognize Qin Hao, we are left with no option but to conduct a thorough search. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reality. In the past, they could have relied on Qin Hao's demeanor, height, and build for identification, with a fair degree of certainty. However, after the recent events, they all understood that such methods were no longer viable. As the inspectors busied themselves organizing the scene, Qin Hao was already poised for action. Rope, javelin, steel wire, black cloth, dry ice, gasoline. Qin Hao meticulously checked each item, quickly confirming nothing was amiss. Truthfully, I have never comprehended Brother Hao's operations. It is only at the very end that the pieces fall into place. You might as well just admit that you can only grasp the situation in hindsight. The audience watched Qin Hao as he rested, their curiosity piqued by the items he had prepared. As time ticked by, the number of attendees at the stadium swelled at a T that moment. It could be argued that the safest place in the entire city of Liao was indeed the stadium. Outside, security personnel, mercenaries, and even the inspection team patrolled diligently, along with instructors from the renowned Huaxia special forces like Chen Quanzi. The majority of the audience were left in eager anticipation of how Qin Hao would make his entrance. In the face of such formidable security measures, they found it nearly incomprehensible how he could possibly gain entry. It was akin to a veritable fortress, at precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Boss, the total number of registrants stands at 63,250, with over 2,000 still yet to arrive. However, the time for closing the venue has arrived. A staff member reported to Zhen Yuqian backstage. By 4 o'clock, regardless of whether everyone has arrived, we will lock down the entire auction house. It will be too late once night falls. That rascal Qin Hao will undoubtedly seize the cover of darkness to execute his plans. Zhen Yuqian pondered for a moment before replying slowly. Understood. The staff member nodded and promptly exited. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had awakened, promptly hailing a vehicle to the supply store. Upon gazing at the massive block of ice before him, a smile spread across his face. Please transport this to a location near the stadium and await my further instructions. After meticulously inspecting the ice, he conveyed his instruction. I can hardly contain my excitement. I feel the same. The past day has been too mundane. Brother Hao's sudden lack of display has rendered my life devoid of joy. Chapter 104. The monitoring of a fleeting shadow commences. Location: Liaozhou City Sports Arena. Time: 6 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, the sports arena is ablaze with lights, resembling broad daylight. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our Jiahong auction. On a makeshift stage at the center of the arena, Zhen Yuqian, with a rosy complexion, spoke slowly. His voice, amplified through the microphone, resonated clearly among the tens of thousands present. Our Jiahong group has prepared extensively for today's auction. Each item up for bid can be deemed a peerless treasure, guaranteed to delight your eyes. The question remains, to whom will these exquisite artifacts belong? Well then, let us cut to the chase. We shall begin now. The first item for auction is a painting by Tang Bohu. I trust one need no further introduction regarding Tang Bohu, do I? Once, a painting by Tang Bohu fetched a staggering price of several billion. While the piece we have today may not compare to that, it is nonetheless a rare gem. With Zhen Yuqian's words, the entire arena erupted in excitement. Goodness, I thought I was merely here to see Brother Hao, but it turns out there's a genuine treasure. What a surprise, starting off with a painting by Tang Bohu. What else could possibly follow? The atmosphere instantly exploded, For every individual present was a person of considerable means, each possessing assets exceeding 1 million. Though they may not qualify as the truly wealthy, they undoubtedly represented a pool of potential clients. Some were drawn here specifically for Qin Hao, yet who could have anticipated that the first item presented at the auction would be a painting by Tang Bohu. Soon after, two elegantly dressed women in kipeos emerged from backstage, holding a tray draped in red cloth. 10 million. Before Zhen Yuqian could elaborate further, upon hearing this, the crowd turned in unison, while Zhen Yuqian revealed a smile. As the arena buzzed with activity, outside, the attention of all present was intensely focused. Among them were men from various nations, each possessing an imposing stature, their muscles taut, as if ready to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. These individuals are mercenaries from the international arena. Behind the scenes, Chen Quanxi remarked gravely upon observing them. The Jiahong group certainly displays audacity to have brought mercenaries here. Lu Buochao exclaimed in astonishment. Heh, the lure of wealth can lead to peril. You are aware of Qin Hao's capabilities, yet they would do well not to cause chaos here. Otherwise, even mercenaries may find it difficult to return. The law is far too lenient on such individuals. Perhaps a swift end would be more humane, Chen Quanxi said with a chilling smile. The audience shivered at his cold words, yet no one voiced dissent, and many appeared supportive. After all, the presence of mercenaries signified chaos. These individuals, driven by monetary gain, could be persuaded to undertake any task, even acts against nations. They generally operate without moral constraints. Of course, such a statement may be overly absolute, but it holds true for the majority. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow had already positioned itself at a distance, silently observing. Has the investigation not yet concluded? Zhou Jun checked the time. It was now 6:30, yet, not only had Qin Hao failed to appear, but even Xiao He had not completed his sweep. This left him feeling somewhat anxious. As of now, whether it be onlookers or those entering the arena, there has been no sign of Qin Hao, at least, no individuals with suspicious identities. Xiao He finally exhaled, speaking slowly. That is indeed peculiar. Given his character, this is quite unlikely. Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, exclaiming, could it be that he is unaware of this event? Or perhaps, he is preoccupied with acquiring materials for a disguise. Currently, their analysis indicated that Qin Hao had only, first, to arrive at the arena, and second, to obtain materials for a disguise. Were it anyone else, they might speculate he was hiding, but Qin Hao is not one to act in such a manner. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao He paused, then his fingers flew over the keyboard, his expression shifting dramatically. A rapid shadow appeared on the screen before them. Yet, in the next instant, the screen went black. Is that Qin Hao? Zhou Jun exclaimed in realization. It should be. If it were anyone else, there would be no need for such stealth. That surveillance was located approximately 200 meters from the arena, and Qin Hao has not yet entered. Captain Chen Quanxi, are you all hearing this? Mobilize, but ensure Qin Hao does not lead us astray. You may send personnel to search, but do not allow everyone to leave the entrance of the arena. Zhou Jun seized the walkie-talkie, beginning to issue commands. At that moment, the entire inspection team felt a surge of excitement. They were not afraid of failing to capture Qin Hao. Their greatest fear lay in him playing hide-and-seek, evading detection. That would be the worst-case scenario. The grand battle is finally about to commence. Indeed, let it begin swiftly. I've been waiting so long I could wither. As the audience buzzed with discussion, Qin Hao stood atop a shopping mall rooftop, over 100 meters away from the sports arena. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the arena illuminated, and even hear the sounds of bidding echoing from within. Ladies and gentlemen, I fear the program you anticipated tonight may no longer proceed, but I am prepared to present to you. I wonder if that would be to your liking? Qin Hao inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Let us make haste. Spare me the pleasantries, or I might just report you. What do you think? How will Brother Hao enter? As the audience speculated, Qin Hao had already picked up his phone. He had possessed this phone for quite some time, although he seldom used it. Please deliver the dry ice to the entrance of the sports arena. If anyone inquires, tell them it was a request from a certain Qin Hao. Without waiting for the staff on the other end to respond, Qin Hao ended the call, swiftly removed the SIM card, and discarded the phone, uncertain if the inspection team would trace his location through the communication network. If they wished to, it was theoretically entirely feasible. He had never been an arrogant individual. His ostentatious behavior served merely as a facade. Dear audience, please open your eyes wide. The Qin Hao personal showcase is officially commenced. The youngsters at play, dry ice delivered, hurry, hurry, hurry. It's finally starting. Ha ha ha, I am eagerly anticipating Brother Hao's upcoming performance. However, at this moment, not only were the spectators curious, but even the crew members of the directing team shared the same sentiment. pondering how one could traverse such a considerable distance to the stadium. Suddenly, they witnessed a shift in Qin Hao's perspective as a large truck slowly approached the stadium's entrance from afar. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, before recalling, "Isn't that the truck transporting dry ice? My name is Chun Jiang, and I am a mover, ready to assist wherever needed. Whether it is relocating homes or transporting various items, I am more than willing to accept the task, for moving houses offers a legitimate income, while transporting other items can often yield a considerable side profit. However, today, I received an unusually peculiar job. This is a truckload of dry ice. Indeed, an entire truck filled with it. Go be honest, such a substance is both commonplace and rare. After all, typical cold storage facilities do not utilize dry ice. I have heard tales of individuals engaging in illegal activities with shipments, and as movers, we have encountered our share of unfortunate incidents. Yet, now, it is merely some dry ice, so I am not overly concerned. Old Wang, the client just called, instructing us to deliver this dry ice to the entrance of the stadium. Chun Jiang hung up the phone, his expression somewhat perplexed. To the stadium entrance? Isn't there an auction taking place inside the stadium at this moment? Is it truly advisable to drive this over? Old Wang, the driver, appeared astonished. This is the client's request. It is not our concern. We simply need to drop it off, and we can leave. However, he mentioned that if anyone inquires, we should say it is for Qin Hao. Chun Jiang replied nonchalantly, as the remuneration for this job was quite generous, rendering any peculiar requests acceptable. Furthermore, he had heard from the owner of the materials shop that the reasons behind it were none of his concern. Yet, in the next moment, he caught sight of Old Wang regarding him with an expression akin to that of someone witnessing a monster. What is with that? Or perhaps it might just be a coincidence of names. After voicing his thoughts, Old Wang shook his head, somewhat exasperated. He, being older, was well aware of Qin Hao's identity, while this fellow, "I'm exhausted during the day, and when I return home at night, I merely eat dinner. Where would I find the time?" Chun Jiang replied, shaking his head in resignation. As the two conversed, the vehicle gradually approached the vicinity of the stadium. They soon laid eyes on the throngs of people outside the stadium, an assembly of robust men, including some foreigners. "Captain, a small truck has appeared." The inspectors concealed in the shadows suddenly spotted the small truck entering their line of sight and became alert. "Keep an eye out." Additionally, other teams, have you detected any trace of Qin Hao? Particularly from the surveillance camera we just checked. Were there no other findings? Chun Quan Ci furrowed his brow and inquired in a low voice. "There are no updates. That surveillance camera is damaged. Qin Hao should be somewhere around the stadium, but his exact location remains unclear," came the response through the walkie-talkie. "Something feels amiss. I can sense that Qin Hao is nearby. This is my sixth sense," Chun Quan Ci muttered, furrowing his brow. As a formidable individual, one's sixth sense tends to be remarkably strong. He had escaped death on numerous occasions due to this innate ability, which had proven to be remarkably accurate. The atmosphere here was decidedly unsettling. "Let us investigate that small truck," Chun Quan Ci stated, leading several team members toward the stadium entrance. The entrance. The small truck had already been encircled by layers of security. "The area is completely sealed. Please do not approach any further." Lu Yu addressed the two drivers before him, speaking in a measured tone. A hand gestured from behind him, signaling the surrounding security personnel to gradually disperse, although they did not stray too far. We received a client South commission to temporarily park the truck here." He had not anticipated such a large gathering outside the stadium. Moreover, these individuals were clearly not to be trifled with. "Temporarily park here. What is loaded in your truck?" Lu Yu inquired. Upon inspecting the rear, he discovered sizable blocks of ice piled inside. Even in the sweltering summer, merely approaching the truck brought forth a refreshing chill. "We are merely stopping here temporarily. Although there is an auction occurring inside the stadium, we are simply waiting outside and causing no disruption," Chun Jiang said cautiously. Failing to meet the client's request could result in a negative review, which would adversely affect his business. "Please hold on. I will consult with my superior." Lu Yu hesitated briefly before producing his phone to make a call. After some time, he finally stated, "You may park here, but it must be at least 200 meters away." "Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely, absolutely." Chun Jiang and Old Wang nodded vigorously. The client had only specified the stadium entrance, not the distance, so this arrangement was indeed feasible. Such a restriction would be unlawful. "We are in Huaxia, and it is prudent to avoid any conflicts with the public, including yourselves," Lu Yu stated firmly, casting a serious glance at his subordinates. Within their security group, individuals from various nations were present, necessitating particular caution in such matters. Meanwhile, Chun Quan Ci, accompanied by several team members, observed the truck laden with dry ice, his expression one of bewilderment. "Such a massive container. Today's youth really know how to have fun. Ha ha ha, do you think it is possible that someone is hidden inside? I have seen numerous short videos where surprises for girlfriends are orchestrated in this manner." Several inspectors chuckled upon witnessing the scene. Chun Quan Ci smiled faintly, shaking his head. Indeed, The youth of today knew how to enjoy themselves, a stark contrast to their own more bashful and reserved nature in the past. Chapter 106, Dry Ice Fermentation, Extreme Throwing. Lightning speed. Lu Buochao furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the dry ice cart. With this much dry ice, especially in this sweltering summer heat, it will soon produce a mist, won't it? He murmured softly. Don't overthink it. Are you suggesting that Qin Hao is hiding in the dry ice? Setting aside whether it's even feasible, he would certainly never put himself in such a perilous situation. Chen Quanzi replied with a smile. However, something feels amiss. This is utterly irrational. Lu Buochao instinctively nodded and continued, I am not asserting that Qin Hao is inside, but rather that during today's auction in the gymnasium, the Jiahong group made such a statement. Given Qin Hao's character, he would never miss this event. Even if he were to abstain, he would still procure materials for a disguise. Yet, the fact remains that he has not appeared. Therefore, the shadow that team leader Zhou just mentioned is quite likely him. In other words, he must have arrived already, and it is highly. After all, this is not a bustling area, nor a refrigerated zone. The presence of such a quantity of dry ice is truly bizarre. Upon hearing Lu Buochao's analysis, Chen Quanzi suddenly froze, then turned to the two. Gentlemen, might I inquire as to the name of the client who hired you? As the two were about to drive away, little did he know that this brief statement would leave a profound impact on everyone present. What? What did he just say? The person who hired them is named Qin Hao. This is bad. Upon hearing Chen Zhang's words, both the inspection and security personnel's expressions changed in unison, and they rushed towards the dry ice cart. Chen Quanzi felt a chill run down his spine. His entire body turned icy. He had initially thought this was merely a young man attempting to surprise his girlfriend, but who could have foreseen that, indeed, at the right time, in the right setting, with the right characters, an unexpected element had emerged. How careless of him! In the next moment, everyone cautiously approached the dry ice. Just moments ago, they had felt refreshed by the presence of the dry ice, but now, they regarded it with a sense of dread. Do you think there's a chance Qin Hao is inside? Impossible. He cannot be that foolish, but could there be a bomb inside? Goodness, if you bring that up, the probability is indeed quite high. Some murmured quietly. All inspection personnel, do not move. Chen Quanzi and Lu Buochao said in unison. After speaking, they both paused, exchanged a glance, and shared a knowing smile. Boss, shall we open it? Lu Yu said, casting a deep look at the inspectors. Upon hearing his subordinate's question, he waved his. Otherwise, he would be restless. The security personnel cautiously began to dismantle the dry icy at that moment. Everyone instinctively held their breath. The atmosphere became intensely tense. What significance did this hold? Open it. Seeing his subordinates looking at him expectantly, Lu Yu spoke in a low voice. Before long, each block of dry ice was broken open. Due to the summer heat, mist quickly enveloped the mist made the air around them feel increasingly cool, to the point where some individuals felt their clothes becoming damp. Yet, it was evident that all the dry ice remained simply as ice blocks, rather than containing Qin Hao or, heaven forbid, a bomb. Is that all? Chen Quanzi raised an eyebrow, somewhat bewildered. He was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, over 100 meters away on a rooftop, a figure appeared. This individual held a long. It not only conceals the view above, but also diverts attention. Now, how will Brother Hao proceed? Even if the inspectors and security are distracted, they are still at the entrance, and Brother Hao still, with the silver spear in hand, he resembled an ancient general. Activate the suit of the thug. Qin Hao whispered to himself, boom! In the next instant, the aura emanating from Qin Hao underwent a dramatic transformation, cold and ruthless. It was as if, in that moment, he became the most heinous criminal in the world. In an instant, Qin Hao felt that boundless power surge within him. The three attributes surged by 60 in an instant. Huh. Qin Hao's gaze turned icy and sharp as he exhaled. The audience could clearly see his breath visibly condensing in the not-so-chilly air. This was due to the sudden enhancement, as the powerful energy within him roiled. System. Exchange for advanced throwing. Beep. Consuming 5,000 value points. Various throwing techniques appeared instantaneous. Buzz. At that moment, the spear in his hand felt as if it had merged with him. All the spectators witnessed a flash before their eyes as a silver streak suddenly shot forth from Qin Hao's hand. Indeed, no one had even caught a glimpse of Qin Hao's movement. By the time they realized what had transpired, they could only vaguely see a silver streak flying from his hand. Fast. The speed was extraordinary. In the night sky, that silver light shone like a bolt of lightning, dazzling and brilliant. Bang! A tremendous sound resonated from the opposite end. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is the highly anticipated. Below, Chen Quanzi and Lu Buochao seemed to sense something and instinctively looked up. Yet, they found nothing amiss. Chapter 107. Applying for Guinness. High wire sprinting. What the hell? Goodness gracious. What on earth? Goodness, everyone who witnessed this is utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? Was that thunder? Compared to Bo Ran, I can't believe my girlfriend showed no reaction. Without hesitation, I slapped her twice. Brothers, do you think I did the right thing? 6666. They were in a frenzy, unable to restrain every fiber of their being. At this moment, it was as if Brother Hao transformed into a beam of light. You are electricity, you are light, you are the one and only myth. Everyone, you can slow it down to 4 times. You can see every single movement of Brother Hao. Truly, I never imagined a person's speed could reach such heights. Watching in normal mode, you simply can't discern anything. Slow it down 4 times? Goodness, just how fast was that? Before long, one by one, the viewers began to slow down the footage. Simultaneously, the directing team, led by Li Haoran, mirrored their actions, as Brother Hao's performance had truly astonished him. It was so fast that he couldn't even comprehend it. Indeed, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the throwing motion. One can only imagine just how fast Qin Hao was. Replay, slow it down to 4 times. They saw Qin Hao inhale deeply, tighten his grip on the javelin, and then, adopting a posture akin to that of a seasoned athlete, launched the javelin with precision. The target was the stadium over 100 meters away, nearly 200 meters distant. Even at 4 times slower, they could perceive the javelin soaring swiftly through the air. It then plunged forcefully into the wall of the stadium with a resounding crash. This entire sequence, though, a few colossal questions involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Is this even human? Can a person truly be this fast? Can a human possess such strength? It is essential to note that the javelin, once thrown, expends. Just how immense must the overall force be? Perhaps many would struggle to grasp the magnitude of this feat. In simpler terms, the current world record for javelin throwing hovers around 100 meters. One can only imagine that Qin Hao's throw obliterated the world record. Indeed, Brother Hao remains unparalleled. Li Haoran mused, stroking his chin and murmuring quietly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Let us apply for Guinness. As we all know, live broadcasts have no special effects. Everything is genuine. I believe it is necessary to apply for Brother Hao. After a pause, Li Haoran slowly continued. Very well. No one was surprised. Given Brother Hao's performance, he undoubtedly qualified for a world record application. Furthermore, it was likely that no one would surpass him again, and even if they did, it would merely be Qin Hao surpassing his own achievements. Meanwhile, Qin Hao remained blissfully unaware of the excitement and fervor bubbling within the live stream and directing team. He secured the high wire on his end, gently tugging at it to confirm its stability before nodding in satisfaction. Dear viewers, how did you find the performance just now? Qin Hao smiled as he spoke. That wall of the stadium is surely ruined. The audience buzzed with discussions. However, the performance has only just begun. Now, please widen your eyes. System, exchange for advanced acrobatics performance, mostly beginner level. Qin Hao instructed the system in his mind. Beep, exchange for advanced acrobatics. Although his value points had reached a staggering figure of over 400,000, that did not imply the system could take advantage of him. Beep, due to the inclusion of numerous acrobatic skills, 20,000 value points is already quite economical. While most are of beginner level, they are still quite impressive. As if sensing Qin Hao's thoughts, the system provided an explanation. Qin Hao then turned to examine the acrobatics description. A whirlwind of skills flashed through his mind like a rapid slideshow. It took a full 3 minutes for Qin Hao to regain his senses. This was the longest and most arduous skill acquisition he had ever experienced. However, it must be said that acrobatics is a comprehensive skill set, encompassing an overwhelming variety of techniques. Qin Hao exhaled deeply, glancing down below. However, due to the melting dry ice, a thick fog enveloped the area, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Hee. All spectators were taken aback by Qin Hao's maneuver. It is worth noting that this building stood several stories high. A fall from such a height would be nothing short of catastrophic. The most likely outcome would be a gruesome fate. Don't be reckless. Falling from here could truly be fatal. Really, I can hardly bear to watch. It's too terrifying. Indeed, however, Qin Hao remained oblivious to their reactions as he began to move. He briskly walked along the wire, sprinting toward the stadium across the way. Indeed, he was sprinting. Running as the area above was engulfed in darkness, the attention of the inspectors and security personnel was entirely focused on the ground, leaving them completely unaware of the figure passing overhead. After all, who would ever suspect that someone could walk through the sky? This was not a reflection of the inspector's incompetence or the security personnel's lack of professionalism. Rather, it was simply beyond the realm of normal human comprehension. I am in awe. Truly, I am genuinely in awe. Indeed, walking on a tightrope seems effortless. I just want to ask, what else can Brother Hao not do? Every time I watch Brother Hao, I am constantly reminded of my own shortcomings. The audience transitioned from initial concern to utter amazement. They felt that Qin Hao was indeed a person of boundless capabilities. No matter how obscure the skill, he could master it effortlessly. Can one person truly possess such an extensive skill set? Even if one began learning from a young age, it would be improbable to excel in everything, right? But regardless of the audience's astonishment, Qin Hao had already reached the edge of the stadium wall. Chapter 108, Dangerous Actions, Please Do Not Imitate. Upon entering the venue, the audience was greeted by towering walls. As this was an open-air stadium, to gain entry, one would have to scale these formidable barriers. However, the current spectators seemed unfazed by the height, hardly engaging in discussions about them. The wall posed no challenge for Brother Hao indeed. With a light leap, Brother Hao effortlessly suspended himself against the wall. Although it seemed effortless, the spectators watched with bated breath. After all, this was a height of over 100 meters. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. I can't take it anymore. My heart can't handle such stunts, one exclaimed. Indeed, I'm too frightened to even open my eyes, another added. As anxiety gripped the audience, they were taken aback by a notification that appeared on their screens. Dangerous. As if they think I could replicate that, they have far too much faith in me. They're just warning children not to imitate. We're all adults here. The spectators were left in a comical mix of laughter and disbelief at the considerate disclaimer. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had already placed one hand on the edge above, summoning all his strength to hoist himself onto the ledge. All right, the high-quality replica of the Imperial Seal, 10 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? As Qin Hao steadied himself, he was met with a cacophony from below. A glance around revealed the stadium was packed to the brim with tens of thousands of spectators. My goodness, that's for merely a replica? The audience was left in awe, as such grand spectacles were rarely witnessed outside of a superstar's concert. In fact, this was even more exhilarating, considering the staggering sums being discussed. Who could possibly withstand such pressure? Regrettably, the distance was too great for the audience to discern the true nature of the so-called seal. Ladies and gentlemen, do not fret. I shall now guide you through the splendor of the Imperial. It must be something extraordinary. At that moment, Qin Hao transformed into an online host, smiling as he addressed the viewers. For those eager to see, please hit 6,666 on your screens. Though they knew Qin Hao wouldn't see their responses, most of the audience still participated out of courtesy. Excuse me, everyone. Please make way. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao grasped a black bag and slowly made his way down the aisle. Despite the large crowd, the path was remarkably clean and orderly, allowing him to proceed with ease. However, it wasn't long before someone noticed him. Hey, what the heck? Why is this person wearing a mask? I don't know. Probably just some internet personality seeking fame. Many attendees watching the auction were taken aback upon spotting Qin Hao but dismissed it quickly. After all, in such a bustling environment, anything could happen. Yet, it soon became evident that something was amiss, as he was boldly making his way toward the center of the auction. Without a care for the surroundings, Qin Hao ambled confidently to the heart of the venue. Stop! Who goes there? The surrounding security personnel shouted in unison. This is the auction stage. Unauthorized individuals must keep their distance. In an instant, the previously bustling auction fell silent. All eyes, even Zhen Youqian's voice faltered, replaced by a look of confusion directed at Qin Hao. Young man, may I inquire what you need? Zhen asked. Yet, Qin Hao offered no answer, his gaze fixed intently on the imperial seal in Zhen's grasp. Though a replica, it was still of immense value. While he had never seen the genuine article, he was certain that the audacious price implied its uniqueness. Young man? Zhen's frown deepened. Had it not been for the public setting, he would have had him removed immediately. After all, who in their right mind would wear such a mask? Ah, wasn't your company boasting that even Qin Hao couldn't breach your security? I thought I'd come to test that claim. Qin Hao replied with a casual smile. His words sent shockwaves through the audience. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. What? Does this mean he is Brother Hao? Of course. Who else would dare speak such words in front of everyone? This is thrilling. I can't help but wonder how he managed to get in. Even though every attendee was a millionaire, the mere mention of Qin Hao's name ignited excitement. They were acutely aware that his current wealth had already eclipsed theirs, and as time passed, should he successfully complete the program, he could effortlessly ascend to billionaire status, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Above all, it was Qin Hao's personal charisma, an almost omnipotent allure, that commanded the admiration of everyone present. In fact, a significant portion of the audience had come solely to witness whether Qin Hao would make an appearance. You are Qin Hao. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Zhan's previously exasperated demeanor shifted dramatically. Observant eyes noted a tremor in his voice. Fear not. I am merely here to see if your so-called impregnable defenses can truly withstand the legendary Qin Hao. Qin Hao remarked with a subtle smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. But alas, it appears that your security measures are rather underwhelming. Qin Hao, I acknowledge your prowess, but do you truly think so little of us? At that moment, an irate security officer stepped forward. Their security group was multinational, renowned for its formidable strength, even sought after by many overseas magnates for protection. Yet here was Qin Hao, brazenly challenging their authority. They were indifferent to his popularity in Liaozhou City. It held no weight with them as they spoke. A few burly men with piercing gazes approached Qin Hao, wielding stun guns. Zhan, despite his trepidation towards his superiors, felt no fear of Qin Hao. After all, this was his turf. How could he allow such audacity to go unchecked? However, in the next moment, the unexpected occurred. Qin Hao reached into his coat and produced a handgun. Chapter 109. Believe it or not, your organization could vanish from the globe. Upon witnessing Qin Hao wielding a pistol, the pupils of everyone present constricted in shock. Is that a real gun? They often traveled abroad, fully aware of the chaotic environment there, which made the handling of firearms a frequent affair for them. However, in Huaxia, brandishing a gun was tantamount to courting death, hence they had come unarmed. To their astonishment, Qin Hao possessed a firearm. That must be a replica, perhaps a prop from the Tianyin production team. Such weapons merely resemble real guns but possess negligible power, Jin Yuqian interjected. Ah, I see. Upon hearing this, several security personnel exhaled deeply, their lips curling into sardonic smiles. Did he think he could intimidate them with a toy gun? How naive. According to the production team's regulations, what I hold is indeed a real gun. If it were to strike anyone, they would collapse as if dead. Do not force my hand. Qin Hao earnestly explained to the approaching individuals. What do they mean? Are they really going to assault Brother Hao? Can't they see the firearm in Brother Hao's hand? Huh. You all misunderstand. I've investigated this security company. It comprises many retired special forces and mercenaries who frequently operate abroad. Their sole purpose is to ensure the safety of their employer. A mere show, coupled with a fake gun, doesn't concern them in the slightest. The viewers in the live stream began to feel anxious. After all, Brother Hao appeared somewhat diminutive in the presence of these imposing figures. Ha ha ha, Mr. Qin Hao, although you are quite renowned in Liaozhou and even throughout Huaxia, therefore, shall we escort you out, or will you leave voluntarily? The impatience in his tone was palpable. They truly regarded Qin Hao with disdain, dismissing his antics as trifles. In the face of overwhelming power, any flashy skills are utterly futile. So, you intend to refuse cooperation? Qin Hao narrowed his eyes and inquired slowly. Enough, Mr. Qin Hao, before we take action, you'd best be on your way. The security personnel waved his hand dismissively. However, before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot echoed. He looked down in astonishment to find a white mark on his chest. Raising his gaze, he found Qin Hao's pistol aimed directly at him. In that instant, a surge of unbridled fury coursed through him. They had once been formidable figures abroad. When had they ever been so toyed with? To him, this was... Remember, even though you paid, it does not grant you the right to tarnish Qin Hao's reputation. If you do, you must face the repercussions. That was our original agreement. Didn't T.I. already inform you? Do you require a reminder? A chilling voice from Li Haoran echoed through the phone. Jin Yuqian paused, suddenly remembering that such an agreement indeed existed. The Shinbao Group had provided an advertisement slogan for Qin Hao to promote. They had concocted the advertisement themselves, which inevitably contained insinuations of undermining Qin Hao to elevate their own standing. Thus, the initial agreement stipulated that if Qin Hao were to discover this and cause a scene, their group would automatically be pulled into the Tianyin production with full... Naturally, the production team would bear any losses, and they could continue to promote that advertisement, which was quite generous. It was a surefire win. Given that Qin Hao is already a criminal within the show, coupled with his personality, it would be peculiar if he did not create a disturbance. You may resist, you may rebel, and I even support your actions, but you cannot refuse to cooperate. Have you suddenly grown wings? Do you think you can handle this? Believe it or not, I can make your organization and that pathetic security group disappear from the globe. You may doubt my abilities, but do not underestimate the strength of the state. Li Haoran's icy words sent a shiver through Zhang Yuqian. No, 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 Director Li, this is all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. I will notify them to cooperate immediately. Zhang Yuqian snapped back to reality, hastily stating, and when he hung up the phone, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. He had never doubted Li Haoran's capabilities, nor had he ever questioned the power of the state. Stop! As the security personnel surrounded Qin Hao, Zhang Yuqian trembled in fear, shouting urgently. The group paused and turned to him. Cooperate with the Tianyin production team. Everything must proceed according to the rules of the production. You may resist, you may fight back, even attempt to capture Qin Hao, but if shot, you will lie on the ground, understand? Zhang Yuqian said, his face ashen. But boss, the security personnel looked conflicted. Their duty was to protect Zhang Yuqian's assets. I said for you to cooperate. I will still pay you. The rest is none of your concern. Zhang Yuqian's expression turned steely. Very well. The security personnel exchanged glances, reluctantly nodding. The one shot by Qin Hao immediately lay on the ground, closing his eyes in feigned death. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Hao continued firing, each shot striking the security personnel. They exchanged glances, lying down helplessly, feeling as if they were merely indulging a child in play. Yet, the money remained intact, so it hardly mattered. You don't truly believe I can only wield a toy gun, do you? I feel rather underestimated. Qin Hao approached them, looking down. The group fell silent. Although they were not fond of playing pretend, they understood the rules. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated nearby, and they distinctly felt the ground tremble beneath. Beneath Qin Hao's feet lay a deep footprint crater. It was important to note that the floor was made of stone. Yet, this solid stone had been indented by several centimeters under Qin Hao's foot. What kind of strength did that require? You should be grateful you did not violate the production's rules. Otherwise, heh. Qin Hao's hauntingly soft voice sent involuntary shivers down their spines. Chapter 110. Footprints on the stone slab. The rope possesses celestial insight. Fog grass. Fog grass. Fog grass. Ah, this is the consequence of neglecting education. While others express themselves in elegant prose, you merely fill the screen with fog grass. Hence, one must read extensively. Otherwise, when confronted with profoundly shocking events, all one can utter is fog grass. In the live broadcast room, the audience erupted in fervor. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on site was even more electrifying. The gasps of tens of thousands of people surged like a tidal wave. During the auction, a large screen was suspended above to ensure that everyone could clearly see the items on stage. Yet at this moment, all eyes were fixed on the deep footprint beneath Qin Hao's feet. The footprint on the stone slab. Astonishment. An unparalleled shock. They understood clearly that this was a stone slab, devoid of any possibility of deception. Yet, this stone slab had allowed Qin Hao to leave such a profound imprint with a mere step. What immense power must that entail? The security personnel, gazing at the footprint beside them, were rendered. They stared blankly, nearly popping their eyes out. Thank you for your mercy. The few exchanged glances, silence enveloping them for a moment before one slowly spoke. Someone once told us that there are always— Qin Hao merely smiled nonchalantly, then lifted his leg, striding towards the auction stage. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, or rather, if considering the live audience, several tens of millions, Qin Hao slowly parted his lips, uttering two words. Robbery. Outside the stadium, the dry ice truck had been dispatched for handling. However, Chen Quan and the inspection team felt an escalating sense of unease. At this moment, both the inspectors and security personnel were acutely aware that Qin Hao had arrived, yet he had not made an appearance. How strange. It makes no sense. Why would he send such an item? Lu Buochao wore a puzzled expression, unable to fathom it. Initially, he and Chen Quan had suspected it was a trap, given Qin Hao's formidable skills and mechanisms. But upon realizing otherwise, they were left wondering about the purpose of the dry ice's appearance. Captain, Qin Hao has appeared. At that moment, a team member's voice crackled through the intercom. What? Where? Chen Quan was taken aback, instinctively inquiring. Inside the auction venue. The voice on the intercom came again. However, that single sentence left everyone in utter disbelief. Did you say where? Inside the auction venue? How is that possible? How did he get in? Chen Quan could hardly believe his ears, exclaiming in shock. He was certain that after leader Xiao Hei's thorough investigation, there could be no oversight, meaning that everyone entering the venue must verify their identity. How then did Qin Hao manage to gain entry? Simultaneously, the security group led by Lu Yu also received the news, and their expressions turned exceedingly grim. They racked their brains, unable to comprehend how Qin Hao had accomplished this. To say it was a tightly woven net would be an understatement. Yet, even so, Qin Hao had managed to slip inside. It was surreal. At least, to them at this moment, it felt utterly. There's no way to enter from the ground. Does this guy have the ability to fly? Lu Buochao instinctively glanced at the sky, but quickly shook his head in disbelief. Ridiculous. Even if Qin Hao's climbing skills were exceptional, it was impossible for him to soar in such a venue, let alone fly into the stadium. The commotion that would ensue would be far too conspicuous. All entered the stadium filled with questions. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the conspicuous figure. On the large screen, a masked man wielded a pistol. Robbery. At the sound of this, Lu Yu and the security personnel's faces turned ashen, their expressions riddled with embarrassment. They had not only allowed Qin Hao to enter but had also been robbed. This was outrageous. Ahem, Mr. Qin Hao, I believe we can discuss this. You must understand that if you rob me, it would be a heinous crime. Do you have any idea how much this item is worth? 20 billion, at the very least. Zhen Yuqian cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. So, think carefully. Bang, however. Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. Zhen Yuqian looked down to see a white mark on his chest, and without hesitation, he collapsed onto the ground. Death! This scene appeared somewhat farcical, but what if one were to envision it as reality? A throng of security personnel and inspectors watched as a criminal brandished a firearm amidst tens of thousands in the auction venue. This was a provocation. This was disgrace. Such excessive prattle. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, casually seizing the imperial seal of China. The moment it was in his grasp, he felt its weight and the smooth, cool texture. Good heavens, this is quite a remarkable item. Qin Hao grinned, then stowed it away. Qin Hao, you are surrounded. Please lay down your weapon and surrender immediately, or we will open fire. At that moment, Chen Quan's furious roar echoed from a distance. Indeed, it was a furious roar, in broad daylight, allowing Qin Hao to successfully carry out a robbery with such ease. What were the inspectors even doing? Even more infuriated were Lu Yu and the other security personnel, yet they had already received orders to cooperate with the inspection team in apprehending him. Although Brother Hao has successfully robbed, escaping will not be easy. Indeed, the scene is surrounded inside and out. Even if Brother Hao brought a tank, it would be futile. Sigh, both the on-site audience and those in the live broadcast room were engulfed in tension. Yet, amidst this charged atmosphere, Qin Hao remained utterly unperturbed. He glanced at the inspectors rushing towards him, then smiled calmly. He promptly opened the black bag in his hand. The crowd gasped in astonishment when they discovered that the bag contained a rope as thick as a baby's arm. As they realized it was merely a rope, everyone was left dumbfounded. They had anticipated various items, perhaps a weapon, a bow and arrow, or even a homemade bomb, but a rope. What was that supposed to signify? Was he planning to escape with a rope? Or perhaps to hang himself? Ah, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps some of you recognize me, while others do not. But that is inconsequential. What is paramount is that after Qin Hao, the climactic moment has arrived. Please keep your eyes wide open. Qin Hao took a deep breath, holding the microphone firmly as he spoke. The next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded that left everyone utterly speechless. Qin Hao began murmuring to the rope, and astonishingly, the rope, as thick as a baby's arm, seemed to come alive. It began to move of its own accord, slowly stretching towards the sky. Fog grass. The exclamations reverberated throughout the entire venue. The divine magic had commenced. Chapter 111. Brother Hao is a celestial being, not a sorcerer, but a magician. Tens of thousands of people stood agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. What an extraordinary scene it was. At that moment, every individual within the auction hall bore a similar expression of disbelief. Even those who were supposed to feign death, Zhen Yuqian and the security personnel, instinctively opened their eyes. However, upon doing so, they could not help but wonder if they had truly perished. How else could they explain witnessing such absurdity? It shattered their entire worldview. In fact, Zhen Yuqian felt a twinge of relief, thankful that he had heeded Director Li. Otherwise, it would not merely have been a matter of offending the state, but rather, he would have incurred the wrath of a celestial being. Offending a celestial being was far more perilous than offending the state. At most, offending the state could lead to death, but what of angering a celestial being? One could only imagine the methods described in mythological tales, where one's soul suffered endlessly after death. Was there truly any escape? Had he known Brother Hao possessed such an identity, Would he have needed to guard against him as if he were a thief? Whatever he desired, one need only speak, and it would be delivered. What on earth? A celestial being? Sorcery? Can a rope even do this? Is it imbued with a soul or some other essence? Having completed 9 years of compulsory education, I now find myself deeply questioning life itself. Are we truly residing in a place we recognize? It was inevitable. Any rational individual confronted with such a breathtaking spectacle would begin to doubt the very fabric of reality. A rope, as thick as an infant's arm, ascended skyward without any external force aiding it. It stretched further and further until the other end became invisible, as though it had reached the very edge of the heavens. Below, Qin Hao grasped the other end of the rope, seemingly fearful that it might slip from his grasp and soar away. Yet, the most astonished were not the audience members, but rather the live-streaming crew and the security personnel surrounding them. They were the closest to Qin Hao. Within their line of sight, they observed him muttering a few incantations toward the rope, and then, to their utter disbelief, it shot up into the sky. Is this world truly capable of such fantastical occurrences? Chen Quanzi murmured, his gaze fixated on the endlessly ascending rope. As a trainer for China's foremost special forces, he had witnessed countless storms of adversity throughout his life. Yet today, he found himself questioning the very truths of this world. Was it possible that, unbeknownst to him or the nation, after all, ancient times spoke of Qi practitioners, yet now, none are visible? I used to dismiss such notions. But having witnessed this scene today, I believe. Indeed, there is no other explanation. Perhaps Brother Hao possesses an abundance of skills because he is not merely youthful. He could very well be a celestial being of hundreds or even thousands of years. A few young inspectors, their faces flushed, whispered amongst themselves. After all, who did not harbor a dream of transcending mortality, eternal life, existing in harmony with the heavens? Previously, they had dismissed such ideals as fanciful, yet witnessing this spectacle, eventually, their musings grew increasingly absurd, even provoking laughter from the audience. Enough chatter. We must trust in science. Chen Quanzi snapped back to reality, casting a stern glance at Lu Buochao. He wished to gauge the thoughts of this encyclopedia. After all, given Qin Hao's display, even the most skeptical would find themselves unnerved. The moment Lu Buochao laid eyes on the rope, his expression turned dazed. Clearly, he too was taken aback. However, soon after, his brow furrowed, his complexion shifting as if he were lost in contemplation. The inspection team, once filled with excitement, now felt invigorated, as if each member glimpsed a hope of apprehending Qin Hao. He was within arm's reach, surrounded by so many individuals. There was no escape. Even if he attempted to flee, the presence of firearms would dictate his fate. Yet, to their astonishment, Qin Hao had performed a feat of celestial. Can this still be considered a person? So, the director's invitation was not for an all-encompassing individual, but rather a celestial being. Is this truly not a fantastical realm or a world of immortal cultivation? Chun Yalin's delicate features were etched with confusion. In this era, novels were ubiquitous, especially those of immortal cultivation. Even if one had not read them, they were familiar with the themes. Yet what was this bizarre manifestation in reality? If he were indeed a celestial being, that explains everything. Upon concluding, his expression grew increasingly complex, realizing he had been attempting to capture a celestial being. No wonder he had failed. Upon hearing this, both the inspection team and the audience instinctively nodded in agreement. They believed, they truly believed, a celestial being, alive. Hee, esteemed guests, the mountains remain green and the rivers flow long. May we meet again by fate. Qin Hao observed the astonished expressions of all present, offering a faint smile and uttering those words. Farewell, celestial being. Farewell, Brother Hao. Their farewell resonated through the air, harmonious and profound, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Even the inspectors and security personnel hesitated momentarily, inclining their bodies in a gesture of respect. They dared not entertain such thoughts. Even if it were a ruse, the potential wrath of an ancient celestial being was not to be trifled with. What do we do now? Chen Quanzi inquired urgently. Suddenly, he recalled an ancient legend, though it was so distant that he had momentarily overlooked it. This sudden inspiration caused his mind to stall, leaving him blank and dizzy, nearly collapsing to the ground. Quick to react, Chen Quanzi supported him. No, quick, open fire. This is our only chance to eliminate him. This is not sorcery. He is not a celestial being. Yet, though his voice was faint, Chen Quanzi heard it clearly. Upon hearing the word magic, he stood frozen in disbelief. This was magic? Chapter 112. Ascending to heaven. Magic. Is this not celestial sorcery? These words echoed incessantly in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Heavenward. Goodness, to witness a celestial being in this life. There stood Qin Hao, ascending the celestial rope, step by step, as if traversing solid ground. From a distance, It appeared as though he were walking upon air. Fire. Chen Xuanji glanced at the sprawled Lu Buoqiao, then at Qin Hao, who seemed to descend from the heavens, his expression shifting erratically before he finally gritted his teeth and spoke. The utterance sent shockwaves through the crowd. Every inspector turned in astonishment, their faces a canvas of incredulity as they regarded Chen Xuanji. They questioned the reliability of their own hearing. How could they to fire upon a celestial being? What audacity possessed them? Good heavens, has Chen Xuanji lost his mind? I feel the same way. Brother Hao is a celestial being. Who dares to shoot at him? Even if it were a toy gun, that would be unacceptable. I simply wish to know what Lu Buoqiao whispered to Captain Chen. The spectators were equally baffled by Chen Xuanji's words, with many more curious about Lu Buoqiao's murmurs before his collapse, primarily because his voice had been too faint to decipher. I said, fire. This is not celestial sorcery. Qin Hao is not a celestial being, but rather, magic. Chen Xuanji took a deep breath, uncertain though he was, for Qin Hao's display undeniably resembled celestial sorcery. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Lu Buoqiao. The crux of the matter was that if Qin Hao were indeed a celestial being, his demeanor had been entirely ordinary, albeit his skills in disguise were indeed remarkable. However, should he be a prodigious talent, such feats could also be within the realm of possibility. Most critically, even if Qin Hao were a celestial being, he was currently on a program and would surely not be wrathful. With that said, he disregarded the astonished inspectors and raised his pistol with resolve. Qin Hao, I know this is magic. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive us. Initially, I intended to capture you and bring you to justice, but it appears that will not be possible now. With determination etched on his face, Chen Xuanji pulled the trigger. Bang! Instantly, the once boisterous crowd fell into a stunned silence, all eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at Chen Xuanji. Is this fellow insane? I think he is. Does he not realize he is in a program? Has he not perceived that Brother Hao is a celestial being? Magic, indeed. How absurd. Can magic ascend to the heavens? There are no helicopters up there. After a moment of silence, the audience erupted in a frenzy of speculation. Huh? Do you not think it is rather too late? Qin Hao smiled faintly, suddenly accelerating as he ascended the rope with the agility of a gecko. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Indeed, before the eyes of the multitude, he had completely disappeared. It was as if he had melded into the sky or ascended to the heavens. Did you see that? That is the prowess of a celestial being. My goodness, ascending right from the ground, truly a celestial sage. The crowd gasped in awe. Yet Chen Xuanji's expression turned ashen. He was now fully cognizant. If Qin Hao were truly a celestial being, why the haste to depart? Why not confront him directly? His act of firing could certainly be construed as a provocation of celestial. In that moment, many felt a newfound respect for Chen Xuanji. Who else in this world would dare to fire upon a celestial being? They were uncertain. Yet, here was one standing before them. Ugh. At that moment, Lu Buoqiao stirred, awakening with a soft groan. After a brief pause, he sprang to his feet, hastily scanning for the rope. Where is Qin Hao? He ascended to the heavens. An inspector murmured quietly. What did you say? This cannot be. This is merely magic. How could he truly ascend to the heavens? This revelation left many puzzled, first Chen Xuanji and then Lu Buoqiao. Why were they so certain it was magic? Thousands of spectators present, millions watching the broadcast, all were engulfed in confusion. Lu Buoqiao, however, paid no heed to the astonishment, hastily making his way to the base of the rope. They had not given it much thought until now, but upon seeing the steel wire, they understood. He truly escaped. Lu Buoqiao looked up, noticing no movement above, and cursed in frustration. Pursue him. Qin Hao must still be nearby. Hasn't he gone far? With that, he turned to leave. Yet it was evident that neither the on-site audience nor those watching the live stream would allow him to depart so easily. Ultimately, Chen Xuanji had no choice but to send inspectors to search the vicinity while they remained to explain. They had to provide clarification. Without it, who could predict what rumors might circulate outside? Very well, I trust everyone is familiar with the concept of magic? Lu Buoqiao said with a resigned tone, facing the crowd's inquiries. Everyone nodded in unison, yet what truly perplexed them was the extent of it bears no relation to celestial beings. Lu Buoqiao chuckled ruefully before continuing. The celestial rope is one of the most contentious magics in history, with legendary accounts of astonishing feats performed in various, the most remarkable of which appears as though one were truly a celestial being. For instance, the manner in which Qin Hao performed, ascending to the heavens. If I had not revealed this, you might have believed until your last breath that a celestial being had descended upon us. Chapter 1. The most mysterious magic in history, the art of ropes. What the hell? This is actually a form of magic. I'm utterly bewildered. What I've witnessed with my own eyes may not be real. Yet, in reality, it is indeed so. What you perceive with your own eyes may not necessarily be the truth. Otherwise, how could there be so many keyboard warriors? The audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded. Though they had seen Qin Hao's preparations, witnessing him ascend into the heavens before their very eyes was still utterly shocking. The divine rope, in essence, is merely— You all understand the meaning of acrobatics, do you not? Rope techniques are a subset of acrobatics, albeit far more challenging to master, shrouded in mystery, and long since lost to time. At this juncture, if it is a rope technique, an acrobatic feat, it still does not explain why the rope ascends unaided. I even saw Brother Hao chanting spells. The audience voiced their confusion. It's quite simple. Do you believe this rope to be so thick? And why does it contain steel wires within? Lu Buochao smiled slightly, as if he had seen through their thoughts. What this means is that the steel wire enables the rope to stand upright. With swift movements, considerable strength, and a clever application of force, one can make the rope stand. It appears as though the rope is flying into the sky, but in reality, stepping onto the stage, the audience watched as Qin Xuanqi slowly reeled in the rope. The rope was exceedingly long. Its end was nowhere in sight. The crowd gasped, wondering what immense strength was required to make the— Soon, gripping one end of the rope, Qin Xuanqi exerted a sudden force. It was clear that the rope could indeed stand, but it could not soar to the heights that Qin Hao had achieved. This demonstrates that my hypothesis holds true. However, this feat necessitates extensive practice to master, and thus it is only natural for Captain Shan to fail. Lu Buochao remarked with a smile. I see. That terrified me. I thought he was truly a celestial being. Upon reflection, it's quite normal. What era is this? How could there be celestial beings? Nevertheless, that's still not right. Even if we can rationalize the rope, how could Brother Hao vanish at its end? The crux of the matter is that there are no supporting points on either end of the rope. Can it truly support a single person ascending? Once again, an audience member raised a question. Only then did the crowd realize indeed, if we consider the rope to be an acrobatic act, that we can comprehend. But why could Qin Hao disappear atop it? The essential point is that there are no supports at either end of the rope. Even if there are steel wires within, can it truly bear the weight of a person? This can also be explained. After all, Qin Hao possesses an abundance of skills. Firstly, his mastery of disguise and rock climbing can elucidate this phenomenon. What is challenging for others is but child's play for him. The audience found themselves unable to refute this logic. For others, it would be utterly impossible, yet for Qin Hao, they truly felt uncertain. As for why Qin Hao vanished, upon hearing this, the audience— Why did they believe Qin Hao to be a celestial being? Was it merely because they thought the rope could reach the heavens? Perhaps to some extent, the sheer shock had rendered their minds blank. However, what truly convinced them was witnessing Qin Hao disappear at the end of the rope. A living person, vanishing into the sky under the gaze of thousands. Could this not be the act of a deity? It's quite simple. Everyone, please observe the sky above. At this, the crowd collectively looked up to see the sky unusually dark today. You must have heard of environment. Of course, it's not as dramatic as that, but turning black is quite simple. With a confident smile, Lu Buochao continued, I suspect that Qin Hao utilized something similar to escape. And above, there must be steel wires or the like, allowing him to depart nonchalantly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Wow! This analysis is simply unbeatable. Now that you mention it, I understand. Only someone with extraordinary skill could manage such a complex feat. However, to be fair, while this may be classified as magic, it does bear striking similarities to sorcery. I wouldn't be surprised if such a person were regarded as a celestial master in ancient times. Even if it wasn't sorcery, to witness such an extraordinary display of magic in one's lifetime was truly worthwhile. Captain, we have located Qin Hao's whereabouts. Please proceed with immediate support. At that moment, the sound of an inspection team crackled through the intercom. Good. Qin Xuanqi was instantly energized and declared loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, as anticipated, we have discovered Qin Hao's trail. Thus, it is evident that he is not a celestial being, but merely a magician. Having said that, he turned to the dazed Zhang Yuqian lying on the ground. Mr. Zhan, rest assured, we will assist you in recovering what you have lost. However, prior to that, the production team will compensate for all losses incurred. With that, he turned and exited. Amidst the crowd's attention, Qin Xuanqi finally turned to Lu Buochao and curiously asked, Is it truly as you said? He felt that the matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. You ask me, whom should I ask? Do you truly consider me an encyclopedia? Unexpectedly, Lu Buochao let out a wry smile and continued. The divine rope is hailed as the most miraculous, enigmatic, and astonishing magic in the world, with few who can rival it, for it genuinely requires minimal conditions. It needs no venue, no preparation, no assistance, no props, just a single rope to accomplish the feat. I can only outline a rough sketch. Beyond that, I truly cannot discern. Otherwise, it wouldn't be dubbed the most mysterious magic. However, We simply need to understand that this is magic, not some so-called sorcery, and that suffices. That makes sense. Chun Xuanqi nodded thoughtfully before hastily departing. Chapter 114. The enormous national treasure seal worth 2 billion within the inspection team. An air of silence enveloped the room. So, is this magic? Rather than some celestial arts? Chun Yalan exclaimed, her mouth agape in sheer astonishment. The shift in narrative was rather abrupt. Just a moment ago, it was all about celestial beings. After all, the existence of celestial beings is not something that can be conveniently disseminated. Xiao He remarked, perplexed, only to soon hear Lu Buochao's clarification alongside Chen Quanzi. Instantly, an expression of embarrassment washed over him. I don't know why, but learning that Qin Hao is not a celestial being leaves me with a tinge of disappointment. Zhou Jun sighed, shaking his head. Truth be told, Qin Hao possessed an extraordinary array of skills. How could one individual possibly be endowed with so much? Even if one were to learn from the womb, it would still be implausible. If he were indeed a celestial being, it could be comprehended, but now. Perhaps this is what we call a prodigy. The term genius no longer suffices and can only be described as a monstrosity. Bang! Just as those words left, observing the expressions on the faces of the trio, he offered a slight smile and stated coolly, I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Zhou Jun responded with a puzzled look. You must understand the gravity of what 2 billion entails, correct? The moment those words were uttered, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. No one had anticipated that the replica seal could carry such an astronomical value of 2 billion. What on earth was it made of? After all, it was merely a replica, yet its worth was staggering. This replica national treasure seal originates from the work of a renowned individual from ancient times. It is even said that he had the opportunity to see the genuine national treasure seal with his own eyes. Following the loss of the seal during the reign of Qin Shi Huang, an emperor sought to commission this individual to create a new one, but he was unsuccessful. Unbeknownst to that emperor, this expert had clandestinely crafted a near-identical replica. The raw stone alone is valued at 10 billion and has been acquired by the Jiahong Group. Li Haoran continued, unfolding the documents with deliberation. It is fair to say that there exists only no second can be found, do you comprehend? The crowd fell into stunned silence. Was this the life of the affluent, dull and lacking in flavor? With a value of 2 billion, the sum is exceedingly vast. To put it bluntly, capturing them and executing them on the spot would not be unjust. Do you understand? Li Haoran stated in a tone devoid of embellishment. A chill ran through everyone present. Indeed, it seemed that further arrangements were in store. Let us alter the approach to the capture. Shift from apprehending to immediate execution. Li Haoran's expression turned grave as he slowly articulated, simultaneously, we will initiate. The broadcast room erupted in chaos at such revelations. What the hell? A direct doubling. This is beyond mere doubling. I must excuse myself to check if my dog is around. Goodness, the production team is truly prepared to hemorrhage funds. Just look at these rewards for whistleblowers. While fools linger here, the clever ones have already dashed out. Farewell. The audience could not help but be astounded. Just a morsel of useful information could earn one 1 million. Even identifying Qin Hao or knowing his whereabouts would yield 10 million. And the final sum was an astonishing 100 million. Excitement surged through the crowd. Even in the dead of night, the streets of Liaozhou City came alive with activity. From above, one could observe the lights flickering on in countless residential buildings, as if ignited by a shared fervor. Let us go find Qin Hao. Bring the dog along. Surely its nose will prove useful. Big Yellow, as the saying goes, to raise an army for 1,000 days is to use it for a single moment. Today will determine whether we dine on rice or feast on bones. In nearly every household, 9 out of 10 opened their doors, donned with gear, stepping out into the night. Some led their dogs, others cradled their cats. The entire Liaozhou city was swept into a frenzy. There was no denying it. 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. Such temptations were simply irresistible. At that moment, Qin Hao remained blissfully unaware that he had become the object of public scrutiny throughout Liaozhou city. Standing atop a building, he gazed down at the scenery, gradually narrowing his eyes. In the distance, he heard the sounds of cars, but the altitude prevented him from discerning their shapes. Well, the inspectors have wised up, sneaking into the village without a sound, lest they draw fire. Qin Hao chuckled at the sight. He had often remarked that police sirens and their colorful lights could be heard and seen from miles away. Evidently, the inspectors had sensed something amiss. Dear audience, do you find this evening exhilarating? Qin Hao rose, speaking with a calm demeanor. Exhilarating? Absolutely exhilarating. Honestly, I nearly knelt down to pay my respects to Brother Hao just now. Same here. As Qin Hao spoke, the audience began to respond enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached a staggering figure. 55 million, real-time online viewers. It was worth noting that these numbers were genuine. Not a single one was fabricated, in stark contrast to the inflated figures of entertainment platforms. For instance, a billion online viewers on entertainment platforms would realistically amount to only a few 100,000. As long as gifts were given, the popularity would continue to rise. In truth, if it weren't for the government's backing, a typical server would struggle to accommodate such an overwhelming number of concurrent users. But let me tell you, this is merely the beginning. Suddenly, Qin Hao flashed a faint smile and spoke casually. The audience. Upon hearing those words, a wave of excitement surged through everyone. Could it be that the so-called celestial artifact was just the prelude? Was the real climax yet to unfold? Then, they witnessed Qin Hao swiftly enter the building, pour a bucket of liquid, and turn to leave. Moments after his departure, several staff members appeared, tossing out multiple smoke bombs. The audience watched in bewilderment, utterly confused by the unfolding spectacle. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, footsteps echoed from the hallway behind. Qin Hao turned to see a throng of inspectors rushing in. Everyone, there's no time to explain. The performance is about to commence. Qin Hao calmly declared upon sighting the inspectors. He then gradually retrieved a javelin from the ground, and in an instant, his muscles tensed in preparation. With lightning speed, the javelin was hurled towards the opposing building. The audience assumed Qin Hao intended to employ the same trick, performing another tightrope act. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that left everyone utterly astounded. Qin Hao had actually stepped onto the javelin, propelling his body into the air. The audience. Chapter 115. The javelin soars, darting through the building. Is Brother Hao attempting the same trick again? Walking the tightrope? Surely not. The inspectors are right in front of him. And no matter how swiftly one walks the tightrope, can it outpace a bullet? The audience observed as the inspectors ascended the building, even opening the rooftop door. With just a few more steps, they would lay eyes on Qin Hao. As the spectators speculated, they suddenly saw Qin Hao brandish a javelin. Everyone was aware that there should be several javelins on the rooftop, so their astonishment was minimal. After all, this had been prepared beforehand. The one thrown toward the stadium was merely one among many. At that moment, they realized they were gravely mistaken. All their assumptions were utterly wrong. With astonishing speed, Qin Hao hurled the javelin. While they had witnessed such feats before, what ensued was something they had never encountered. It wasn't just that he threw it, he stood upon it. Indeed, before the eyes of all, Qin Hao balanced himself on the tail of the thrown javelin. Buzz. In an instant, the crowd beheld an utterly inconceivable sight. Qin Hao's body was firmly planted upon the javelin, soaring through the air. He was indeed flying, hundreds of meters above ground, traversing from one skyscraper to another. In that moment, Qin Hao resembled a celestial being. Others might ride swords to fly, but he was riding a javelin. What the hell? How can you claim you're not a deity? Is this something an ordinary person can achieve? Flying on a sword? The audience stood in a stupor, utterly dumbfounded. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could never have imagined such an operation. It is common knowledge how much power and speed a javelin can possess. One might assert that it could pierce through flesh, but to think it could carry a person aloft seemed utterly absurd. Yet, a living example materialized before their very eyes. Qin Hao, you? What the hell? Lu Buoqiao, Anqi, and Chen Quanxi, who had just arrived, were rendered speechless upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle. The three of them stood frozen in place. A silver streak surged toward another skyscraper, which was understandable, but what was that standing upon the silver streak? All the inspectors stood in a daze, profoundly questioning their existence. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Only then did the crowd regain their senses, witnessing the silver streak tremble slightly, revealing the magnitude of the force involved. Meanwhile, Qin Hao effortlessly performed a backflip, landing directly atop the javelin. Hehe, thank you for your hard work, comrades of the inspection team. Qin Hao smiled at the inspectors, who were over 100 meters away, and offered a salute. In service to the people, some inspectors, still in a daze, instinctively saluted in response. However, before he could finish, he caught sight of his colleagues' peculiar gazes. Ahem, my apologies, reflex action? The inspector coughed awkwardly, lowering his hand. Qin Hao, you're truly infuriating. Chen Quanxi laughed in exasperation, truly laughing. The anger was palpable. Many inspectors noticed their captain's body trembling, revealing just how furious he was. Be low key, that won't do. Get drunk and you'll throw up. Ride a motorcycle and end up in a tree. Yet, Qin Hao seemed blissfully unaware, casually teasing. Oh, by the way, there's over 100 meters of distance here, so your handguns won't be effective. The effective range for a standard handgun is 50 meters, so, farewell. Qin Hao flashed a smile, exerted a slight force with his feet, and propelled himself upward, performing a mid-air somersault to deftly extract the javelin. In the next moment, Qin Hao had already appeared on the rooftop of the building. Qin Hao, you can't escape. The outside is swarming with inspectors, and this place is completely surrounded. Chen Quanxi shouted suddenly at Qin Hao's retreating figure. Why not give it a try? Qin Hao paused his steps, not bothering to look back as he waved his hand dismissively. Damn it. Chen Quanxi punched the wall, his body trembling with rage, feeling as though his lungs might explode. It was unbearable, so unbearable. As for Chen Quanxi, although he had faced challenges along his path, he had generally experienced smooth sailing. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Repeatedly teased and made to feel like a fool, he was left utterly powerless. Just as success seemed within reach, this wretched fellow would always unveil some extravagant and overwhelmingly powerful skill. It was as if what would take a lifetime for others to master came to him effortlessly. Infuriating. He felt that if this continued, he might not even need to shoot Qin Hao. The likelihood of dying from frustration was considerable. Ahem, Captain, though I would rather not interrupt, I feel compelled to remind you that Qin Hao has already left. At that moment, Lu Buochao coughed gently, speaking in a low voice. Chase. Chen Quanxi snapped back to reality, waving his hand as the inspectors hurriedly descended the stairs. However, just as they opened the rooftop door, a dense and acrid smoke billowed into their nostrils. Instantly, Chen Quanxi's expression shifted. The faces of all the inspectors turned ghastly pale. He set a fire in this building? He appeared incredulous. Yet, as a special forces instructor, he quickly discerned that this was not the scent of flames but the unmistakable odor of smoke bombs. According to the program's rules, although it is a smoke bomb, Qin Hao has indeed ignited a fire in this building. Thus, what you must do now is extinguish it. At the very least, you need to halt the smoke bomb from emitting smoke. At that moment, Li Haoran's voice rang out. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Thus, Chen Quanxi reluctantly assigned personnel, with some tasked to monitor Qin Hao's direction while another group stayed behind to put out the fire. Fortunately, there were not many smoke bombs within the building. If it were a simulated fire, it had only just begun to appear. A few minutes later, Chen Quanxi emerged from the building, covered in soot and looking quite disheveled. Brother Hao truly dares to play with fire after all these years. It seems Chen Quanxi has been significantly impacted. That's only natural. One could only say it's not that he isn't strong, but rather that Brother Hao is even more monstrous. Consider this. He is the instructor of the foremost special forces in Huaxia, and yet here he is, reduced to this state by Brother Hao. It's quite humiliating. The inspectors and team leaders, noticing the limited number of smoke bombs, soon dismissed the incident. Captain Zhou, could what Qin Hao displayed earlier actually be feasible? Chun Yalan inquired curiously, echoing the sentiments of many spectators. It was simply astounding. Some even felt it defied logic. Well, theoretically it is possible. Of course, I speak in theory. Zhou Jun mused thoughtfully for a moment before continuing. Any object, when its speed and power reach their zenith, possesses a terrifying penetrating force. The techniques of throwing, power, speed, and timing are all indispensable. I cannot ascertain how many can achieve this, but it is undoubtedly exceedingly few, most likely none at all. To be honest, if I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it, but the facts have shown that there indeed exists someone capable of such feats. Upon finishing, Zhou Jun let out a wry smile and added, in truth, at this juncture, Chen Quanxi and his team have already failed, for this is a city, and with Qin Hao appearing in midair, he can easily reuse this skill. Navigating through the urban landscape, the inspectors are utterly powerless. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence. Indeed, Qin Hao could effortlessly exploit this skill to traverse the city's skyscrapers, while the inspectors, even if they ran until their legs gave out, would find themselves utterly helpless. After all, the inspectors needed to ascend and descend, and just the time and energy expended in that process were beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. What was more, it was nighttime, and most buildings were closed, devoid of elevators. The time consumed would only increase. Did the inspectors not realize this? They were fully aware, yet they refused to admit defeat. If one were to argue there is a chance, there indeed is. Just as the crowd remained silent, Lu Buochao's voice emerged from the radio, instantly jolting everyone to attention. They desperately needed a beacon of hope, a reason to persist. Chapter 116. The Siege of Inspection, Qin Hao's comprehensive enhancement. Is there really still a chance? Perhaps so. After all, their intelligence is indeed beyond what we mere craftsmen can compare. The audience fell into a moment of stunned silence upon hearing Li Haoran's words. Soon after, they were met with Lu Buochao's analysis. Currently, there are two possibilities for taking down Qin Hao. Lu Buochao stated slowly. One is to wait for the gaps between the buildings to widen sufficiently. Qin Hao's javelin cannot be thrown that far. As long as the gaps are sufficiently large, even Qin Hao would find it impossible, wouldn't he? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to ponder. Indeed, every individual's strength is limited. While it is truly astonishing that Qin Hao can launch the javelin while soaring through the air, he too must eventually exhaust his energy, mustn't he? The inspector's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. The other possibility is that we simply have bad luck, and the buildings that Qin Hao encounters fall well within his throwing range. In that case, we can only delay him until he is completely drained of energy. However, the process may prove quite uncomfortable for us. After Lu Buochao spoke, he instinctively looked up to see Qin Hao on the rooftop of another building, grinning down at them. In fact, we have another method. Chen Quan's face turned pale, and he spoke slowly, though this method is rather ruthless. The others perked up at this, as they were eager for a ruthless approach. After all, Qin Hao had tormented them for so long. Was it not time for them to turn the tables? What method? Lu Buochao inquired with keen interest. Hehe, we need not make a fuss or go up to find him. What do you think? Without food or water, how long can he hold out up there? A wicked smile crept across Chen Quan's face as he spoke slowly. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. This method was indeed ruthless. Yet, for some reason, they felt a strange excitement rising within them. Ha ha ha, this plan is splendid. A voice crackled through the intercom, revealing Zhou Jun's exhilaration. Goodness, you lot are truly diabolical. Hehe, but I like it. So do I. Just imagine, a person as formidable as Brother Hao up there, braving the cold wind and suffering from hunger. I can't help but feel utterly thrilled. Oh no, am I losing my mind? The audience buzzed with excitement upon hearing the inspector's conversation. Many even pulled out long-stored snacks, munching away while watching the program. All right, from this moment on, keep a close watch on Qin Hao. Ensure he does not slip from our sight, and we shall simply wait below the building. Chen Quan declared, seeing no dissent among the ranks. Understood. Hehe, I like this plan. Otherwise, I would feel like a mere hound chasing after him. Boss, can we order some takeout? We've been at this all night and haven't eaten a thing. Some inspectors rubbed their hands together in anticipation, while others awkwardly clutched their stomachs. Fine, but I have one request. Make sure to amplify the sounds of eating. You know what I mean. Let us tantalize him. Chen Quan, Lu Buochao, and the young lady and she all looked up at the direction of the rooftop, chuckling. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, the inspectors eagerly began making calls to order food. What is going on down there? On the rooftop, although Qin Hao enjoyed the breeze, he remained acutely aware of the situation below. Suddenly, he noticed that the inspectors were not ascending the building. After a moment's thought, he squinted his eyes. Are they attempting to outlast themselves? Quite intriguing. With his intelligence soaring at 140, he quickly grasped their intentions. Although he understood the inspector's goal, Qin Hao felt no urgency. System, open my personal interface. Qin Hao commanded inwardly. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 81. Stamina, 80. Speed, 80. IQ, 140. Skills, intermediate lockpicking, intermediate combat awareness, intermediate sprinting, advanced counter-surveillance techniques, advanced disguise, advanced deception, divine insight, advanced climbing, advanced makeup, advanced ventriloquism, advanced assassination, advanced mechanisms, advanced weapon modifications, advanced marksmanship, advanced acting, advanced contortion, advanced acrobatics, advanced throwing, divine magic, special status, suit-clad thug, increasing all attributes by 63. Emotional value, 480, 000. Qin Hao glanced at his personal profile and smiled faintly. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed such an impressive array of skills. Each advanced skill bore a plus sign, indicating that a mere click would upgrade it to a divine skill. Upgrading each advanced skill to divine status required 100,000 emotional value. While other skills may be slightly lacking, the most crucial one for this program remains the disguise technique. Qin Hao pondered for a moment and thought, System, upgrade my advanced disguise to divine disguise. Beep. Upgrade requires 100,000 emotional value. Would you like to proceed? Upgrade. Beep. Upgrade successful. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Qin Hao felt a surge of knowledge regarding advanced disguise techniques flood his consciousness. If the knowledge of advanced disguise was merely akin to painting a mask, then divine disguise was akin to crafting the very bones beneath it. By creating a mask based on divine disguise, no flaws would be visible. It would be perfect in every way. Coupled with acting skills and contortion techniques, it would be a complete transformation, turning him into an entirely different person. A new piece of information then appeared in his mind. Divine disguise. A legendary skill. Some have sought to master it to defy fate and deceive the heavens, yet ultimately failed. Upon reading this, Qin Hao paused momentarily. Truly, the ancients were remarkable. Even in today's society, such endeavors seem fantastical, yet they dared to attempt it. In simple terms, it was an individual whose misfortune led them to rely on disguise techniques to transform into a person of great wealth and status, while divine disguise not only altered appearances but also sought to deceive fate itself. Impressive. Qin Hao chuckled wryly, reflecting on the ambitions of others while contrasting them with his own, feeling as though his own aspirations had plummeted several tiers. What skill should I upgrade next? Qin Hao glanced at his remaining emotional value, still possessing over 300,000, allowing for at least 2 more upgrades, or perhaps, he shifted his gaze to his 4 primary attributes. Or, should he enhance his attributes instead? Chapter 117. The Inspection and the Four Great Inabilities of Life. System, grant me an enhancement of 10 points in strength, 10 points in speed, and 10 points in stamina. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao concluded that any skill requires a robust physique for its sustenance. Though his body was already formidable, certain skills could not be executed to their fullest potential. Ding! A total enhancement of 30 points across 3 attributes requires the expenditure of 300,000 emotional points. Do you wish to proceed with the enhancement? Enhance. The moment his command was uttered, Qin Hao felt an exhilarating surge coursing through every cell in his body, as if they were all ablaze. Crack! Crack! The sound of thunderous explosions reverberated within him. He nearly cried out, but the sensation was not one of pain. Rather, it was an exquisite pleasure, akin to being enveloped in a soothing hot spring, with every pore eagerly welcoming this delightful sensation. Hiss! What a thrill! This feeling lingered for a full 5 minutes before it gradually subsided. Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with brightness as he let out a long sigh of amazement. He soon realized that the fatigue that had previously weighed him down had completely vanished. Moreover, although he had yet to conduct any tests, he could distinctly sense that his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. System, display my 4-dimensional attributes. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 91. Stamina, 90. Speed, 90. IQ, 144. Note: the host's physical capabilities have far surpassed the limits achievable by humans. Please exercise caution to prevent irreversible damage. Note: the host has transcended human limits, gaining comprehensive control and mastery over their body. You can now wield every ounce of your physical prowess with impeccable precision. Note: with the significant enhancement of the host's physique, the execution of each skill has become remarkably fluid and intuitive. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Qin Hao's mouth as he gazed intently at the crimson warnings displayed by the system, which underscored his newfound might. It was worth noting that such notifications had never appeared before. Indeed, as he had surmised, personal physical attributes greatly influenced the application of skills. Though they were distinct entities, their practical utilization was interconnected. Impressive! After a brief pause, Qin Hao finally uttered those 2 words. What is Brother Hao up to? Taking a break? Hee, watching Brother Hao now, I feel no envy. Especially while he enjoys the cool breeze, and I'm here munching on snacks in my cozy bed. What a delightful experience. Enough already. I'm utterly envious of the folks in Liaozhou City. They have the chance to win 100 million. Yet they have no opportunity at present. They'll all have to wait until Brother Hao makes his escape, and besides, that disguise on Brother Hao's face has yet to be uncovered. Finding him won't be easy. In the livestream room, viewers were abuzz with chatter as they observed Qin Hao resting with his eyes closed. Wang Busi, an unassuming young man, recalled an encounter from his childhood. At the age of 8, he had met a fortune teller who proclaimed that at 20, he would don the yellow robe and feast on sumptuous delicacies daily. I believe you, you old charlatan. Your predictions are absurdly spot on. Riding his small tricycle clad in a yellow vest, Wang Busi reminisced about the past, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Before him lay a fleet of police cars, dozens of them. When had he ever witnessed such a grand spectacle? But upon glancing at the delivery location, it appeared to be right here. Whose takeout is this? Wang Busi pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring. Swish. Swish. All the inspectors turned in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Starving? Yet, the sight was overwhelming for Wang Busi, nearly causing him to collapse in fear. Had he not been absolutely certain of his innocence, he might have fled on instinct. Ah, don't be afraid, young man. We ordered this meal, just set it down here. Chun Quanxi smiled gently, waving him over. All right. Wang Busi nodded vigorously, hastily depositing a mountain of fast food before swiftly pedaling away like the wind. Ha ha ha, look at how terrified that kid is. Of course. If it were me, I'd be frightened too. With so many inspectors around, even the innocent would feel a twinge of anxiety. Viewers in the livestream erupted in laughter at the unfolding scene. Gather around in a circle. Let us feast to our heart's content. Chun Quanxi beckoned all the inspectors to partake in the meal, leading to a peculiar sight. Over 100 inspectors found their seats, gazing up at Qin Hao while simultaneously indulging in a variety of delectable dishes. The aroma wafted through the air. Haha, Qin Hao, care to join us for a bite? Come down, Brother Hao. You must be famished up there. The inspectors chuckled heartily, their spirits soaring. Since their encounters with Qin Hao, they had often been on the receiving end of humiliation. But now, the tables had finally turned. They had reclaimed their authority. Viewers, do you think they've lost their minds? Qin Hao stood on the rooftop, bemused by the voices below. What gives them the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? At this point, he paused momentarily before continuing. Have you ever heard the saying? In life, there are 4 great inabilities. Upon hearing this, the audience became instantly intrigued. Point 4 Great inabilities. This was a phrase they had never encountered. Beef jerky on the train tracks, ate treasure porridge beneath the roller coaster, raisins under the desk, iced red tea beneath the tower crane. So, are they living recklessly? What advantages do they think they possess to provoke me like this? The audience. Everyone wore a confused expression, clearly unfamiliar with these sayings. Then, they heard Qin Hao continue, "Ahem, everyone, please temporarily suspend the live stream while I address some personal matters." During personal matters, it was permissible to close the live stream. However, some astute viewers suddenly recalled something, their mouths agape in disbelief. No way, Brother Hao wouldn't he actually do that, would he? If he does, that would be downright malicious. Ha ha ha, they were the ones who provoked him first. Although the screen darkened, viewers continued to discuss, and they could even hear sounds from within. Qin Hao's gaze shifted to several water tanks on the rooftop. Typically, such tanks are found atop buildings for emergency use or as a means of first aid. With a mischievous grin, Qin Hao approached them. Chapter 118. Raindrops falling from above, the infuriated inspectors. Oh, how delightful, truly delightful. When one is famished, indulging in a meal is nothing short of exquisite. Indeed, yet it appears that a certain individual may have to endure the bitter cold and hunger up there. Ha ha ha, how pitiable. Alas, what can be done? If he would only come down, he could partake as well. Over 100 inspectors exchanged banter, their voices echoing throughout the space, while their hands and mouths remained tirelessly engaged. Chen Quanxi, Lu Buoqiao, and Miss Anqi did not intervene. If this method could compel Qin Hao to descend, it would be most fortuitous. Splash! Chen Quanxi instinctively touched his forehead, momentarily taken aback by the moisture in his hand. Is it raining? I hadn't heard any forecast for rain today. Chen Quanxi murmured softly, glancing up at the sky. The moon shone brightly, and the stars dotted the heavens. It certainly did not resemble a scene of impending rain. Captain, it seems to be raining. Shall we move to the car for our meal? What nonsense! Can it possibly rain in this weather? Ridiculous. The inspectors, sensing the droplets from above, suddenly wore grim expressions. What a splendid opportunity this was, yet it seemed fleeting. They had not yet had their fill of amusement. This isn't rain. The inspectors continued to eat as they glanced at Lu Buoqiao. Lu Buoqiao pointed to a spot not far off and spoke slowly, "Look at the other areas. There is no rain, only here, and for some inexplicable reason, this rain carries a peculiar scent." As he spoke, he paused, his countenance shifting dramatically. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped him, and he looked up sharply to see Qin Hao standing at the edge of the rooftop, grinning mischievously at them. "How does it taste, everyone?" Qin Hao's voice echoed down from the sky. Snap! An inspector had just raised a morsel to his lips, only to look up at Qin Hao and then down at his food container, which bore a few droplets of the liquid. He stood there, frozen in shock. In reality, they had once been retired inspectors. How could they be so foolish? In an instant, the truth dawned upon them all. Good grief, Qin Hao, you. No way. Could it truly be what I think it is? Damn it, that is just cruel, incredibly cruel. The expressions of all the inspectors shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with rage as they glared at Qin Hao. So, this is urine? Chen Quanxi's face turned ashen, and as he recalled what he had just ingested, his stomach churned violently. Though as elite soldiers, they were not particularly averse to such substances. Indeed, they occasionally consumed it during missions. This was hardly the time for such matters. Ah! Chen Quanxi let out a wretched cry, unable to hold back any longer, and dashed towards a nearby flower bed. His anguished shout was inconsequential, for in the next moment, it seemed to spread like a contagion, 1 to 10, and 10 to 100. All the inspectors felt waves of nausea, their faces turning pale. And then, an extraordinarily spectacular scene unfolded. All the inspectors clutched their throats, standing at the edge of the greenery, retching with abandon. Ha 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 ha. Oh my, I am dying of laughter. You cannot hope to compete with me. Come on, weren't you just craving for me? Let us inflict mutual harm. Qin Hao's raucous laughter reverberated through the sky. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Qin Hao would actually resort to such antics, especially upon witnessing Qin Hao's audacious demeanor juxtaposed with the pitifully retching inspectors. They were momentarily at a loss for words. Even Qin Hao's staunchest supporters felt he had crossed a line. Wasn't this an affront? Indeed, it was an affront. For although they were presently feigning to be inspectors for a paycheck, they had once served their nation and its people with honor. They had earned their accolades. Cough, cough, everyone, I assure you. I used the reserve water from the building above, not urine. After all, even if I wished to, I haven't had any to spare. It has been a whole night without water. Qin Hao, with a sly grin, continued, It's merely that we chose not to inform them, just to discuss them. Ha ha ha, damn it, my brother Hao is too devious. I said it, brother Hao is not that kind of person, but I like it. Ah, I was worried for nothing. My heart feels instantly at ease. The audience erupted in laughter upon hearing this. They then witnessed Qin Hao returning to the water tank for more water. Qin Hao, you're asking for trouble. Qin Hao, you wait for me. When I catch you, you'll see what I'll do to you. Aw, I'm so furious. I was starving all night, and just when I finally got to eat something, I ended up vomiting it all out. Below, a cacophony of furious curses erupted. The inspectors were livid. If Qin Hao were to appear before them, they would not hesitate to give him a sound thrashing before executing him. Otherwise, they could not quell the tempest within their hearts. However, in the next moment, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. A stream of water cascaded down from above. Damn! The inspectors hurriedly sought shelter, but some who were caught off guard were drenched from head to toe, their faces contorted in sheer indignation. Their chests heaved violently, on the brink of madness. Captain, let us go up and deal with him. I can't take it anymore, this is infuriating. One by one, the inspectors, their eyes bloodshot, turned their gazes toward Chen Quanzi. After a moment of silence, Chen Quanzi inquired into the intercom, "Group leader, what do you think?" Zhou Jun chuckled wryly. "Was this a dilemma you were tossing my way?" Truth be told, if it were possible, he would prefer to wait for Qin Hao to self-destruct, requiring neither sacrifice nor effort. But now, not only could the inspectors on site not hold back, but even he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Was this something a person could do? Go on up. As long as you have the strength, pursue him. After a brief silence, Zhou Jun spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the inspectors immediately rolled up their sleeves, collectively lifting their gazes toward Qin Hao. "Qin Hao, you wait for me." With that, they all ascended the building, their hearts burning with unquenched fury. They could not quell their rage without delivering a thorough beating to Qin Hao. "Shall we go up too?" Chen Quanzi glanced at Lu Buochao and Anqi, posing the question. "Not worth it, no need to go." However, Lu Buochao shook his head, speaking solemnly, "It's not like before. In the past, we wielded electric batons, and Qin Hao dared to confront us directly, but now armed with handguns, he will maintain a distance of over 100 meters at all times. If the inspectors go up, he will definitely flee." Hearing this, Chen Quanzi nodded in agreement. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, they saw Qin Hao once again drawing his spear, assuming a throwing stance. Tell me, with such speed and strength in his throws, how many times can Qin Hao execute this?